Jing Kun's memories pulled everything back to the apocalypse, where ruined buildings crumbled, and constant explosions echoed through swarms of savage monsters. A creature with razor-sharp teeth slowly crawled out of a narrow crack, while Jing Kun bitterly remembered that just 1 year ago he was still human. The once crowded streets were now filled with wandering monsters. They marched through the ruins under Jing Kun's command, because he had become their leader. In his terrifying monster form, Jing Kun kept roaring and bared his deadly fangs. It all began about 10 years earlier, when monster genes appeared inside certain people. With a single point of his finger, the entire monster horde behind him charged forward at incredible speed. They rushed toward the last remaining survivors. Once the monster gene fully awakened, humans would become one of them. At that moment, Niyang suddenly appeared and controlled massive rocks to block their advance, wiping out the leading monsters. But everyone who had mutated was already controlled by the monster instinct deep inside. Even so, the seemingly unbreakable stone wall was shattered by Jing Kun with one punch. He understood it well because he had become a monster too. Jing Kun calmly walked through the ruins, his glowing eyes cold as if he had accepted becoming part of the apocalypse. The sight left the survivors frozen in fear. Some even fell to their knees, because no one believed a monster could still keep its humanity. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky. It struck right beside Jing Kun and instantly stopped him in his tracks. The one who appeared was Ji Yu. She stood in front of the crowd and gently told everyone to leave this place to her. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone ran away, leaving Ji Yu alone to face the gigantic Jing Kun. Powerful lightning covered her entire body. Even with tears in her eyes, she softly called Jing Kun's name and begged him not to let the monster instinct consume him. Without hesitation, Ju Yu launched her attack. Lightning exploded so fiercely that everything vanished in a sea of light, while she only wished for him to wake up. The attack barely hurt Jing Kun. Instead, it only fueled his rage. But a moment later, the anger on his face suddenly faded. His eyes widened as he stared at Ji Yu. Seeing that reaction, Ji Yu froze. She looked at him without blinking and softly called his name again with a hint of hope. A faint smile slowly appeared on her face. Monsters were supposed to have no reason, so this reaction proved otherwise. Her words left Jing Kun silent. He looked down at his hands and remembered that no matter what he became, that foolish girl had never given up on him. But the next second, Jing Kun raised his giant fist. His savage face and sharp fangs returned as a painful roar burst from his throat. His devastating punch shot straight toward Ji Yu, but she stood still without trying to dodge. As the giant fist closed in and her hair flew wildly, Jing Kun could only think that even after he became a monster, she still refused to give up on saving him. In the end, Ju Yu stopped the punch with her bare hand. Tears rolled down her face, yet she smiled with relief, while Jing Kun knew things were far from over. While Ji Yu believed he had finally come back, Jing Kun understood that everything was only beginning. Behind them, the monster horde had broken through the stone wall and rushed forward with hungry eyes. Inside Jing Kun, the monster instinct screamed that he had reached his limit. Suddenly, every monster let out a deafening roar. At the same time, Jing Kun clutched his head and collapsed to his knees, trembling in unbearable pain. Ji Yu panicked, but kept urging him to fight back. His eyes turned crimson, and only one desperate thought echoed through his mind. After becoming a monster, he had completely lost control of himself. Ji Yu burst into tears, looked at him with heartbreak, and softly called his name once again. Before she could finish, Jing Kun slammed a powerful punch into her stomach. He glared at Ju Yu with pure hostility as his glowing eyes, sharp fangs, and deep growl revealed the monster had taken over. Having completely lost control, Jing Kun charged forward like a mad beast. Everything in his path was flattened because the monster gene had fully overwhelmed his human mind. And those very hands were about to kill the girl he cared about. Moments later, Jing Kun caught up with Ji Yu. His giant arms slowly reached out to seize her. Just then, Ju Yu spoke in a weak voice with only one word: "Don't." She kept looking at him with her last bit of hope, believing Jing Kun could overcome his monster instinct and reclaim his memories and reason. Deep inside Jing Kun's dark mind, the image of Ji Yu slowly appeared. Even though she was too exhausted to lift her head, she never gave up, and at that very moment his human consciousness began taking back control. In an instant, Jing Kun's humanity slowly returned. He opened his eyes wide, looked at the girl before him, and hoarsely called out, "Ji Yu." Standing frozen among the ruins, Jing Kun looked around before trembling as he told Ji Yu to get behind him. But in the next instant, the surrounding monsters charged together, their razor-sharp claws aimed straight at Ji Yu. Only then did Jing Kun fully regain his senses. Seeing that, his rage exploded. With a murderous roar, he shouted, "Die!" With a single swing of his arm, countless monsters were wiped out on the spot. Their bodies flew through the air, but the attack immediately caught the attention of the high-ranking monsters watching nearby. It was already too late. Every one of them turned their eyes toward Shin Kun in shock. In the blink of an eye, the high-ranking monsters attacked together to kill him. Shin Kun had already seen through every move, and all he felt was hatred for the creatures that had destroyed the world. Even though he saw the attack coming, his body no longer had the strength to resist. A blinding light suddenly burst from within him. Shin Kun's act of self-destruction stunned even the high-ranking monsters. They stood still and watched as his body changed, while all that remained in his heart was regret. Shin Kun's vision slowly faded. All he could see were tentacled monsters staring at him with icy eyes, and he could only think, if only. Then every image blurred, and complete darkness swallowed his consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, Shin Kun was human once more. He was still holding a bottle of perfume, and instinctively shouted Ji-Yu's name, before realizing he should have been torn apart by monsters. He struggled to look at himself in the mirror, and coughed a few times, still holding the bottle of cologne. Staring at his reflection, Shin Kun could not hide his shock. The person in the mirror really was him. Without hesitation, he set the perfume down, and immediately checked the bag beside him. The receipt inside clearly showed the date, June 15, 2025. That date left Shin Kun speechless, because it was exactly 6 days after the college entrance exam. It was also 1 day before the gene screening. He instantly realized he had returned to the turning point of his previous life. When the test revealed he carried the monster gene, was fitted with a tracking device, and became a mutation target feared and rejected by everyone. Shin Kun immediately scanned the entire room. Just then, a girl's voice came from the bathroom, complaining that she had heard everything. After bringing her to a hotel, he was still calling another girl's name. Shin Kun instantly realized he truly had been given a second chance. Thinking back on his past, he could only awkwardly admit that he had not been a good person in his previous life either. Suddenly, loud knocking came from outside the door, making Shin Kun instantly go on guard. At the same time, his phone kept vibrating with new messages. He quickly picked it up and silently promised himself that this life would be different. The screen was filled with messages from Ji-Yu. She said every girl on his backup list already knew his older sister had taken him to a hotel for his 18th birthday, and they had even gathered outside his room. From the wallpaper and her familiar texting style alone, Shin Kun knew it was really Ji-Yu. The memory of the frail Ji-Yu from his previous life flashed through his mind, strengthening his resolve. This time, he would protect her, no matter what. Shin Kun's eyes became more determined than ever. Even though the monster gene still existed inside him, he swore that in this life, he would completely master its power. The nightmare of his previous life kept replaying in his mind, filling Shin Kun with even greater hatred for the monsters. He knew he had to prepare carefully if he wanted to fight them. There was still 1 year before the monster gene fully awakened, and he had already vowed to make those who once controlled him pay the price. Every step of his plan was already in place. Just then, his heart suddenly raced, and strange blue light spread across his left arm, making him freeze in shock. In the blink of an eye, his left arm transformed. Muscles swelled, razor-sharp claws grew out, and blue patterns spread across his face. Shin Kun realized in horror that the mutation had already begun, even though it should not have happened for another year. After calming down for a few seconds, Shin Kun quickly figured out the cause. The mutation erupted whenever emotions crossed the limit, and being reborn had shaken him too much. Just then, the girl who had finished showering walked out and gently called his name, asking what had happened. By then, half of Shin Kun's body had already turned into a monster. His skin darkened, fangs grew longer, and his eyes became cold. Even so, he quietly thought that his plan had simply started earlier than expected. The blonde girl walked closer, but Shin Kun kept his back to her. He focused only on forcing the monster gene back into a dormant state. By the time she reached his body had almost returned to normal. He realized he could still suppress the monster instinct as long as it never fell into a starving state. Shin Kun picked up the jacket on the bed and told himself that before everything began, he had to settle all of his romantic debts. Turning toward the blonde girl, he admitted that every one of them had once been special to him, but he was nothing more than a terrible person who did not deserve any of them. She could only stare at him in confusion. After saying that, Shin Kun walked out the door and declared that every relationship was over, but 6 more girls were already waiting outside. A bold, pink-haired girl immediately protested. She joked that she had waited so long for him to become an adult, so there was no way she would break up with someone who had a perfect 6-pack. Within seconds, All 7 girls surrounded Jing Kun. Some hugged him, others pulled at him, and everyone talked at once, turning the hallway into chaos. Every one of them wanted to win his heart, while Jing Kun could only blush and silently complain that his past self really had a weakness for older women with strong personalities. Somehow, he still managed to escape, pouring all his strength into his legs. Jing Kun ran while shouting that he carried the monster gene and could drag all of them into danger at any moment, so breaking up was the best choice. Even after being rejected so coldly, the girls still reached out and called after him in confusion. They insisted that nothing was certain before the gene test, and one of them even said she would not care about the result. Jing Kun never looked back as he rushed into the hotel lobby. Only one thought remained in his mind. Not everything women said could be trusted. The moment he arrived downstairs, he saw Ji Yu waiting for him. In his previous life, everyone had abandoned him after learning he carried the monster gene. She was the only exception. Ji Yu held a small box and smiled at him warmly. That familiar sight made Jing Kun even more certain that she was still by his side in this life. But the moment she opened her mouth, Ji Yu teased him, asking if the 7 older girls had already beaten him up. She even handed him Yunnan Baiyao Medicine and joked that it could cure his flirting habit too. Jing Kun's face instantly froze. Without warning, he gently touched Ji Yu's cheek and silently swore that he would never let her sacrifice herself again. The sudden gesture made her blush as she stammered, asking why he was acting so affectionate today. Jing Kun said nothing and quietly stepped closer. Ji Yu grew even more flustered and kept asking what he was trying to do and whether he was about to tease her again. Just then, Jing Kun's heart started pounding again. He instantly realized something was terribly wrong. The monster instinct inside him was about to lose control from overwhelming hunger. As he lunged toward Ji Yu, Jing Kun lost control again. The left half of his body rapidly transformed into a monster with black skin, bulging blue veins, exposed fangs, and empty eyes. Seeing his strange condition, Ji Yu nervously asked what was happening. Jing Kun could only force out the words that he was hungry, while knowing he first had to satisfy the monster instinct screaming inside him. The moment he finished speaking, Jing Kun turned and ran, leaving Ji Yu standing there in confusion. Before disappearing, he only told her to go home and wait for him. Once he had eaten, he would come back. Ji Yu could only ask where he was going. Jing Kun rushed straight to a nearby store while scanning the area and reorganizing his plans. Based on what he remembered from his previous life, only about 5% of the population carried the monster gene, so society had not yet fallen into chaos. He quickly picked out a red hoodie and blended into the crowd. In his mind, only those with the monster gene could mutate. Most people believed that as long as newly transformed monsters were controlled or eliminated, society would remain stable. Because of that, many ordinary people saw monster gene carriers as threats that had to be erased. The hood hid Jing Kun's eyes, now filled with hunger. He quietly muttered that he could already smell an enormous feast. Before long, Jing Kun arrived at the shopping mall, where a massive explosion had thrown everyone into panic. Unlike the fleeing crowd, he stayed calm because the mutation inside the movie theater was unfolding exactly as he remembered. Groups of terrified people rushed out of the mall, while monsters emerged from the flames behind them, and cries for help echoed everywhere. Suddenly, a man sprinted straight toward Jing Kun. A savage monster was chasing him, and he could only beg desperately for his life. As he ran, the man glared at Jing Kun, unable to understand why he was standing there like a fool in such a deadly situation. Even after passing Jing Kun, the man looked back as if he had just come up with an idea. The very next second, he shoved Jing Kun toward the monster, using him as a human shield to buy himself a chance to escape. Jing Kun showed no fear. He simply looked up at the monster, which completely ignored him, and calmly decided that it was his next meal. The man secretly celebrated, believing he had survived, without realizing disaster was about to strike. Behind him, Jing Kun smirked as he realized the monsters already saw him as one of their own, meaning he could hunt freely without interference. Moments later, the man noticed the monster had stopped chasing Jing Kun and was coming after him again. By the time he understood what was happening, it was too late. His face turned pale, sweat poured down, and he screamed in despair. Even while surrounded by countless monsters, Jing Kun stood calmly in the middle of the horde without being attacked. Everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned, unable to understand why the monsters ignored him. Jing Kun, however, had long known why humanity feared them so much. Just then, a thunderous crash erupted behind him. Massive stone walls suddenly rose from the ground, stopping the monster horde. Humanity's supernatural response team had arrived just in time. While the monsters were held back, Xing-kun quietly turned and walked deeper into the mall. He believed the response team could handle the outside, since stone manipulators were already protecting the civilians. While maintaining the stone wall, Niyang urgently asked whether everyone inside the mall had been evacuated. He soon learned that Lin Si was still trapped inside. With the current level of mutation, a level 2 monster had likely appeared, but everyone believed a genius like Lin Si could handle it. Inside building 1 of the shopping mall, explosions echoed one after another, blasting apart walls and sending debris flying everywhere. Hidden in a dark corner, Lin Chi desperately protected a child. His right arm had been torn off, yet he could only regret that sacrificing an arm had saved just 3 lives. What a terrible trade. Across from him, 2 hideous monsters with jagged fangs charged at incredible speed, their growls making the atmosphere even more terrifying. Even so, Lin Si remained completely calm. His expression turned cold as he quietly said, "Ti Lai." In an instant, both monsters were sliced into countless pieces. But a level 2 monster rushed in with overwhelming killing intent, swinging its claws to tear Lin Chi apart. He looked at it with disdain, thinking that losing an arm to something like this would ruin his reputation as a genius, and prepared to strike again. Before Lin Si could finish his attack, Xing-kun suddenly charged in and smashed a devastating punch into the monster's jaw, launching it high into the air. The scene left Lin Chi speechless. He stared at the newcomer, wondering who could possibly enjoy showing off even more than he did. His shock only grew stronger. It was only a level 2 monster, but knocking it away with bare hands was still unbelievable. Watching Xing-kun overwhelm the monsters without using any weapon, Lin Si could not help but wonder where this superhuman had come from, and what kind of ability gave him such terrifying strength. Xing-kun turned to Lin Chi with a calm expression, and said there was still something he needed to deal with inside. Unlike Xing-kun's relaxed attitude, Lin Si remained on full alert. Holding the child tightly, he warned Xing-kun not to underestimate a level 2 monster, because it would not go down easily. Xing-kun immediately walked toward Lin Si, while Lin Si shouted for him to escort the survivors outside and leave the fighting to him. In the blink of an eye, Xing-kun was standing right in front of Lin She. With a smile, he greeted him as brother, leaving Lin She completely confused. Before Lin Si could react, Xing-kun landed a solid punch on him. The impact shook the entire area, and Xing-kun could only apologize, saying there were a few things he did not want anyone else to witness. Lin Chi collapsed to the floor, and the child in his arms tumbled down on top of him. While Xing-kun checked that Lin Si was unconscious, a gigantic monster silently appeared behind him. It bared its razor-sharp teeth and roared that a lowly spore like him dared to steal its prey. Xing-kun immediately sensed its presence. He turned around with a cold stare, raised his left arm into a fighting stance, and calmly replied that it had the wrong idea. In an instant, his left arm fully transformed, swelling with overwhelming power. Xing-kun coldly declared that the prey belonged to him. Before the monster could react, Xing-kun landed a fatal blow. Part of its body was blown apart, leaving even the monster horrified by his strength. Blue flames erupted from Xing-kun's left arm and quickly consumed the monster. The strange part was that the moment it saw those flames, it nearly gave up resisting and trembled as it whispered that they were the Lord's flames. After completely overpowering it, Xing-kun seemed able to read its thoughts. He smiled confidently and mocked the monsters, saying they probably would not believe it. But he had once been a monster lord and knew exactly how to deal with them. Even after being defeated, the monster refused to surrender. It kept screaming that they were both of the same race, both carried the king's power, and asked whether Xing-kun intended to steal that power. Just as the confrontation reached its climax, another pack of monsters caught Xing-kun's scent and charged toward him, roaring as they branded him a traitor. Xing-kun paid them no attention. He calmly continued his meal while only one word echoed through his mind: King. As he focused on devouring his prey, a tentacled monster suddenly appeared behind him. It looked exactly like the one that had killed him in his previous life. Xing-kun only gave it a cold smile and decided that this time he would devour the king behind the monsters as well. In less than a blink, Xing-kun finished his first meal. Even as it disappeared, the monster kept screaming that their king would never forgive him. Outside the shopping mall, the battlefield remained pure chaos. Explosions tore through the night, and flames covered the entire area. While fighting a savage monster, Niyang suddenly noticed his opponents slowing down, and its threat level dropped sharply. He could not help but wonder why the monsters had suddenly become weaker. A single attack was enough to wipe out every remaining monster outside. Niyang immediately realized the situation had changed. Without coordinated attacks, the monsters were acting only on instinct, making them much easier to defeat. Just then, a purger hurried over to ask about the situation. Ni Young explained that a high-ranking monster had appeared here earlier, allowing the weaker monsters to coordinate their attacks. After eliminating the last remaining monsters, Ni Yang cleaned up the battlefield and concluded that they had lost their ability to cooperate. That meant the level 2 monster inside the mall had most likely been defeated by Lin Si. Hearing that, the purger praised Lin Si's talent for mastering his powers. Once the final monster completely vanished, the two quickly entered the shopping mall. Ni Yang reminded his teammate that the outside was secure, and now they needed to check what was happening inside. They carefully made their way deeper into the building. As Ni Yang scanned the area, he loudly called out for Lin Si. Before long, they found Lin Si with 3 children. Seeing the dead level 2 monster confirmed Ni Yang's guess. But the purger was horrified by Lin Si's missing arm, and the 3 children standing beside him. Although the sight was hard to accept, the purger still encouraged Lin Si, saying that losing one arm was not the end for someone with his abilities. Ni Yang interrupted, pointing out that whoever had defeated the level 2 monster could have killed Lin Si as well if they wanted. Even so, the purger insisted Lin Si had ended up like this, only because he had protected the 3 children. Contrary to their assumptions, Lin Si clutched his missing arm, his face twisted with pain, and shook his head. He firmly stated that he was not the one who killed the level 2 monster. The answer left both Ni Yang and the purger speechless. As Lin Si recalled what had happened, his face darkened with anger. According to him, after a mysterious person defeated the level 2 monster, that same person casually knocked him unconscious as well. Lin Si's eyes turned ice cold. Gritting his teeth, he swore that if he ever met that person again, he would never let him escape. The memory of Xing Kun's battle played vividly in Lin Si's mind, from defeating the monster and devouring its corpse to the blue flame burning beside his left arm and the face hidden beneath the hood. Lin Si was certain he would recognize him the next time. The purger asked in shock if someone who ate monsters could be a monster soul himself. Ni Yang calmly explained that monsters had been seen devouring their own kind before, but that theory did not fit. If he were truly a monster, Lin Si would have been eaten as well. Ni Yang's expression grew serious. He concluded that this was an individual, strong enough to defeat a level 2 monster, and bold enough to attack a purger during a rescue mission. After Xing Kun removed his hooded cloak and left the shopping mall, Ni Yang immediately ordered a manhunt for the mysterious stranger. Meanwhile, Xing Kun calmly blended into the crowded streets as though nothing had happened. According to the purgers, the suspect had never registered as a superhuman. He was believed to possess either a metal-type ability, similar to bone reinforcement, or some rare special ability. They even suspected he had antisocial tendencies and wanted to prove he was superior to government heroes, making his capture a top priority. Xing Kun let out a quiet sigh. He had expected the first stage of evolution to progress slowly, so seeing that monster reach level 2 so quickly was beyond his expectations. Looking at the apartment building ahead, Xing Kun carefully confirmed everything before relaxing. Now that he had eaten his fill, it was finally time to go home. Fortunately, his apartment complex was still intact. Xing Kun leisurely walked home through the night in a surprisingly good mood. By the time he returned to the apartment complex after dealing with everything, it was already past 3 in the morning, and the entire neighborhood suddenly lost power. It was not just his building. The entire area was engulfed in electrical energy. Every bit of electricity nearby was being unconsciously absorbed by GU because her superhuman ability had just awakened and gone completely out of control. GU lay motionless on the floor as the room around her was scorched by crackling electricity. If this continued, the entire apartment building would be destroyed, killing her parents and 136 other residents. That tragedy would leave a wound in her heart that could never heal. Xing Kun suddenly looked down at his phone. The current time was only a little past 11:30 at night, meaning there were still about 4 hours before 3:30. He tightened his grip on the phone and told himself there was still enough time to change everything. But then he noticed something strange. The light that should have gone out 4 hours later was still on. Inside the room, Ji-Yu's hands were completely covered in crackling electricity. Even the smallest movement had to be made with extreme care. Every time she reached toward her phone, all the electricity inside it was instantly drained into her body. Ji-Yu's entire body was stiff, leaving her almost unable to move. She knew that if she moved too much, the stored electricity would burst out at once. Every movement became painfully difficult, and even calling for her parents was reduced to weak whispers through the pain spreading across her body. Curling into herself, Ji-Yu felt the electricity inside her continuing to build. She suddenly realized this was the rumored loss of control over a superhuman ability. The electrical energy kept rising beyond what her body could endure. Through tears, Ji-yu begged it to stop flowing into her, fearing she would completely lose control. Her whole body trembled non-stop, her eyes slowly became vacant, and sweat streamed down her face. What terrified her most was that if her power exploded, her parents would suffer because of her. In complete despair, Ji-yu hugged her trembling body and quietly cried for help. If she could not hold on any longer, she prayed that someone would bring Shin-kun to her. Just then, Ji-yu's eyes suddenly lit up as she saw a figure appear before her. Shin-kun stood outside her bedroom window. In a gentle voice, he told her there was nothing to fear anymore because he was here. His sudden appearance left Ji-yu completely stunned, unable to understand how he was standing outside the window. With a serious expression, Shin-kun simply said there was no time to explain. All she had to do was trust him. Hearing those words, Ji-yu nodded without hesitation. In the next instant, Shin-kun was already inside the room, holding Ji-yu's wrist. He warned her that no matter how frightened she became, she must not scream and alert the others. Ji-yu quickly tried to stop him, reminding him that her body was filled with electricity. The moment she noticed Shin-kun's left arm had turned black, Ji-yu was stunned. The electricity from her body kept flowing into that arm, yet he remained completely unharmed. He could not stay in contact with her for long in this state, and asked for her understanding. Ji-yu could only stare at him in confusion. Without giving her another second to react, Shin-kun scooped Ji-yu into his arms and carried her out of the room. Before she could process what was happening, he announced that their next stop was the rooftop. Only then did Ji-yu realize what was happening, and she let out a terrified scream. They were already dozens of meters above the ground. Ji-yu covered her mouth in horror, convinced they were about to fall. In the next instant, Shin-kun landed safely with Ji-yu on the rooftop of the apartment building. He immediately told her to hold on tightly. Still in his arms, Ji-yu could not help blushing with embarrassment. Even while carrying Ji-yu, Shin-kun kept scanning the surroundings and calculating his next move. After absorbing part of the level 2 monster, his strength had increased dramatically. A moment later, Shin-kun launched a mass of black matter toward the rooftop. The strange mass instantly created extra momentum, allowing him to leap effortlessly to his destination. The moment they reached safety, Shin-kun set Ji-yu down, nearly making her lose her balance. Frowning, he complained that he was about to be electrocuted, then urged her to release every bit of electricity inside her body. Suddenly, Shin-kun pointed straight into the sky, leaving Ji-yu completely puzzled. He firmly shouted for her to unleash all of her power into the air. Although she was still confused and uncomfortable, Ji-yu finally chose to trust him. The instant she looked up, the electricity inside her erupted. Violent lightning spread across her body until she shone like a blazing beacon. The amount of electricity she released was enough to power a massive city for days. It was a breathtaking sight unlike anything before, while Shin-kun quietly sighed in relief because he had made it in time. Watching the electricity inside Ji-yu gradually stabilize, Shin-kun finally felt at ease. The future tragedy would no longer happen. After a long silence, Ji-yu softly said that she was feeling better. Shin-kun smiled and replied that was all he needed to hear. Ji-yu's eyes soon settled on Shin-kun's unusual left arm. Seeing her curiosity, he calmly returned it to normal and admitted that he had already mutated into a half-human, half-monster, but he could still control it. The confession shocked Ji-yu so much that she bit her lip without realizing it. The next moment, Ji-yu quickly covered Shin-kun's mouth and anxiously warned him never to tell anyone about this. Shin-kun simply stood there and looked at her. Ji-yu seriously explained that countless people in this world hated monsters. If his identity was exposed, he would be in terrible danger. She even said he could have lied to fool her instead. Shin-kun laughed, making her even more anxious as she scolded him for not taking it seriously. Shin-kun gently rested a hand on Ji-yu's shoulder and quietly said that was exactly why he chose to tell her the truth. As long as she asked, he would never hide anything from her. His words instantly made her cheeks turn bright red. Shin-kun smiled naturally and said that in this world, the only person he could trust without question was Ji-yu. Beneath the star-filled sky, Ji-yu teased that he had probably said the same sweet words to the 7 girls who adored him. Shin-kun immediately denied it, but she remained unconvinced. Smiling, he changed the subject and pointed toward a bright light in the night sky. Ji-yu looked up and joked that even if it were a shooting star, she would not close her eyes to make a wish. She also warned him not to think about taking advantage of the moment. Shin-kun laughed at the misunderstanding and explained that it was probably someone from the Superhuman Research Institute. Just as he expected, a drone in the distance was quietly monitoring their every move. After such a massive outburst of uncontrolled power, it was only a matter of time before the research institute arrived. Not long afterward, a silver-haired man hurried onto the rooftop, with Nurse Xiao Lu following close behind. As he ran, he announced that they had found the target and believed the person responsible for the out-of-control superpower incident was here. As soon as he arrived, the man reassured them that there was nothing to fear because they were from the Gene Research Institute. He then asked who had caused the phenomenon. After a brief hesitation, Ji Yu honestly admitted it was her. The man smiled and praised her, saying she had done very well because no one had been injured. He then asked Xiao Lu to use her special ability to examine both of them, and she immediately complied. Seeing Xing Kun standing unharmed beside someone who had just released such an overwhelming amount of electricity, the man could not hide his admiration and guessed that Xing Kun was a superhuman as well. Even so, he quickly turned back to Ji Yu and explained that they only needed a single drop of blood for testing. She agreed without hesitation. The moment Ji Yu's blood touched the solution, a brilliant glow burst out like a radiant halo. The man was stunned and shouted in excitement. He believed her transcendent gene level could shatter every record in history. At the same time, Xiao Lu started testing Xing Kun's blood. Watching her work, he could only think she was about to waste another batch of supplies. A moment later, Xiao Lu called him over to begin the examination. Xiao Lu suddenly turned to the man with a shocked expression. She reported that Xing Kun's blood also showed a transcendent gene reaction, but it was weaker than anything ever recorded. Still blinded by Ji Yu's result, the man immediately ordered Xing Kun to be taken back to the institute for a full inspection. Xiao Lu accepted the order at once. The result caught Xing Kun completely off guard. He wondered if the machine had made a mistake, because his body should only contain monster genes. Then he remembered swallowing the monster that had eaten a purger's arm. Maybe that was how his body absorbed part of the transcendent gene. At the Manhwa Gene Research Institute, inside testing room 14, Xiao Lu gave Xing Kun a full examination. Looking over the results, she sighed in amazement. He had the lowest transcendent gene ratio ever recorded, only 1. Xiao Lu continued examining him carefully. She was shocked that someone with such a tiny amount of transcendent genes could have such incredible physical and mental strength. She even wanted to touch him to make sure. Xing Kun quietly realized that every time he transformed and returned to normal, his body became even stronger. Unable to take it anymore, Xing Kun calmly asked Xiao Lu if he could finally put his clothes back on. As he thought everything through, Xing Kun connected the pieces. Maybe his half-human, half-monster body let him absorb the traits of transcendent genes. No matter the reason, having transcendent genes was far better because he could openly enter Manhwa Transcendent Academy instead of being exposed as a monster gene carrier and placed under surveillance. Thinking of that, Xing Kun cautiously asked Xiao Lu if a ratio of 1 was enough to enroll. She smiled and explained that the principal had decided anyone with transcendent genes could become a student. She even joked that she would be his senior sister and offered to help him get dressed. Xing Kun quickly refused and could only sigh that the girls in this world were both kind and a little too eager to help. Xiao Lu looked at Xing Kun with obvious goodwill and told him to get some rest while she handled his enrollment paperwork. Xing Kun politely thanked her and called her senior sister. Outside the testing room, a huge crowd gathered to talk about Ji Yu. News of her 95 transcendent gene ratio had spread everywhere. She had even surpassed the old world record by 2. As Xing Kun walked out with Xiao Lu, he saw the crowd rushing toward Ji Yu's testing area. Everyone wanted to witness the element resistance test of the world's top genius. Xing Kun quietly reflected. In his previous life, he had been consumed by despair over his 99 monster genes and never noticed how much of a sensation Ji Yu caused after her test. This time, he decided to watch. The institute's broadcast screens were showing Ji Yu's entire test live. Inside the lab, the high-voltage test, which was extremely dangerous for normal people, continued. Even after the voltage reached 500 volts, Ji Yu remained completely unharmed. Everyone was stunned because she was practically immune to electricity at that level, proving she deserved the title of a genius with 95 transcendent genes. Outside, the crowd kept discussing her performance. One person said that if Ji Yu could fully control 500 volts, even many rank 1 transcendents with over 90 gene ratio could not match her. A young man with spiky hair claimed her endurance limit would also reflect her attack power. A blue-haired man asked what that limit might be, and he replied that a genius with 89 genes had only endured 800 volts a few years ago, while Ji Yu might not even reach her limit at 1000 volts. Inside the testing room, the staff signaled for another increase in power. Ji Yu simply nodded without hesitation. The voltage climbed to 600 volts, then 700 volts. 800 volts, and 900 volts. Throughout the entire process, Ji-yu remained calm as if everything was well within her limits. When the display reached 1000 volts, the crowd outside burst into shocked cheers. But the test still did not stop. The voltage continued rising to 1200 volts, leaving countless spectators staring in disbelief and wondering if this girl was still even human. Even the staff member was stunned by the result. When the voltage reached 2000 volts, he stared at Ji-yu and asked if she felt any discomfort. Ji-yu innocently shook her head and honestly said her body still felt completely normal. Her answer instantly shocked everyone outside. They could not believe someone who had just awakened could already reach this level. People also pointed out that once a transcendent gene ratio passed 90, every single point made a massive difference in power. By then, the voltage had already climbed to 2800 Vs. Inside the testing room, the staff raised the machine to 3000 volts. Only then did Ji-yu ask them to stop. Thinking she had reached her limit, the staff quickly asked if that was the case. But Ji-yu explained that endurance was not the problem. She had not fully released the electricity she had already absorbed, and taking in more would make her power lose control again. What worried her most was that the burst of electricity could destroy the entire facility and put everyone in danger. Hearing that, the staff immediately stopped the test. He announced that her confirmed minimum limit was 3000 volts, while her true limit could not be measured because the current equipment was no longer capable. As soon as the testing room door opened, the staff saw Sing-kun waiting outside. Sing-kun calmly asked to go in because he was Ji-yu's friend. The staff immediately stopped him, explaining that too much electricity was still gathered around her, and entering now could seriously injure him. At that moment, Jian-yi and Shizai arrived. The vice principal personally ordered the staff to open the door for them, leaving the staff completely shocked. The staff quickly warned them that the room was still dangerous. Jian-yi calmly replied that such a small amount of electricity could not hurt him, and Shizai also had the ability to help Ji-yu release the excess energy. The testing room door was quickly closed again. Watching the two enter, the staff finally relaxed, because things would be much easier with the vice principal and Shizai handling the situation. Inside the room, Shizai walked over and greeted Ji-yu. She immediately stopped him, worried that the electricity around her would shock him, while she was still trying to release the excess energy. Shizai raised his hand, and flames ignited in his palm. He confidently said his fire could block most of the electricity coming from Ji-yu. He added that this would prevent the electricity from accidentally hurting anyone nearby. After that, Shizai politely introduced himself. He said he had already heard about Ji-yu from the research institute, smiled, and told her they would soon become classmates at Manhwa Transcendent Academy. Standing outside the glass, Sing-kun watched everything unfold, with his face pressed against the window. In his eyes, Shizai's intentions were so obvious that anyone could see them. Ji-yu politely returned the greeting and apologized that her hands were still charged with electricity, making a handshake impossible. Shizai simply smiled with confidence and said it was fine because they would have plenty of chances in the future. Outside, Sing-kun was already tempted to smash the door open as Shizai grew more and more friendly with Ji-yu. Meanwhile, Shizai decided to get straight to the point instead of taking up more of her time. He explained that new students would be divided into teams after enrollment. Each team's performance would determine how many cultivation resources they received. As the third young master of the Fan family and someone with a 90 transcendent gene ratio, he hoped to build the strongest team with the finest companions. After saying that, Shizai sincerely invited Ji-yu to join his team. Ji-yu smiled and admitted it was a very attractive offer. She thanked him for his kindness. However, she honestly declined because she had already promised someone else to form a team. As she spoke, she looked behind Shizai. Curious, he asked if she meant the person who came with her, and Ji-yu gently nodded. Shizai still tried to persuade her. He pointed out that Sing-kun's test result was far too low, so his strength was unlikely to be impressive. Teaming up with someone that weak would only drag down the team's performance. He asked Ji-yu to think it over again. Meanwhile, outside the door, Sing-kun was still asking the staff if he could finally go inside. The moment Sing-kun entered, Ji-yu immediately ignored Shizai and happily called out to him. She smiled and said they would now be classmates and teammates. Sing-kun smiled back and replied that it had always been that way. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Jian-yi took the initiative and told Shizai it was time to leave because the academy still had important matters to handle. Shizai immediately understood and followed him out. Before leaving, Shizai turned back one last time and asked Ji-yu to seriously consider joining his team. In another room, Shizai could not hide his frustration. He told Jian Yi that a genius with 95 transcendent genes, like Ji Yu, had to become part of his family. Jian Yi calmly replied that her heart already belonged to someone else, so forcing the issue would achieve nothing. In Jian Yi's view, if someone stood in the way, they simply had to remove that obstacle. Just then, Xiaolu called to report that Xing Kun's file had been confirmed. His transcendent gene ratio was only 1, the lowest ever recorded. After hearing that, Jian Yi immediately declared that someone like him would only waste the Academy's resources. Xiaolu reminded him that the principal's rule allowed anyone with transcendent genes to enroll, but Jian Yi overruled it with his authority. In the end, Xiaolu had no choice but to accept. After the call ended, Jian Yi told Shizai not to worry about insignificant people. He only needed to make sure Xing Kun disappeared from their sight. Shizai immediately admired his approach. Night fell over the Manhwa Transcendent Gene Research Institute. Inside the hospital room, Ji Yu stared at Xing Kun's mutated arm and asked if it would drive him insane if it was not fed enough. Xing Kun admitted that it was a side effect of the monster arm. It even gave him the instinct to eat human flesh. After hearing that, Ji Yu immediately raised her hand, as if she had found the solution. Xing Kun could only freeze, while she innocently pointed out that there was no shortage of bad people in the world. Looking down at his mutated arm, Xing Kun quietly reminded Ji Yu that humans could not be treated as food. He told her that way of thinking was truly dangerous. Just then, the hospital room door slowly opened. Xiaolu walked in and announced that Ji Yu's parents had arrived and were completing the paperwork outside. The moment she heard the news, Ji Yu lit up with joy. She quietly told Xing Kun not to worry because she was great at keeping secrets and would never let anyone discover his condition. Xing Kun remained sitting on the bed as he watched Ji Yu leave. He softly asked if that was what she had been worried about. Instead of answering, Ji Yu simply smiled brightly and happily ran off to meet her parents. After taking a few steps, Ji Yu suddenly turned around. Bathed in the backlight, her gentle smile and clear eyes made her look like a fairy from a storybook. She smiled and said she was truly happy they would be attending the same school. Ji Yu happily ran past Xiaolu and thanked her before leaving. Xiaolu could only smile helplessly and said she had only done what she should. After Ji Yu left, only Xing Kun and Xiaolu remained in the room. Seeing how awkward she looked, Xing Kun gently asked if something had happened. Xiaolu was so nervous that she broke into a sweat. Closing her eyes, she apologized and admitted that Xing Kun's enrollment application had been rejected because his transcendent gene ratio was only 1, almost no different from an ordinary person. Hearing that, Xing Kun's expression immediately darkened. He quietly muttered that the rule had always been that anyone with transcendent genies could enroll. Xiaolu angrily dropped onto the sofa and complained that the rule really was like that. She simply could not understand why the reviewer had made such a decision. The more she talked, the more emotional she became. She insisted that even a ratio of 1 was still a transcendent gene, so there was no reason to look down on him. She vowed to keep submitting his application. If one attempt failed, she would keep trying again. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaolu jumped to her feet and rushed toward the door. She loudly declared that if 2 attempts failed, she would submit the application 800 times. Xing Kun could not help smiling at her determination. He sincerely thanked her but advised her to stop because the final decision was in someone else's hands. If she kept helping him, she might get into trouble herself. Xing Kun slowly clenched his fist and fell into deep thought. If there was no other choice, he would have to reveal that he carried monster genes to earn a chance to enter Manhwa Transcendent Academy. If he wanted to become stronger, that was the one place he had to reach. Hearing Xing Kun worry that she might get dragged into this, Xiaolu immediately shook her head and firmly said she did not mind at all. Just then, the phone in her pocket began ringing non-stop. After opening the new message, Xiaolu was stunned. Her superiors announced that after reconsidering the fact that Xing Kun truly possessed transcendent genes, the Academy had decided to give him one chance to compete in the selection process. Xing Kun quietly listened to everything. His face remained calm, but the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a faint smile. Somewhere else, Shizai summoned blazing red flames into his palm and coldly asked what they were really planning. A cold look filled Shizai's eyes. He was furious that Xing Kun had been given another chance to enter the final trial. Standing in the main hall, Shizai casually tossed a flame into the air and complained that even students already inside Manhwa Transcendent Academy could be expelled if they failed to awaken within a year. Yet someone who had not even enrolled was allowed into the final trial. Watching the flame burn the moths circling around it, he spoke in a calm voice. To Shizai, they were nothing more than weak creatures. After saying that, he casually crushed them beneath his shoe. Behind him, Jian Yi held a glass of red wine and called Shizai inside. He remarked that butterflies and insects were especially annoying this season. A servant quickly brought another glass of wine for Shizai. Meanwhile, Jian Yi explained that allowing Xing Kun into the trial had been Jing Ji's decision. Shizai was surprised because Jing Jie was the head director of the Gene Research Institute. Jian Yi frowned slightly and said Jing Jie was deliberately warning him because he was unhappy that they had broken the rules on their own. If Xing Kun really passed the trial, it would be like a slap across his face. Even if Xing Kun failed, Jing Jie would still be defending the authority of the head director's position. Shizai quietly held his wine and listened carefully. After thinking for a moment, Shizai said they could not allow Xing Kun to pass the trial under any circumstances. Otherwise, both the fan family's reputation and Jian Yi's prestige would suffer. Jian Yi kept his back turned, with half his face hidden in the shadows. He calmly declared that Xing Kun would never succeed. Looking completely disdainful, Jian Yi coldly stated that someone with only one transcendent gene had no right to step into their world. Looking at a small butterfly resting on the window, he compared it to Xing Kun and firmly declared that he would never let that insect fly into this place. Gazing toward the heavily guarded trial grounds, Jian Yi added that Jing Jie was only wasting valuable resources. Over the next 5 days, their job was to inspect every piece of equipment and ensure the entire trial remained safe. Inside the secure area, 2 staff members were chatting while walking when something suddenly hit the floor. One of them turned around and saw Li Gong had dropped his phone, so he asked what happened. Li Gong picked up the phone and forced an awkward smile, saying he had simply lost his grip. Then he urged his coworker to keep moving because they still had plenty of work to finish. The moment Li Gong checked his new message, his eyes lit up with greed. He struggled to hide his grin after seeing that the advance payment had already reached 1 million. His eyes turned bloodshot with greed as Li Gong quickly made up his mind. Even if it cost him his current job, that amount of money was more than worth it. Soon afterward, he entered the office, walked behind Manager Chen, and reported that everything had been verified. The target had no powerful background or supporters. After hearing the report, Manager Chen smiled with satisfaction and simply replied, "Very good." Just then, the Research Institute updated the list of trial participants. The screen displayed contestant number 18, Xing Kun, male, 1.87 meters tall, transcendent gene ratio 1, not yet awakened. After reading the file, Manager Chen laughed and guessed that Xing Kun must have seriously offended the fan family for someone to spend such an enormous amount just to guarantee his failure. Thinking about the money they would receive after completing the mission, the group looked up at the night sky, unable to hide their excitement. As long as the plan succeeded, their lives would completely change. 5 days later, Manager Chen stood before the surveillance monitors watching the trial. The moment he spotted Xing Kun on the screen, a faint smile appeared. His target had finally arrived. Manager Chen stared at the monitor, carefully observing the skinny young man who looked like he was starving to death. He wondered what abilities this guy actually had. But after only a few more seconds, he could not hide his surprise. The longer Manager Chen watched, the more confused he became. Xing Kun looked so weak that he could barely walk straight, as if he had gone days without food or water. In that condition, any monster would surely kill him. Manager Chen figured he probably would not even need to make a move because Xing Kun could never survive the trial. At that moment, Xing Kun truly looked like a starving ghost. His face was gaunt, his skin pale, and his eyes deeply sunken. He kept muttering in the monster language that he was starving. Standing among the gathered contestants, Xing Kun felt as if everyone around him was a delicious meal. The energy inside his body was almost completely exhausted, and as he stared at the healthy people before him, he could barely stop himself from drooling. The overwhelming hunger nearly drove Xing Kun to rush forward and devour every contestant. After all, each of them carried dormant transcendent genes. Standing before the contestants, Li Gong picked up the microphone and announced that the trial would last 3 hours and consist of 3 deadly rounds. Only those who collected all 3 pass cards would earn the right to return to the academy. With a mocking grin, he said there were originally 17 contestants, then pretended to remember 1 more. Thanks to the principal's special approval, this trial would now have a total of 18 participants. The crowd immediately started whispering about the newcomer. Guessing what they were thinking, Li Gong told them there was no need to look because that person was not from their class and had no background worth mentioning. The moment he finished speaking, every eye turned toward Xing Kun. Li Gong kept smiling mysteriously and said everyone was still equal. All they had to do was snatch 3 pass cards before the monsters did. Although no one said it out loud, every contestant was unhappy. One more participant meant one less chance for everyone else. Yet, Li Gong still called it fair. Some suspected Xing Kun had a special identity to receive such treatment. Others even thought he could serve as monster bait later. Xing Kun clearly felt the hostility coming from every direction, yet he remained completely calm. He knew he had already become everyone's target. Thinking about it made Xing Kun swallow unconsciously. His only thought was that there seemed to be even more food now. He quickly forced himself to stay rational, because he could not eat people. Li Gong pointed toward room 18 and announced it was Xing Kun's personal trial area. The arrangement alone made Xing Kun realize it was an obvious trap. Even under Xing Kun's gaze, Li Gong acted as though nothing was wrong. Xing Kun simply curled his lips into a faint smile, completely ignoring the provocation. As soon as he touched the iron door, he caught the scent of blood on its surface. It belonged to a high-ranking transcendent, a scent that was irresistibly attractive to monsters. Hearing that, Li Gong burst into laughter and mocked Xing Kun, saying he actually had some ability after all. He asked if Xing Kun still did not know who he had offended. Xing Kun only stared at him coldly, already guessing the Fan family was behind everything. Li Gong slammed the door shut. With a sinister smile, he revealed that once the trial began, every monster would be drawn by the blood and rush straight toward Xing Kun's room. Growing more excited, Li Gong deliberately revealed that room 18 had just been added, and its only reinforced alloy door had already been broken long ago. In Li Gong's mind, he could already picture Xing Kun running in panic. Facing 3 monsters far stronger than any human, Xing Kun would have absolutely no chance of surviving. He continued threatening Xing Kun, saying the monsters would tear him apart and enjoy him as their next meal. Then Li Gong pointed toward another door and said that was Xing Kun's only way to survive. With a calm expression, Xing Kun listened as Li Gong explained that running through that door would guarantee his safety, but it would also mean giving up and automatically failing the trial. Li Gong laughed proudly and advised Xing Kun to quit now. According to him, his employers had only paid to make Xing Kun fail, not to kill him. If Xing Kun withdrew, everyone would benefit. After saying that, Li Gong turned to leave, but warned Xing Kun that he had only 10 seconds left to decide. Just as Li Gong turned his back, a cold voice called out to stop him. Xing Kun looked Li Gong straight in the eyes and calmly mocked him, saying that out of everyone here, Li Gong looked like the most delicious meal. Li Gong narrowed his eyes, forcing down his anger, as he coldly thought that he would soon find out how long Xing Kun could keep acting tough. With that, Li Gong walked straight into the control room. He stopped in front of a locked room, knocked a few times, and heard permission to enter from inside. The moment he stepped in, Li Gong reported that everything was going according to plan. In his opinion, Xing Kun had already been frightened so badly that giving up was his only option. Behind the control console, Manager Chen smiled confidently. According to the plan, the monsters would be released the instant the trial began, and within about 10 seconds, they would swarm straight into Xing Kun's room. He laughed confidently and bet that Xing Kun would surrender in less than 5 seconds. Li Gong joined the bet, saying Xing Kun might last just a little longer than 5 seconds before finally giving up. At that moment, the hatch in the ceiling slowly began to open. Groups of monsters with glowing red eyes, razor-sharp claws, and scar-covered bodies appeared together, waiting to begin the hunt. The moment the opening became wide enough, the entire pack dropped down with the pass card, while the loudspeaker announced that the final trial had officially begun. Inside the control room, the 2 men exchanged excited looks. They eagerly counted down, waiting to watch Xing Kun get torn apart. But the surveillance screen showed Xing Kun kicking the door wide open with a single strike. Both of them stared in disbelief, unable to understand what he was trying to do. Xing Kun calmly walked outside as if he were taking a stroll instead of walking into certain death. Manager Chen blurted out in shock, asking if he still wanted to live. Xing Kun simply looked straight into the camera, tilted his head, and smiled. The icy grin sent chills down everyone's spine. At that moment, the monsters charged together. The 2 men quickly reassured themselves that everything was fine. The monsters would rip him apart soon enough, and he would have no one to blame but himself. But everything went the opposite way. Standing in the middle of the trial ground, Xing Kun showed no fear at all. Instead, he looked at the monsters with eager eyes, as if delicious food had come to him on its own. Strangely, not a single monster paid him any attention. The entire pack rushed past him without attacking, or even giving him a second glance. Only then did Xing Kun remember that he was also half monster. To them, he was one of their own. The only thing on his mind now was how unbelievably hungry he was. The sight made Li Gong shout in frustration, unable to understand why the monsters ignored Xing Kun. Manager Chen frowned but stayed calm, guessing that the Transcendence blood on the door had attracted the monsters more strongly. Li Gong could only complain that they had accidentally helped Xing Kun survive, then mocked him by saying his transcendent bloodline was so weak that even monsters ignored him. Ignoring the schemes inside the control room, Xing Kun casually walked over and picked up the pass card lying on the ground, leaving Li Gong grinding his teeth as the first card fell into Xing Kun's hands. Even so, Manager Chen smiled confidently and said keeping that card would not be easy. Besides the monsters, this trial also included Wu Yin from Class 2, who had awakened his power after the monster incident at the shopping mall a few days earlier. Just as Xing Kun's fingers were about to touch the card, Wu Yin suddenly rushed in and snatched it first, loudly declaring that the first pass card belonged to him. While Xing Kun simply held his stomach and complained about being hungry, Manager Chen declared that Wu Yin was the strongest opponent in this trial. To show off his strength, Wu Yin immediately unleashed his mental ability, his eyes glowing with a strange purple light. He proudly claimed that his power alone was enough to terrify anyone. Seeing someone trying to steal his food, Xing Kun slowly turned toward him with a dangerous look. Before Wu Yin could finish speaking, he was crushed by Xing Kun's overwhelming mental pressure. In an instant, he was terrified out of his mind, trembling as he cried for help and wondered just how horrifying Xing Kun's mind really was. Wu Yin instantly lost every trace of arrogance. His whole body shook uncontrollably, sweat poured down his face, and none of his earlier confidence remained. Xing Kun narrowed his eyes slightly, releasing a chilling aura. The invisible pressure weighed down on Wu Yin, making him shiver and instinctively stumble backward. Blood suddenly trickled from Wu Yin's nose and the corner of his mouth. His face turned pale as he realized Xing Kun's mental strength was far beyond his own, and his own ability had been reflected back at him. Looking at Xing Kun's terrifying presence, Wu Yin became even more shaken. Only one question remained in his mind. Who exactly was this person? He felt more like a monster than a human. At the same time, the monsters also began losing their patience. They all turned their eyes toward Wu Yin, their hungry expressions making it obvious they had found fresh prey. Wu Yin curled up in fear, trembling as he prayed to survive while every monster focused on him. Meanwhile, Xing Kun smiled faintly, thinking that he knew the monsters wanted to eat Wu Yin, but this time he would have to apologize in advance. Drool slowly ran from the corner of Xing Kun's mouth. He honestly admitted he had reached his limit from hunger and only hoped the monsters could become the meal that finally filled his empty stomach. The hunger made his head spin and his entire body feel weak. He decided not to wait any longer and prepared to act, as long as no one discovered his secret. Every movement was carefully controlled, subtle and precise, with only one goal in mind: to enjoy a full meal. Once everything was ready, Xing Kun took the final step and directly drained the energy from every monster before him. Completely consumed by hunger, he thought of nothing except filling his stomach. He instantly pierced through their bodies and began devouring them in a frenzy. Streams of delicious energy poured into Xing Kun's body, filling him with satisfaction. After enduring hunger for so long, he finally absorbed monster genes again, and even cheerfully thanked his fellow monsters for becoming his meal. That joy only lasted a moment, before Xing Kun suddenly frowned in surprise and let out a soft gasp. The last two monsters suddenly roared and charged straight at him. Xing Kun looked surprised that they could still fight back. Looking at their savage faces, he complained that he only wanted to eat them. Did they not even accept their own kind anymore? In the control room, Li Gong saw everything on the screen and shouted in anger. Even so, he convinced himself Xing Kun would soon be torn apart. Seeing Xing Kun's strange fighting style, Wu Yin quickly warned that he would never defeat the monsters like that. Before he could finish, he froze at the scene right in front of him. Xing Kun ignored the warning and kept fighting his own way. Alone against two monsters, he moved like the wind and slipped past every attack. To Wu Yin, Xing Kun became even more impossible to understand. He was far beyond human, dodging with ease while toying with the savage beasts. Watching closely, Wu Yin realized Xing Kun seemed to know every move the monsters would make. Every strike looked natural, as if he had hunted them for years. Wu Yin dropped to the ground and backed away in fear. One hit could shatter bones, yet Xing Kun calmly kept striking their weak points. Wu Yin could not help wondering if this method could really kill them. Without taking his eyes off the battle, Wu Yin watched Xing Kun overwhelm both monsters alone and blurted out a stunned curse. At that moment, Xing Kun's eyes lit up as a brilliant blue aura burst around his body, leaving Wu Yin even more shocked. By now, the two monsters had been beaten to exhaustion. They were only one step from death, and Wu Yin finally realized they were truly about to fall. The thought alone left Wu Yin speechless. He believed Xing Kun's terrifying mental power came from countless monster hunts in the past. Li Gong had expected Xing Kun to be ripped apart, but now he could only jump to his feet in shock after seeing him find a way to kill the monsters. Manager Chen only gave a cold smile and calmly said this was just the beginning. Right then, Wu Yin's group arrived and quickly surrounded Xing Kun. He frowned and asked what they wanted. Zhao Sheng smiled with hidden intent and said everyone had risked their lives for the final trial. Xing Kun had been given special treatment, so he did not deserve to keep the pass and had to hand it over. Hearing that, Wu Yin immediately turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly warned Zhao Sheng not to provoke Xing Kun because he was extremely dangerous. Zhao Sheng ignored him and mocked Wu Yin as a coward who collapsed before the fight even started. Everyone had expected more from him, but now they were only disappointed. Wu Yin wanted to explain but could only shake his head. Cutting Wu Yin off, Zhao Sheng ordered everyone to keep Xing Kun surrounded and seize the first pass. The others agreed, saying they should collect every pass first and compete fairly later. They kept praising Zhao Sheng for bringing everyone together. Zhao Sheng then loudly assigned the tasks and ordered the bald man to deal with the monster. He told him to keep the monster busy while he handled Xing Kun himself. The bald man accepted without hesitation. The others laughed and said all he had to do was lure the monster away. But the bald man immediately rejected that idea. If Xing Kun had beaten 2 monsters, then they must have been weakened somehow, because there was no way they were truly strong. Moments later, the monster rushed right up to him. Even then, he smiled confidently and treated it like weak prey. When the monster swung its claws, he blocked with one hand and excitedly declared that he wanted to kill one himself. He even looked up and bragged proudly, but his face changed the next second when he realized his block had failed completely. The monster's claws tore through his defense and slammed into him before he could react. The bald man was sent crashing to the ground, while the crew-cut man beside him turned pale with fear. Seeing that, Zhao Sheng gritted his teeth and angrily cursed the bald man for being an idiot. Turning back to Xing Kun, Zhao Sheng was about to mock him by saying he had only defeated the 2 monsters through luck. Before he could finish, Xing Kun rushed in with his fist raised. Zhao Sheng instantly panicked and shouted that it was a trap. Just before the punch landed, Xing Kun suddenly stopped after realizing he had picked the wrong hand. He should use his right hand on people because his left might kill them. That left arm had completely mutated and held power far beyond normal. He recalled devouring a rank 2 monster before. That was when his left arm evolved to rank 2 and gained 8-meter-long tentacles. Xing Kun estimated that the arm alone was at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary human, and that punch was flying straight at Zhao Sheng. Before Zhao Sheng understood what was happening, Xing Kun only worried that one hit could knock him out, even without transforming. Thinking fast, he quickly pulled back most of his strength. Killing someone during the trial would be a problem, so he decided to hold back a little more. Even after restraining himself, the punch was still brutal. Zhao Sheng's face twisted from the impact before he crashed to the ground. The bowl-cut boy shouted Zhao Sheng's name, while Xiao Dao rushed over in panic to call for her brother. Seeing Zhao Sheng fall from a single punch, Xing Kun realized he had gone too far. He quickly grabbed Zhao Sheng by the collar, shook him hard, and desperately called out to him. Only after confirming he was still breathing did Xing Kun finally relax. Once he knew Zhao Sheng was not in mortal danger, Xing Kun let him drop back to the ground and calmly asked the others if anyone still wanted to fight over the pass. Before anyone answered, the crew-cut man rushed over, carrying the unconscious bald man. He frantically reported that the monster was far too strong and that he could not hold it back anymore. Lying on the ground, Zhao Sheng grabbed Xing Kun's pant leg and begged him to save everyone. In return, he promised to pay 50,000. To convince Xing Kun, Zhao Sheng openly admitted he was wrong. He confessed Xing Kun had not received special treatment and fully deserved the pass. Xing Kun only glanced at him before nodding in agreement. Before making his move, he deliberately looked straight into the surveillance camera, as if provoking those behind the screen, making them grind their teeth in anger. Li Gong immediately exploded with curses, calling every trial participant a bunch of useless cowards who had been terrified despite their numbers. Manager Chen stayed calm. He picked up the microphone and ordered the control room to raise the difficulty by releasing monsters 21 through 23 into the arena. A staff member tried to object, but Chen coldly cut him off and demanded the order be carried out. With no other choice, the staff could only obey. Standing beside him, Li Gong immediately praised Manager Chen's decision. He claimed the 3 new monsters were peak rank 1 monsters and much stronger than the previous ones, so Xing Kun could never survive. Manager Chen immediately disagreed. He believed Xing Kun would not die so easily because he had likely awakened a supernatural ability. Even if he had not, a little more pressure would trigger the awakening. Hearing that, Li Gong asked what they should do next. Manager Chen calmly explained that the testing area and the monster release zone had already been connected. He then coldly gave Li Gong a dangerous mission. Go to the 2nd floor, open every monster release gate, and destroy both the main and backup power systems. Li Gong's face instantly changed. He knew destroying both power systems would have terrifying consequences. Once the power failed, the monsters would quickly break out because the electric barriers would no longer hold them. At the same time, the release gates would remain open because the system would no longer function. That meant all 15 monsters in the release zone and 18 peak, rank 1 monsters from the testing area would flood into the arena together. Worse still, the power outage would disable the emergency system, leaving every participant with no escape and nothing but death waiting for them. Manager Chen did not care about the contestants' lives at all. To him, anyone who joined the trial had already accepted the possibility of death. Faced with that order, Li Gong tried to refuse because he feared he would receive the death penalty if discovered. He suggested canceling the plan, but Manager Chen immediately rejected the idea, reminding him it was a client's request, and the deposit had already been accepted. Seeing Li Gong still hesitate, Manager Chen offered another incentive and promised he would make sure Li Gong stayed alive. Sitting on the floor, Li Gong listened as Chen added that he would also receive 10 million and be arranged to leave the city. Now only one question remained. Would he do it or not? The moment Li Gong heard about the massive reward, every trace of hesitation disappeared, and he accepted the mission. Inside the trial arena, the contestants still looked tiny in the vast space as they continued facing deadly danger. Meanwhile, Xing Kun casually used only his left hand to knock down another monster with a single punch. Seeing that, Zhao Xing could not stop praising him. He could not imagine what Xing Kun had gone through to gain such terrifying monster hunting skills. Even after coughing up blood from Xing Kun's punch, Zhao Xing laughed and kept his promise. He swore to pay the full 50,000 himself if no one else contributed. If he still came up short, he even planned to work with his sister to repay Xing Kun. The moment Zhao Xing talked about dragging her into the debt, Xiao Dao got furious. She smacked him on the head and scolded him, telling him to get back for treatment. Zhao Xing groaned in pain, coughed up more blood, and clutched his neck as if it were about to snap. Ignoring her troublemaking brother, Xiao Dao bowed to Xing Kun and apologized for bothering him again. She sincerely thanked him for saving everyone, and Xing Kun simply gave a calm reply. Even while being supported by 2 people, Zhao Xing turned back with a big grin and invited Xing Kun out for a late-night meal after the trial. The 2 beside him could only shake their heads because they knew exactly what he was like. Xing Kun smiled and declined, saying there was no need because he had already eaten his fill. Suddenly, Xing Kun's expression changed. His body tensed as he immediately warned everyone that danger was coming. Right then, a monster suddenly dropped from above, behind Zhao Xing. Still confused, he turned toward Xing Kun and asked what was wrong. When Zhao Xing looked up, he froze after seeing the monster directly above him. Without hesitation, he shoved the 2 people supporting him aside and shouted for them to run. But fate was cruel. The monster landed right on Zhao Xing and crushed him beneath its foot. Seeing her brother pinned down, Xiao Dao screamed in horror. Tears instantly poured down her face as she desperately called out to him, while everyone around her was equally terrified. Although shaken, Wu Yin quickly noticed something was wrong. According to the rules, it was not time for the next wave yet, so why had the monsters appeared early? Xing Kun realized the same thing at once. More monsters kept dropping down until they surrounded the entire group. With one hand in his pocket, Xing Kun looked around and coldly concluded that those behind the scenes had changed the rules without warning anyone. One monster roared and charged forward with an aura far stronger than the previous ones. Xing Kun sensed with a single breath that they were already close to rank 2. He immediately understood that those behind the trial were determined to stop him at any cost. Thinking that, he raised his head and stared straight into the surveillance camera with a look of open provocation. A one-eyed monster grabbed Zhao Xing by the leg and lifted him into the air. The attack made his already serious injuries even worse, as blood sprayed everywhere. In the middle of the chaos, the bowl-cut boy stayed the calmest. Sweat covered his face as he tried to pull Xiao Dao away, but she refused to believe her brother was dead and would not leave. In the end, survival took over. The bowl-cut boy apologized, turned around and ran, leaving Xiao Dao surrounded by monsters. Wu Yin immediately fled as well, shouting in panic. The monster still held Zhao Sheng in the air like a chicken, his body covered in blood. Seeing that heartbreaking sight, Xiao Dao charged toward her brother, without caring about the danger. She desperately attacked the monster, and kept screaming for it to let Zhao Sheng go, as if it could actually understand her. Instead of saving her brother, Xiao Tao only put herself in greater danger. After being knocked to the ground, she was instantly surrounded by the monsters. Knowing she was unlikely to survive, Xiao Dao closed her eyes tightly as tears streamed down her face. Choking with emotion, she apologized to her brother, remembering how they had always relied on each other since childhood. She was just about to say they would die together when a powerful force suddenly yanked her backward, cutting off her farewell. The one who saved her was none other than Xing Kun. He pulled Xiao Dao out of the monster's encirclement and frowned as he asked if she had lost her mind. Xing Kun's way of comforting people was as blunt as ever. He said there was no point in dying with someone who was already dead. If she had to die, it should at least be for something worthwhile. Tears continued streaming down Xiao Tao's face. She looked toward Zhao Sheng, unwilling to accept his fate, and could only choke out, "But my brother." Xing Kun pushed Xiao Dao behind him and stepped forward alone. He calmly promised that Zhao Sheng would not become monster food and told her to stay back and wait. He told her to move aside, but instead he simply tossed her backward without checking if she was ready, casually telling someone to catch her. The unlucky one was Wu Yin. Before he could react, Xiao Dao came flying at him, and he could only wonder why everything always happened to him. Xiao Tao landed right on top of Wu Yin and nearly crushed the air out of him. Xing Kun ignored the chaos behind him and focused entirely on the three monsters ahead. He quickly considered the worst case. If Zhao Sheng got eaten and the monster evolved to rank 2, he would have to use his mutated left arm. That would be a real headache. The three monsters closed in together, surrounding him. One even held Zhao Sheng near its mouth, as if it wanted to devour him right in front of Xing Kun. Xing Kun ignored the other two and charged straight at the monster holding Zhao Sheng, shouting for it to hand him over. Even though he knew the monster could not understand him, he said it anyway. Sitting on top of Wu Yin, Xiao Dao watched with wide eyes. She was stunned and grateful to see Xing Kun rush into three monsters alone, just to save her brother. Xing Kun even copied Xiao Tao's approach to get their attention. As he advanced, he called the monsters his fellow kin and complained that they kept ignoring him. Did he have to eat right in front of them before they treated him like an enemy? Just as the monster was about to enjoy its meal, Xing Kun tried to steal it away. Naturally, the monsters could not accept that. He slapped the arm of the monster, holding Zhao Sheng with his left hand, snatched Zhao Sheng away, and seriously thanked it in advance for giving up the meal. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Sheng was no longer in the monster's grip, but in Xing Kun's hands. Xing Kun even calmly told the three monsters not to worry, because they would not stay hungry for long. After that, Xing Kun threw Zhao Sheng away, just like he had thrown Xiao Tao earlier. Then he casually told the monsters that he would eat all three of them soon, so none of them would have to be hungry anymore. Zhao Sheng slid across the ground after being thrown, but he still struggled to lift his head and look at Xing Kun. Watching Xing Kun stand alone in the middle of the monsters left Zhao Sheng speechless. He had truly risked his life to save him. The throw was so powerful that Zhao Sheng rolled several more times, feeling as if all his organs were about to burst out. Xiao Dao happily ran over and called for her brother. Zhao Sheng's vision was spinning, and it took him a moment to realize the person in front of him was his sister. As she helped him up, Xiao Tao tearfully told him that Xing Kun had saved both of them. After hearing that, Xiao Sheng came up with another ridiculous idea and told his sister she should repay Xing Kun with her heart. Before he could finish, Xiao Dao slapped him so hard that blood flew from his mouth. Clutching his face, Xiao Sheng immediately turned serious and told her to stop wasting time and leave the trial arena at once. Xiao Dao reminded him that the pass had fallen into the middle of the arena and said she wanted to come back after taking him away. Zhao Sheng immediately cut her off and firmly told her not to continue the trial. With Xiao Dao helping him stand, Zhao Sheng remained on guard and insisted that something was seriously wrong with this trial. He told her to trust him. Xiao Dao finally agreed. She supported her badly injured brother as they returned to trial room 6. On the other side, Xing Kun leaped backward and effortlessly dodged a crushing blow from above. He casually remarked that rank 1 monsters like these could only keep him full for a single day. Another monster attacked from the side. Jing Kun blocked it with his left arm, grabbed the monster's limb, and calmly said that this was without even using his Lord of Flames ability. The monster's arm was instantly blasted open with a huge hole. Looking at the blood spraying everywhere, Jing Kun felt no joy. He only muttered that digesting one monster took about 10 seconds, but the energy cost was too high. Jing Kun drove his left arm straight through the monster's body, and a blazing red light burst from the wound. He confidently declared that reaching rank 3 would probably require absorbing around 100 monsters like these. His arm swept upward through the monster's chest, and everything it touched was completely absorbed. Jing Kun's ability worked like a giant vacuum, devouring nearly half the monster's body and leaving only its twitching legs behind. He jokingly said that evolution was never easy, so the monsters might as well become his food. Only after the monster had been completely absorbed, without leaving a trace, did Jing Kun look up. The gate above was now fully open, and after calculating the timing, he realized the final release wave had arrived earlier than expected. Unlike Jing Kun, the Chu siblings completely lost their composure. They rushed into the control room and kept smashing the buttons on the wall. Only when death was close did they realize how precious life was. Zhao Sheng also realized this trial was far more dangerous than any before. He kept pressing the control panel, but the system gave no response at all. In a panic, Xiao Sheng wondered if the power had gone out. At that moment, Xiao Dao suddenly turned pale, as if she had seen something horrifying. Trembling, Xiao Dao pointed outside. Her voice shook with fear as she barely managed to say, "Look over there." Outside, groups of monsters kept dropping from the ceiling like giant spiders. The people below instantly scattered in panic, while Xiao Tao watched in horror as more and more monsters continued to appear. In another area, the trainees were still desperately fighting each other, covered in blood, as no one was willing to give up. One trainee snatched a golden pass, raised it high, and shouted that it finally belonged to him. Hugging the pass tightly, he crouched down to defend it despite the greedy crowd rushing toward him. All he could think about was returning to the superhuman academy and awakening his power. He screamed until his voice nearly gave out, refusing to let go of the pass because he wanted wealth and revenge against everyone who had ever looked down on him. His face was filled with determination as he swore he would never release it. But the next second, a massive monster grabbed someone by the hair and slammed them into the ground right in front of him. When he looked up, he froze in terror. Monsters had surrounded the entire area and were slaughtering people everywhere. He could only stammer in disbelief at their overwhelming numbers. His face turned deathly pale as he stumbled backward, desperately denying the terrifying reality before his eyes. Meanwhile, high above, Li Gong calmly overlooked the sea of blood below. He comforted himself by thinking that once the backup power had been destroyed, there was no turning back. If anyone was to blame, it was Jing Kun. Grinding his teeth in resentment, Li Gong believed that without Jing Kun, he would never have risked a crime punishable by death just to release all 33 monsters. Just then, he suddenly felt someone looking up at him. Had Jing Kun really noticed him? Even worse, Jing Kun was smiling. Down below, Jing Kun simply curled his lips into a faint smile and calmly looked straight at Li Gong. That only made Li Gong angrier. He loudly mocked Jing Kun, saying he should keep smiling because Li Gong was standing in the safest place, while Jing Kun would be crying soon enough. He even raised a finger in open provocation and laughed, saying he actually owed Jing Kun thanks because Jing Kun had earned him 10 million. Li Gong kept bragging about his future, claiming he would leave the country tomorrow and enjoy the rest of his life in luxury, while Jing Kun would. Before he could finish, he looked down and saw Jing Kun effortlessly wiping out the nearby monsters. Then Jing Kun casually threw a monster's arm straight toward him. The moment Li Gong finished speaking, he noticed something flying directly at him. The severed monster arm barely missed him, making Li Gong laugh with contempt. He thought Jing Kun could not even throw accurately enough to vent his anger. But the next second, the arm suddenly changed direction and slammed into the back of Li Gong's neck before he could react. Just as he opened his mouth to curse, Li Gong lost his balance and fell from his platform. His face went pale, cold sweat poured down, and he screamed in despair as he desperately tried not to fall. In the end, Li Gong crashed into the ground, right in the middle of the monster horde. Terror emptied his mind as he realized he had fallen straight into their nest. With nowhere left to run, Li Gong trembled as he begged Jing Kun to save him. Every dream of wealth vanished in an instant. Money meant nothing compared to his life, so he hurriedly offered Jing Kun 10 million if he would rescue him. Jing Kun calmly faced the monsters and answered in an indifferent tone. He could not even save all the other trial participants, so there was no reason to save Li Gong. While casually killing another monster, he added that Li Gong should be grateful he had not lured the entire monster horde over to him. A mocking smile appeared on Xing Kun's face. He even pretended to sound regretful, saying that with just one little mistake, Li Gong would become a perfect meal for the monsters. Surrounded by monsters, Li Gong was swarmed from every direction and could do nothing but scream in despair. At that moment, another monster appeared with glowing blue eyes. Behind it swayed a strange, tail-like organ, whose sharp tip emitted an eerie light. It suddenly stopped moving and stood perfectly still, as if it had sensed something. The next second, the monster spun around, spread the glowing organ on its back like a giant mouth, and charged straight at Xing Kun while roaring in fury, "Traitor." That roar made every monster nearby switch their target to Xing Kun. They bared their fangs, raised their claws, and roared together that the traitor had to die. Surrounded by dozens of monsters from every direction, Xing Kun remained completely calm. He realized that from rank 2 onward, they had intelligence, and could even recognize the scent of the monsters he had absorbed. He tried asking them not to gang up on him, but none of them seemed interested. High above, another person quietly watched the entire situation unfold. In his view, using this chaos to eliminate Li Gong was not easy, but it was time to bring everything to an end. He sneered as he looked down at the battlefield. According to his calculations, more than 30 monsters would keep evolving after feeding on humans, and not even a 3-star superhuman could leave this place alive. Meanwhile, Manager Chen turned around and slowly entered the isolation zone. He immediately activated his ability against the spikes, sealing the entrance, confidently, preparing to open the final passage leading to the second floor. Manager Chen clenched his fist and poured all his strength into unlocking the barrier. Moments later, every spike blocking the entrance shattered into countless pieces. The massive door slammed shut with a thunderous boom. He believed no one would be able to enter from outside anymore. Inside the second-floor control room, 2 staff members under his command were still slumped over their desks, as if they had been knocked unconscious. Manager Chen picked up a glass of water and calmly walked over. Without the slightest mercy, he threw the water at them, splashing one directly in the face and soaking the other over the head. Both of them jolted awake and slowly opened their eyes. Manager Chen flew into a rage and slammed the desk so hard that several electronic devices shattered. He demanded to know why the trial arena had lost power, why every camera had gone offline, and why none of the gates could operate. The man with glasses was still dazed, while the blue-haired employee quickly explained that Li Gong had knocked them out and destroyed the arena's backup power supply. Hearing that only made Manager Chen even angrier. He cursed them for their incompetence and immediately ordered them to restore the power, or the protective barrier around the arena would prevent the rescue team from getting inside. The blue-haired employee lowered his head and admitted that even at full speed, the repairs would take about 30 minutes. Manager Chen simply smiled with hidden calculation and said 30 minutes was acceptable as long as they restored the system as quickly as possible. At the same time, he had no idea what other trouble Li Gong was causing inside. The man with glasses broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly suggested that if Li Gong had really released the monsters, they should immediately notify the exterminator headquarters so they could force the doors open and rescue everyone. The blue-haired employee's expression instantly changed. Manager Chen stepped closer to the desk and coldly asked who would pay the 100 million loss if the doors were destroyed by force. When the man with glasses hesitated because he could not think of a proper reason to mobilize the exterminators, Chen suggested they simply report that a maintenance worker had gone insane and sabotaged the facility, giving them a valid excuse to intervene. After giving his instructions, Manager Chen turned and left the room, leaving only one order behind: restore the power immediately. The 2 exhausted employees could only nod in agreement after being scolded. As he walked away, Manager Chen wore a sinister smile. In his mind, another 30 minutes would leave no survivors inside the arena, only monsters. The trial arena had become a living hell. Blood covered the ground as cries for help mixed with desperate struggles among countless monsters. People kept screaming for the doors to be opened so they could escape. The entire area was swallowed by darkness, lit only by flashing red LED lights. In the middle of it all, Xing Kun slowly unzipped his jacket and calmly looked around before realizing the power had failed. Every camera on the ceiling shut down one after another. Every exit was sealed, yet Xing Kun calmly rolled up his sleeves while the monsters closed in around him. Only now did Xing Kun finally unleash his true power. Half of his face slowly transformed as strange markings spread from his face down to his neck. He even smiled with satisfaction because he no longer had to hide his transformed form. Xing Kun laughed loudly and tossed his sleeve aside, revealing a muscular arm covered in vivid blue veins. He excitedly called out to the monsters and told them to come at him together. He immediately charged into the middle of the horde with a powerful punch. Blue flames erupted around his fist, and every monster struck by the Lord of Flames was erased instantly. After wiping out monsters for a while, Xing Kun suddenly stopped. His face looked completely stuffed, and he muttered that he had absorbed far too much this time. As he kept killing monsters, he quietly checked the energy he had gained. The result was far beyond his expectations, because the monsters had devoured many trial participants with dormant super gene, and now all of that power was flowing back into him. Xing Kun's eyes turned ice cold. He reminded himself that both monster gene and super gene came from humans. No matter how painful the process was, he had to grow stronger and one day enter hell to destroy the demon god. Even after being beaten apart, the monsters still charged at Xing Kun like mad, screaming the words traitor over and over. Interrupted by the noise, Xing Kun frowned and coldly told them to shut up, because he would never use the word comrades for monsters. As he spoke, he threw another punch and completely erased another monster. He said he was talking about the true owners of those bodies, while the parasites wearing them deserved nothing. Xing Kun declared that once parasites stole the bodies of his people, he would wipe out every last one of them, including the king behind them. Suddenly, he felt a new change inside his body and quickly turned around. His left ear had begun to evolve, proving that the energy from both monster gene and super gene had finally reached the required level. Countless blood-red veins spread across Xing Kun's eyes as memories from his previous life slowly returned. Strange streams of data filled his vision. Xing Kun recalled that reaching Tier 3 upgraded the brain. Every monster acted like a device on the same network, while a Tier 3 evolved into the control center, able to command lower-level monsters, search higher networks, and even. At that moment, the red light in his eyes suddenly became chaotic. Xing Kun instantly realized everything was slipping out of control and had to cut off his connection to the monster network. His consciousness fell into a space of only red and black. Endless darkness stretched ahead, woven together with crimson streams of light, making him realize he could find them, but they could also trace him. Xing Kun grabbed his left arm and dropped to one knee, forcing himself to break the connection halfway through. Sadly, he knew he was already one step too late. Not far away, a group of survivors gathered together. They believed Xing Kun had saved everyone and was injured while protecting them. Some warned the others not to steal his belongings. Hearing those words, Xing Kun struggled to lift his head, surprised that other trial participants had survived. Right then, Tian Ge loudly stirred up trouble and kicked Zhao Sheng. He claimed everyone had only worked together for personal gain, and real loyalty never existed. He mocked Zhao Sheng for caring too much about being the leader, and reminded everyone that only 3 continuation cards remained, so the end would still be a fight to the death. The man behind him reluctantly agreed, lowered his head to apologize to Zhao Sheng, and admitted Tian Ge was right. Zhao Sheng clutched his bleeding wound and forced himself to stand. Seeing that, Xiao Tao hurried over to support him with a worried expression. Tian Ge laughed again in ridicule. He said nobody forced Xing Kun to fight the monsters. Xing Kun wanted to play the hero, so he rushed in and got himself badly injured. The entire group immediately turned towards Xing Kun, who was kneeling with his arm in pain. Tian Ge threatened him to hand over the 3 continuation cards, because they believed he had already picked up the other 2. Zhao Sheng gritted his teeth through the pain and quietly told Xiao Dao not to move forward. He planned to risk his life to stop them from disturbing his savior. Just then, Wu Yin suddenly shouted from behind to stop him. Wu Yin screamed with all his strength, warning Zhao Sheng never to get any closer, because doing so would only lead to death. Zhao Sheng turned toward Wu Yin with hope, guessing his sensing ability had detected something. Meanwhile, Tian Ge and his followers kept walking forward, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Tian Ge smirked, showing his greed, and coldly ordered Xing Kun to hand everything over himself. He reached out, ready to search Xing Kun and take the cards if he refused. The 2 people behind him could only watch in nervous silence. Just as Tian Ge was about to make his move, the entire space suddenly shook violently. A gigantic tail crashed down from above onto the exact spot where Tian Ge was standing, while Xing Kun barely jumped back in time to avoid the attack. The man behind Tian Ge froze in terror. Blood splashed across his face, and he could not even understand what had just happened. Before his eyes stood a gigantic creature that had crushed a human in a single instant. He could not believe what he was seeing when he realized Tian Ge had vanished without a trace. Covered in blood from head to toe, he trembled as he looked up at the gigantic creature that had just appeared. It was a massive earth dragon covered in razor-sharp scales, with countless glowing eyes all over its body. The sight alone left him unable to speak. The earth dragon slowly raised its head and opened its mouth, revealing rows of terrifying fangs as every glowing eye swept across the battlefield. Zhao Sheng, Wu Yin, and Xiao Dao were crushed by its overwhelming pressure. Blood instantly poured from their eyes and noses. No one had the strength to resist anymore. One after another, they collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. The person standing closest to the earth dragon suffered the worst. Blood streamed from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth until he could barely speak. Pushing himself to his final limit, he looked toward the sky and suddenly remembered seeing this creature on the news. A memory flashed through his mind of a southern town, swallowed by flames. When the earth dragon appeared, the local 4-star transcendent was absent. The Purge Bureau and almost the entire town were devastated, and even when reinforcements arrived, they could only drive it away instead of killing it. His legs gave out as he dropped to his knees. Locked under the earth, dragon's gaze, he fell into complete despair, realizing that fighting over the continuation cards no longer meant anything. The moment he finished thinking that, the giant tail swept across and crushed him instantly. With the earth dragon's arrival, it seemed no one inside the trial base would survive. Watching from a safe distance, Jing Kun quickly figured out what had happened. While connecting to the monster network, he had been marked by an unimaginably terrifying existence, and the earth dragon was still rising, clearly coming for him. Jing Kun charged forward at once, creating a violent collision that filled the air with dust. He realized the only way out was to defeat the leader of the monster horde. The earth dragon hesitated for no time at all and charged straight into the dust cloud. Jing Kun barely managed to stop the devastating impact with one arm. The earth dragon's strength truly lived up to the rumors. Jing Kun's already injured left arm suffered even more damage, with several fingers nearly destroyed. He knew his current muscles could not win in a direct clash, so he had to find another advantage. Jing Kun's left arm began regenerating as his fingers slowly grew back. At the same time, a new appendage, resembling the tails of the monsters he had absorbed, started to emerge. The earth dragon opened its mouth again, exposing blade-like fangs as if it were about to unleash an energy attack. Looking more carefully, Jing Kun suddenly realized the thing in front of him was actually just a tail. Time rewound to 2 minutes before the incident, back to the waiting area where the parents had gathered. Outside the trial grounds, the parents of the participants could not sit still. Some paced back and forth with their hands clasped in prayer, hoping their children would survive the final test. One even vowed to stay vegetarian for 10 years in exchange for their child's safety. A married couple spoke in low voices. The wife regretted letting their child retake the exam because this trial carried a real risk of death, and she believed living as an ordinary protected citizen was enough. The husband immediately argued that the world had changed. Monsters were everywhere, and without transcendent power, even staying alive was difficult. Only by becoming a transcendent could someone protect themselves and their family. Otherwise, so many people would never risk their lives to take this exam. The wife could only sigh and continue praying, while nearby, Ji Yu quietly listened to the entire conversation. Ji Yu stared at the massive entrance to the trial grounds, growing more uneasy by the second. The power inside had been out for over 10 minutes without being restored, making her suspect something was seriously wrong. Instead of this being part of the test, Ji Yu walked to the entrance, pointed inside, and questioned the 2 guards. She introduced herself as a student from the Transcendent Academy and explained that her ability had sensed something unusual inside the trial grounds. Hearing that, many parents nearby immediately turned pale and anxiously asked if something had really happened inside. The 2 guards exchanged shocked looks, both wondering how this young woman knew what was happening. Even so, they forced themselves to stay calm and loudly scolded Ji Yu, insisting everything inside was completely normal and ordering her back to her seat. They warned that if she kept causing trouble, she would be removed. Ji Yu quickly explained that her transcendent ability belonged to the lightning element, allowing her to sense changes in electrical energy. Another guard immediately pointed at Ji Yu and demanded to know which participant she was related to, since only family members were allowed to wait in this area. At that moment, Ji Yu's expression suddenly froze as she sensed an enormous surge of energy erupting from inside. While the guard was still questioning her identity, she had already realized that something truly catastrophic had happened. An invisible shockwave swept through the area, making every waiting parent clutch their chest and cry out in pain. The 2 guards also dropped to their knees, horrified as everyone showed the exact same reaction. The eerie scene made it clear that the situation was completely out of control. Ji Yu held her chest through the pain, now certain that the power outage, and this strange pressure, could only mean a major disaster, had struck the trial grounds. Without another second of hesitation, she rushed inside. The two guards shouted for her to stop, but Ji-yu never slowed down. Reaching a corner in the hallway, Ji-yu paused to figure out which path led to the trial grounds. After sensing for only a moment, she immediately locked onto the path to the right. At the repair station outside the trial grounds, the team leader urged everyone to restore the system as quickly as possible. Since the second-floor gate was locked, their only option was to repair the first-floor entrance and force a way inside. The technicians answered together and got back to work, but the team leader had other thoughts. That overwhelming pressure suggested even a missile might not break through the gate, meaning an unbelievably terrifying monster had appeared inside. In his view, the safest choice was to repair the system slowly and wait for the purge agents to arrive. Just then, Ji-yu rushed over and loudly told everyone to move aside. The team leader turned toward her in surprise, demanded to know who she was, and ordered her to leave. Ji-yu calmly introduced herself as a new student of the Transcendent Academy. She said she had a 95% super gene compatibility, possessed a lightning ability, and could restore the power here. Holding a tablet, the team leader flatly rejected her claim. He argued that she had not even enrolled yet, had not reached Tier 1, and had no stored electricity in her body, so there was no way she could power the entire system. Ji-yu's eyes glowed violet. She calmly replied that while she could not store electricity herself, as long as she remained inside this city, she could draw on an almost endless power supply. The moment she finished speaking, countless purple bolts of lightning gathered around the repair crew and spread throughout the area. The team leader instinctively reached toward the visible currents, stunned because he had never seen lightning energy condense so clearly that it could be seen with the naked eye. The instant he touched a nearby device, a bolt of electricity shot out and shocked him, making him cry out in pain. The repair team leader looked toward Ji-yu, who was still drawing in lightning energy, and silently wondered. Every current seemed to gather around her, yet she showed no reaction at all. Was this really the genius with the 95% super gene compatibility everyone had been talking about? Glancing at the nearby control chair, he cursed under his breath. If she really restored the power, the trial gate would open. No one knew what kind of monster was inside, but it had to be extremely dangerous. He had come here to do his job, not to throw away his life. Thinking that, he immediately turned toward Ji-yu, who was controlling the lightning energy, and shouted, "Stop!" The team leader stepped forward with a stern expression and insisted that her ability was still unstable and could easily destroy the entire system. This was government property, and he would not allow her to act recklessly. Ji-yu calmly took one step forward and asked, "Are you trying to stop me?" The team leader's face darkened at once. He ordered the entire crew to remove the person, interfering with their work and damaging the equipment. Every repair worker immediately raised their weapons at Ji-yu, while the team leader coldly said, "Don't think being a genius means you can do whatever you want." The workers tightened their grips on their weapons and stared at her, while the team leader continued threatening her and warned her not to take another step. The team leader's anger exploded as he pointed directly at Ji-yu and shouted that if she dared take one more step, he would order his men to shoot her on the spot. At that very moment, inside the trial grounds, Jing-kun launched a blue sphere of light at the Earth Dragon. The blast fired from his left hand struck the target, but the Earth Dragon was almost completely unharmed. Jing-kun was stunned. Even the Lord Flame could not injure it? Countless black fangs suddenly shot out from the Earth Dragon's glowing crimson body toward Jing-kun's left arm. Seeing the attack, he immediately pulled his arm back. He quickly withdrew his glowing arm while carefully observing the Earth Dragon and searching for a way to defeat it. As the monster kept closing in, Jing-kun analyzed the situation. Those black fangs were not only razor-sharp, but also gave it overwhelming offense and defense. After being bitten only a few times, a large portion of his gene energy had already been devoured, even forcing his Tier 3 evolution to stop halfway. When the Earth Dragon charged again, Jing-kun quickly jumped back to widen the gap and waited for the perfect opening. If he wanted to win, he first had to avoid those black fangs. This was his chance. Jing-kun raised his mutated left arm and shouted, "Tentacle tail." His arm instantly stretched out and wrapped tightly around the Earth Dragon, like a giant python. The Earth Dragon struggled violently, dragging Jing-kun into the air. He quickly realized Tentacle Tail could not pierce its hide, but at least it kept the target locked down. With that in mind, he pulled with all his strength. Jing-kun's eyes turned crimson as his left arm glowed with blue light. He decided to use Lord Flame to blast through its outer hide, hoping to tear off enough flesh to absorb. But the next second, he froze in place with wide eyes and muttered, "Heavy armor?" His left arm still clung to the Earth Dragon, as Xing Kun realized even its body was covered with those strange black fangs. In the blink of an eye, deep crimson light began spreading across the Earth Dragon's entire body. The blue glow around Xing Kun's hand became even brighter. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "All or nothing, maximum output." Then he ripped open a chunk of the Earth Dragon's flesh and unleashed Burning Claw. Without wasting the opportunity, he rushed straight to the wound and frantically bit into the exposed flesh. Outside, the repair team leader continued watching Ji-Yu while weighing his options. The genius with the highest super gene compatibility in history was certainly impressive, but she was still only a freshman. This situation should have been enough to frighten her. Still, if he injured her, the academy would definitely investigate, so he did not dare give the order to fire. Just then, the same terrifying sense of fear struck him again, freezing his entire body. It was the same strange pressure from moments earlier. One repair worker looked toward the source of the disturbance in panic and instinctively pulled the trigger. Seeing that, the team leader immediately realized things had gone terribly wrong. The first gunshot shattered the tense silence. Then, every remaining weapon opened fire at Ji-Yu. Watching the bullets race toward Ji-Yu, the team leader cursed under his breath. Fear had completely broken his crew's composure. Now he would definitely be held responsible. The team leader froze as every bullet suddenly curved away, bent by an invisible force, before slamming into the wall and the massive door behind Ji-Yu. He quietly sighed in relief that none of them had hit her. Seeing Ji-Yu still standing there without a scratch, the team leader could not help doubting his own eyes. Could every single shot have really missed? There was no way that was just a coincidence. Looking at the swirling purple lightning in her hand, Ji-Yu quietly said that alternating current really could create a magnetic field. Hearing that, the team leader instantly understood. The magnetic field around her was so powerful that it had bent every bullet's trajectory. Watching Ji-Yu casually wave her hand while lightning energy surrounded her body, the team leader was so shocked that he silently cursed. A 95% super gene compatibility was truly beyond imagination. This girl was practically a monster herself. Clutching his tablet tightly, the team leader was still in disbelief. He had never imagined lightning energy could be controlled in such a way. The tablet suddenly slipped from his hand and flew toward Ji-Yu on its own. He tried to grab it back but failed. At the same time, one question kept echoing in his mind. The terrifying pressure from the trial grounds had already spread this far, so how could she still stand without wavering? When he saw every gun in the workers' hands also being pulled toward Ji-Yu, the team leader suddenly remembered what he had learned before. The higher a person's super gene compatibility, the greater their resistance to a monster's pressure. Every gun was pulled onto the massive door behind Ji-Yu. She remained perfectly calm and said, "The system has power now." Her eyes turned ice cold as she loudly ordered, "Open the door." On the second floor, Supervisor Chen noticed the system suddenly changing and immediately jumped to his feet. Holding his aching head, he looked at the other two and shouted that something had happened inside. The man with glasses quickly checked the system and reported in shock that the power had been restored. Supervisor Chen asked him to confirm it again and again because he simply could not believe it. He could not understand what was happening. The second floor had not even started repairs, and the first floor team had already suffered heavy losses. Yet the power system had somehow been restored at unbelievable speed. He immediately ordered the cameras connected to check whether a monster had appeared inside. The man with glasses smiled and replied that the priority now was to open every door and rescue the survivors. Hearing that, Supervisor Chen was furious. In his eyes, the suggestion was nothing less than rushing straight toward death. Even so, he had no other choice. He pressed the red button and activated the emergency door release system. Supervisor Chen stared as the massive gate slowly lifted and quietly muttered, "It's open." Down below, Ji-Yu and the entire repair crew looked up as the trial gate gradually opened. On the second floor, Supervisor Chen immediately sprinted toward the emergency exit. Ji-Yu also raised her hand, her expression turning completely serious. The next second, her eyes widened in shock as the Earth Dragon burst through the underground steel structure and wrapped itself around the entire facility. Ji-Yu froze at the terrifying sight, while a repair worker screamed, What is that?" The entire repair crew stammered in panic, unable to believe such a creature could exist. Only Ji-Yu remained standing still, staring at the Earth Dragon, while the team leader roared, "Didn't you watch the news? That's an Earth Dragon." Ji-Yu's gaze suddenly shifted to the figure clinging to the Earth Dragon's back, and she whispered in shock, "Xing Kun." Xing Kun was still gripping the Earth Dragon with his mutated left arm, glowing with blue light, refusing to let go. Purple lightning flashed in Ji Yu's eyes as lightning energy rapidly gathered. At that moment, her only thought was Jing Kun. Electricity from the trial grounds, generator, erupted and spread throughout every corner of the city. On the second floor, Supervisor Chen rushed to the exit and looked at the purple lightning spreading everywhere, before exclaiming, "What happened this time?" He frowned as he looked below and was stunned to see the entire floor covered in crackling electricity. At the same time, the city's power grid fluctuated, causing sudden blackouts across several districts. At the Purge Bureau headquarters, every staff member immediately stood at attention before the display and saluted together. "Chief." The pink-haired woman adjusted her headset and quickly broadcast an emergency report. The city's entire power supply was being drawn toward the trial base, overloading the high-voltage grid. There was a strong chance that Ji Yu had lost control of her ability again. However, the base's defensive systems should prevent a citywide collapse for now. Purge teams, rescue units, and the Academy's 4-star Transcendent had already been dispatched, while patrol forces were investigating the earthquake and the strange pressure. The chief simply reminded everyone to stay alert, and she immediately replied, "Understood." While fighting the Earth Dragon inside the trial grounds, Xing Kun suddenly noticed lightning gathering around him and instantly understood. This was Ji Yu's power. A faint smile appeared on his face. Reinforcements had arrived at the perfect moment. Xing Kun deliberately pressed his hand against the Earth Dragon's black fangs, letting them pierce straight through his palm as he shouted, "As long as I can bite into its flesh, that's enough." Blue light flashed as he poured every ounce of strength into pulling backward, rapidly widening the distance between himself and the Earth Dragon. Looking at the wound he had finally torn open, Xing Kun could not hide his excitement. "I finally broke through." He immediately turned and rushed toward the exhausted Ji Yu as she collapsed, calling out her name. Watching from above, Supervisor Chen quietly calculated the situation. As expected, the mission involving the traitor had never been simple. Xing Kun was definitely hiding a major secret, but everything would end here because the Earth Dragon's arrival was nothing less than heaven helping him. Watching the Earth Dragon charge at the two of them, while Xing Kun could only grab Ji Yu and dodge, Supervisor Chen became even more pleased. He had originally planned to shift the blame elsewhere, but now there was no need. If he killed Xing Kun during this chaos, before the Purge Bureau arrived in another 2 or 3 minutes, no one would ever uncover the truth. Supervisor Chen immediately ordered everyone at the base. Every Transcendent was to engage the Earth Dragon at once, stop it before the Purge Bureau arrived, prevent any casualties outside the base, and protect student Xing Kun as much as possible. His 2 subordinates immediately answered, "Understood." A golden light flashed across Supervisor Chen's eyes as a calculating smile spread across his face. There was no longer anyone left to stand in his way. A massive explosion suddenly erupted near the Earth Dragon, followed by loud shouts. Xing Kun turned around and let out a sigh of relief. The base personnel had managed to hold the monster back for the moment. They only needed to buy a little more time. But the next instant, his expression changed completely. His arm began evolving even more violently, sprouting countless spikes and black fangs just like the Earth Dragon. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain, knowing his Tier 3 evolution had gone completely out of control, and his body was close to losing its human form. A powerful gust of wind suddenly swept past, making Xing Kun spin around in alarm. Without hesitation, he used his mutated left arm to catch a golden metal spear flying straight at him. Seeing his attack blocked, Supervisor Chen let out a cold snort and shouted, "You blocked even that?" But when he looked closer, his face froze in shock. This was impossible. Xing Kun crushed the metal bars with his mutated arm. Manager Chen pointed at him and shouted, "What are you?" Xing Kun's left eye glowed blue, and a red vein stretched across the corner of it, making him look terrifying. Manager Chen stood frozen as Xing Kun's left arm blazed with red light and fiery heat, snapping every piece of metal with ease. He could not help asking, "What kind of strange power is this?" He frowned and muttered. Among the 5 elements were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As countless metal fragments circled Xing Kun, Manager Chen kept thinking, not even ice, lightning, or psychic powers could mutate an arm like this. The metal fragments flew back to the broken steel door and rebuilt it. Still staring at Xing Kun, Manager Chen finally asked, "Are you really a superhuman?" The rebuilt metal instantly split apart into countless golden spears, sharp and perfectly straight. Manager Chen looked at the floating weapons and sneered, "Whatever you are." He swung his arm as metal energy flared in his palm and coldly declared, "Die." In the next instant, countless metal spears rained down from above, aiming straight at Xing Kun's back. Xing Kun's mutated left arm suddenly grew even larger. Thick muscles bulged beneath skin glowing like molten lava. With one eye now completely blue, Shin Kun raised his left arm to block the attack and shouted, "A sneak attack?" Manager Chen drove every metal spear into the mutated arm. The more he attacked, the more horrified he became. That arm had completely surpassed human limits. He brought both hands together and gathered even more metal energy before shouting, "Are you some kind of monster?" Through the reflection in the glass, he suddenly noticed a faint blue flame. His eyes widened when he saw the metal spears buried deep in the target. Then the blue fire spread across the metal and melted every weapon. Manager Chen muttered in disbelief. What kind of flame is this? Is he a fire superhuman? But monsters should not control elements. The moment that thought appeared, he rejected it. Cold sweat covered his forehead. High-level monsters could control elements too. Looking up at Shin Kun's giant arm raised overhead, Manager Chen could not believe his eyes. Only 4th-tier monsters or above had that ability. How was this possible? Shin Kun slammed his mutated arm into the ground with all his strength. A violent explosion erupted, as dust filled the entire area. Manager Chen barely escaped in time. Seeing blue flames spread through the cracks in the floor, he cried out, "What are you?" Facing Shin Kun's no longer human face and icy stare, Manager Chen demanded an answer. He was not human, yet he did not seem like a normal monster either. Even so, another idea crossed his mind. If he could not kill Shin Kun now, he only had to stall until reinforcements arrived. In this form, everyone would mistake Shin Kun for a monster. Crimson light burst from Shin Kun's left arm as countless tentacles wriggled out. Seeing that, Manager Chen secretly rejoiced. He only needed to hold on for a few more minutes. The muscles in Shin Kun's arm twisted together until they formed a massive fist. Manager Chen became even more certain the Purger Squad would kill Shin Kun the moment they arrived. Black veins spread from Shin Kun's neck across half of his face. He gritted his teeth as he endured the chaotic energy inside him. His 3rd-tier evolution was far more violent than expected, likely because he had absorbed Earth Dragon flesh. He touched the huge spikes growing from his left arm, and finally understood. This was the power of Black Fang. If he could not control it, he would never return to human form. Shin Kun raised his left arm, while his right hand grabbed it tightly, trying to suppress the raging power. Across from him, Manager Chen quickly formed a massive metal shield and shouted, "Metal shield." Hiding behind it, he smiled with confidence. Shin Kun might be powerful, but his metal shield was not easy to break. Then a streak of red light flashed through the shield almost silently. It pierced Manager Chen's abdomen, and blood burst out instantly. His mind went blank, as he could not understand how his defense had been sliced apart so easily. Staring at his own blood splattered across his glasses, Manager Chen froze. Only a few black spikes had grazed him, yet they left a devastating wound. Clutching his bleeding stomach, he fell into complete panic. Shin Kun's arm kept stretching as its terrifying red glow intensified. Backing away in fear, Manager Chen wondered what kind of monster this was. He could not find a single weakness, and even his metal shield could not stop those black spikes. Stalling for a few more minutes was no longer possible. Sweat poured down his face as he clenched his teeth and realized in despair that if this continued, he would be the one who died. Holding his wound, Manager Chen kept jumping backward to avoid the pursuing mutated arm while shouting, "Listen to me. You should stay here. If you step outside like this." His eyes widened as he flashed a smug grin and threatened, "The moment people see you, they will all try to kill you. You are already a monster." He gathered metal energy into his legs and leaped farther back, mocking Shin Kun as he widened the gap. "The Purger Squad is almost here. They will never spare you. Even if you escape them, it will not matter." Turning back toward Shin Kun, Manager Chen laughed. "You are humanity's enemy. No one will ever stand with you. Everyone wants monsters dead." Then he suddenly stopped after sensing something was wrong. A sudden sense of danger came from behind, forcing him to spin around at once. The moment he turned, Manager Chen froze. Ju Yu stood there with one hand raised, her lightning already gathered and aimed straight at him. His face turned pale. Seeing the purple lightning ready to strike, he shouted, "Stop! Look carefully. He is a monster. He is our enemy." But Ji Yu never hesitated. She released the lightning without mercy and answered, "He is not a monster." The lightning blast sent Manager Chen flying. Zhu Yu shouted, "His name is Shin Kun. Do you even know what you are doing?" Choking with rage, he roared, "You are betraying humanity. You will regret this." Manager Chen gritted his teeth and turned back, only to see Shin Kun raising his mutated arm blazing with molten heat. Shin Kun looked at him and coldly said, "If this world has no place for me." The giant arm crashed down wrapped in crimson flames. Before it landed, Manager Chen heard Shin Kun's icy voice, "Then I will carve out my own path with blood." The mutated arm crushed down on Manager Chen as Shin Kun declared in a low voice, "You have been devoured." The black veins across Xing Kun's face slowly turned blood red, while his left eye gradually returned to normal. Xing Kun looked toward the Earth Dragon and thought to himself. The Purger Squad had finally arrived. He quickly withdrew his mutated arm and looked at Ji Yu. In a low voice he warned, "Stay away from me. Pretend you do not know me." But his eyes slowly turned blue again as black veins reappeared. He worried that his left arm might never return to human form. Ji Yu lowered her head and bit her lip before suddenly wrapping both arms around Xing Kun's mutated arm. Startled, he softly called out, "You." She looked him straight in the eyes with unwavering determination and declared, "If you have to go to hell, I will go with you." Xing Kun quietly looked at Ji Yu and smiled faintly. She had truly never changed. At that moment, both of them paused as urgent shouts echoed from outside. "Move! Rescue every survivor first." Elsewhere, the repair team was still risking their lives to hold back the Earth Dragon. One man gritted his teeth, believing the three-star Earth superhumans could only stall it a little longer. As everyone struggled to defend the line, they repeated Manager Chen's order to protect the civilians and never retreat. Although he stayed at his post on the surface, he had already made up his mind. The moment the shield broke, he would flee in the chaos. But just then, another Earth Dragon burst out from underground and sent all three defenders flying. The repair team captain shouted in panic, "Run!" The others also screamed as they retreated. The blood-covered man with glasses stared in horror. One attack had shattered the defense of three-star Earth superhumans. They had no chance of stopping this monster. Panic spread everywhere. He abandoned those still holding the line and ran for his life. The blue-haired man also shouted in terror, "The manager is gone. Run first." The Earth Dragon slowly opened its massive jaws. Its vicious mouth aimed straight at the two people trying to escape. Everyone collapsed, clutching their chests under the crushing pressure. No one could even stand, and they all believed this was the end. Sweat streamed down the man with glasses, as desperate cries echoed around him. They could not even run anymore. Just then, he froze after noticing a figure appear ahead. Through the eyes of the man with glasses, Shangguan Kui calmly walked onto the battlefield. He did not care who had arrived. He only hoped this person could save them. Shangguan Kui raised a pink water hose and instantly controlled a massive stream of water, aiming it straight at the Earth Dragon as she shouted at the monster. A powerful torrent of water continuously burst from the hose in Shangguan Kui's hands. Her expression turned icy as she swung the hose high and shouted in anger, "You are the ones who ruined my blind date." Seeing the razor-sharp water blade racing toward them and the Earth Dragon, everyone was stunned. They thought she was about to slice through all of them and cried out in panic. The man with glasses quickly raised his arm, but when the water swept past without harming him, he realized it had deliberately avoided everyone. What shocked him even more was how easily it cut straight through the Earth Dragon, a monster their entire team had failed to injure. Watching the water effortlessly split the Earth Dragon in half, he was left speechless. The flowing element danced like spirits, yet raged like demons. This was the element of life, the mark of a 4-star superhuman that countless 3-star superhumans could never reach. Seeing the Earth Dragons wound rapidly healing, everyone seized the chance to escape. They could finally move again and had to get away before it fully recovered. Sweat soaked the forehead of the man with glasses as he stared at Shangguan Kui in amazement. As he ran, he finally remembered who she was. This was Shangguan Kui, the strongest guardian of the Superhuman Gene Academy, a 4-star superhuman with 91 superhuman genes. Tightening her grip on the pink hose, she calmly ordered, "Leave this to me. Evacuate the civilians at once and report everything inside to the Purger Squad." Facing the Earth Dragon alone, with its giant jaws wide open, Shangguan Kui remained perfectly calm. She chose to hold it back so everyone else could continue searching for survivors. The others answered together, "Understood." Meanwhile, another corner of the training grounds was completely silent, without a single person in sight. As Zhu walked toward the door, she asked Xing Kun if his arm could return to normal. He quietly replied that he needed a little more time. Hearing that, she immediately decided to go outside and buy him time while he hid. After saying that, Zhu ran out alone to distract everyone, while Xing Kun immediately retreated deeper behind the door to hide. From inside the room, he watched Ji run toward the Purger Squad and pretend to panic. "Thank goodness. We are saved. I am over here. I think there are still survivors over there." Inside the small room, Xing Kun's mutated arm continued to swell as crimson light flared and black spikes emerged one after another. He quickly analyzed the situation. Third-tier evolution was 10 times stronger than the second tier, and third-tier monsters grew much larger because their genes became far more violent. His priority now was to stabilize that power and regain his human form. But then he suddenly noticed something unusual. Xing Kun stared at his arm in disbelief. This was the 1% superhuman gene he had received on the very first day after his rebirth. Within his consciousness, he saw the monster genes colliding with the large amount of newly absorbed superhuman genes. After thinking it through, he guessed they were still digesting the fat man he had just devoured, which was probably why he had gained the metal attribute. Xing Kun's right eye suddenly flashed with golden light. No matter what, he had awakened one more superhuman gene. Looking at his spike-covered left arm, Xing Kun decided to use his newly awakened superhuman gene to stabilize the monster genes and gradually bring them under control. Watching the bones in his arm twisting together, he continued analyzing them and tried guiding their evolution toward the form he wanted. The bones inside his arm began moving according to his thoughts, leaving Xing Kun amazed by the strange transformation. Suddenly, one black spike shot out from his arm, stretched upward, and pierced straight through the roof. Watching dust fall through the hole above, he instantly realized this was the Black Fang ability possessed by the Earth Dragon. Outside, Niyang carried the still unconscious Wu Yin and thanked Jiyu for leading them to 3 more survivors so quickly. Jiyu casually replied that it was nothing, but inside she was screaming because everything was happening much faster than she had expected. Just then, a loud crash suddenly came from the room where Xing Kun was hiding, making Jiyu jump. Niyang immediately turned toward the sound and shouted, "Is there a monster over there?" Jiyu instantly went pale, knowing Xing Kun was about to be exposed. She was about to call out, but a nearby purger quickly signaled her to stay quiet, warning that noise would only attract the monster. Jiyu clenched her fists and made up her mind. If Xing Kun was truly cornered, she would stand beside him until the very end. Niyang fixed his eyes on the room and warned the purger squad beside him, "Everyone, stay alert." At that moment, Xing Kun slowly walked out holding his head, pretending he had just woken up after passing out. Confused, he asked what had happened. Seeing a human instead of a monster, Niyang immediately told everyone it was safe and let out a relieved sigh. Niyang quickly contacted Shangguan Kui and reported that they had found 5 survivors in total. Meanwhile, Jiyu quietly asked Xing Kun if he was alright. He simply smiled, raised his arm, and replied, "I'm fine." Xing Kun silently looked at his left arm. His entire skeleton had now evolved into the structure of the Black Fang Earth Dragon, but its toughness was still far below the real monster. Glancing at Niyang and the purger squad, he silently judged himself to be far too weak. At the same time, Niyang announced that the Earth Dragon had been driven back, and everyone would soon escort the survivors outside. Watching Shangguan Kui repeatedly slice apart the Earth Dragon with water element attacks, Xing Kun thought to himself, for humanity as it was now, only a 4-star superhuman could force even a single Earth Dragon to retreat. Thinking about the demon god from his previous life, the pressure weighed even heavier on him. The Earth Dragon was only one of the demon god's weakest followers. Countless unimaginable monsters still lurked underground, so he had to gain greater power as quickly as possible. Standing among the rescued survivors, Xing Kun quietly watched the purger squad and reminded himself, to save others, he first had to become strong enough to save himself. He needed resources, power, and enough strength for both himself and Jiyu, so no one could threaten them again. But before anything else, his identity as someone with superhuman genes could never be exposed. A fragment of the future suddenly flashed through Xing Kun's mind. He stood high above a city that had become nothing but ruins, buried beneath endless gray dust. In that devastated world, Xing Kun stood atop a skyscraper with an overwhelming aura, gripping Fu Liang by the head and lifting him into the air with one hand. Fu Liang's face was deathly pale, and his eyes were filled with nothing but terror as he stared at Xing Kun's monstrous form. At that very moment, a shadow with terrifying killing intent rose from beneath the earth behind him. Its glowing blue eyes looked ready to destroy everything, leaving Xing Kun with only one thought. There was only 1 year left. Returning to reality, Xing Kun frowned slightly and said, "We don't have much time left." Standing behind another female student, Jiyu curiously asked how much time remained. Then she suddenly realized that ever since entering the academy, Xing Kun's eyes had kept drifting toward other girls' chests. Caught in the act, Xing Kun quickly looked away and awkwardly defended himself. 36D? No way. I've turned over a new leaf. I meant we don't have much time for something else. Jiyu simply looked at him with obvious suspicion and replied, Outside the academy gates, the new students happily poured onto campus as the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Xing Kun's voice sounded again. 1 year from now, the world will completely change. Before that day comes, you must reach 5-star superhuman as soon as possible. Jiyu stared at him in shock. Only 1 year? Right now, the strongest people have only reached peak 4-star. No one even knows how powerful 5-star really is. She lightly punched Shin Kun on the shoulder and said with determination, "Then we'll work even harder than we did for the college entrance exams." Shin Kun smiled and encouraged her. "Trust me, it'll help you." Still a little doubtful, Ji-yu finally nodded. "All right, I trust you." Then she pouted and added, "Except for that part about turning over a new leaf." Shin Kun immediately became serious and announced their first goal. "Within 1 month, you must break through to 3-star superhuman." Ji-yu was instantly stunned. Even with 95 superhuman genes, she knew the early stages required enormous resources, and neither of them had any powerful backing. She was just about to ask where those resources would come from when 3 people, 2 boys and 1 girl, suddenly ran over, shouting excitedly, "Boss!" Leading them was Zhao Sheng. Standing beside Zhao Xiaotao and Wu Yin, he happily patted both of them on the shoulders and said that thanks to Shin Kun, they had survived the trial and earned the chance to remain at the academy. Zhao Sheng immediately bowed deeply and pulled the other 2 down with him to thank Shin Kun. The academy had granted every survivor a free pass through the trial, so they would never forget this favor. From now on, Shin Kun was their boss. If he gave the order, they would risk their lives without hesitation. Zhao Xiaotao blushed at her brother's over-the-top behavior, while Ji-yu glanced at Shin Kun and teased, "Wow, now you even have loyal guys following you. Did you evolve again?" Shin Kun just smiled. "I've changed." Curious, Zhao Sheng stepped closer and asked who the girl beside Shin Kun was. He had wanted to ask ever since they cleared the final trial but never had the chance. Shin Kun smiled and introduced her as Ji-yu. Hearing that, she warmly waved at everyone and greeted them with a cheerful hello. The moment they heard her name, all 3 froze before shouting in shock, Ji-yu. They stared with wide eyes, unable to believe the person before them was the academy's most famous freshman. This was Ji-yu, the genius with a 95% superhuman gene compatibility, the highest ever recorded, and the hottest name on the academy forums. Seeing their exaggerated reaction, Shin Kun could only clear his throat and remind them to calm down. Zhao Sheng ignored him and excitedly said, "Boss really is different. You even know the legendary Ji-yu." Then he suddenly asked if the 2 of them were dating, leaving both Shin Kun and Ji-yu completely stunned. Without a second of hesitation, they both shook their heads and denied it at the same time. Absolutely not. As Shin Kun tried to explain, Ji-yu jumped off the suitcase, and they almost spoke in perfect unison, insisting their relationship was nothing like everyone imagined. After exchanging indifferent looks, they both pointed at each other and declared that they were simply childhood friends who had grown up together. Even after hearing that, the other 3 remained skeptical. No matter how they looked at it, sharing a suitcase was hard to believe if they were only childhood friends. Wu Yin hesitantly spoke up, glancing back and forth between Ji-yu and Shin Kun. Since they were childhood friends, he guessed they planned to form a team, and he had a suggestion. Wu Yin explained that after enrollment, all freshmen would compete for resources. Everyone would receive an initial share, then spend the next 3 hours fighting to steal from one another. He suggested forming a temporary squad because his spiritual perception ability could help them avoid stronger opponents. He confidently added that this way they could not only protect their own resources, but also seize more from others. Before he could finish, Zhao Sheng immediately shouted for him to stop talking. Zhao Sheng hurriedly reminded him that the area was packed with people. Speaking so loudly would only bring trouble to their boss. Wu Yin tried to explain but was cut off. Refusing to let him continue, Zhao Sheng explained that if they wanted to survive, they had to stay cautious. People with low superhuman gene compatibility were always easy targets, especially this year after all the upperclassmen's warnings. He continued by saying that the top freshman, with around 8 superhuman genes after the screening, had already become the freshman leader. That group's goal was to rob every student whose compatibility was below 50%. With a serious expression, Zhao Sheng added that people below 50 had little chance of awakening their abilities. He himself only had 39 superhuman genes. Then he pointed at Zhao Xiaotao and said she only had 41 superhuman genes. After that, Zhao Sheng turned to Wu Yin and reminded him that he had barely reached 50, making Wu Yin awkwardly look away. Zhao Sheng firmly stated that they would never drag Shin Kun into trouble because of them. Hearing that, Shin Kun and Ji-yu exchanged knowing smiles. When Ji-yu mentioned the resource competition, Shin Kun replied, "Looks like our first batch of resources just came to us." She laughed and added, "And it even comes with a few cute extras." Shin Kun continued, "They are the bait." Looking at the 3 of them, Ji-yu quietly said that if they trained them into reliable allies now, it would save them a great deal of effort later. Shin Kun confidently declared that he could train them into some of the academy's strongest students, perhaps even beyond that. When the time came, they would willingly fight alongside him. Ji-yu laughed and teased, So, you're planning to tie them down with friendship. After reaching an agreement, Xing stepped forward and openly invited everyone to form a team together. Hearing that, Zhao Sheng's eyes widened as he blurted out, "What?" Zhao Sheng shook his head again and again, refusing the offer. He believed Xing did not need to pity them. Xing patted Zhao Sheng on the shoulder and explained that this had nothing to do with pity. He wanted to form a team because they valued loyalty and would become trustworthy teammates. Those words moved Zhao Sheng to tears. Crying uncontrollably, he choked out, "Boss." Xing continued, saying that now they had joined his team, their goals would also have to change. Zhao Sheng immediately replied with determination that they would never disappoint him and would follow every plan without question. Xing smiled with satisfaction before casually asking, "What if someone collected every single resource during the competition?" Yu added, "Would all of those resources belong to that one person?" The question left Wu Yin completely confused. He could only blurt out, "Huh?" Somehow he felt like something was very wrong. Seeing everyone's puzzled faces, Xing laughed and told them not to overthink it. He had only asked out of curiosity. Then he urged everyone to take him to the dormitory so he could put away his luggage. Zhao Xiaotao nodded, while Ji Yu reminded him that their first class would begin that evening. On the way to the dormitory, Wu Yin suddenly remembered something and curiously asked Xing what his superhuman gene compatibility actually was. Xing only smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough. It might even leave you speechless." Hearing that, Zhao Sheng became even more convinced that his boss must have an incredibly high compatibility. The next day, the first class officially began. Fu Liang walked into the classroom, introduced himself as their instructor for the year, and got straight to the lesson. In a stern voice, Fu Liang declared that anyone who failed to awaken a superhuman ability within 1 year would be expelled from the academy. He mentioned Wu Yin, confirming that he had awakened a psychic ability after the final trial. His ability was Danger Sense, which suited his 50% superhuman gene compatibility. Next, Fu Liang called out the students with low compatibility scores, such as 39 and 41, making his words sound more like a warning to the entire class. When his name was called, Zhao Sheng eagerly raised his hand, while Zhao Xiaotao answered shyly. At once, every student in the classroom turned to look at them. Pointing toward the students, Fu Liang coldly stated that anyone who failed to awaken within a year would spend the rest of their life as an ordinary person. The entire class answered in unison, "Well, do our best." Watching the teacher's attitude, Xing frowned slightly. Sitting beside him, Zhao Sheng calmly explained that Fu Liang always addressed students below 50% who had not yet awakened by their compatibility score. Adjusting his glasses, Fu Liang announced that this year's class was very special. Everyone had probably heard the news about the student with the highest superhuman gene compatibility in human history, and that student was sitting in this very classroom. The moment he said that, nearly the entire class turned to look at Ji Yu. Fu Liang admitted that Ji Yu's potential was so great that even he could not imagine her future limit. However, what surprised him even more was that this class also had a student with only one superhuman gene. His gaze swept across the room before calling for the student with a compatibility of 1 to stand up and introduce himself. As soon as they heard that, several students could not hide their mocking smiles. Others looked around curiously, wondering who could possibly have such an unbelievably low compatibility. Zhao Sheng also shook his head and sighed, saying that someone with only one gene would definitely become the laughingstock of the class. But to everyone's shock, the one who stood up was Xing. Calmly, he reported that he had awakened the metal element without the slightest trace of embarrassment. Zhao Sheng's jaw dropped. He never expected his boss to be the student with only one gene. Even Fu Liang could not hide his confusion. He wondered how someone with only one superhuman gene had managed to awaken at all. After adjusting his glasses, Fu Liang looked at Xing with an unreadable expression and asked him to come to the front of the class to assist with Today's lesson. Xing casually walked forward as the class stared in disbelief. Smiling, he joked, "If I'm teaching, there should be a reward." Fu Liang agreed and promised him an extra share of resources after class during the competition. Xing happily thanked him. Fu Liang then reminded him not to celebrate too soon. Someone with only one superhuman gene carrying 2 resource packs would likely face a nightmare in the upcoming competition. Standing before the class, Xing began explaining. He said that superhuman power was the ability to control elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, lightnings, and psychic energy. After awakening, people could use their superhuman genes to guide these elements and temporarily store them within their bodies. He went on to explain that the most important step was learning to control the transcendent genes, absorb elemental power from the outside world, and store it inside the body. Fu Liang added that once someone could keep those elements stable inside their body and turn their transcendent genes into a perfect vessel without leaking energy, they had officially become a transcendent. After that, he casually picked up the iron bar on the table and prepared to demonstrate for the class. As he lifted the heavy metal bar, Fu Liang explained that controlling power required an elemental medium, and every transcendent gene had a storage limit. He snapped off a small piece of iron and handed it to Xing Kun, saying it was more than enough for someone with only one transcendent gene. Fu Liang looked at Xing Kun and confidently declared that this tiny piece was the most metal he would ever be able to control, so he should start with it. Holding the iron fragment, Xing Kun kept thinking about transcendent power and elemental energy. The feeling was both strange and familiar because high-level monsters gain similar abilities as they approach the transcendent realm. Meanwhile, Fu Liang pointed at the iron bar and explained that every person carried a unique gene sequence that determined whether they would evolve into a monster or awaken as a transcendent. He said they were fortunate their genes had evolved toward the transcendent path. The higher the gene count, the stronger the elemental perception, and the faster the cultivation. In his view, true fairness had never existed. To prove his point, Fu Liang listed students with over 90 transcendent genes. Even a difference of one gene created a huge gap. Shangguan Kui, with 91, could already breathe underwater. He also mentioned Ji Yu from their class, whose current gene ratio allowed him to withstand at least 3,000 volts without injury. Setting the iron bar back on the table, Fu Liang said that if someone ever reached 100 transcendent genes, the only fitting word would be divine. On the other hand, the lower the gene ratio, the harder it was to sense elemental power. Before Xing Kun, no one with fewer than 20 genes had ever awakened. Hearing that, Xing Kun smiled and asked if that was really true. Fu Liang nodded and said that if Xing Kun could not control the metal element, he would personally guide him. At that very moment, Xing Kun focused his power. In an instant, the iron fragment glowed as he smoothly moved the metal element in and out of his body. Fu Liang was stunned by how effortlessly he succeeded. Fu Liang's expression changed immediately. He realized Xing Kun's awakening was far more than luck, and concluded that he was either a once-in-a-generation genius or unbelievably fortunate. A golden aura erupted around Fu Liang as all his power focused on the metal fragment in Xing Kun's hand. He loudly declared that this single piece of iron would show the class the difference between one transcendent gene and 80. Fu Liang proudly concluded that the truth was simple, 80 against 1. Fu Liang kept suppressing the power inside the metal fragment and stressed that when the strength gap was overwhelming, strategy no longer mattered. Pure force alone could crush the weaker side. While controlling the metal fragment, Fu Liang said, the power of the weak was easily overwhelmed. Those with low gene ratios should remember they were the weak ones and stay behind the strong. The entire class listened closely. Some looked proud of their natural talent, while others were clearly shocked by the lesson. Xing Kun only curled the corner of his lips as his opinion of Fu Liang quietly began to change. Memories from his previous life surfaced. When death was closing in, Fu Liang had stayed behind to hold off the enemy and sacrificed his life so the students could escape. To Xing Kun, he was a teacher worthy of deep respect. Just then, Xing Kun noticed beads of sweat forming on Fu Liang's forehead. He found it strange because he had barely felt any pressure and almost missed the fact that Fu Liang was already struggling. It turned out Fu Liang was using the pressure from his own transcendent genes to suppress Xing Kun. However, Xing Kun knew exactly why it was failing. His transcendent genies had absorbed the fat man's power before, and with the support of Guai Gee's 99 gene strength, Fu Liang had no chance of suppressing him. Xing Kun laughed to himself and decided to stay humble. If he showed too much strength now, no one would dare challenge him in the future. Thinking fast, Xing Kun instantly put on an Oscar-worthy performance. He clutched his body and cried out in pain, claiming he could not hold on any longer. Seeing that, Fu Liang could only think the kid was overacting. Fu Liang quickly realized Xing Kun was letting him save face, because even with everything he had, he still could not truly suppress him. The students below kept praising Fu Liang's strength. Some even mocked Xing Kun, saying someone with only one transcendent gene should stop dreaming. Meanwhile, Fu Liang quietly sighed in relief after barely keeping his dignity. Looking at Xing Kun, Fu Liang smiled faintly. He knew the boy was hiding something, but at least he understood when to hold back. After clearing his throat to quiet the class, Fu Liang thanked Xing Kun for helping with the demonstration and announced the end of the first basic lesson. He then declared that the academy believed the strong ruled everything and asked if everyone was ready for the freshman resource competition. A male student immediately shouted that he had been waiting for this moment. Wu Xiang let out a cold laugh and turned toward Xing Kun. He said he had heard Xing Kun's bold claims that morning and wondered where someone with only one transcendent gene got that confidence. He repeated Xing Kun's promise to defeat everyone and seize all the resources, calling it nothing but arrogance. Wu Xiang stood up with an air of complete confidence. He admitted that awakening with only one transcendent gene proved Xing Kun had worked incredibly hard. He then introduced himself as someone with 85 transcendent genes who had awakened the water element, and said he genuinely admired Xing Kun's determination. Wearing a confident smile, Wu Xiang walked over and unexpectedly invited Xing Kun to join his faction. He explained that it was an alliance made up of students with more than 60 transcendent genes, and gathered the strongest freshmen in the class. Wu Xiang had already planned everything. If he could recruit Xing Kun, then Ji Yu, the student with the highest gene ratio in history, would likely follow as well. He reached out his hand and invited Xing Kun to help take every resource from the weaker students. He continued persuading him, insisting that resources reached their greatest value only in the hands of the strong. After hearing him out, Xing Kun simply burst into laughter. That reaction immediately darkened Wu Xiang's expression. Xing Kun looked him in the eye and calmly said that in the end, he was just someone who enjoyed bullying the weak. After being rejected, Wu Xiang instantly lost his composure. He shouted in anger and demanded to know who Xing Kun thought he was. He continued insulting Xing Kun, saying that someone with only one transcendent gene never deserved to enter the academy. In his opinion, Xing Kun had passed the trial only because Ji Yu protected him. Wu Xiang also admitted he had invited Xing Kun only to recruit Ji Yu. Xing Kun gave a faint smile and mocked him, saying his true colors had finally been exposed. Wu Xiang gritted his teeth in rage and turned to leave, but not before warning Xing Kun to wait for what was coming. Before walking away, he loudly declared that the strong alliance would seize every resource from the weaker freshmen. In response, Xing Kun deliberately gave him 2 thumbs up with a mocking smile, wished him good luck, and said he would pray for him. Wu Xiang stormed off in frustration. Fu Liang shook his head and asked if Xing Kun had done that on purpose. Xing Kun calmly replied that he had sincerely been cheering him on. Fu Liang adjusted his glasses and solemnly announced that the freshman resource competition had officially begun. He instructed every student to collect their resources and exchange vouchers before heading to the forest outside the academy. Xing Kun alone received 2 vouchers as promised. Night soon fell. After collecting their supplies, all the freshmen entered the forest one after another. Fu Liang stopped everyone at the forest's edge and reminded them that no one could leave the area for 1 hour. Everything depended on their own strength. Then he loudly declared the competition had begun. Zhao Sheng excitedly rushed to meet up with Xing Kun. In contrast, Wu Yin looked worried and quietly admitted that he did not dare go over there. Zhao Sheng had only taken a few steps before hearing that. He immediately turned back and questioned Wu Yin, who awkwardly replied that he also had to think about himself. Looking hesitant, Wu Yin explained that although he had only 14 transcendent genes, he had awakened an ability, so the strong alliance had made an exception and accepted him. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng loudly argued that Xing Kun was the one who could truly lead everyone further. Just then, a group of students confidently approached from the distance. Wu Yin looked at them and apologetically told Zhao Sheng that although Xing Kun was strong, he had only one transcendent gene, while his enemy was the entire strong alliance. He never expected Xing Kun to offend them the moment the competition began. Watching Wu Yin abandon his teammates for another faction, Zhao Sheng angrily called him a traitor. With disappointment that no one could force this choice, everyone had the right to choose their own path. She looked toward the other group and sighed. After all, anyone would be afraid of being targeted by 10 elite students with overwhelming transcendent gene ratios. On Xing Kun's side, one of Wu Xiang's followers laughed smugly and said Xing Kun could keep smiling for now because they would stay on his tail. Once Wu Xiang returned, he would be the one crying. Xing Kun simply gave him a teasing smile and calmly replied that beating up the weak probably would not take much time anyway. The follower immediately snapped back, saying it was not bullying, but the proper distribution of resources. What could Xing Kun possibly know? Elsewhere in the forest, a female student ran with all her strength, her heavy breathing and hurried footsteps breaking the silence. She quickly hid behind a tree, looked around repeatedly, and tried to reassure herself that she had escaped far enough and was finally safe. But at that moment, Wu Xiang suddenly appeared behind her. With a cold smile, he said the human body was about 70% water, so no one could escape his senses. Using his ability to restrain her, Wu Xiang demanded her resource voucher unless she wanted to suffer even more. The girl gritted her teeth and refused, insisting it belonged to her. Seeing her resist, Wu Xiang tightened his water element power around her neck and coldly said she could only blame herself for not being worthy of joining the strong alliance. Unable to breathe, she finally begged for mercy and handed over the voucher. After taking the resource voucher, Wu Xiang left with a satisfied smile while searching for his next target. From then on, he kept hunting weaker students and relied on his superior strength to rob them of every resource. Wu Xiang was not the only one. Many other groups in the forest were doing the same. One girl was surrounded, and even Wu Yin, after joining the alliance, demanded that she hand over her resource voucher. Anyone who resisted was beaten without mercy. In another part of the forest, Pan Shiji took the initiative to find Wu Xiang. The moment they met, Wu Xiang laughed and said he had not even gone looking for him before he showed up on his own. He suggested testing Pan Shiji's strength to see whether someone who had never taken the gene test and entered through a special admission route was qualified to join the strong alliance. Pan Shiji only smiled and replied that it was quite a coincidence because he had been thinking the exact same thing. The moment he finished speaking, Pan Shiji unleashed his power and formed a massive arm of fire. He declared that he would see whether Wu Xiang was even qualified to become his subordinate. Hearing that word, Wu Xiang's expression instantly changed. Refusing to be looked down on, Wu Xiang erupted with water element power and angrily roared, asking if Pan Shiji acted like a spoiled young master everywhere he went and expected everyone to obey him. The two forces collided violently, but within moments, Pan Shiji's flaming arm shattered the torrent of water created by Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang stared in disbelief. Water should have countered fire, yet Pan Shiji's flames had effortlessly burned through his entire attack. Meanwhile, the students who had lost all their resources staggered out of the forest in miserable condition. They angrily demanded their resources back, swore they would settle the score once they grew stronger, and cursed their attackers for bullying the weak. Others could only sigh in despair, saying it was already too late because the robbers had taken nearly everything. Just then, another group blocked their path. The leader sneered and asked who was foolish enough to expect an enemy to wait until they became stronger. He said this was simply the law of the strong devouring the weak, and if they could not accept it, they should become stronger themselves. Hearing that only made the robbed students even more furious, and one of them shouted that they had struggled so hard just to enter this academy. One of Wu Xiang's followers swaggered over to Xing Kun's group and laughed, saying they only had to wait for the boss to return before collecting the last few vouchers. He continued mocking Xing Kun, asking whether someone with only one transcendent gene was finally getting scared. In his eyes, without Jiyu standing behind him, Xing Kun would have been defeated long ago. But halfway through his sentence, he suddenly froze after sensing a strange surge of electricity in the air. His eyes immediately locked onto Jiyu, convinced she was secretly preparing her ability. Not daring to waste another second, he charged forward to stop Jiyu before she could attack. But just as his arm reached out, another hand caught his wrist firmly in midair. Xing Kun locked the man's wrist and calmly asked Jiyu how much longer she needed now that they had been discovered. Without opening her eyes, she simply replied, "1 more minute." Cold sweat poured down the man's face. No matter how hard he struggled, Xing Kun's grip felt like solid steel. Only one thought remained in his mind. This guy with one transcendent gene was anything but normal. And what did that 1 minute really mean? Watching from above, Fu Liang quietly observed everything happening in the forest and muttered that starting this semester, the academy's electricity bill was probably going to skyrocket. The thought made him grin. The finance department was about to have a terrible day. Xing Kun continued squeezing the man's wrist until he trembled in pain. He casually told Jiyu that since the plan was already exposed, she might as well lock onto every target and get everyone ready for a lightning strike. The terrified student screamed for help, shouting that Jiyu was about to electrocute everyone. Another student rushed in from behind and shouted that they should deal with the guy with one transcendent gene first. But the moment he charged in, Xing Kun effortlessly restrained him as well. Seeing that Jiyu still had not attacked, he asked why. She replied that one target was still missing. The two trapped students cried out in agony, while the first one screamed that his arm was about to be crushed. He could not understand how Xing Kun's physical strength was so terrifying. Panicking, he desperately searched for reinforcements and yelled for everyone to attack together. He also warned them to be careful, because Xing Kun's raw strength was monstrous. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire group activated their transcendent abilities and charged at Xing-kun. Xing-kun turned to Ji-yu and asked who was still missing. She kept her eyes closed for another moment before saying it was Wu Xiong. She had already spread lightning element energy through the air to expand her search range. Invisible currents spread across the forest. Before finally stopping at one location, Ji-yu opened her eyes and announced that she had found the target. Wu Xiong was fighting a fire element user. Moments later, everyone who had surrounded Xing-kun collapsed to the ground with their eyes rolled back. Xing-kun turned to the students, who had been bullied, and loudly assured them that anyone with fewer than 60 transcendent genes had nothing to fear. He promised to take back every resource from the strong alliance, exchange them for vouchers, and give everyone a fair chance to compete again. Even so, many students panicked and ran away. Xing-kun called after them, saying they were only wasting their energy because Ji-yu had already marked every one of them with static electricity. Sooner or later, lightning would find them. He suddenly remembered that this was the technique Ji-yu had developed in his previous life. At the same moment, Ji-yu unleashed her power and activated her ultimate technique, targeted thunder. Countless bolts of lightning spread through the forest, sweeping every corner as they hunted down every marked target with perfect accuracy. Elsewhere, the battle between Pan Shiji and Wu Xiang continued to rage. Fire and water clashed again and again, lighting up the forest with violent explosions. Wu Xiang poured all his strength into controlling the water against the sea of flames before him. Confidently, he declared that such a small fire could never defeat him. Pan Shiji gave him a mocking grin and replied, "Then try this." The instant those words fell, the flames exploded. A gigantic flaming hand shot forward at incredible speed, grabbed Wu Xiang, and unleashed a scorching wave of heat. Trapped inside the burning hand, Wu Xiang felt the heat closing in from every side. Cold sweat covered his body as he realized his water element was nowhere near enough to escape. Pan Shiji smiled with absolute confidence and slowly clenched his fiery hand. In an instant, the flames erupted violently. The enormous flaming fist crashed down like an erupting volcano, swallowing Wu Xiang's water whole. The deafening explosion shook the entire forest. After the attack, Pan Shiji slammed Wu Xiang into the ground and calmly asked whether he had managed to last 1 full minute. Pinned beneath the giant flaming hand, Wu Xiang could no longer fight back and could only despair as he realized he had no strength left. His face turned pale as helplessness filled his heart. The gap between their strength was simply too great, making him believe even more that fairness meant nothing before a force like the Pan family. Pan Shiji withdrew the flames and returned to normal before looking at Wu Xiang struggling to stand. With a satisfied smile, he declared that Wu Xiang had passed the test and was qualified for both himself and his alliance to become Pan Shiji's subordinates. Covered in burns and injuries, Wu Xiang gritted his teeth and looked up with defiance, still written across his face. In his eyes, this battle could not possibly count as a real victory. Pan Shiji smiled and explained that he had already reached the 3-star transcendent realm, strong enough to graduate from the academy long ago. The fact that Wu Xiang could protect himself with his element and avoid being severely burned was already impressive. Hearing that, Wu Xiang could not help asking why someone so powerful was still here. Pan Shiji stepped closer and calmly said that others came to compete for resources, but those things were effortless for him. As he spoke, he reached out his hand and revealed that his true purpose was to recruit outstanding talents on behalf of the Pan family. The family rewarded everyone based on ability and helped them grow in an unfair world. Then he asked Wu Xiang if he wanted to seize that opportunity. Wu Xiang lowered his head in thought for a moment, before quietly replying that he certainly did. Without another word, he grabbed Pan Shiji's hand, his eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the fleeing students were struck one after another by Ji-yu's lightning. Each of them collapsed to the ground, as their bodies convulsed under the electric shock. Just as Pan Shiji and Wu Xiang reached an agreement, a bolt of lightning tore through the air from afar. Both of them instantly changed expression when they realized what it was. Before Pan Shiji could even react, the lightning was already racing straight toward them. Wu Xiang was immediately shocked into paralysis. His entire body went numb, his eyes rolled back, and the pain left him completely unable to move. The entire forest was now engulfed in Ji-yu's sea of lightning. Flashes lit up the darkness again and again, while screams echoed from every direction. Pan Shiji was fortunate enough to avoid serious injury. Looking at Wu Xiang collapsing before him, he froze and muttered in shock, "Ji-yu." As for Wu Xiang, he could only lie motionless on the ground. His body was completely numb, and he could not even twitch as he weakly muttered that he could no longer move. A short while later, Xing Kun and his teammates arrived. He told Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao to collect all the resource cards from the defeated students and assured them that none of those people would be able to move for the next hour. Seeing that Pan Shiji was still standing, Xing Kun smiled and joked that, just as expected, he really was not easy to bring down. Before Pan Shiji could respond, Wu Xiang trembled from the ground and admitted that the power of that lightning was truly overwhelming. Pan Shiji stared at Xing Kun's group as his expression slowly turned serious, then called out Ji Yu's name. Ji Yu simply looked back coldly and said there was no need to keep trying because she would never join his side. Pan Shiji shook his head and replied that he was not talking about that. The moment he finished speaking, he activated the Crimson Flame body. Flames erupted violently, and the terrifying heat snapped a massive tree in half. Standing within the inferno, he declared that he respected Ji Yu's choice and would wait until the day she made what he believed was the right decision. The roaring flames charged toward Xing Kun like a beast breaking free from its chains. Facing the attack, Xing Kun only smiled calmly and told Ji Yu to step back and rest because she was still no match for Pan Shiji. With that, Xing Kun charged forward to face the Crimson Flame body head-on. He even felt a surge of excitement because this was the perfect chance to test the limits of his own transcendent power. Pan Shiji's flames collided directly with Xing Kun's strength. In an instant, the Crimson Flame body erupted, unleashing an immense pressure and a thunderous explosion that shook the entire forest. Pan Shiji continuously controlled the flames while carefully watching every movement around him, staying alert in case Xing Kun tried to close the distance. But in the very next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank after noticing something strange. Xing Kun had somehow appeared right in front of him. A glowing metal fragment rested in his hand, as arcs of electricity danced across its edge. Xing Kun smirked and teased that it seemed the young master of the Pan family was so unused to letting people get close that he had become overly cautious. Pan Shiji responded only with a disdainful look, believing Xing Kun was far too confident. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a gigantic flaming hand straight at him. The attack carried overwhelming force, yet Xing Kun still managed to dodge by the narrowest margin. Even while evading, he quietly noted that someone with over 90 transcendent genes really could spam the Crimson Flame hand without worrying about running out of energy. Suddenly, the flames before him flared even higher, forcing Xing Kun to retreat at once and widen the distance. Refusing to give him any time to recover, Pan Shiji created another flaming hand and surrounded Xing Kun from multiple directions. Watching his opponent lose every escape route, he smiled confidently, convinced there was nowhere left for Xing Kun to run. The two blazing flame hands burned even more fiercely. Pan Shiji slowly brought his hands together and coldly commanded them to merge. The two flaming hands instantly merged into one, their power surging as they closed in on Xing Kun from every direction. Lying on the ground, Wu Xiang trembled as he muttered that this was Pan Shiji's true strength. He even worried that Xing Kun might accidentally be killed. Pan Shiji calmly replied that Xing Kun would not die so easily because he knew the man had survived the final trial. Just as he predicted, only seconds later Xing Kun burst through the flaming hand almost completely unharmed. His icy gaze locked onto Pan Shiji. Wu Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe Xing Kun had escaped because anyone caught by the Crimson Flame hand was normally finished. Seeing his opponent unharmed, Pan Shiji was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled with excitement before unleashing another technique called Crimson Flame Thousand Hands. In the blink of an eye, countless flaming hands filled the sky and charged toward Xing Kun like a pack of hunting beasts. Looking at the sea of flames before him, Xing Kun calmly remarked that there were definitely more flames this time. He smiled and added that, although there were more of them, each one was much weaker. With that, he activated his technique, 1% Transcendent Metal Blade. Holding the metal fragment, Xing Kun slashed again and again, destroying every flaming hand that came his way. Watching his flawless combat skills, Pan Shiji was stunned, because this was nothing like someone who had only recently awakened. Pan Shiji froze for a brief moment, with only one question echoing in his mind. Just who was Xing Kun? While he was distracted, Xing Kun rushed in and brought his blade down. Fortunately, Pan Shiji barely managed to dodge in time. After that close call, Pan Shiji was forced to see Xing Kun in a different light. He realized the metal blade was incredibly sharp. Killing was forbidden in the academy, but severe injuries were another matter. At that thought, Pan Shiji's expression grew far more serious. As he defended himself, he realized that even a single mistake would leave wounds that would be extremely difficult to heal completely. A new plan quickly formed in Pan Shiji's mind. He decided to use the overwhelming advantage of his 90 transcendent genes to crush Xing Kun Heidan. The idea brought a dangerous smile to his face. This time, his target was no longer Xing Kun's body but his transcendent genes. He believed that if he destroyed Xing Kun's gene system, it would take more than a year to recover even with treatment. Thinking about that outcome only strengthened his resolve. He no longer wanted Xing Kun standing before him. While planning his next move, Pan Shiji suddenly noticed Xing Kun looking past him. Confused, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Xing Kun had already spotted a man wearing a monocle standing behind Pan Shiji, radiating an overwhelming aura. One glance was enough for him to recognize a 4-star transcendent powerhouse. Xing Kun immediately changed his attitude. He deliberately stumbled forward, pretended to panic, and loudly praised Pan Shiji for being unbelievably powerful. Watching the sudden change, Pan Shiji stood there in complete confusion, unable to figure out what Xing Kun was plotting. After stepping back, Xing Kun gave him a thumbs up and smiled, saying that no one in the entire freshman class could defeat him. Seeing Xing Kun surrender so suddenly, Pan Shiji could only laugh awkwardly. Since the other side had already admitted defeat, he no longer felt like attacking. A few hours later, Fu Liang slowly entered the forest, confirmed that everyone had gathered, and officially announced the end of the resource competition. He hoped everyone had earned worthwhile rewards before asking all the students to hand over their exchange vouchers so the resource department could distribute the prizes. The moment they heard the announcement, Wu Xiang's group and Pan Shiji's side could not hide their frustration. Their expressions clearly showed the results had not gone as they expected. In sharp contrast, Xing Kun happily walked forward with Xiao Dao and Zhao Sheng, placed a thick stack of vouchers before Fu Liang, and smiled as he said he had accidentally collected almost everyone's vouchers. In total, there were 7 yite. Taking the vouchers, Fu Liang smiled and reminded them that from now on, their group would become the biggest target in the entire freshman class. Xing Kun simply smiled and replied that he would do his best to get along with everyone. Fu Liang then turned to Pan Shiji and asked if he still had 1 voucher left. Hearing that, Pan Shiji immediately reached into his pocket to check. After searching for a while and finding nothing, he looked completely baffled and wondered when his resource voucher had disappeared. Seeing that, Xing Kun scratched his head and smiled, saying that after Pan Shiji defeated him, he happened to see a voucher fall to the ground and picked it up because he did not know whose it was. Realizing Xing Kun was teasing him in front of everyone, Pan Shiji gritted his teeth in anger and snapped, "Stop calling me Pan Shiji." Xing Kun kept teasing him, waving the voucher and asking if he wanted it back. The more Fan Shizai listened, the angrier he got, but he could only swallow his rage. In the end, he turned away and coldly said Xing Kun could keep the voucher. He looked calm, but secretly vowed to kill Xing Kun someday. Soon after, at the resource room, Xing Kun's group pushed out a cart loaded with rewards and split everything up. Xing Kun gave Zhao Sheng and his teammates 60% of the resources. Zhao Sheng said that just the 42 bottles of life essence alone were beyond imagination and promised to train hard. Xing Kun nodded with satisfaction. On the way back, Xiao Dao suddenly called out to Xing Kun because she had something to ask. Before she could continue, Zhao Sheng quickly interrupted and said she should call him boss. Xing Kun turned around and asked what she wanted. Xiao Tao looked at him with doubt and asked if he had actually been strong enough to defeat Fan Shizai. She still wanted answers, so she asked why he had held back until the very end. Xing Kun smiled and explained that Fan Shizai was the young master of the Fan family, and his background was far from ordinary. Taking the resources was enough. There was no need to strip him of all his pride. Xiao Tao's expression changed after hearing that. Walking behind them, Zhao Sheng immediately shouted with admiration that boss was truly incredible. The group kept walking, but Zhao Sheng suddenly noticed something strange. He quickly pointed out that they had already reached the dorms, but boss was heading the wrong way. He pointed at the building ahead and explained that it was the girls' dorm, while his room and Xing Kun's were somewhere else. Xing Kun pointed behind him and said he was not lost. Students with exceptionally powerful genes were given private rooms so they would not injure or affect others. Zhao Sheng still looked confused and stammered about Ji Yu's dorm. Xiao Tao instantly blushed and called him an idiot. A moment later, Zhao Sheng finally understood and laughed, saying it should be called sister-in-law's dorm instead. After saying that, Zhao Sheng immediately bowed and wished boss and sister-in-law a good night. Xing Kun could only wave helplessly and remind everyone that they were just childhood friends. Then he wished them both good night before leaving. Walking with Ji-yu, Shing-sun said they would probably stay up all night, so he could help her absorb all the resources they had received. He joked that it had been a long time since they had spent an entire night in the same room since graduating high school. Ji-yu teased that he had always been busy chasing girls back then, so who would want to stay with him? Shing-sun quickly said he had changed long ago and was now the best version of himself. Ji-yu simply replied that she hoped it was true. For some reason, her cheek suddenly turned red. As she quietly looked at Shin-kun, she felt that he had truly changed. After settling into the dorm, the lights came on as they sat across from each other on the floor. Shin-kun began explaining the origin of life essence. As the number of superhumans grew, humanity tried to study and imitate their power. Although they could not create supernatural energy, they learned to extract energy from living creatures and refine it into life essence to replace the elemental energy consumed by superhumans. He opened a bottle of the blue liquid, took a sip, and joked that the process sounded just like monsters draining the life from other creatures. The taste was awful enough to make him frown, but after drinking it, he felt nothing special. It was not even enough to ease his hunger. Pointing at the pile of identical blue bottles, Jing-kun excitedly said the resource room had advised using only one bottle a day for the best results. Even so, he encouraged her to use them freely and break through to 1 star as soon as possible. Sing-sun then stepped closer to Ji-yu and quietly asked her to shock him with her lightning so they could check whether his current energy had started to refine. The sudden closeness made Ji-yu freeze, and her face instantly turned bright red because Shin-kun was standing so close. Countless memories rushed through her mind. Ever since they met, Shin-kun had saved her many times. He had also stopped fooling around with other girls and even cut off contact with them. It had been a long time since he had spoken to her this seriously. Seeing her lost in thought, Shin-kun reminded her not to space out and told her to try shocking him. He even reached over and gently pinched her chubby cheeks before teasing that she was usually fearless. So why was she suddenly too shy to attack? It took Ji-yu a moment to snap out of it. She cried out and hurriedly slipped free from Shin-kun's arms. Caught off guard, Shin-kun moved close again, pinned her gently to the floor, and told her to stay still. Their position looked unbelievably intimate, making Ji-yu blush with embarrassment. Not knowing how to react, she could only stammer and ask why he kept touching her without permission. Instead of backing away, Shin-kun deliberately leaned even closer. They were so close that they were only moments away from touching. As their noses nearly met, Ji-yu quickly turned her face aside. Flustered, she wondered if Shin-kun had gone back to flirting with girls again. Trying to stay calm, she immediately told him to get up because the situation was far too awkward. But Shin-kun stayed completely calm and even said she smelled so good that he wanted to eat her. The words sounded just like a confession, leaving Ji-yu even more flustered. She quickly protested and told him to stop talking nonsense. That was when she noticed his mouth opening far wider than normal. Shin-kun literally meant he wanted to eat her. His mutation made him look like a monster, as he kept saying her scent was irresistible. Realizing the danger, Ji-yu shoved him away and fired a powerful bolt of lightning. She angrily warned that if he tried to eat her, she would beat him up. The lightning shot into the night sky and split the darkness with a brilliant flash, startling everyone nearby. Seeing it, Xiao Dao sighed that people with powerful superhuman genes really did belong in private dorms. Shin-kun barely dodged the attack. Covering his mouth to suppress the mutation, he explained that Ji-yu's superhuman gene was extremely powerful, so her scent was especially tempting to someone with his mutation. After hearing the explanation, Ji-yu felt slightly relieved but still annoyed. She pouted and turned away, her cheeks still glowing red. Shin-kun took off his coat and prepared to leave. He said he had confirmed that her lightning energy had begun refining properly, so she should keep training as usual. Before leaving, Shin-kun told Ji-yu he was heading out for a while. She did not ask questions and simply handed him a face mask, joking that if he was planning anything suspicious, he should wear it because she had already prepared one. Standing at the door, Ji-yu reminded him to be careful. Shin-kun smiled and said he was only going out for a late-night snack and would bring some back for her. Hearing that, Ji-yu became so embarrassed that she turned her face away and quietly called him an idiot. After leaving the dorm, Shin-kun put on a plain gray coat and pulled a black mask over his face. He quickly judged his current strength and concluded that he had reached the early stage of rank 3 monster. With the Lord's Flame, he was strong enough to defeat even a peak rank 3 monster. As he walked, he casually tested his power as one of his monster arms slowly appeared. The massive black arm was wrapped in blue flames, and its green claws radiated a dangerous aura. As long as he kept the mutated arm covered, almost no one would notice. At most, others would think he was simply a fire-type superhuman. Deep inside the empty forest, this was the perfect place to test his strength. Suddenly, Xing Kun stopped. A familiar but overwhelming pressure instantly changed his expression. Without hesitation, he recalled the Lord's flame, and the monster arm vanished as though it had never existed. Even so, the surroundings remained eerily silent, with no sign of anything except Xing Kun himself. His heart began racing as one name flashed through his mind: Earth Dragon. The pressure came from the massive monster hidden deep underground. It was the same Earth Dragon that had appeared at the trial base. Although he had entered the Superhuman Academy, it was not far from that place, and the monster seemed to have been searching for him ever since. Cold sweat rolled down Xing Kun's forehead. He realized the creature had sensed his presence, and using the Lord's flame too often would only make it easier for the enemy to track him. With that thought, he quietly continued walking. It looked like finding a late-night snack would not be easy tonight. It was not only the Earth Dragon. He could also feel countless other creatures moving beneath the ground. There might be endless monsters hidden below that humanity had never discovered, and the monsters of the past had never truly disappeared. After they were killed, the smoke that scattered was actually the power of their monster genes. Underground creatures continuously absorbed that energy. After gathering enough power for about a year, they would erupt all at once and begin the apocalypse. In his previous life, Xing Kun had accidentally learned this secret, and the most terrifying of them all was the Earth Dragon, with its unimaginable power. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man slowly woke up. Clutching his aching head, he looked around in confusion and wondered where he was. Just moments ago, he had been hanging out with friends to relax. As his memory returned, he realized that on his way home, someone wearing a mask had suddenly captured him. He had been dragged into a van, which immediately sped away from the scene. Fully awake now, the man shouted in panic, demanding to know who they were and what they wanted. Several other victims were tied up inside the van as well. The two kidnappers barely glanced at him and casually said they must not have used enough anesthetic. One even asked Ying Lai if he had miscalculated the dosage. Ignored by everyone, the victim struggled harder and demanded to be released, repeatedly calling it kidnapping. Ying Lai calmly replied to Dian Man that his dosage had been correct. This man was simply a special case. After taking a closer look, Ying Lai laughed and said they had just found an incredibly valuable catch. Dian Man explained that the monster gene level inside this man was much higher than that of an ordinary person, which was why he had woken up so early. He then asked Ying Lai to guess how valuable the man would be. Remembering that he had awakened 3 hours ahead of schedule, Ying Lai began calculating. Looking at the terrified man in the back seat, Ying Lai concluded that his monster gene level had probably exceeded 80. Dian Man was overjoyed. This was clearly premium merchandise, worth 7 times more life essence than ordinary captives. They had struck it rich. Even so, he warned that if the man mutated into a monster, it would become a huge problem, so they needed to knock him out again immediately. Just as he was about to act, a terrifying punch suddenly crashed down and blocked the van. The devastating blow smashed into the front of the vehicle, driving it straight into the ground. Green energy and violent winds swirled around the fist of the mysterious attacker. In the next instant, Xing Kun landed on top of the van. The impact shattered the vehicle apart, leaving Ying Lai completely stunned. The speeding van was brought to an instant stop, losing all momentum before slamming forward. It then bounced backward with another violent impact, throwing everyone inside across the cabin. The two kidnappers shouted in shock and fury, demanding to know where the attacker had gone. Dian Man tried to restart the engine, only to realize the van was completely disabled, forcing him to curse in frustration. He immediately ordered Ying Lai to watch the captives and make sure none of them mutated ahead of schedule while he dealt with the intruder. But the moment he turned around, Ying Lai saw Xing Kun standing right outside the window. He tried to warn Dian Man, but it was already too late. Xing Kun smashed the window with one punch, reached inside, and grabbed Dian Man by the throat while he was still in the driver's seat. Using only one arm, Xing Kun dragged him straight out of the van. Dian Man slammed into the doorframe as shattered glass flew everywhere. A second later, Dian Man was hurled dozens of meters away, crashing through several trees before finally stopping. He screamed in agony from the brutal throw. Although panic was already setting in as he feared his identity had been exposed, Dian Man forced himself to stay calm and demanded to know who Xing Kun was. Xing Kun simply replied with a provoking smile, "Guess." That answer only made Dian Man even more uneasy. He immediately activated his power and charged forward like a bolt of lightning, declaring that he would kill Xing Kun. Only one thought remained in his mind. No matter how many secrets Xing Kun knew, he had to die. At the same time, the violent crash caused the kidnapped victims to wake up one after another. The first man to recover shouted for everyone to wake up because they had all been kidnapped. Hearing the commotion, Yinglai frowned in annoyance and muttered that monster gene carriers waking up early would only make things more troublesome. One victim begged with trembling fear, saying the Salvation Society had helped stabilize his mind so he would not turn into a monster. He pleaded for his life, but Yinglai ignored every word and calmly walked toward him with another dose of anesthetic. The man's face turned deathly pale as tears streamed down his cheeks. Choking back sobs, he said his wife had already left him because of his monster genes, and now his young son was still waiting for his father to come home. Yinglai remained completely indifferent. He coldly revealed that the man's son also carried monster genes and was already on their list. They would come for him next time. With that, he prepared to put the man back to sleep. The anesthetic mist slowly drifted through the air and headed straight toward the man's nose. Yinglai grinned excitedly and declared that this time he did not care about the dosage. As long as the man passed out, that was all that mattered. Outside, the battle between Dian Man and Xing Kun reached its fiercest stage. Dian Man dashed through the trees at incredible speed, closing the distance in an instant. The moment he appeared in front of Xing Kun, he proudly declared himself a 3-star superhuman and unleashed his signature move, Palm Thunder. Xing Kun simply released a small blue flame from his palm and blocked the attack with ease. The blue flame clashed against the lightning as the two forces pushed against each other. Both fighters quickly realized the other had exceptional control over their energy. On the surface, Xing Kun's flame seemed to weaken, making Dian Man even more confident that such a tiny fire could never hurt him. But the instant he let his guard down, Xing Kun landed a devastating punch that sent him flying. Dian Man was shocked by Xing Kun's overwhelming physical strength. Dian Man's hands were burned bright red by the blue flame. The pain made him tremble so badly that he could barely move as he watched Xing Kun slowly approach. Unable to believe such a small flame could be so terrifying, he desperately argued that everyone inside the van carried monster genes and would become disasters if they lost control. Lying on the ground, Dian Man kept defending himself. He claimed killing those people was justice, and exploiting them at least gave them value. He then warned Xing Kun to back off because he had no idea what kind of organization he had just provoked. None of Dian Man's excuses affected Xing Kun in the slightest. He stepped forward, stomped on Dian Man's head, and coldly said that kidnapping was still kidnapping. "Stop hiding behind fake justice, you scum." Dian Man stubbornly argued that the world had always been divided between good and evil. His face was already bruised and swollen, and his mask was almost completely shattered as he lay beneath Xing Kun's foot. Xing Kun mentioned the Salvation Society and offered to contact them, but Dian Man immediately denied knowing anything about such an organization. Ignoring the denial, Xing Kun calmly exposed their entire operation. They altered location records before implanting trackers into the necks of people carrying monster genes, turning them into fake monsters. Once chaos spread through the city, their allies could publicly eliminate them before secretly selling the bodies to the Fan family's research base. Dian Man turned pale and asked how Xing Kun knew all of that. Xing Kun simply asked how many innocent people he had ruined. Dian Man showed no remorse. He openly admitted that he had never bothered counting his victims. In his eyes, they were all future monsters anyway, so wiping them out was the only real solution. Xing Kun had no interest in arguing. He coldly ordered Dian Man to shut up and answer only the questions he was asked. At that moment, Xing Kun became even more certain about the suspicions he had carried for a long time. He recalled what he knew from his previous life. 3 years earlier, the Salvation Society had been founded under the guise of helping people with monster genes find support and community. Within just 6 months, it had spread across the entire country. Soon afterward, countless members mysteriously mutated and were put down. When the truth was finally uncovered, everyone learned that the Salvation Society had secretly collected information on people with monster genes and sold it to the Fan family in exchange for life essence and research data. Unfortunately, the Fan family had already erased every trace of evidence. The only clue left was the testimony of a senior member who revealed the existence of a secret transport route. Beyond their experiments, the Fan family also used those people as food for the Earth Dragon. Xing Kun continued asking how many secret research bases the Fan family operated. Clutching Xing Kun's leg, Dian Man trembled as he claimed he only knew of one. Xing Kun immediately pressed down harder with his foot, making Dian Man scream in agony. Unable to endure the pain, he quickly changed his story and admitted that he actually knew about 2 bases. Xing Kun's voice grew even colder. He warned that if Dian Man lied again, his head would not stay attached for long. Terrified, Dian Man confessed that there were many facilities across the country, called monster factories, that specialized in creating monsters, although he did not know the exact number. Hearing that, Xing Kun asked how many of those bases were located around this city. Dian Man hurriedly got to his feet and insisted he knew only one location, adding that he was willing to lead the way. Xing Kun then suddenly asked if he knew what kinds of monsters existed beneath the ground. Dian Man looked completely confused and admitted he had no idea. Seeing that reaction, Xing Kun looked at him with contempt. It was obvious Dian Man's rank was far too low to know the real secrets. Xing Kun ordered him to take him to the monster factory immediately. Under the quiet night sky, Dian Man reluctantly agreed and started leading the way. But as they traveled, he secretly began gathering his strength. Without warning, Dian Man spun around and launched a sneak attack from behind. He shouted that he would send Xing Kun to join the monster gene carriers. Believing his arm was still strong enough, he was determined to crush Xing Kun's head after revealing his face. Xing Kun simply turned around and caught the attack with one hand. He calmly said they were still close to the van, so if Dian Man wanted to scream, he should scream even louder. Maybe his partner would hear him. A second later, Dian Man took another heavy punch to the face. Dazed, he could not understand how Xing Kun had blocked Palm Thunder with only his left arm, without even using the blue flame. What terrified him most was that the arm was clearly not human. Xing Kun smiled knowingly and said he would sooner trust someone who ran away than believe a single word from Dian Man. Only then did Dian Man realize the truth. In despair, he understood that the person before him was also a monster, and there was no escaping those hands. Watching Xing Kun open his mouth as if to devour him, Dian Man lost all hope. He knew his lightning stood no chance against the monster in front of him. His agonized screams echoed through the forest and reached the van parked not far away. Inside the van, Yinglai was still forcing one of the victims to inhale the anesthetic. He mocked the man, saying he must really love his son to hold on for so long. If not for the value of his monster genes, Yinglai would have snapped his neck long ago. As he spoke, he pressed the anesthetic closer, determined to knock the man out before he could mutate. Just then, Yingli looked out the window and saw Xing Kun calmly walking toward the van. That meant Dian Man had already been defeated in an incredibly short time, making Yingli realize this opponent was anything but ordinary. Forgetting all about the hostages, Yinglai immediately abandoned the van and fled. To him, staying alive mattered more than anything else, and the exposed shipment could no longer be salvaged. The rescued man leaned out of the van, gasping for fresh air before thanking Xing Kun in a hoarse voice for saving everyone. Xing Kun seriously warned them that according to official records, they were already listed as dead. The tracking data in their necks had been altered to show that they had mutated into monsters and been eliminated, yet none of them knew it. The Salvation Society had deceived them all, so they must never let anyone discover they were still alive and should never return to the city. Hearing that, the man was horrified. Fighting back tears, he said his son was still in the city, and he had no idea what to do next. Meanwhile, Yinglai fled at full speed. The Superhuman Academy stood on an island beside Nanhua City, while his destination was the ruins of what had once been Nansha City. 20 years earlier, monsters and superhumans had appeared across the world at the same time. Humanity had been completely outmatched, and it took 5 years and an enormous sacrifice to wipe out the monsters and restore order. Nansha had remained an abandoned city ever since. Later, Nanyu built Qingchu City nearby, where the Superhuman Academy, the Gene Research Center, and the training base were all located. By now, Yinglai had arrived at an old building hidden in the desolate ruins. This place was part of old Nansha that had never been rebuilt. It was also where the Fan family had secretly established the monster factory. What no one knew was that Xing Kun had been quietly following Yinglai the entire time and had already arrived nearby. Yinglai knocked on the door. In front of him stood a long line of savage monsters chained together as the first layer of the base's defenses. The security camera above the entrance slowly turned toward him to verify his identity. Yinglai immediately identified himself as a member of the base instead of an intruder. He also complained that every visit meant walking past those roaring monsters, which was always a nuisance. A calm voice came from the camera, explaining that the system would immediately detect any stranger entering the area. Even invisible superhumans could not fool the sense of smell of the guard monsters. Suddenly, the person inside noticed something was wrong and loudly asked where Dian Man was. They also demanded to know what had happened to the shipment and whether something had gone wrong. The question only made Yinglai angrier. He shouted back that he wanted to know if the base had leaked information, Someone had attacked them, Dian Man was probably dead, and only his quick reaction had allowed him to escape. He demanded that the gate be opened immediately so he could report everything to his superiors. The person inside remained cautious and asked whether he was certain no one had followed him. Ying Lai snorted confidently and boasted that he was a 3-star winged superhuman. No one could possibly keep up with his speed. Anyone trying to track him would need an unbelievably sharp nose, and even if they somehow reached the base, he doubted they could get it past the first line of defense. After Ying Lai entered the base, the massive door slowly closed behind him, while the security cameras continued watching the area outside. One guard suddenly pointed at a monitor and said he thought he had seen a shadow slip past the first defense line. The other guard just yawned and dismissed it, saying that was impossible since the monsters had not reacted. Even so, he ordered a check of the other cameras, especially the ventilation system, in case someone had broken in. What they did not know was that Jing Kun had already slipped through the defenses. He calmly walked among the chained monsters, silently confirming his theory. As long as he carried monster genes, even rank 1 monsters would treat him as one of their own. Taking advantage of the blind spots outside the camera's view, Jing Kun quietly moved along the wall without making a single sound. Jing Kun smiled to himself, looked at the wall, and carved out an opening just large enough to slip inside. In the operating room, someone impatiently complained that no new test subjects had arrived yet. A man in a white lab coat, standing beside the operating table, turned to his assistants and demanded to know why they had run out of experimental materials. On the operating table lay a man whose arms and legs had already been cut off. He could only scream in pain and despair, but everyone in the room had grown used to scenes like this, and no one paid any attention to his cries for help. Boss Song frowned in irritation, picked up a scalpel, and scolded his subordinate for not cutting the victim's throat yet, calling him careless. The subordinate immediately lowered his head and apologized, explaining that the victim had stopped moving, so he assumed he was already dead. Boss Song angrily reminded him that monster genes quickly dispersed after the host died. If they wanted perfect samples for the Level 2 research lab, they had to follow the proper procedure. As he spoke, Boss Song demonstrated the process himself. He explained that the genes had to be extracted while the subject was still alive. As long as the body remained alive, the genes would stay intact. Even without arms and legs, the victim could not mutate into a monster. The only annoying part was all the screaming, so the subordinate quietly acknowledged the lesson and continued working. The scalpel slowly descended as Boss Song coldly reminded everyone to handle the specimens with extreme care and never interfere with the researchers' work. The subordinate immediately agreed. Meanwhile, the man on the table was completely overwhelmed by fear, crying and begging for mercy. He pleaded with them to spare his wife, because her monster gene level was so low that she would almost never mutate. Even though he was about to die, the only person he worried about was the woman he loved. His tear-filled eyes made the scene even more heartbreaking. But his desperate plea did not move Boss Song at all. Instead, Boss Song looked annoyed, paused for a moment, and glanced toward another part of the room. Seeing that strange reaction, the man slowly turned his head in the same direction. His eyes instantly widened in horror. The wall was covered with severed human heads displayed like trophies. Every one of them belonged to victims of the laboratory's inhuman experiments. Among them, he recognized his wife's face. Her eyes were nothing but empty white, with no trace of life remaining. Trembling, he whispered through sobs, "Honey." After that devastating shock, his voice turned hoarse, before erupting into a furious roar. He cursed everyone in the room, swearing he would kill them all and condemn them to eternal damnation. His words only annoyed Boss Song even more. Boss Song calmly raised the scalpel toward the man's mouth, intending to silence him forever. He turned to his subordinates and lectured them that curses like these distracted the researchers and affected the experiments. If anyone ruined an important project, they would become a sinner who stood in the way of humanity's progress. The assistant immediately acknowledged the order. Boss Song drove the scalpel deep into the man's mouth and continued reminding everyone to work carefully. At that exact moment, every light in the room suddenly went out, plunging the entire laboratory into darkness. Boss Song immediately jumped to his feet and looked around in confusion. He shouted for someone to explain the blackout and demanded to know why the backup power had not activated. His subordinates rushed off to investigate. Not long afterward, one of them returned and reported that someone had cut the main power lines, leaving the entire monster factory without electricity. As chaos spread through the facility, Ying Lai rushed in and demanded to know whether Boss Song had leaked their secrets, because the base had clearly been ambushed. He also asked why the entire place was suddenly dark. Boss Song angrily pointed at Ying Lai and realized that he had unknowingly led the intruder straight to the base. He immediately cursed Ying Lai for ruining everything. In his view, the person following Ying Lai was the same one who had cut the power. Ying Lai could only stare in disbelief because he had never expected that. Wasting no time, Boss Song immediately ordered the entire facility into level 1 alert. Taking advantage of the emergency, he pulled out his phone and called his superiors to report that Monster Factory number 3 had been infiltrated. The call connected almost instantly. Just as Boss Song reported that Monster Factory number 3 was under attack, a sudden strike shattered the phone in his hand. Boss Song scanned the room and warned everyone that the intruder was very close. Ying Lai roared that anyone reckless enough to follow him here was asking to die. The subordinates immediately asked for orders. Without hesitation, Boss Song commanded everyone to search the facility and capture the intruder at all costs. They answered in unison, but before anyone could move, a tremendous force blasted them all away. Jing Kun calmly walked into the room, glanced around, and coldly remarked that both their bodies and souls reeked of filth. He casually looked away in disgust, as though the sight before him had completely ruined his appetite. Ignoring the insult, Boss Song directly asked whether Jing Kun had come for the people carrying monster genes. Jing Kun simply clicked his tongue and looked at him with open contempt, as if the question itself was foolish. Boss Song frowned and loudly argued that people with monster genes were a danger to society, while his group was merely giving them value. He then declared that Jing Kun would become their next research specimen before cursing the useless guards for failing to stop him. One of the guards staggered back to his feet after being thrown aside and exclaimed in shock that the intruder was a genuine superhuman. The moment he finished speaking, both guards unleashed streams of fire at Jing Kun, laughing as they claimed he had come to die. Ying Lai also charged into the fight, shouting that he would personally avenge Dian Man. While the battle unfolded, Boss Song quietly analyzed Jing Kun's identity. After realizing he was a superhuman backed by the academy's principal, Boss Song merely sneered, convinced that coming here alone was no different from suicide. He believed his side held every advantage, with an early 3-star wind superhuman, 2 mid-3-star special guards, and secret enhancement drugs. The more he thought about it, the more reckless Jing Kun seemed. Watching Jing Kun from afar, Boss Song smiled with ambition. In his eyes, even if Jing Kun had reached 4-star, he would still end up captured and stripped of every superhuman gene. Ying Lai gathered the power of the wind and unleashed Dragon Fist. At the same time, the blonde guard released Blazing Flame Staff with blazing red fire, while the one-eyed guard joined the assault, certain their opponent could not survive. All 3 attacks converged on the blue flame in Jing Kun's hand. Seeing that he also used fire, they laughed with confidence, believing his flames were nothing compared to experts who studied fire every day. But their smiles quickly disappeared as the blonde guard's red flame slowly crumbled before his eyes. The one-eyed guard froze in disbelief, sensing that something was terribly wrong. Ying Lai was equally stunned and kept insisting that the attack he had just used was the real Dragon Fist. Every elemental attack unleashed by the 3 of them was completely absorbed by the strange blue flame. They could hardly believe what they were seeing, as if their own superhuman powers were being devoured. None of them understood what had happened. After every attack was absorbed, all 3 were blasted backward by the recoil. They could only guess that Jing Kun had used some kind of suicidal elemental secret technique. Ying Lai was hit the hardest, crashing straight into a wall in a pitiful state. His mask cracked apart around one eye. Panicking, Ying Lai convinced himself that even a superhuman could never survive such a desperate technique. Despite his injuries, Ying Lai still mocked Jing Kun and even raised his middle finger, challenging him to land another hit if he really could. Jing Kun said nothing. He stepped forward and drove a devastating punch straight into Ying Lai's head. Blood exploded everywhere, leaving the other 2 completely stunned. The one-eyed guard stared in horror at Jing Kun's strength. After that punch, Ying Lai's fate was unknown, with nearly half his body crushed as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. Looking at Ying Lai barely clinging to life, the guard stood frozen in shock. At that moment, Jing Kun looked less like a human and more like a monster overwhelming everyone around him. The blonde guard and the one-eyed guard quickly regained their senses and retreated to keep their distance. They believed Jing Kun was powerful, but his attacks were only effective at close range. Based on that guess, the one-eyed man quickly came up with a plan. As long as Jing Kun could not get close, he believed he still had a chance to turn the fight around. The 2 men gathered fire energy at their fingertips, Tiny sparks merged into two blazing fire tornadoes before they unleashed the Crimson Flame Staff and Fire Arrow at Shin Kun together. Watching the entire battle, Boss Song knew Shin Kun was far stronger than his men believed. In his eyes, the enemy was hiding something far more complex. A bad feeling crept in as Boss Song looked at the two men with concern. Only those who awakened an element constellation could reach the 3-star transcendent realm, but that did not mean every 3-star transcendent used the same kind of power. The red flame flickering in Shin Kun's hand made Boss Song even more cautious. After years of studying the Fan family's flames, he knew this fire was anything but ordinary. The two fire tornadoes charged forward with overwhelming force, but Shin Kun calmly held his stance. Blue flames wrapped around his fist as if he planned to meet them head-on. What shocked Boss Song was that Shin Kun was not using an element constellation at all. He was simply combining fire energy with his own body. Shin Kun's fist smashed straight through both fire tornadoes with ease. The two attackers froze in disbelief. Their ultimate skills had been broken so easily, and they realized long-range attacks could never suppress him. Blue flames coiled around Shin Kun's arm as he shot forward like lightning, tearing through the sea of fire without the slightest resistance. In the blink of an eye, Shin Kun was right in front of them. Panicked, they hurriedly swallowed crimson fire seeds. Even though they knew the backlash would leave them bedridden for half a month, they had no other choice. Seeing that, Boss Song immediately realized the battle had entered a stage far beyond the original plan. The Crimson Fire Seed was the Monster Factory's trump card. Developed by the Fan family from the underground immortal flame, it could temporarily raise a fire transcendent to the 4-star realm. As the medicine took effect, the two men laughed with confidence as power surged through their bodies. Only Boss Song knew the price they would pay after it wore off. The one-eyed man clenched his fists and raised a defensive stance as flames erupted around him. He shouted for Shin Kun to try breaking his 4-star Crimson Flame Staff. Yet Shin Kun calmly charged in with his blue flame-covered fist, while his left eye reflected nothing but an icy blue glow. The sight instantly reminded Boss Song of a special kind of flame. The moment the two flames collided, the one-eyed man's fire was completely overwhelmed and devoured by Shin Kun's blue flames. It looked exactly like the fire the Fan family had always dreamed of obtaining. For years, the Fan family had studied that flame, hoping to control it and raise the super gene breakthrough rate to 90%. Now, the one-eyed man was facing a power that carried the very essence of the underground immortal flame. Knowing he could not block it, the one-eyed man twisted aside at the last second before Shin Kun's punch landed. The one-eyed man could not understand what was happening. Even after taking the enhancement drug, his flames were still completely suppressed. Blood splattered across the wall as a scream echoed through the room. Even then, Boss Song kept watching every detail. After thinking for a while, he finally pieced everything together and quietly muttered that he had figured it out. When Shin Kun turned back, Boss Song remained calm and declared that Shin Kun's super gene had to be far beyond ordinary people. Only a breakthrough rate above 90% could mutate flames while granting physical enhancement and devouring abilities. As he explained, he recalled the scene of the red flames being completely swallowed by the blue flames, exactly like the underground immortal flame. The moment he heard that, Shin Kun immediately demanded the location of the underground immortal flame and ordered Boss Song to tell him at once. Seizing the chance, Boss Song immediately made an offer. He promised to lead Shin Kun there if he joined their side and revealed they belonged to the Fan family. With such an extraordinary super gene, Shin Kun would surely be highly valued. If he could unlock the secrets of the underground immortal flame, he might even make a contribution that changed the world. Seeing Shin Kun remain silent, Boss Song feared losing someone with such rare talent and kept trying to persuade him. He completely ignored the dying man on the operating table and insisted they did not have to be enemies. As long as Shin Kun joined the organization, they could become truly great together. Shin Kun did not bother listening to those twisted excuses. He knew exactly what crimes Boss Song and his people had committed. As one man desperately tried to escape, Shin Kun coldly declared that every last one of them would die. Even then, Boss Song kept insisting that joining them was the best choice. He dismissed the lives of the guards, claiming that as long as the research team survived, everything could continue, because the Fan family never cared about low-level people anyway. At that moment, one of the subordinates was suddenly torn apart by a monster. Shin Kun remained calm because everything was going according to plan. He had not been bluffing. Everyone would die, from the guards to the researchers. No one was leaving alive. By now, both hallways were packed with monsters. Shin Kun looked down at the crowd with contempt and revealed that he had released every monster himself, then sealed all the emergency exits, so they had no choice but to flood in and hunt. Jing Kun suddenly rushed forward, terrifying Boss Song. He coldly said that they had turned humans into monsters, so being eaten by monsters was only fair. Boss Song could only shake his head in panic and deny everything. Cornered with no way out, Boss Song still argued that Jing Kun was also a transcendent and should stand with them. He claimed that people carrying monster genes were nothing but society's trash, and serving as test subjects to strengthen transcendence was their only remaining value. He could not understand why Jing Kun would risk everything to protect them. Jing Kun gently placed his mutated left hand on the dying man lying on the operating table. Looking at the exhausted face twisted in pain, he calmly said that taking revenge for his own people was only natural. He gently brushed the victim's gaunt face. A final spark of hope seemed to flash in the man's eyes, while Jing Kun quietly told him to rest in peace. The man closed his eyes, ending the long nightmare of endless suffering. Jing Kun silently vowed to destroy the Fan family for everyone. Right after that, he grabbed Boss Song by the throat and lifted him into the air. No matter how loudly, Boss Song shouted that transcendents were Jing Kun's true kind. Jing Kun only demanded the location of the underground immortal flame. Otherwise, Boss Song would regret not dying immediately. When the monsters poured into the laboratory, the place instantly became a living hell. Seeing that, Boss Song completely broke down and quickly surrendered, agreeing to confess. Jing Kun tightened his grip until Boss Song could barely breathe. Before he could reveal the location, Jing Kun spoke first. The abandoned Nanch factory. Boss Song froze in shock, unable to understand how Jing Kun already knew. Jing Kun calmly said Boss Song had only been stalling by mixing truth with lies. Even so, a few details were believable, like that place being both scorching hot and freezing cold. Judging by Boss Song's reaction, Jing Kun knew he had guessed correctly, and said he understood the purge far better than Boss Song expected. Boss Song tried to explain, but Jing Kun cut him off. Jing Kun exposed Boss Song's real plan, saying he had only been buying time until reinforcements arrived. Coincidentally, Jing Kun had been waiting for those reinforcements as well. Jing Kun not only saw through the entire plan, but also pointed out that the rescue force could not arrive in large numbers because the operation had to stay secret. That meant they would most likely send a 4-star transcendent. Hearing that, Boss Song trembled and asked what Jing Kun was planning. Boss Song burst into tears, never expecting to end up like this. Jing Kun only replied with a cryptic smile and told him to guess. Fear and hatred filled Boss Song's eyes as he choked out one last question, asking what kind of element constellation Jing Kun had awakened, that even monsters refused to attack him. Looking at Boss Song's terrified face, Jing Kun only sneered and mocked him, saying that in Boss Song's eyes, he was no different from a monster. The moment he finished speaking, Jing Kun ended Boss Song's life and absorbed the remaining power. He calmly said Boss Song had guessed correctly long ago because he had never possessed any element constellation at all. After laying Boss Song's body on the ground, Jing Kun suddenly sensed an extremely powerful super gene approaching from above. Outside, the factory looked as quiet as ever, but inside it had become a monster nest. In this situation, the enemy would never rush in recklessly. They only needed to guard the only exit and wait for Jing Kun to come out on his own. Thinking of that, a faint grin appeared on Jing Kun's face. If they wanted to wait patiently for their prey, they were welcome to try. On the other hand, Jing Kun was in an excellent mood. A laboratory filled with priceless supplies was right in front of him, and leaving without taking them would be a huge waste. He walked to a refrigerator packed with blue vials of life essence fluid. There were so many that it was almost unbelievable, and their purity far surpassed the ones issued by the Academy. Jing Kun could not help admiring how wealthy the Fan family was. He had definitely found the right target. Without wasting a second, Jing Kun swept everything into storage. His earlier supply could only keep Sister Yu going for a few days. Now that he had found such a huge stockpile, there was no reason to leave it behind. He also found 3 crimson fire seeds, stored in separate cases. They were the same medicine the 2 guards had used earlier, so he took every one of them. After packing everything up, Jing Kun looked at the monsters surrounding him. They all seemed to be waiting for his next command. He smiled, recalling the monster siege from his previous life, and felt a surge of excitement. Jing Kun removed his mask, and his eyes became strangely gentle. He looked at the monsters and quietly said it was time to send every one of them on their final journey. A brilliant red light erupted like a giant mouth opening wide as Jing Kun prepared to absorb every monster into his own body. Some time later, he filled a large crate with life essence fluid and crimson fire seeds before casually carrying it outside. The amount of loot alone showed he had cleaned out a huge portion of the laboratory's resources. Just then, Jing Kun suddenly stopped after catching a familiar scent. His expression immediately turned serious. The person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. A muscular man with purple hair dropped down from above and landed in front of him. He said he had been waiting for Jing Kun for a long time, then mocked him for letting the monsters slaughter every researcher. According to him, witnessing such a bloody feast deserved a reward. The man raised his middle finger in open provocation before activating his ability and coldly ordering Jing Kun to kneel. A golden light instantly enveloped Jing Kun. The terrifying pressure forced the ground beneath his feet to sink lower and lower. The man sneered and said this was still far from enough to satisfy him. Jing Kun felt the crushing pressure, but remained calm. He admitted that his opponent was indeed a 4-star transcendent and could not be underestimated. After taking a closer look, Jing Kun immediately recognized him as the criminal the news had claimed was already dead. He was an Earth transcendent who awakened gravity manipulation after reaching 4 stars. He had tortured and murdered 13 women in total. According to the official reports, he had been eliminated long ago by an S-ranked purge squad. Jing Kun could not help mocking the fan family for accepting someone like him. Hearing that, the criminal looked genuinely surprised that Jing Kun knew his background. He laughed and asked if Jing Kun spent all his time following the news. Without hesitation, the man increased the gravity again. The ground split apart as broken rocks were forced into the air. He grinned wickedly and declared that Jing Kun's real nightmare had only just begun. The surrounding earth and stones quickly gathered into a massive boulder directly above Jing Kun. The man kept threatening him, saying that over the next few hours, gravity would slowly crush his body until every limb was torn apart. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He pushed the gravity even higher and shouted for Jing Kun to beg for a quicker death. A moment later, the enormous mass of rock crashed down, burying Jing Kun beneath a mountain of stone. But brilliant blue flames suddenly burst out from within the rubble. Even so, the criminal laughed arrogantly, convinced that sooner or later Jing Kun would crawl over, begging for mercy while screaming in despair. In the blink of an eye, the blue flames no longer seeped through the cracks. They exploded violently from deep inside the rubble, making the criminal pause in surprise. He stared at the blue flames in astonishment before letting out a faint laugh. Even under level 1 gravity, Jing Kun had managed to withstand his Earth prison. That proved Jing Kun truly deserved the title of a 3-star transcendent. Because of that, the battle had finally become interesting. After judging Jing Kun's strength, the man immediately increased the pressure again. The blue flames were forced back as the ground collapsed into a huge crater. He unleashed his life element, combined the Guardian Constellation Array, and activated level 2 gravity. Beneath the rubble, Jing Kun created just enough space to hide before calmly analyzing the situation. Even after using the Lord's Flame, he still could not break through his opponent's ability. The gap between 3 stars and 4 stars was indeed enormous. Since he had no idea how many gravity levels the enemy still had, he decided to use bait and test him first. When his opponent briefly stopped attacking, Jing Kun poked his head out of the crater and deliberately taunted him. He told the man to save some strength because he would need it to run later. Dying too early would make things boring. Those mocking words only fueled the man's rage. The criminal laughed even louder because he loved people who stayed arrogant, even when death was right in front of them. Nearly driven mad with excitement, he poured in even more power and slammed the ground with another devastating attack. As he struck, he declared that the longer his opponent endured, the more thrilling the fight became. But in the very next moment, something completely beyond imagination happened. Blue flames flared from the rubble once again, leaving the criminal stunned. He never expected Jing Kun to survive such a relentless assault. In an instant, Jing Kun escaped the collapsed area and appeared right behind him. He was holding his mutated left arm in his right hand. Sensing danger from behind, the criminal spun around in shock. Without hesitation, he activated level 3 heavy earth along with absolute defense. Broken rocks instantly merged into a solid stone dome, sealing him inside to block Jing Kun's attack. Jing Kun landed on top of the stone dome and suddenly drove his hand straight through the thick defense. From his palm, a strange 4-petaled creature covered in sharp teeth slowly emerged. The bizarre creature then detached from his arm and dropped down. It landed on the criminal's back and immediately latched on with its razor-sharp teeth. Completely unaware, the criminal dismissed the stone dome into countless fragments and launched a fierce counterattack. Jing Kun quickly retreated. Seeing this, the criminal sneered, saying the attack had barely tickled him, and guessed Jing Kun had only created an opening to escape under the crushing gravity. He proudly declared that Jing Kun had absolutely no chance of escaping him. In the distance, calmly adjusted his left sleeve. Seeing his aura suddenly weaken, the criminal looked disappointed, believing his opponent had given up. What he did not know was that Kun was doing everything possible to suppress the monster power inside his body, while using a tiny amount of metal element power to shield himself. Kun had only one goal in mind. Not a single trace of monster aura could be allowed to leak out. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. The unexpected tremor left the criminal confused, making him think it was an earthquake. The cracks beneath his feet widened rapidly. Realizing something was wrong, he immediately understood. This was no ordinary quake. Something was digging its way up from underground. Meanwhile, Kun stood far away, carefully concealing every bit of his aura, while silently hoping the creature below would lock onto only one target. His tentacle had already attached itself to the criminal, so all the monster scent was now concentrated on him. After confirming that something was about to burst out of the ground, the criminal immediately entered full combat readiness. Guessing the creature would emerge from the center of the shattered ground, he unleashed his ultimate skill, Triple Heavy Earth Fortress, hoping to stop it. But it was useless. A gigantic monster with a long body covered in terrifying spikes burst out of the earth. The criminal failed to notice that its eyes glowed with the same blue light as Kun's. He only realized that before finishing one enemy, he was now facing something far more terrifying. Climbing to higher ground for a better view, he was left speechless, unable to understand why such a horrifying monster had appeared here. Looking more carefully, he finally recognized it as an earth dragon with a gigantic mouth split into 4 horrifying jaws. No wonder his defense had been pierced so easily. Worse yet, it looked completely locked onto him. Within moments, the criminal connected all the pieces and became even more convinced that his suspicion was correct. The earth dragon charged immediately, but the criminal was no easy target and barely managed to dodge. Even as he moved, one thought kept repeating in his mind. Was this monster really hunting him? Knowing he could not face it head-on, he turned and fled, while desperately trying to piece everything together. Kun's earlier warning about saving his strength for running suddenly came back to him, making him suspect that everything had been planned from the very beginning. Meanwhile, Kun, the mastermind behind it all, simply waved goodbye with a calm smile. It looked like the criminal would not be sleeping peacefully tonight. Carrying the crate from the monster laboratory, Kun quietly thought that at least he could finally enjoy a peaceful night. Just then, Kun sensed more people approaching. As for what would happen next, it would depend on whether they were strong enough to survive. Everything unfolded exactly as he expected. The Shui Yuan force had arrived. Kun silently thought that he would expose every rotten layer of this era before their eyes. From his vantage point, he spotted Guan Kui, Song Yin, and several other teammates already assembled and preparing to eliminate the target. Guan Kui sent only a single squad to confront the Earth Dragon, showing complete confidence. As Song Yin reported that the target was only 500 meters away, he also asked whether she had arranged any additional forces. Guan Kui immediately took her battle stance and declared that this squad alone was enough to kill the Earth Dragon. She ordered everyone to prepare the capture formation and announced that tonight they would become the first people in Huaxia to slay an Earth Dragon. Hearing that, Song Yin could only sigh inwardly. Even 4-star transcendents usually avoided this monster, yet their captain seemed determined to face it head-on. As the Earth Dragon closed in, Guan Kui immediately ordered the battle formation into action. The entire squad quickly spread out and responded in unison. The distance kept shrinking, and the tension before the clash reached its peak. Wearing his headset, Song Yin focused on reporting. The target was now only 300 meters away. The Earth Dragon suddenly accelerated. Every impact of its massive body against the ground echoed through the night like thunder. The distance kept dropping. 267 meters. 206. 150. 8 yite. Then only 12 meters remained. At the perfect moment, the 4 female squad members unleashed long-range attacks at the Earth Dragon all at once. Having learned from their previous encounter, they chained together skills like Petrification Bind and Meteor Trap Formation to lock the target in place. Seeing everything unfold as planned, Guan Kui became even more determined. She raised her pink water pipe and coldly said the Earth Dragon had escaped last time only because there had been too many people around. This time, for the safety of Qingchu City, and so she could search for her boyfriend without worry, she would finish it once and for all. Suddenly, Song Yin spotted a figure rushing toward them. Before appearing directly beneath the Earth Dragon, he immediately shouted a warning. Guan Kui was equally surprised and ordered him to identify the person at once. Song Yin used a long-range scanner then froze when he recognized the man being chased by the Earth Dragon. It was the death row criminal who had tortured and murdered 13 women, the one who was supposedly executed long ago. The moment she heard about his crimes, Guan Kui stopped hesitating and charged forward. In her eyes, since both targets were here, she might as well eliminate the Earth Dragon and the criminal together. Guan Kui poured her strength into the pink water pipe, creating a beautifully curved strike before locking onto the Earth Dragon. The attack came crashing down so fast that the Earth Dragon had no time to react and took the full force head-on. Seeing Guan Kui attack, the criminal briefly thought she had come to rescue him and stood there in shock. But he quickly realized the attack also covered his position. She clearly intended to wipe out both of them at the same time. With no chance to escape, the criminal could only unleash defensive techniques, one after another, to barely survive the incoming blow. After taking several heavy strikes from Guan Kui, the Earth Dragon let out a painful roar. Every attack was precise, ruthless, and incredibly powerful. The shockwaves from the battle spread so far that even the criminal was blasted several meters away, proving just how violent the fight had become. Even while being suppressed, the Earth Dragon stubbornly changed direction and charged straight at the criminal. It opened its enormous mouth, determined to swallow him whole where he lay. Guan Kui immediately cut it off, refusing to let the Earth Dragon reach its target. Without hesitation, she unleashed another powerful strike and slammed it directly into the Earth Dragon's body. As for the criminal, although he had been sent flying, he was still alive. Seeing Guan Kui focus entirely on the Earth Dragon, he quietly celebrated that no one was paying attention to him anymore. Seizing the rare opportunity, he immediately tried to escape before Guan Kui turned her attention back to him. Otherwise, he had no idea when he would ever get away from both her and the Earth Dragon. As he fled, countless questions raced through his mind. Too many unbelievable things had happened in a single night. If the mission failed, how could he possibly explain it to Jian Wei? Suddenly, he noticed something strange beneath his feet. Before he could understand what was happening, he realized the ground was actually the Earth Dragon's mouth. Everything happened in an instant. The criminal was swallowed whole. What shocked everyone even more was that a second Earth Dragon had appeared. Guan Kui was also drawn by the sudden commotion. When she looked over, she was stunned to see another Earth Dragon standing before her. No one expected two Earth Dragons to exist at the same time, and both were hunting the same person. Staring at the monster before her, Guan Kui's mind filled with questions. What exactly was this creature? What did it eat? Did it really hunt only evolved beings as the researchers believed? And just how many Earth Dragons were still out there? The longer Guan Kui observed it, the more confused she became. Another question crossed her mind. Just how long was an Earth Dragon's body? Until now, no one had ever seen its tail. Pushing those thoughts aside, Guan Kui decided to end the battle as quickly as possible. She ordered her teammates to surround the Earth Dragon and make absolutely sure it could not escape. Having made up her mind, Guan Kui leaped high into the air, preparing to unleash the finishing blow. Seeing that, Song Yin shouted in panic. He could not believe she was charging straight toward the Earth Dragon's mouth, which was filled with razor-sharp fangs. Guan Kui never hesitated. She was willing to risk everything to find out whether the Earth Dragon could actually bite her. The instant she closed the distance, Guan Kui unleashed her ultimate skill, Dragon Slayer's Slash, delivering a strike straight into the Earth Dragon's mouth with unimaginable power. The entire squad was left speechless. Everyone was stunned by her overwhelming strength and began to suspect she was already on the verge of reaching the 5-star transcendent realm. The slash tore straight through the Earth Dragon's body, leaving a massive wound so deep that everyone believed it could no longer regenerate. But was it really over? The squad erupted in cheers, convinced that Guan Kui had completely destroyed the Earth Dragon's healing ability and finally brought it down. Guan Kui kept studying the wounded body, trying to determine the Earth Dragon's true length, 10 meters, 20, 50, 100, yet there was still no end in sight. Everyone already knew the Earth Dragon was enormous, but seeing it stretch well beyond 100 meters was beyond belief. No one imagined a mutated monster could grow to such a terrifying size. After exhausting so much strength, Guan Kui was forced to withdraw from the Earth Dragon's body. She knew pushing any deeper would be extremely dangerous. While her teammates celebrated and claimed she had already surpassed the 4-star level, Guan Kui remained calm. Ignoring all the praise around her, Guan Kui still refused to believe. The Earth Dragon was just another monster. Her instincts told her that something far greater was hiding behind this creature. At that moment, the scene shifted to the Fan family. Inside the Fan family's headquarters, Shi Zai, Jian Wei, and several researchers were studying the underground immortal flame, which resembled a giant rose and radiated an incredibly dangerous aura. Soon after, Shizai requested a report on the monster factory, and a subordinate immediately responded. Shizai kept his eyes fixed on the eternal blossom, as though he had already sensed something. Just then, a researcher reported that the monster research facility in the wasteland had been completely destroyed, and every researcher inside had been killed. The Liberation Society operatives responsible for transport were also dead, while the hired assassin had disappeared. According to intelligence reports, he had been swallowed by an earth dragon. It seemed the Fan family had anticipated the possibility of the research facility being exposed and had prepared a backup plan. Although the laboratory had been discovered, every research record had already been erased by the automated destruction system. Following earlier instructions, they had also informed Purge headquarters that it was nothing more than an ordinary monster research lab. Most senior officials had already stepped in to downplay the incident, leaving only a discussion over disciplinary action for building the facility without approval. In truth, this had always been a secret laboratory where the Fan family conducted experiments that could never be made public. Although they had suffered heavy personnel losses, they were expected to receive nothing more than a formal reprimand. What everyone cared about most was the identity of the person behind the attack. Based on all the evidence they had gathered, they concluded this was no accident, but a deliberate act of sabotage. A researcher then presented the final message sent by the factory director before his death. The report mentioned Jing Kun and a very unusual blue flame, immediately catching Zhang Wei's attention. In his opinion, it was a flame capable of devouring everything, and could only belong to someone with an exceptionally high fire super gene. More importantly, it was the key to reaching the underground immortal flame. Standing before the eternal blossom, Shizai suddenly spoke. He projected blazing red flames from his hand toward the giant flower bud, making it clear that he had heard every word of the discussion. According to him, that blue flame was the key that could open the eternal blossom and obtain the underground immortal flame. As the flames touched the flower, faint blue light began glowing between its petals, as though something inside was awakening. Shizai remarked that 3 generations of the Fan family had all possessed fire abilities, so they had to find the owner of the strongest flame. Before long, traces of blue also appeared within Shizai's own flames, proving that his power was no weaker than Xing Kun's. He declared that if they could not find someone with a fire super gene above 90%, the Fan family would seize the underground immortal flame themselves. Flames erupted across Shizai's entire body as he stood before the eternal blossom. He believed their artificial transcendent experiment had already achieved its first success. Once they extracted the gene behind the blue flame, he, as the Fan family's eldest son with the greatest fire talent, would open the eternal blossom and make the family the strongest fire faction in the world. One researcher expressed concern, saying it would not be easy to find the owner of the blue flame in such a vast world. Zhang Wei immediately dismissed the concern. In his view, with enough power, tracking down a single transcendent was not difficult at all. They could simply mobilize the Purge organization to help. Zhang Wei then proposed framing Jing Kun. He ordered them to report to headquarters that a transcendent wielding blue flames had destroyed the laboratory and stolen every important research file. He even blamed that same person for leading the Earth Dragon to the facility. After hearing the order, the staff member understood at once and quickly went to carry out the plan. In the main hall, Shizai kept pouring flames into the eternal flower, but the bud still refused to bloom. Even so, he had no intention of giving up. He gently stroked the flower bud, his eyes filled with greed as he swore to claim the eternal flame at any cost. But Shizai had no idea that beneath the eternal flower lay a massive root system, stretching deep underground, with one root reaching an unimaginable depth. More than 5,000 meters beneath the research base lurked a terrifying dragon-headed monster with enormous horns and blazing crimson eyes. Beside it stood the Earth Dragon, and the two seemed to be carrying out a secret plan. The Earth Dragon slowly opened its mouth, and the figure of a person gradually appeared inside. The Earth Dragon spat out the criminal, then instantly burrowed back underground and vanished. Surrounded by a blood-red world, he froze in confusion, unable to understand where he had been taken. The air felt like hell itself. Every breath was heavy, while the crimson surroundings and thick scent of blood made death seem only moments away. He had barely escaped the Earth Dragon when he found himself standing before the mouth of an even more terrifying monster. Its endless rows of fangs and overwhelming size left him unable to believe such a creature could exist. At that moment, the monster spoke with a deep voice that echoed like it came from hell. Its dull red eyes locked onto him before it coldly said, "Wrong one." The criminal had no idea what those words meant, and could only stand there in complete shock. A blue flame burst from the monster's mouth and burned the criminal alive in an instant. The monster had smelled the tentacle that Xing Kun had planted on him, so it realized it had captured the wrong target. It seemed the monster held a deep grudge against Xing Kun. It opened its horrifying jaws and roared that it would capture him no matter what. In its fury, it crushed the remaining tentacle and memorized Xing Kun's scent before continuing the hunt. At the same time, Xing Kun carried the container taken from the laboratory back home, planning to store every resource for the future. The moment he entered, he saw Ju Yu waiting in the living room. He was already thinking about the best place to hide the supplies without attracting attention. Xing Kun guessed the owner of the tentacle had already realized the criminal was not the real target and had recovered the trail he intentionally left behind. He then handed Ji Yu several advanced life serum tubes, saying they were just late-night snacks without mentioning they came from the Fan family. Each tube was as effective as 5 or 6 academy tubes. After taking the life serum, Ji Yu stepped onto the balcony to watch outside. Meanwhile, Xing Kun removed his coat and kept thinking. He believed the monster would eventually track him by scent. As long as it continued using the Earth Dragon as its pawn, he could delay everything for about another year. Later, Ji Yu stored the supplies in the room. Both of them knew even greater trouble was waiting ahead. Back at the Eternal Flame research base, the staff continued trying to make the Eternal Flower bloom and seize the power within. Xing Kun knew about both the monster and the Fan family's ambition. He considered making the first move, but acting now would surely attract the attention of the Purger and push everything out of control. Just then, one petal of the Eternal Flower slowly opened. In Xing Kun's mind, if the apocalypse was a deadly tumor, then the clearer its signs became, the better. Not long afterward, another petal slowly bloomed. Then the third petal opened as well, with more petals unfolding one after another, showing that Shi Zai's plan was nearing success. One staff member noticed the change and excitedly shouted for everyone to look, because the Eternal Flower had finally begun to bloom. 2 nearby staff members immediately turned to look, their faces filled with excitement, as the research finally made a breakthrough. But before anyone could react, a blue slash swept through the room and cut the staff member in half. Someone barely managed to shout that Director Fan had just left and needed to be called back because the research had finally succeeded. Before they understood what was happening, the other 2 staff members were struck down by the same blue attacks. Terror filled their eyes, but it was already too late to escape. At the same time, a scar-faced man quietly crept behind the boss and suddenly drove a dagger toward the back of his neck while triggering the alarm. But the man's neck instantly turned golden and as hard as steel, leaving the blade unable to pierce it. A girl beside him praised his growth, saying he could now control the life element on his own and had even awakened the golden body. The captain simply smiled and told everyone not to flatter him. The man everyone called boss clapped to gather the group and said an intruder had finally appeared. He believed this was why the Fan family had collected people like them after death, because they were a force even the Purgers had to respect. The group was so arrogant that they feared no one. The others had complete confidence in their strength, while the girl corrected the captain by saying they now had 6 4-star transcendence instead of 3. At this training speed, she believed they would all reach 4 stars soon. After receiving orders from the Fan family, the mercenary squad immediately set out to hunt the owner of the blue flame. They declared that no matter who the intruder was, even if it was a purger, they would kill them on the spot and let no one leave the base alive. The captain assigned the brown-haired girl to lead Team A with him. Their job was to defend the area and block incoming attacks. She laughed, saying it felt just like the old days of raiding and looting. Next, he put the scar-faced man in charge of Team B, whose mission was to wipe out every armed enemy. His men laughed that peaceful days had made them rusty. Team C, made up of the remaining members, would secure every staff member inside the base and prevent anyone from escaping. Among them was Athu, a young man with a face full of freckles, whose ability was perfect for scouting. The captain immediately ordered him to turn invisible and scout ahead. Before long, the group reached the research area. Before entering, the captain reminded everyone to stay alert, because anyone capable of infiltrating such a heavily guarded secret base could not be underestimated. After saying that, he pushed the door open while already imagining burning every enemy behind it. The door burst open, and the entire squad rushed forward ready to begin a massacre. But the instant the door opened, a violent wave of blue flame erupted and reduced the entire squad to ashes in a heartbeat. Only Athu survived because he had already turned invisible. The sudden scene left Athu too terrified to even breathe loudly. All he could see was blazing crimson fire covering everything. A short time later, a shaken Athu ran back to report to Janwei. Trembling, he said everyone except him had been killed in an instant. Falling to his knees, Athu explained that only his stealth ability had saved his life and allowed him to witness everything. Athu's voice shook with fear. He insisted there had been no intruder at all. Instead, monsters had emerged from the petals of the eternal flower. There were 4 of them, and they could turn invisible, wield the eternal flame, and kill the golden body captain in a single moment. They were even more terrifying than the earth dragon before leaving the base for parts unknown. Even as Athu desperately begged for help and urged them to report everything to the purgers, because the monsters would bring disaster, Janwei remained completely calm. Janwei stayed silent, leaving Athu even more hopeless. He kept insisting that the monsters were far beyond imagination and that the truth could never stay hidden forever. But Janwei immediately silenced him. Flames engulfed Athu and burned him alive, as Janwei coldly repeated the rule that anyone who revealed what happened here must die. To him, a condemned criminal worrying about other people's lives was nothing but a joke. The nearby staff member felt a chill after watching Janwei kill without hesitation. Janwei then ordered them to extract Athu's stealth transcendent gene and make full use of it without wasting such a valuable ability. Meanwhile, Shizai placed his hand on the newly opened petal of the eternal flower, unable to hide his excitement. He told Janwei that everything had happened exactly as expected. The eternal flower was active again and could push transcendent genes to evolve even further. Simply touching it could dramatically transform one's power. He believed he would soon master the life element, break through to 4-star, and finally claim the eternal flame. Janwei only warned him not to touch the flower again until the defensive system protecting the base was fully completed. As the eternal flower slowly opened petal by petal, Janwei knew his theory had been right all along. To him, it was a mutant flower created by altered genes, but he never expected it could evolve into living creatures that could move on their own. Ambition filled Janwei's eyes. He cared less about the monsters themselves than their ability to accelerate transcendent evolution. If the Fan family mastered this secret, they could build an overwhelming army of transcendents powerful enough to dominate the world. In his eyes, the eternal flower belonged to the Fan family alone. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the home of Xing-kun and Ji-yu. Xing-kun kept staring at Ji-yu until she curled up in embarrassment. She finally joked that if he kept looking at her like that, was he planning to eat her? Xing-kun ignored the joke and began analyzing his own condition. He explained that he had absorbed enough energy tonight and would need about 10 days to fully digest it. By then, his monster gene would reach the peak of level 3, but before advancing to level 4, he first had to raise his transcendent gene to 3-star. 2 different powers now existed inside Xing-kun. One was the green energy of the monster gene, while the other was the golden light of the transcendent gene. The transcendent gene was keeping the monster gene stable and allowing him to remain human. However, it was still not strong enough, and reaching 3-star would require a special method. After saying that, Xing-kun sat down in front of Ji-yu and extended his left hand toward her. His fingertips gently touched Ji-yu's cheek, making her face instantly blush. Ji-yu did not resist and quietly allowed Xing-kun to continue. A moment later, his hand transformed into its monster gene form, with dark skin and razor-sharp claws that looked incredibly frightening. Blue light gathered in Xing-kun's palm as he prepared to test a new ability on Ji-yu. A tentacle emerged from his palm and slowly moved toward the left side of Ji-yu's neck. She watched with curiosity while Xing-kun waited to see whether the method would actually work. Understanding his intention, Ji-yu nodded in agreement and simply asked him to be gentle. With her permission, Xing-kun let the tentacle lightly bite her neck. The pain was no worse than a needle prick or an ant bite, so Ji-yu easily endured it. The moment it made contact, the tentacle immediately began gathering and controlling the transcendent genes inside Ji-yu's body. Soon, part of Ji-yu's hair turned purple as lightning spread across her body. She was shocked to discover that a large amount of her transcendent genes had been drained. Even Xing-kun was surprised because the results came much faster than expected. Smiling, Xing-kun explained that based on his earlier experience refining lightning energy, the tentacle would absorb all the energy from the transcendent gene before refining it. He told Ji-yu to keep absorbing electricity, adding that the academy would cover the cost according to its breakthrough policy. Ji-yu absorbed such an enormous amount of electricity that power from the entire area was drawn into their house, causing a total blackout across the neighborhood. Back at the academy, Principal Jing Che was calmly drinking tea when Yang Su rushed in to report that the academy's power system had failed and the entire campus had lost electricity. Jing Che calmly looked around and replied that even his own office no longer had power. Yang Su waited for instructions, but after a long silence, the principal showed no reaction at all, making her even more anxious. In the end, she had to ask how they should deal with the situation. Jing Che remained calm and smiled, saying the academy now had the greatest genius, with the largest amount of transcendent genes in its history. He guessed Ji Yu was breaking through, which explained the blackout. What surprised him most was that her growth had exceeded even his expectations. Although Yang Su understood what he meant, she still worried that if the outage spread across the city, the consequences would be serious, not to mention the enormous electricity bill. Jing Che remained completely unconcerned. To him, cultivating true talent mattered far more than any expense. No matter how high the electric bill became, people were always the academy's greatest treasure. Besides, if the cost became too great, the Purger headquarters could cover it. Just then, the office telephone suddenly rang. Fortunately, Jing Che had prepared a special emergency communication line, or even this call would have failed because of the blackout. One glance at the display was enough for him to recognize that the call came from Purger headquarters. Jing Che quickly answered the call. He knew Purger headquarters would not contact him directly over a minor issue, so he immediately introduced himself and listened. The report caught even Jing Che by surprise. The entire city had lost power because all of its electricity was flowing toward the academy. He calmly explained that Ji Yu was in the middle of a breakthrough, but the moment he mentioned the electric bill, he was told reimbursement required a formal application. Manhwa Transcendent Academy is located in Qingchu Town, part of the city's special Qingchu district. The town stretches along both sides of the Zheng River and covers about 36.7 square kilometers. Although it is only an island, the special Qingchu district sits very close to the center of Nanhua City. Nanhua City covers roughly 795.44 square kilometers and is the third largest city in Huaxia, consuming about 200 billion watts of residential electricity every day. Yet at this moment, the city's entire power supply was being drawn into Nanhua Transcendent Academy and absorbed by Ji Yu. In just 3 hours, she absorbed as much electricity as the entire city used in half a day, equal to the stored energy of a 4-star transcendent. The pink-haired woman from Purger headquarters could not hide her shock. Ji Yu had only awakened recently, yet she could already hold such an unbelievable amount of elemental power. By then, power had returned to Jing Che's office. He calmly explained that the higher a person's transcendent gene ratio, the purer their genes became. Purer genes could naturally store more elemental energy, like a larger container, that allowed them to accumulate more power and break through more easily during cultivation. Interestingly, Ji Yu's talent was exactly the kind of ability the Fan family had been trying to study. Although everyone knew this direction existed, helping humans surpass the limits of their transcendent genes remained a mystery that organizations around the world had pursued for years without fully solving. Even so, the thing Jing Che cared about most was still the electric bill. He immediately asked how much those 3 hours of power consumption had cost. The number nearly made Jing Che spit out his tea. While Yang Su watched curiously, the pink-haired woman read the total aloud as 5,603,000.4751 yuan. Jing Che could cough awkwardly and claim the tea had been too hot. Even so, Purger headquarters remained cautious. They believed everything was still only theoretical. If Ji Yu failed during her breakthrough, because her body could not contain so much elemental energy before officially reaching 1 star, then all that electricity would have been wasted. Jing Che gently set down his teacup and confidently replied that such a failure was almost impossible. He believed Ji Yu had absorbed nearly all the life essence from her entire class, so reaching 1 star was only a matter of time. Even if something did go wrong, her personality meant she would immediately seek help instead of wasting all that energy. Just then, Yang Su entered and reported that Ji Yu had arrived to see the principal. Although Jing Che sensed something was off, he assumed she had come to ask for help and immediately told Yang Su to let her in. As soon as she entered, Ji Yu bowed to thank the academy for its support and sincerely apologized her for only realizing after training that she had consumed an enormous amount of electricity, leaving the academy with a massive bill. Jing Che smiled and reassured her that nurturing talented students was the academy's duty, then casually asked whether she had officially become a 1-star transcendent. Ji Yu looked up, innocently shook her head, and answered that she had not. That reply hit Jing Che like a bolt of lightning, leaving him completely frozen. Holding his forehead, he tried to stay calm and said he would teach Ji Yu how to seal the elemental energy she had absorbed. With her talent, things should never have turned out like this. Before Jing Che could finish, Ji Yu calmly interrupted and revealed that she had not only broken through successfully, but had already reached 2-star transcendent. Hearing that, he stood there in complete shock, repeating only 2 words, 2-star. Jing Che shot to his feet in disbelief. According to his calculations, even with extraordinary talent, Ji Yu should have needed at least 2 weeks to reach that level. He believed her future cultivation would be incredibly smooth, though her massive amount of transcendent genies meant she still needed more time to fully refine the elemental energy. After saying that, Jing Che closed his eyes, placed a hand over his chest, and prepared to examine Ji Yu's condition. In an instant, countless giant branches suddenly appeared around Ji Yu, leaving her stunned as she had no idea when they arrived. The branches slowly moved closer. Ji Yu sensed this was Jing Che's way of examining her body. Strangely, they gave off no sound or killing intent, yet they still felt incredibly dangerous. In the end, the branches only lightly touched her arm and forehead. Tiny purple sparks appeared wherever they made contact. Through them, Jing Che quickly understood her condition and concluded that her transcendent genes were extremely active, greatly accelerating her elemental refinement. After finishing the examination, he withdrew the branches and sat back down. According to him, there were usually only 2 reasons for such active transcendent genes, either intense battles against monsters or overwhelming emotional excitement. Most people would claim it came from harsh training, but Ji Yu honestly admitted that it was because her emotions had become incredibly intense. Her blunt answer left Jing Che speechless for several seconds, unsure how to respond. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Jing Kun gently patted Ji Yu on the head and got to the main topic. He said she was simply cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, so it was nothing worth discussing. They had mainly come to thank the Academy and request the elemental star chart technique to prepare for reaching 3-star. Jing Che glanced at the bookshelves packed with documents behind him and laughed, asking if the 2 students had only just enrolled, yet were already aiming for the Academy's graduation requirement of 3-star transcendent. Even so, he gave a serious explanation. Ji Yu would have no problem because the Academy had already prepared the elemental star chart best suited to her talent. Jing Kun was different, since before reaching 2-star, he first had to complete the transformation of his transcendent genies into elemental genies. Jing Che used the Fan family's abilities as an example. At 3-star, a cultivator used elemental genies to build an elemental star chart in the most efficient way, just like the Fan family's flame hand. Once completed, they could develop their own unique way of using elemental power. But Jing Kun's problem was his extremely low transcendent gene ratio, which meant he still could not build an elemental star chart. Hearing that, Jing Kun immediately brought up the Academy's support armor, also known as the artificial transcendent robot, believing it could make up for his missing genes. At the same time, he quickly calculated that in his previous life, this technology had only appeared after the apocalypse began. While it could not change the overall situation, it was perfect for his breakthrough plan. Jing Che was slightly surprised that Jing Kun knew about the project. However, he quickly assumed anyone who followed transcendent news closely could have heard of it. Jing Kun listened carefully as Jing Che explained that the artificial transcendent robot had indeed been successfully developed and officially registered, but all information about it had soon been removed. Jing Che explained that the reason was not secrecy, but the technology's many flaws. The robot only worked well for people with less than 40% transcendent gene compatibility, and the cost was enormous. It consumed an incredible amount of life essence, making it impractical for widespread use. Jing Kun immediately realized the technology was almost made specifically for him. He also possessed a huge supply of life essence, making him fully qualified to use it, though he wisely kept its source a secret. Jing Che seemed to guess that Jing Kun's classmates had given all of their life essence to him. Jing Kun simply smiled and waved it off, insisting the principal had misunderstood and that things were not as he imagined. Even so, Jing Che knew the robot was hardly something worth trading away, because its power consumption was almost as extreme as the energy Ji Yu had absorbed that very night. Hearing that, the 2 pretended to leave. As they walked toward the door, they deliberately spoke loudly enough for Jing Che to hear. They said that if there was no other choice, Jing Kun would simply release all his stored energy, recharge it again tomorrow night, and keep repeating the process until he succeeded. Unable to bear the thought any longer, Jing Che finally called them back. Thinking about the terrifying electricity bills, Jing Che decided to compromise and offered a deal. Jing Kun immediately lit up with excitement, but Jing Che cut him off before he could celebrate. He brought up Jing Kun's teammates and revealed that the Academy would soon hold the Rising Star selection. If the entire team passed, he would reward Xing Kun with the artificial transcendent robot armor that the Purgers had previously transferred to the academy. Hearing the reward, Xing Kun immediately thanked Jing Che and promised to do everything he could to lead his entire team through the selection. Before they left, Jing Che reminded them that registration would close in 3 days. The two thanked him for the reminder, said goodbye, and headed home. Once the room was quiet again, Yang Su stepped out from the corner and bluntly said she believed their team had almost no chance of becoming rising stars. She explained that the National Transcendent Tournament was held only once every 2 years, and every academy sent its strongest team. Xing Kun's group consisted of freshmen, and even with Ji Yu's talent, defeating senior students would be nearly impossible. On top of that, the other two teammates had not even awakened their abilities. Jing Che calmly picked up his now cold cup of tea and replied that it was still too early to reach that conclusion. Yang Su thought he was favoring Ji Yu because of her talent, but Jing Che shook his head and said the one who truly interested him was Xing Kun. He explained that someone had once opposed Xing Kun's admission because of his pitifully low transcendent gene ratio. Hearing that reminded Yang Su of the entrance examination, when Jing Che had still allowed Xing Kun into the final round. What puzzled everyone was that, despite having almost no transcendent genes, he still passed the test. That unusual result led Jing Che to secretly investigate Xing Kun's records from high school. The results showed not only an extremely low transcendent gene ratio, but also several strange physical readings. Based on his years of research, Jing Che was convinced the young man was hiding a major secret. Yang Su remained confused and asked why the principal, who had always researched monster genes and mutated humans, was now investigating the physical data of transcendence as well. Jing Che fell silent for a long moment, as though carefully considering a plan involving Xing Kun. In the end, he decided to set the matter aside and focus on more important things. The task he had given Xing Kun was already extremely difficult. If Xing Kun failed, nothing would be lost. If he succeeded, everyone would benefit. He then told Yang Su to get some rest and thanked her for working until morning because of the blackout. She simply smiled and said it was part of her job. As soon as Yang Su left, Jing Cho picked up his phone and called someone else. An irritated voice answered, clearly unhappy about being disturbed so late at night. Jing Che formally introduced himself and greeted the director of the Purger Bureau. The moment the director heard his name, his tone immediately changed in surprise. With a completely serious expression, Jing Che said that the electricity funding for Ji Yu had to be approved, or he would submit his resignation. The next morning, everything continued as usual. Lin Shi arrived at Manhwa Transcendent Academy, together with Guan Kui's team. On the way, Ni Yang explained that there was a 90% chance Blue Flame was hiding among this year's freshmen, so they needed to investigate every new student. Blue Flame had fought the Purgers before, stolen critical research data from the Fan family's laboratory, and escaped here, earning everyone's agreement. Ni Yang and Lin Shi then visited Jing Che. They greeted each other warmly. Jing Che joked that Ni Yang had not returned to the academy in ages, while this was Lin Shi's first visit since graduation. When asked how he felt, Lin Shi laughed and said the academy looked almost unchanged after 10 years, which probably meant it was still short on funding. Before Lin Shi could finish, Ni Yang quickly covered his mouth and awkwardly laughed, claiming he had misspoken. But Lin Shi still tried to expose him by reminding everyone that Ni Yang had once joked the academy would completely fall apart if the Fan family ever took over. Knowing he had to stop him, Ni Yang immediately changed the subject. Jing Che could only sigh helplessly and told them to get to the point. Ni Yang's expression turned serious. He explained that this trip was not only to serve as a judge for the Rising Star selection, but also to investigate Blue Flame. The moment he heard that name, Jing Che immediately asked why the Purger Bureau suspected Blue Flame was hiding at his academy. Since the explanation was complicated, Ni Yang asked Lin Shi to tell the whole story. Lin Shi stood up and explained that at around 10:30 p.m., on June 25, 2025, while fighting monsters in the Shenxi Commercial District, he encountered Blue Flame. Looking back, Lin Shi said everything had happened so suddenly that a monster bit off one of his arms. Blue Flame appeared just in time to save him, but then deliberately knocked him unconscious. In Lin Shi's blurred memories, Blue Flame appeared and disappeared within black smoke. When he woke up, the monster was already dead, and he briefly saw Blue Flame absorbing the black smoke released after its death. Although he never saw the face because it was too dark, Lin Shi was certain the person was still very young. Based on that, Ni Yang concluded Blue Flame was likely a newly awakened teenager with immense power but an impulsive mindset. Hearing that, Ni Yang added that if those were the only clues, they would not have launched such an urgent investigation. He continued that Blue Flame had become increasingly reckless. Just yesterday, the Fan family reported that Blue Flame had infiltrated a critical research base, stolen life essence, and left everyone inside dead. Ni Yang stated that Blue Flame had become a major threat and had to be captured. The first sighting was inside the city, while the latest incident happened in the Qingchu area, under the Academy's jurisdiction. Putting all the clues together, they believed there was a very high chance Blue Flame was one of the freshmen studying at the Academy. Lin Shi immediately showed his frustration, saying that once he found Blue Flame, he would settle every score between them. Jing Che calmly took another sip of tea and remarked that the evidence sounded rather weak. Still, judging by their attitudes, they seemed completely convinced that Blue Flame was inside the Academy. Without hesitation, Lin Shi explained that after Blue Flame knocked him unconscious, a strange connection seemed to form between them. Holding his head as he recalled the memory, he admitted he did not know whether Blue Flame had intentionally or accidentally left him with some kind of power, but the connection felt completely real, and he trusted it. The moment he stepped onto the Academy grounds, that feeling returned. Lin Shi insisted Blue Flame was definitely here, even though he had no idea why he could sense the person. Ni Yang concluded that the reason did not matter. Their priority was finding and capturing Blue Flame, so the Purger Bureau would investigate every freshman. Jing Che sighed and agreed to help, explaining that all the freshmen were currently training at the Elemental Arena and telling them to begin their inspection there. A short while later, the scene shifted to the outdoor training grounds where every freshman had gathered. An instructor explained that the academy specialized in many different elemental paths. Anyone struggling with cultivation could seek guidance from an instructor or train directly at the elemental arena. Fu Liang continued by explaining that the arena was built around the 5-element cycle of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This environment stimulated transcendent genes, helping awakened students cultivate faster, while also giving unawakened students a better chance to awaken. Adjusting his glasses, he reminded everyone to make the most of Today's training, because future access to the arena would depend on their current performance. He then instructed each student to find a suitable opponent, since real combat was the best way to strengthen transcendent genes, before officially starting the session. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Liang turned to leave, but specifically called Ji Yu and Xing Kun over. Although neither of them knew why they had been singled out, Xing Kun and Ji Yu quietly followed Fu Liang under the curious eyes of every freshman. After they left, one student sneered at Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao, mocking them by saying their leaders were gone, so now the unawakened students could stay behind and train with them. Zhao Sheng showed no fear and bluntly replied that he only wanted to spar with Xiao Dao. Everyone else was too weak, and he was worried he might accidentally hurt them. The opposing group burst into laughter, mocking him as a barely admitted student who had not even awakened yet, but still talked big. They claimed they were only teaching fellow students a lesson, while demanding Zhao Sheng hand over his resources, warning him not to expect Xing Kun and Ji Yu to protect him forever. Elsewhere, Fu Liang rubbed his forehead in frustration. He explained that the principal had agreed to the pair's very unusual request and had personally assigned him to guide them. Although he was reluctant, he had no choice but to accept. Even so, he made it clear that under their current conditions, neither of them qualified for the Rising Star selection. He then seriously explained that the minimum requirement was for the team captain to reach 3-star combat strength. He also told them they should thank Guan Kui, because without him, they would not even meet that first requirement. The reason was that Guan Kui had once broken the rules by joining a second-year team while still a first-year student. Despite being only 2-star, he defeated a 3-star examiner, and that event led to the selection rules being revised. Fu Liang suggested they follow Guan Kui's example by joining a second-year team first. However, he also admitted that Xing Kun's transcendent gene ratio was far too low, making elimination almost certain. Before he could finish, Xing Kun refused and said he was satisfied with his current team. Fu Liang immediately argued that their team had too many disadvantages. 3 members lacked experience, 2 had not even awakened, and Xing Kun possessed only a 1% transcendent gene ratio. Just as Xing Kun was about to answer back, a strange sensation suddenly surged through his body and stopped him cold. A few seconds later, Xing Kun realized the feeling came from Lin Si, the purger whose arm he had accidentally cut off the other day. It looked like the man had arrived at the academy. Xing Kun's first thought was to hide his identity. The reaction came from 2 similar extraordinary gene sources, which meant the other side could track him down if he was careless. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to use his monster gene to cover his extraordinary gene and cut off the connection. Meanwhile, Fu Liang kept trying to persuade him. He explained that even though the principal had given Xing Kun the myriad sword star chart, his current talent was nowhere near enough to cultivate it before obtaining armor. He added that without a star chart, it was like trying to cook without ingredients. You could not control elements or use skills, unless Xing Kun could sense someone else's elements and copy them. Seeing Xing Kun refuse to change his mind, Fu Liang switched plans. He temporarily handed the captain's position to Ji Yu to finish the registration and asked her to display her full strength. Ji Yu had been standing there absent-mindedly. After hearing her name, she asked if she really had to go all out, because she would need a little time to warm up. Hearing that, Fu Liang suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly warned her not to attack toward the crowd and told her to aim straight at the sky instead. At the same time, the troublemaking student marched toward Zhao Sheng again. He was about to attack while shouting that no matter how strong Xing Kun was, he could not protect them forever, then bragged about his extraordinary gene ratio. Before he could finish, a gigantic pink bolt of lightning suddenly shot into the sky and left everyone frozen in shock. The arrogant student instantly changed his attitude. He grabbed Zhao Sheng's leg with a face that looked ready to burst into tears. The pink lightning created by Zhu Yu kept tearing across the sky as thunder roared and shook the entire training ground. The guy who had been making threats a moment ago now flattered Zhao Sheng non-stop, praising him as the greatest master and promising to offer resources whenever needed. Zhao Sheng took the chance to act cool while trying not to laugh. Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng immediately looked at Ji Yu with pure admiration, silently thinking that their sister-in-law was unbelievably powerful. Zhu Yu shyly turned to Fu Liang and asked if that was enough. All he could do was swallow hard and nod, saying it was more than enough. Although Fu Liang looked calm on the outside, cold sweat was already running down his back. That terrifying power was only Ji Yu's warm-up. If she truly mastered the principal's myriad sword star chart, she would become a walking nuclear reactor. Right then, Yang Su arrived with two others. She called Fu Liang over to discuss something, leaving him puzzled as he quickly walked over. Zhu Yu was still confused when she noticed Xing Kun standing perfectly still, with a strange expression. She immediately asked what had happened. Xing Kun's face turned grim. He simply said that the purger had arrived. A while later, Fu Liang returned and ordered every student to gather. The entire training ground erupted in chatter because no one knew what was happening. Ni Yang quietly scanned the area and asked if Lin Sai had found the target yet. Lin Sai replied that the target had been very close, but for some reason the connection had suddenly disappeared. Refusing to give up, Lin Si activated his ability again and declared that he would definitely find Lan Yan. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed his power. The ground shook violently as the killing descent skill was activated. The scene reminded Lin Sai of a mission from 2 months earlier, outside Purger City, after the area had just been overrun by monsters. After arriving at the scene, Lin Sai asked a purger about the situation. Mistaking him for a captain from another district, the man quickly reported that the vice captain had lured every monster into an old building to keep the civilians safe. After hearing the report, Lin Si immediately ordered him to tell the vice captain to retreat at once. The man hesitated, unable to understand why. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Si urged him to do it immediately and charged into the building himself. The purger could only hurry to obey. He then used his radio to contact Ni Yang and reported that a captain from another district had ordered him to leave the building immediately. As Lin Si entered the battlefield, he unleashed his power and split the ground into a massive circular crack. Every piece of metal nearby was violently pulled toward him, leaving everyone who saw it stunned. It was not just the loose metal. Even the building's metal framework was ripped out, making the entire structure shake violently. The spectators were stunned. Lin Sai had barely used any elemental power, yet the result was overwhelming. It was the perfect example of using a little to achieve a lot. In the blink of an eye, countless metal swords formed from the gathered materials. The purgers immediately recognized the highest stage of the myriad sword star chart. The ultimate move, called myriad swords, returned to the origin. Right then, the building could no longer withstand the pressure and completely collapsed. Ni Yang rushed out in panic and angrily demanded to know who had destroyed it. He was furious because he had been holding the monsters inside, so the new recruits could gain real combat experience. Lin Si remained calm and was about to explain, but Ni Yang was already so angry that he declared Lin Si's would be punished, no matter which squad he belonged to. Only then did Lin Sai introduce himself as a graduate from Class 25 of the South Moon Extraordinary Academy. Both people in front of him were shocked. Ni Yang immediately realized this was the new member assigned to his squad. He asked why Lin Sai was wearing a captain's uniform. Lin Sai casually replied that it had no captain's insignia, and he only wore it because it looked cooler. Ni Yang was left speechless. The flashback ended, and the scene returned to the training ground, beneath the clear skies of the South Moon Extraordinary Academy. Seeing Lin Si preparing to use Killing Descent again, Ni Yang quickly stopped him. He warned that if the Five Elements arena was damaged, they could work their whole lives and never repay the cost. Lin Si calmly answered that there was plenty of metal beneath the ground, which was more than enough. Ignoring the warning, Lin Si activated his power anyway. Chunks of metal were torn from beneath the ground and gathered in the air. They fused together, glowed with golden light, and transformed into countless razor-sharp swords. Seeing the sky filled with metal swords, the freshmen cried out in panic. They could not understand what the purger was doing, and wondered if he planned to wipe them out like monsters. Every sword pointed directly at Xing Kun. He immediately realized Lin Si was using the metal element to scan everyone by tracing the metal element inside each student's body. Rows of swords slammed into the ground right in front of the crowd. Even so, Xing Kun stayed calm and secretly suppressed his own resonance to avoid exposing himself. Inside Xing Kun's body, his extraordinary gene began to fluctuate violently, as if it were about to break free. He quickly closed his eyes and forced his monster gene to suppress the surging power. After barely stabilizing himself, Xing Kun opened his eyes and thought it through. If his extraordinary gene was locked down every time this guy appeared, was he supposed to keep hiding forever? After thinking more carefully, he realized that being detected did not necessarily prove he was Lan Yan. Xing Kun leaned close to Ji Yu and quietly told her not to act rashly, to stay a little farther away from him, and to trust him. After saying that, Xing Kun deliberately eased the suppression of his monster gene and slowly revealed his extraordinary gene. Almost instantly, Lin Si locked onto the target and loudly declared that he had finally found Lan Yan. Countless metal swords shot into the air and skimmed past the face of the student who had caused trouble earlier. A few of the swords suddenly stopped in mid-air. The next moment, every sword changed direction at once, making the surrounding freshmen turn pale. Their final target was Xing Kun. Even though he was mentally prepared, he perfectly acted like a confused freshman who had no idea what was happening. Lin Si was not fooled. He accused Lan Yan of attacking purgers at the central shopping plaza and destroying the Fan family's laboratory before declaring that he would arrest him on behalf of the Purger Bureau. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao anxiously shouted Xing Kun's name. While his friends were worried, those who disliked Xing Kun began whispering among themselves. In their eyes, Lan Yan was a wanted fire element criminal, and Xing Kun clearly did not seem like that person. As the swords rushed toward him, Xing Kun kept up his terrified expression while secretly thinking that he was actually a metal element user. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual about the swords in front of him. Calmly dodging to one side, Xing Kun focused on them and realized he could clearly sense their paths and even see the elemental structure inside them. The more he observed, the more everything seemed to follow clear and connected patterns. Now that he could see through their true nature, at that moment Fu Liang's words echoed in Xing Kun's mind. If he could sense someone else's element, he could copy it. With that thought, Xing Kun decided to test his theory. He stomped the ground, pulling a huge amount of metal together while using only a tiny amount of metal element. After watching it just once, he copied the way Lin Si used the skill. As he mimicked the movement, he quietly repeated the skill's name. A sword almost identical to Lin Sis was successfully formed in Xing Kun's hand. But the sword kept shaking non-stop and refused to obey his control. Fu Liang froze in shock. He recognized the technique from the Myriad Sword star chart, something Xing Kun should never have learned just by watching. He did not even have a complete star chart, so how had he pulled it off? As Lin Si continued the pursuit, Ni Yang reminded him that Lan Yan had used fire before, while Xing Kun was clearly a metal user. Lin Si insisted his detection could not be wrong. In response, Lin Si calmly asked if using fire always meant someone had to be a fire element user. While speaking, he skillfully controlled the swords and explained that with the right method, metal could also produce fire. The countless swords in the sky accelerated to their limit and became blazing streaks of light. The intense friction with the air sent their temperature soaring. They had not burst into flames, but every blade glowed red like molten steel. Fu Liang was astonished. Lin Si's had already mastered Myriad's swords returned to the origin, and now he could heat every sword to a red-hot state at the same time. His control had improved dramatically after graduation. Then Fu Liang remembered what Lin Si had just said, and and admitted that metal-producing fire was indeed possible. Watching the rain of glowing swords rush toward Xing Kun, even Fu Liang began to wonder if he really was Lan Yan. Unlike everyone else, Xing Kun's eyes lit up with excitement. Seeing what those metal swords could do only made him want to learn the technique. Completely unaware of Xing Kun's thoughts, Lin Sai coldly declared that Lan Yan had nowhere left to run. The next second, countless blazing swords rained down like meteors and completely surrounded Xing Kun. Just as they were about to strike him, a commanding voice echoed across the training ground and ordered everyone to stop. In an instant, a massive torrent of water swept across the battlefield and shattered the incoming sword storm. The moment the swords touched the water, they broke apart and pieces of metal scattered across the ground. The flowing water quickly gathered the fragments and hurled them back at their owner. Ni Yang was secretly stunned. The water element was terrifying. It had neutralized myriad swords returned to the origin, and every student, including Xing Kun standing at the center of the attack, was completely unharmed. While everyone was still frozen in shock, Guan Kui appeared before them with an angry expression. She coldly said she thought they were only here to judge the Rising Star selection, yet they had openly caused trouble. As former students, they should know that South Moon Extraordinary Academy was under her protection. She warned them that if they dared bully her students, they should not expect any mercy from a fellow alumna. Guan Kui glanced across the group and bluntly told them to focus on their own assessment mission, instead of causing trouble on her territory. Lin Shi stubbornly insisted that Xing Kun was Lan Yan and told Guan Kui to step aside. Standing behind him, Ni Yang quickly reminded him to speak more respectfully to Junior Guan. Hearing that, Guan Kui only curled her lips into a dangerous smile. The next moment, she exploded with anger, raised the water dragon in her hand, and asked if he really dared tell a graceful lady like her to move aside. Guan Kui declared that she would teach this reckless kid a lesson today, making Lin Shi instantly change his tone and wish he could return to headquarters immediately. Seeing that reaction, Ni Yang laughed to himself. A moment ago, Lin Shi had acted fearless, and now he was scared stiff. Even Ni Yang could not help admiring Guan Kui's strength. Her life element combined with the water dragon seemed almost alive, and she was already close to the legendary South Star Extraordinary Realm. With that level of power, even a single strike might defeat a peak 3-star senior. Unable to let Lin Shi make things even worse, Ni Yang stepped in to calm everyone down and suggested returning to headquarters first. But Lin Shi still refused to back down, and even wanted to call in 17 or 18 more people to deal with Guan Kui. Right then, the water flood dragon charged straight toward them at incredible speed. Luckily, Jingzhuo arrived just in time to stop her. He gently told Guan Kui not to be so hot-headed, or it would only hurt her relationships, especially with Tang Qingyuan. The moment she heard that name, she stopped and eagerly told him to keep talking. She recalled the water dragon and looked straight at them. If that person really was Lan Yan, using metal to create fire as a disguise, why had they not discovered it back then? Standing nearby, Xing Kun listened as Guan Kui explained that on the night the Fan family's laboratory was destroyed, she had been patrolling the academy and could confirm that no one had left the campus. Hearing that, Xing Kun quietly wondered why she was deliberately covering for him. Ni Yang threw an arm around Lin Shi and pulled him away while changing the subject. He said they had probably mistaken the target and should head back to prepare for the Rising Star selection. The two left the 5 Elements arena, and the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. As Guan Kui was about to leave, Xing Kun asked how she managed such a huge academy and all its students. Guan Kui yawned and denied it, saying no one had time to patrol the entire campus every day. But halfway through her sentence, her expression suddenly changed. She lightly nudged Xing Kun and confidently said that with her eye for people, she was certain he was not a bad person. Xing Kun could only look away and cough awkwardly after hearing that. Guan Kui then grabbed Ji Yu's hand and happily said she had high hopes for her. She told her to reach 4 stars, then 5 stars, so the two of them could beat up every lousy man together. Before long, Guan Kui hurried off while loudly reminding everyone to study hard. After she disappeared, Zhao Sheng quietly said that every man Guan Kui had ever met had been terrible, so her judgment was actually not very reliable. Ji Yu nodded in agreement. Xing Kun immediately teased them, asking who they were hinting at. Then he told Zhao Sheng to bring Xiao Tao to Ji Yu's dorm tonight, because he was about to show everyone something amazing. Zhao Sheng had no idea what he meant, but he agreed anyway. Watching the group laugh together from a distance, Fu Liang silently judged that they still had a chance in the Rising Star selection. Even though two members had only awakened at levels 39 and 41, Ji Yu's talent and Xing Kun's determination made passing the first round entirely possible. Thinking about the registration list for the Rising Star selection, Fu Liang smiled to himself. It looked like he had a great chance of winning his bet with the other teachers. The teachers' lounge was full of lively chatter. Everyone joked that Teacher Zhu's team would surely win this year. She modestly replied that nothing was certain because other teams also had students close to reaching level 4. Someone even hinted at keeping a trump card hidden. Just then, the topic shifted when a teacher mentioned that the principal had assigned Fu Liang to lead a team made entirely of Nan-Yi class students against the other teams. Lei Yan looked surprised because the Nan-Yi students did not even meet the minimum requirements to enter the competition. At that moment, Fu Liang pushed open the door, smiled at everyone, and said he was there to register his students' team. Adjusting his glasses, he calmly said that since the weather was so nice, they might as well make another bet. Outside, the night sky was filled with countless stars, creating a peaceful and dreamlike scene. That quiet night was quickly shattered when loud shouting echoed through the dormitory area. The guy called Chili loudly called out for Zhao Sheng. He arrogantly announced that Fan Xiao wanted to recruit both Zhao Sheng and his sister into the Fan family's 4th squad, then asked if Zhao Sheng knew how many benefits he was about to receive. He proudly claimed that the siblings would receive 1,000 tubes of life essence every year, more than double what Xing Kun had taken from them before. They could even use 2 tubes every day without worry. It was an opportunity anyone would envy. Zhao Sheng simply kept his head down and listened, while the man continued bragging that such treatment was beyond anything someone like him could ever dream of. He went on to tempt Zhao Sheng by claiming Fan Xiao had a way to help both siblings awaken, exactly what Zhao Sheng needed most. After listening to the endless speech, Zhao Sheng finally looked up and slowly asked, "Awaken?" Chili immediately nodded and said this was the Zhao family's greatest stroke of luck. He mocked Xiao Dao for repeating a year, and Zhao Sheng for spending 2 years without awakening. According to him, awakening this year would already be a miracle, and passing the final assessment was impossible. Finally, he placed a hand on Zhao Sheng's shoulder and declared that only by joining Fan Xiao could the siblings still have a future. He slapped Zhao Sheng on the shoulder and laughed, saying the Zhao family's fate was finally about to change. Zhao Sheng immediately brushed his hand away and coldly told him to get his dirty hands off him. Seeing Zhao Sheng fight back, Chili burst into laughter. He mocked him for acting tough, just because he had someone backing him, then started making more threats. Before he could finish, Zhao Sheng shoved his hand away and declared that in life, he belonged to his boss, and in death, he would still be his boss' loyal ghost. That answer left Chili completely stunned as he stared at Zhao Sheng in disbelief. The next second, he grabbed Zhao Sheng by the collar and yanked him up. Holding him off the ground, he growled that Xing Kun had dared challenge the Fan family, so his ending was already obvious. In the end, he would lose everything and kneel before the Fan family. He went on to mock Zhao Sheng, saying he was the most pitiful one of all. His stupidity had cost him his last chance to awaken, and now he was being dragged down for standing with Xing Kun. After hearing the entire insult, Zhao Sheng only let out a mocking laugh. He suddenly drove his knee into the man's stomach and shouted back. In his eyes, his boss was so powerful that someone this shallow could never imagine his true strength. Even Zhao Sheng himself did not know Xing Kun's limits. If they wanted to fight, he would never cry out in pain. Clutching his stomach, Chili sat down on the opposite bed and gritted his teeth. He warned that if Zhao Sheng stayed stubborn, he would never sleep peacefully again, because no one knew what might happen while he was asleep. Zhao Sheng simply smiled and replied that they could try. As long as he woke up, he would keep fighting them to the very end. Chila's face turned red with anger as he cursed Zhao Sheng for being nothing more than a mad dog. He threw a punch straight into Zhao Sheng's face and shouted that he would harass him every single night from now on. To him, it was ridiculous that someone with such poor talent dared act so arrogant and play the loyal servant. Zhao Sheng only smiled coldly, completely unfazed by the pain. Without his boss years ago, he would already be dead. His only goal now was to repay that debt for the rest of his life. He made an excuse to leave, saying he had something urgent to do. Before walking out, Zhao Sheng said that if the man could not kill him today, they could settle the score another time, and there was no guarantee he would lose in a real fight. The man sneered and mocked Zhao Sheng for making excuses to run away, then shouted at him to get lost before he beat him to death on the spot. His curses echoed throughout the dormitory. He swore that both Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao would end up dead, and kept calling the siblings useless trash. After watching everything, Yu Xiong turned to Fan Xiao and said Xiao Sheng was as loyal to Xing Kun as a faithful dog. Winning over anyone on Xing Kun's side would not be easy. Fan Xiao only smirked and acted completely unconcerned. He said there were countless ways to deal with them. He had planned to be gentle at first, but since they refused to cooperate, harsher methods would have to do. As night fell, only 2 rooms in the women's dormitory still had their lights on. Zhao Sheng brought Xiao Dao to Ji Yu's room, knocked on the door, and loudly called out that they had arrived. The door had barely opened when a hand suddenly reached out. In an instant, both of them were pulled straight inside. Once they regained their senses, they saw Xing Kun already waiting in the room. As Zhao Sheng walked over, Xing Kun smiled and asked if they were ready for a hellish training course. Both siblings nodded without hesitation. Xing Kun slowly explained that the training was about to begin, and the first step was for both of them to close their eyes. But while watching them, Xing Kun noticed a strange grin on Zhao Sheng's face and asked what he was planning. Zhao Sheng immediately pulled out his smelly socks and seriously explained that he was afraid he might accidentally open his eyes, so this would make sure he never peeked. He even tried to pull the socks over Xiao Tao's face. She quickly dodged and cried out, asking if her own brother was trying to poison her. Watching the childish siblings, Xing Kun could only press his palms together in helpless disbelief before quickly stopping them. He said closing their eyes did not matter. The most important thing was that they trusted him completely. Xing Kun repeated himself with a serious expression and asked them to place their lives in his hands. Zhao Sheng agreed without the slightest hesitation, then turned to Xiao Dao and asked if she felt the same. Unlike her straightforward brother, Xiao Tao calmly looked at Xing Kun and directly asked if he was Lan Yan. Zhao Sheng quickly scolded her and said she should call him boss, but Xing Kun openly admitted it and confirmed that her guess was absolutely correct. Hearing that answer, Xiao Sheng's eyes went wide. He stared at Xing Kun in pure admiration and kept saying his boss was unbelievably amazing. He then curiously asked Xiao Dao how she had figured it out, leaving her holding her forehead in disbelief. Xiao Dao explained that if nothing suspicious had happened, the purgers would never have targeted Xing Kun for no reason. So the moment Lin Shi called him Lan Yan, she quietly watched everyone's reactions. She pointed out that Xing Kun's shocked expression had clearly been an act. From everything she knew about him, he had never truly panicked like that. Xiao Tao added that Zhu Yu had acted even more naturally, but considering their relationship, she could never believe Zhu Yu would stay uninvolved if the accusation were false. After hearing his sister's careful analysis, Xiao Sheng asked if she was really his biological sister because she was far too smart. Xiao Tao shot back that if both of them were as clueless as he was, their family would be hopeless. Just then, Xing Kun called her name. Xing Kun seriously said she could call him Lan Yan if she wanted, but she was absolutely not allowed to criticize his acting. He also admitted that he was the one who destroyed the Fan family's laboratory, then asked if she still trusted him after learning the truth. Xiao Tao's expression also turned serious. She said her brother had been right all along. Without Xing Kun, both of them would already be dead. Looking back, she believed the special treatment they received during the final assessment was probably the Fan family's way of targeting Xing Kun. Standing beside her, Zhao Sheng nodded repeatedly and said her analysis made perfect sense. Sitting up straight, Xiao Tao's eyes became firm. She believed this only proved the Fan family was hiding something shady. Their laboratory had to be researching something dangerous, and she no longer had any choice except to stand with Xing Kun. Xiao Tao calmly said that once her foolish brother decided to follow Xing Kun, he would never change his mind. Xiao Sheng immediately rubbed her head and teased that she should repay their boss with her own heart as well. Xiao Tao blushed and angrily told him to shut up. She turned back to Xing Kun and continued seriously. Even though the Fan family was incredibly powerful, she and Zhao Sheng would do everything they could to help him. Whatever he asked, they would follow without hesitation. Zhao Sheng nodded enthusiastically beside her. Seeing that, Xing Kun and Ji Yu brought out 2 large bottles of water and told each of them to finish one before the training began. The siblings accepted them without hesitation. Zhao Sheng went first. He lifted the entire bottle and drained it in one breath. Xiao Dao then forced herself to finish the huge bottle as well. When she was done, she held her stomach and gasped from how full she felt. Xing Kun reassured her that it would be absorbed quickly and told her to sense what she had just drunk. She immediately realized it was life essence. Jing Kun smiled and confirmed it. Every drop had come straight from the Fan family's laboratory, completely pure. The two of them had probably just consumed more than half of the life essence their classmates had generously given them before. Xiao Sheng was so touched that his eyes filled with tears as he kept praising how well his boss treated them. Xiao Tao, meanwhile, finally understood why Xing Kun had asked them to trust him with their lives. She quickly analyzed the situation. Neither of them had awakened yet they had absorbed such a huge amount of life essence in such a short time. Their bodies would accumulate overwhelming power and could easily die. Xing Kun was probably using that life or death pressure to force their extraordinary genes to awaken. Xiao Dao guessed that Xing Kun had learned this method from the Fan family's laboratory. There also had to be some special device involved, which explained why he had insisted they keep their eyes closed. It was probably either too strange or not completely safe. While Xiao Dao was still thinking, Xing Kun quietly walked behind them and softly reminded both siblings to close their eyes. The moment Xiao Dao obeyed, she suddenly cried out. Xing Kun knocked both Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao unconscious from behind. Before losing consciousness, Xiao Dao realized this method really was much more effective. At least her foolish brother would never accidentally open his eyes. Xing Kun silently apologized to them. He still could not let them discover the secret of his monster gene, so the only option was to awaken their extraordinary genes through a dream. The next moment, Xing Kun's left arm slowly transformed into a monstrous form. Smiling faintly, he wished both of them a truly unforgettable nightmare. The monster arm pierced the backs of both siblings' necks. When it touched Jiyu before, the transcendent gene resisted violently. This time, Xing Kun no longer needed to hold back. Xing Kun's eyes turned firm with determination. He pushed harder and realized the siblings carried very little transcendent gene, so the monster arm could go even deeper. Xing Kun directly fused part of his own monster gene into both of their transcendent gene chains. He believed they had fallen into their deepest nightmare, facing the greatest fear buried in their souls. Their survival instinct would force the transcendent gene to awaken and save them. In the dream, Xiao Dao suddenly became a little girl again. She fell to the ground, burst into tears, and looked around in confusion. She saw her familiar teddy bear and the same clothes from her childhood. Everything looked exactly as she remembered. Xiao Dao instantly curled into a ball. Her blood-covered hands hugged her body as she realized she had fallen back into that familiar nightmare. Then, the teddy bear twisted into a hideous monster named Lenny. Xiao Tao's pupils shrank as her whole body trembled with fear. But she soon realized this dream felt different. Everything was far more real, and that was when the true hell training officially began. Outside, Lin Shi stood in the distance, staring at the only room in the building that still had its lights on. He became even more convinced that Xing Kun was hiding something. Just then, a purger walked up behind Lin Ji, patted his shoulder, and joked that the captain was right to send him here. He teased that Lin Ji had been spying on a junior taking a bath. Lin Ji ignored the joke and said Xing Kun's room was giving off a strange yet familiar aura. The purger laughed and asked if he had the nose of a hunting dog. Ignoring the teasing, Lin Shi insisted Xing Kun was Lan Yan and swore he would expose him during the upcoming Super Rookie selection. The quiet night was suddenly broken by the crackling sound of a radio. They immediately received an emergency alert from the purgers, reporting a major incident. An urgent message quickly came through the radio. The order was simple. A nearby area had just been attacked, and every purger in the vicinity had to rush over immediately. At the scene, Song Yin pressed the radio to his ear and reported that the northern Zhenqing Purger district had been almost completely destroyed. The air was thick with blood, and no survivors had been found. The evidence suggested a monster attack, yet not a single monster was anywhere in sight. Reports kept flooding through the radio. Headquarters ordered Team Sai Mei to investigate immediately, search for survivors, and stay on full alert because the situation remained unclear. Someone added that no monster horde had been detected nearby. Song Yin calmly replied that his team had once fought alongside Guan Kui to kill an earth dragon, so they could handle a powerful enemy. Besides, with his enhanced hearing, he could not detect any monsters nearby. Song Yin smiled confidently and said no one should underestimate his transcendent hearing. But at that very moment, he suddenly caught a strange sound nearby. Song Yin focused with everything he had to track it. The sound was rushing toward them at incredible speed, closing from over a kilometer away to only a few hundred meters. He immediately realized the monster had likely returned after sensing humans. Without hesitation, Song Yin warned the entire team to prepare for battle. Everyone stared toward the direction he pointed, yet they still saw nothing. Cold sweat rolled down Song Yin's forehead. His hearing told him the monster was only a few dozen meters away, but the area ahead remained completely empty. Suddenly, blue flames erupted from every direction and engulfed the entire area. Panicked screams filled the air as everyone lost their vision. Headquarters kept calling through the radio, demanding a status report from Song Yin. But only the earpiece fell to the ground, leaving headquarters anxiously asking what had happened. A second later, a gigantic foot crushed the radio into pieces with a sharp cracking sound. Amid the shattered ruins, the purgers desperately called out to their teammates after the sudden attack. They were horrified to discover that the enemy was an invisible monster. As the captain, Song Yin immediately ordered the large-scale dragon trap formation to protect everyone. A female teammate raised her hand to reinforce the barrier, but her left arm was sliced off in an instant. After seeing the terrifying speed and power of that strike, Amai immediately realized the barrier could not stop it. In her judgment, this invisible monster was at least level 4. Blood poured from her wound, but Amai endured the pain and activated the crystal dragon trap diagram, using her own blood as the catalyst. A blood-red barrier quickly formed. Her teammates urged her to stop, saying headquarters reinforcements would arrive if they could just hold on a little longer. But Amai shook her head. Looking at the terrified faces around her, she told Song Yin that the blood barrier could only last for a short time. This invisible monster was far too powerful and was definitely above level 4. Amai's voice grew weaker as half of her body was slowly consumed. Even so, she smiled at her teammates and calmly said goodbye. She believed they would never survive until reinforcements arrived, and even if they did, they would only die as well. Despite her critical injuries, Amai forced herself to finish her final words. She apologized because everyone would likely die with her, since they all cultivated the same star diagram. Thick streams of blood energy burst from Amai's body. Red veins covered her face as she spoke with one final regret. Only by using all of their blood to create this prison could they save their captain. Even at the moment of her sacrifice, Amai was still thinking about her teammates. Through tears, she said Song Yin had always protected the team, so this time it was their turn to protect him. Hearing those words, the purgers no longer hesitated. They chose to give their lives to keep Song Yin alive. They told their captain not to resist because he could never escape if they all acted together. Song Yin desperately shouted for them to stop, reminding them that he was the captain, and they had to obey his orders, but no one backed down. Before completing the blood prison around Song Yin, the team left their final wishes. They begged their captain to report this monster to headquarters after surviving so stronger experts could destroy it and prevent more comrades from dying. Thrown far away by the barrier's force, Song Yin could only scream in despair, but nothing could be changed. The blood prison hurled Song Yin out of the battlefield, leaving him grinding his teeth in rage. He gripped the communicator tightly, blaming himself. If only he had been stronger, his teammates would not have sacrificed themselves. The bloody scene before him left no time to mourn. Song Yin immediately focused on warning headquarters as quickly as possible. But at that moment, his enhanced hearing caught another familiar sound coming from the distance. Song Yin instantly turned pale. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. There was not just one invisible monster. There could be 2 or even 3. They had simply not accelerated yet. Cold sweat covered his face as he realized the situation was far worse than anyone had imagined. Without another second to waste, Song Yin turned around. Finding shelter no longer mattered. Warning headquarters was his only priority, so he immediately activated his transmitter. But the device quickly displayed a transmission failure. Even in panic, Song Yin calmly analyzed the cause. The surrounding transcendent element was too dense and was disrupting every signal. He had to get farther away. Song Yin sprinted at full speed, while desperately hoping the signal would connect. Before long, he realized the monsters had already noticed him, and all he could do was pray the connection would go through. His hands trembled with tension as Song Yin clenched his teeth and kept urging the device to connect. The only reply was one error after another, as no available network could be found, and his last hope slowly faded away. Fortunately, after a few tense seconds, the connection finally succeeded. Song Yin shouted in relief. Without wasting even a second, he reported that no purger below 4 stars should be sent to the scene because there were at least 3 invisible level 4 monsters. At that exact moment, a gigantic mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs appeared behind him. After delivering the message, Song Yin felt a huge weight lift from his shoulders. At least his mission was complete. All that remained was a fight to the death. Song Yin's eyes became completely resolute. To him, death was the only thing left to fear. The transcendent gene inside his body began awakening with incredible force. Song Yin could clearly feel the elemental power surging through him. Just as danger closed in, a streak of blue power suddenly tore through the air past Song Yin. The moment he sensed that aura, he knew exactly who had arrived and finally relaxed. As expected, Shang Guankui was the first to show up. Guankui casually carried her familiar metal pipe and politely apologized for arriving a little late. Song Yin hurried to warn her about the monsters, but before he could finish, Guankui let out a quiet sound. After scanning the area, her expression turned cold. She calmly concluded that the monsters had already left. In her view, they had only come for a quick hunt and retreated the moment they sensed her arrival to avoid a prolonged fight and exposing themselves. Based on what she observed, Guankui seriously concluded that the monsters were heading towards something far more important. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xing Kun was gradually adapting to his new power in his half-human, half-monster form. He thought humans had lived in peace for too long, believing they could control monsters and rule the world. Without a massive shock now, they would never be ready when the real disaster arrived 1 year later. With that thought, Xing Kun placed his mutated arm on the Zhao siblings and quietly muttered that he would give them a little extra push. Watching the scene, Jiyu felt goosebumps all over. She immediately reminded Xing Kun to stay in control and not accidentally eat the two of them. In his half-monster form, Xing Kun smiled and said not to worry. If he really lost control, Jiyu would be the first one he ate, because she was far more tempting than the Zhao siblings. Jiyu rolled her eyes and angrily told him to get lost. Xing Kun explained that he did not dare inject monster flesh or blood into Jiyu because her transcendent gene was too powerful and could easily spiral out of control. The Zhao siblings had much less, so this extreme training method was still possible for them. Looking at the two lying motionless on the floor, Jiyu curiously asked what they were dreaming about. After observing them, Xing Kun said Xiao Dao was simply facing an ordinary human fear, but Xiao Xing was completely different. Even while unconscious, Zhao Sheng kept muttering the words, "Kill him." Seeing that reaction, Xing Kun guessed that an enormous rage had been buried deep inside him. The next second, Zhao Sheng suddenly sat up. Veins bulged across his face as he roared with killing intent. "I'm going to kill you." Still shouting in fury, Zhao Sheng suddenly noticed Xing Kun and Zhu Yu standing in front of him. He instantly froze and fell completely silent. Xing Kun simply smiled and calmly congratulated the siblings on officially awakening their transcendent genes. At that moment, Xiao Dao also opened her eyes. Hearing the congratulations, the two could only stare at each other in complete confusion. The siblings' eyes widened, and their mouths fell open as they struggled to believe it was real. Zhao Sheng was so overwhelmed that tears rolled down his face. His throat tightened, and he could not say a single word. A second later, he dropped to his knees before Xing Kun, repeatedly kowtowed, and swore he would never forget this kindness. He vowed to become the shield that protected his boss. Xing Kun immediately waved him off, saying his current strength was nowhere near enough to become that shield. He then revealed that he had placed something inside the siblings' bodies, keeping their transcendent genes in a constant awakened state. Seeing their confused expressions, Xing Kun explained that they should imagine being moments away from being swallowed by a monster. When death felt close enough, the body would naturally unleash its strongest survival instinct. Zhao Sheng immediately asked if that meant his transcendent gene would stay permanently activated. Xing Kun nodded and said that was basically the idea. Before leaving the room, Xing Kun reminded them that the Super Rookie selection was only 1 week away. During that time, they had to reach at least 3-star Transcendent. With their current foundation, 2 stars would not be difficult. As for 3 stars, he and Ji Yu would ask the principal for a star diagram. Zhao Sheng asked in surprise whether the principal would really agree at a time like this. But before he could finish, Xing Kun had already closed the door. His final reminder was simple. For the next few days, do not drink ordinary water. Life essence would be enough. After Xing Kun left, Xiao Sheng stared blankly at Xiao Tao and asked if he was still dreaming, because it was impossible to believe they had both awakened. Before long, Zhao Sheng regained his composure and happily rubbed his sister's head. He said the transcendent gene inside him felt completely out of control, unlike anything he had ever seen in 2 years at school. Their boss was so generous that he treated life essence like drinking water. He was both loyal and incredibly powerful. Zhao Sheng laughed and asked Xiao Dao if she finally realized how good his judgment was, while she could only sigh and let him keep rubbing her head. She wondered if he really planned to send them to the Super Rookie selection. Zhao Sheng casually replied that they should just do whatever their boss said. It was only a tournament after all. But halfway through, he suddenly realized something even more shocking. Xing Kun had actually earned a spot in the competition. Xiao Dao immediately reminded him not to forget what he had done during his previous year at school. Zhao Sheng paused for a moment before casually saying that all he did was beat up the entire class. That answer instantly made Xiao Dao furious. She reminded him that those same people would be their opponents in this tournament. Luckily, the siblings had awakened just in time. Time flew by, and 1 week later, the Super Rookie selection officially began. Elsewhere, Le Jiao took out a bottle of blue liquid and drank it in one gulp. Seeing this, a brown-haired student curiously asked where he got the life essence. Le Jiao simply grinned and asked where else it could have come from. As he spoke, he glanced at a pair of smelly old leather shoes under the bed and bragged that he had stolen it from Zhao Sheng. That idiot had hidden the life essence inside another shoe, so it still smelled awful when he drank it. The brown-haired student asked if he was not worried about getting caught and causing trouble. La Jiao finished the bottle and laughed smugly. In his eyes, Zhao Sheng was nothing more than Ji Yu's lackey, and he had probably begged for this life essence. Their own backing was the Fan family, a force on a completely different level. Bullying Zhao Shisheng was simply an order from the Fan family. He casually tossed the empty bottle into the air and mocked Zhao Sheng again. After getting beaten last time, Zhao Sheng did not even dare return to the dorm. He was probably hiding somewhere now. Looking toward the doorway, La Jiao sneered that even with Ji Yu supporting him, Zhao Sheng was still just a dog. With Fan Xiao's influence, crushing him would be effortless. A nobody who had not even awakened would die the moment he got serious. Just then, Wu Yin walked by and warned him not to underestimate Zhao Sheng. Seeing Wu Yin, La Jiao immediately greeted him with a mocking smile. The other student swaggered over and sarcastically said, Wu Yin must regret leaving Ji Yu after seeing how much life essence Zhao Sheng had gotten. People who chased whoever offered the most benefits were everywhere. Even after getting beaten a few times, they always crawled back. Wu Yin simply shook his head and told them to check the school's website. He looked at them calmly and asked if they had forgotten that today was the Super Rookie selection. The student immediately checked his phone and said of course he knew. The school had gone all out, installing cameras throughout the competition area. Students could watch the live stream on their phones or computers through the campus Wi-Fi, or even gather in classrooms to watch together. After saying that, he also opened the stream. But the moment the live stream started, both he and the brown-haired student froze in shock. The broadcast had already begun, and the host was the female captain of last year's Super Rookie Champions, who had also won the tournament MVP. Even more surprising, the MC was Tutu, the famous wind element streamer, who always floated in the air. With a cheerful smile, she introduced the team known as the most arrogant, before moving on to the 3 teams with the highest chances of winning. Hearing that, Le Jiao immediately asked which team she meant. The camera followed Tutu through the forest before stopping in front of 5 contestants. It was Team Qi Yan from Class 23. The camera zoomed in on each member, revealing the team's intimidating presence. All 5 were 3-star fire transcendents, who had completed more than half of their star diagrams, making them the most balanced and powerful lineup. Tutu revealed that the previous captain had been Zheng Yu, with 86 transcendent genes, but the position now belonged to someone else. The moment he saw the familiar face, the student grinned because the new captain was Fan Xiao. Tutu continued by introducing the new captain as Shi Ji, this year's most talked about freshman, and the heir of the Fan family. He entered school as a 3-star transcendent, had completed 83 star diagrams, and possessed 90 transcendent genes, earning the reputation of a rising genius. Hearing all the praise, Le Jiao smiled with complete confidence. Smiling at the audience, Tutu invited everyone to watch the performance of this new captain. With that, she moved to another part of the forest to introduce the next team. In another corner, an all-female squad was already waiting. It was Team Weed Eradication. 5 female fighters stepped forward with icy expressions. Their captain, Zhan Ying, was recognized as the strongest student in the academy, possessing 85 transcendent genes. She cultivated the myriad sword star diagram with her water ability, and became famous after shattering Zheng Yu's sword with a single strike. Everyone wondered if she could hold on to the #1 spot this year. Tutu then introduced the final team with a smile, saying, this was a special treat for the female audience, because their captain, Xiao He, was unbelievably handsome. Team Shield Sword appeared, with an even more mysterious presence than the previous 2 teams. According to the introduction, they possessed 2 legendary relics, once wielded by a 4-star transcendent, the strongest shield and the strongest sword. Even the live stream viewers considered them the top favorites to win the championship. After the introductions, Tutu soared into the sky and officially announced the start of the first round of the Super Rookie selection. The battlefield was a massive forest where all 16 teams would compete. If a captain lost the ability to fight, the entire team would be eliminated. Only 6 winning teams would advance to the second round. Back at the dorm, after watching the broadcast, The three could not stop talking. The three featured teams already looked terrifyingly strong. So just how special was the team called the most arrogant? They immediately asked Wu Yin since he had watched from the beginning. Wu Yin calmly explained that Tutu used that nickname because the entire team consisted of freshmen. There were only 4 members, yet they openly aimed for the championship against the powerful Class 23 teams. Le Jiao and the brown-haired student were stunned. The entire team was made up of freshmen? Wu Yin nodded and confirmed it was Jing Kun's team. They were even more shocked. Ji Yu becoming captain made sense after reaching 95 transcendent genes, but they could not believe Jing Kun had actually qualified for the super rookie selection. Wu Yin calmly added another surprise. Not only Xing Kun, but Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiao Dao were also members of that team. The two immediately turned around in disbelief. According to the rules, every participant had to complete their transcendent awakening before entering the tournament. The student's forehead instantly filled with sweat. Had Zhao Sheng really awakened? Everything had happened far too suddenly. Wu Yin continued walking, but the two kept following him with more questions. They argued that even if Zhao Sheng had awakened, it was nothing impressive. After repeating 2 years and reaching only 39 transcendent genes, he would still get beaten. Wu Yin slowly explained that Zhao Sheng's talent was indeed average, which was why he had repeated 2 years. But in return, he had spent those 2 years mastering nearly every piece of knowledge related to transcendence, and had studied every subject with incredible dedication. La Jiao still did not understand, and blankly asked what that was supposed to mean. Wu Yin stopped walking and replied that there was something they probably had never heard. Every senior student used to call Zhao Shiying, Brother Zhao. The moment those words fell, complete silence filled the air. The scene shifted to the super rookie battlefield. Xiao Long, the captain of Team Dark Horse, confidently walked over with his teammates to Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao. Smirking, he said it had been a long time and never expected to meet them again in this tournament. His gaze quickly locked onto Zhao Sheng. Xiao Long asked if Zhao Sheng still remembered the day he left the academy. Folding his arms arrogantly, he reminded everyone that Zhao Sheng had once defeated nearly all of them. He declared that Team Male 2 and Team Male 4 were both here. As long as someone was not from Team Male 3, everyone wanted a chance to settle their old score with Zhao Sheng. Xiao Long rolled his neck and laughed mockingly. Just qualifying for the tournament was already impressive, yet Zhao Sheng's team had the nerve to choose such an arrogant name. After discussing it, they had agreed to take this opportunity to beat Zhao Sheng and vent their frustration. Taking turns one by one was only fair. He finished speaking with a triumphant grin. At that moment, Xing Kun walked over, patted Zhao Sheng on the shoulder, and laughed. He said Zhao Sheng had done an excellent job because his talent for making enemies had exceeded even his expectations. Xing Kun stepped forward, looked around, and loudly remarked that there were not enough people. His words instantly enraged the others, who shouted that a mere freshman had no right to interfere. Meanwhile, a heated debate was taking place in the teacher's lounge. Lei Yan leaned back in his chair with a smug smile and mocked Fu Liang, asking if he truly believed that team of freshmen could survive the first round. He laughed and pointed out that 6 sophomore teams alone were participating, making a total of 30 competitors. As he spoke, Lei Yan placed a betting contract on the table and declared that he would wager 100 bottles of life essence that Xing Kun's team would definitely be eliminated. Looking at the betting contract, Fu Liang broke into a cold sweat. The amount of life essence written on it was enormous. Lei Yan stood up with a smile and asked if Fu Liang would really keep his word if he lost. Fu Liang calmly replied that a bet was a bet, and he would accept the result. Hearing that, Lei Yan suddenly remembered something and asked what Fu Liang's team name actually meant. These days, no one even wanted to mention the words apocalypse anymore. Outside the arena, Xiao Long burst into laughter and mocked them. Did they really think they were the heroes who would save the world before the apocalypse? No wonder Tutu called them the most arrogant team. Xing Kun simply clapped his hands and calmly said, "Spread the fire." Everyone imagined an entire city swallowed by flames until nothing but ashes remained. Xing Kun believed he could never save the world alone. Before the apocalypse arrived, the fire had to spread even farther, and for that, it needed more fuel. Xing Kun raised one finger and casually said there was no need to fight one by one. They thought far too highly of themselves. Looking straight at them with a challenging gaze, he declared, "Come at me, all at once. That would be much more interesting." His provocation instantly changed the expressions of everyone on the opposing side. They were furious. Xiao Long and his teammates exploded with anger, calling Xing Kun unbelievably arrogant. They argued that attacking together would just be bullying with numbers. They had only planned to. But before they could finish, Every one of them suddenly froze in shock. Zhao Sheng stepped forward and coldly said that if they had been told to attack together, they should stop hesitating. He immediately rushed forward in a fighting stance and shouted, "Let's see how much you've improved over the past month." The sudden opening attack threw the entire opposing team into chaos. Before anyone could even ask him to stop, Zhao Xing had already closed the distance and launched a direct assault. In only a few quick exchanges, every strike landed precisely on a vital weak point, leaving his opponents no chance to defend themselves. To everyone's amazement, Xiao Sheng charged through the group like a storm, repeatedly using Iron Mountain Crash to overwhelm them. Xiao Long's team could only panic and beg him to stop. Zhao Sheng pulled back into a defensive stance with a mocking smile and told them to come at him together. This time, there was no need to hold back, since everyone could use their transcendent abilities now. Meanwhile, Xiao Long was already lying on the ground with foam at his mouth, weakly calling out, "Brother Zhao." Back in the teacher's lounge, Lei Yan clutched the betting contract in frustration, insisting that it did not count yet. Fu Liang did not hesitate. He snatched the contract away and calmly said it was far too late to back out now. Lei Yan leaned forward with a frown and asked who Zhao Sheng really was. Fu Liang replied with a meaningful smile that the teachers focused too much on transcendent abilities, so they never understood. If Lei Yan asked the martial arts instructors hired by the academy, none of them would ever question Zhao Sheng's ability. Even with only 39 transcendent genes and 2 repeated years, he had never once been lazy. Aside from the talent for awakening, which no one could control, Zhao Sheng excelled in every aspect of martial arts. To the martial arts instructors, he was a true genius who was always willing to teach others what he knew. Because of that, many students from his class had learned directly from Zhao Sheng and regarded him as half a teacher. Before the semester ended, unsure whether he would ever return to the academy, he spent his remaining time teaching the entire class. In an incredibly short time, Zhao Sheng defeated nearly every student in his year. Apart from a few who deliberately avoided close combat, everyone who challenged him head-on was beaten. Lei Yan still refused to admit it. He sneered that martial arts alone were nothing but human strength, completely outclassed by transcendent powers. In his opinion, someone who needed 2 years to awaken had hopeless talent, so even after awakening, he could never become truly strong. Fu Liang simply replied that Zhao Sheng had already awakened. Lei Yan then mocked the rest of the team, claiming that aside from Ji Yu, no one else was worth mentioning. Fu Liang calmly adjusted his glasses and suggested another wager, if Lei Yan was really that confident. Lei Yan frowned and asked whether Fu Liang truly believed that beating a single sophomore team meant they could survive this round. Watching the match, Lei Yan continued mocking them. Too many years of peace had made most students weak. Aside from a handful of rare geniuses, the rest were nothing more than flowers raised inside a greenhouse. When they met real powerhouses, they would become nothing but fuel to make the strong shine even brighter. In his eyes, Fu Liang's approach would only make those students fail even sooner. Back at the arena, Xiao Long struggled to his feet and quickly explained that they had only come to welcome Zhao Sheng back to the academy and see who the boss he kept talking about really was. He shot Xing Kun an annoyed look and complained that his face practically begged people to gang up on him. Xing Kun simply smiled without saying a word. That calm attitude only made Xiao Long even angrier. He shouted that arrogance had its limits, and acting like this right after becoming a transcendent was asking for trouble. Rage completely took over Xiao Long's mind. He turned to his teammates and said that if Xing Kun wanted it this way, they should give him exactly what he asked for. Every member behind him glared at Xing Kun with killing intent. They even apologized to Zhao Sheng first, saying they would crush his team and then make him the new captain. Xiao Long's eyes burned with fury. He believed his team's transcendent abilities were more than enough to crush a freshman like Xing Kun. Zhao Sheng simply stopped them with a shake of his head and said Xiao Long was being foolish because his boss was far stronger than he was. Zhao Sheng added that he could never replace Xing Kun as captain. The moment he finished speaking, a blue streak suddenly slammed into Xiao Long's neck before he could react. Everyone could only shout his name. Chen Xia appeared in a flash, knocking Xiao Long out with a single strike before laughing at how weak the sophomores were. Watching the battle unfold, Tu immediately announced that Captain Xiao Long had lost consciousness, meaning Team Dark Horse Meteor was officially eliminated. Chen Xia smiled confidently as his sharp eyes swept across the remaining students. He mocked the entire group for accomplishing nothing and laughed that their captain was as fragile as a glass doll. The moment he finished speaking, Chen Xia shot forward like the wind. His speed was so terrifying that everyone could only stare as his next target was already locked in. From that point on, one captain after another was knocked out by Chen Xia, with almost no chance to fight back. Tu's voice kept echoing through the livestream as she announced each elimination, including Captain Xia Xiaoran of Team Fei Yang. The team members could only watch helplessly as their captains collapsed before their eyes. Everyone was horrified by Chen Xia's overwhelming speed. They could not even react, and finally realized this was the strength of a third-year student with extensive real combat experience. Watching the performance, Tu became even more excited. She eagerly commented that another team had been eliminated while introducing Chen Xia as a wind transcendent like herself, constantly praising his incredible speed. The sweep continued as another captain fell to a single decisive blow without any chance to resist. Tu immediately announced that Captain Luo Ang had been eliminated, meaning Team Chu Yuepiao was out of the tournament. Next came Captain Song Yu Zhou, who was also defeated. Team after team disappeared, and Team Chu Kang officially left the competition as well. Chen Xia kept up his overwhelming pace and effortlessly defeated Captain Han Yu Wei with barely any effort. Team Chu Wu Xing was eliminated immediately afterward. After dealing with those targets, Chen Xia immediately turned his attention to Xing Kun, stepped in front of him, and declared that it was finally his turn. Without hesitation, Chen Xia charged at Xing Kun with everything he had. In contrast, Xing Kun remained perfectly still. Chen Xia laughed loudly, saying his favorite thing was defeating freshmen who called themselves the boss. Lying on the ground covered in injuries, Xiaolong forced himself to look up and wondered if this was really the man Zhao Sheng had chosen to follow. Even Tu was drawn into the tense atmosphere. She excitedly commented that Team Apocalypse Fire, the team once called the most arrogant, was facing its biggest crisis as Captain Xing Kun was about to be attacked. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xia's wind-powered strike reached Xing Kun's face, ready to deliver the finishing blow. But at the exact moment the attack landed, Xing Kun simply tilted his body and dodged by the narrowest margin without wasting any effort. Chen Xia froze in shock. While Chen Xia was still off balance from missing and had not recovered his stance, Xing Kun seized the opening and counterattacked. He channeled his power into the ground, causing the earth beneath them to crack apart into countless sharp fragments. The shattered rocks instantly merged into a gigantic spear that shot straight into Chen Xia's abdomen while he was still suspended in midair, leaving him no chance to dodge or defend. Only then did everyone realize that Xing Kun had secretly prepared this attack beneath the ground with his very first step. An earth spear struck its target and launched Chen Xia into the air. Xing Kun stayed where he was and controlled the entire attack from a distance without lifting a finger. Caught off guard, Chen Xia's eyes went wide as he spat out a stream of green light and completely lost the ability to fight. After the battle, Xing Kun calmly withdrew his power and muttered that the move deserved a name. Since nothing came to mind, he called it Kidney Deficiency Star Sword for now. Tu cheered with excitement. She corrected everyone that the one who lost was not Xing Kun, but Chen Xia, who was knocked unconscious by the counterattack. Xing Kun turned around and looked at the remaining teams before throwing out a challenge. He said, today's real combat was meant for his teammates, not him. With a smug grin, he invited them to come down and test themselves. He even added that the last team was too weak and hoped the next ones would be better. Tu laughed at the scene and said Xing Kun was unbelievably arrogant. The funny part was that he had challenged Team Feng Che, one of the strongest title contenders after the top 3 teams. Chu Xia immediately got excited, jumped up to accept the challenge, and sneered that a freshman was far too full of himself. Xiaolong was still lying on the ground with a stunned look. Only now did he truly understand how powerful the man Zhao Sheng called his boss really was. Right then, Chu Xia led the entire team forward like a raging storm and shouted that they should kick the arrogant freshman off the arena as fast as possible. Tu also explained Team Feng Che's style. If they could ambush, they would. If they could gang up, they never fought alone. Seeing the whole team charging together, Xing Kun showed no concern at all. Instead, he smiled with excitement and kept provoking them to come closer. That expression only made them angrier. Even so, they admitted Xing Kun defeated Chen Xia, mainly because Chen Xia had underestimated him. Even then, everyone knew Xing Kun was no ordinary opponent. He summoned weapons at incredible speed, read the battlefield perfectly, and judged every attack with amazing accuracy. His combat experience even surpassed theirs, making them wonder if it was natural talent. While quietly judging Xing Kun's strength, Luo Yin also closed in. He simply thought that since the captain gave the order, everyone should rush together. But just as Luo Yin was about to attack, Zhao Sheng suddenly stepped in and blocked his path. Holding Luo Yin's arm, Zhao Sheng calmly said his boss had already made it clear. Today's sparring was for their team. Luo Yin glanced at Zhao Sheng and laughed with contempt. He admitted Zhao Sheng had trained many juniors in the academy, but he was not some weak freshman. Zhao Sheng was not qualified to stop him. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yin attacked with his free hand and unleashed Flood Dragon. Zhao Sheng reacted just as quickly and answered with the same Flood Dragon technique. The two powers crashed together as brilliant blue light exploded across the battlefield. While attacking, Luo Yin mocked Zhao Sheng. In his eyes, Zhao Sheng only had 39 extraordinary genes, yet he dared to cultivate the same star chart as Luo Yin and Guan Kui. No matter how hard Zhao Sheng trained, his Flood Dragon could never match the original. Zhao Sheng remained calm and replied that power was not measured by size. A bigger Flood Dragon did not mean a stronger one. Luo Yin grew even more confident and told Zhao Sheng to come forward and experience the gap between them himself. But a moment later, Luo Yin's expression suddenly changed as he noticed something was terribly wrong. Zhao Sheng poured all his strength into the attack. A blazing red light erupted and rushed straight toward Luo Yin. Luo Yin quickly retreated to defend himself, then realized in shock that Zhao Sheng had replaced water with his own blood and used it to nourish his star chart. Gritting his teeth, Luo Yin said, Zhao Sheng had fused the water flood dragon into his own body to gain overwhelming power. It made the technique much stronger, but it also left him with almost no long-range combat ability. Not only that, if the flood dragon was destroyed, Zhao Sheng himself would suffer devastating injuries. After hearing that, Zhao Sheng simply smiled from behind the crimson energy and replied that every effort would pay off if someone was willing to work for it. He then poured in even more energy, making the flames burn even fiercer as he challenged Luo Yin with his eyes. If talent could not match others, then the only choice was to risk everything and push forward. With that, he unleashed Dragon Descent. Elsewhere, Xiao Dao was already fighting another member of Team Feng Che. The opponent controlled countless vines around the battlefield, while asking in surprise how Xiao Dao, who had not even awakened before enrollment, had become a 3-star, extraordinary warrior in just 2 weeks. The opponent kept asking. Even if Xiao Dao had just started cultivating her star chart, that growth rate was far too abnormal. How did she do it? Remembering Xing Kun's advice, Xiao Dao calmly replied that she was simply someone who was easily driven by emotions. The opponent still looked doubtful and admitted Xiao Dao was a cultivation genius. Unfortunately, with fewer than 50 extraordinary genes, her future would be limited to the Vine star chart. As she spoke, she summoned massive tree trunks from beneath the ground. Their tips quickly turned into sharp spears, and she mocked Xiao Dao for only knowing how to fight up close without posing any real threat. Countless razor-sharp trunks shot forward at incredible speed, catching even Xiao Dao by surprise. Thanks to her agile movements, she barely dodged the entire first wave of attacks. But the endless barrage soon put Xiao Dao under heavy pressure, even though her reactions remained incredibly fast. While controlling her ability, the Team Feng Che member carefully watched Xiao Dao and commented that she must have spent the past year training her dodging skills. Just then, a crimson flower bud suddenly appeared among the vines and caught her attention. Within moments, the bud grew larger and bloomed into a brilliant red peach blossom with 5 striking petals. The opponent stared in shock, wondering how those vines could produce such a strange flower. The soft petals suddenly transformed into long blood-red blades. The Team Feng Che member instantly realized something was wrong. By all logic, Xiao Dao had only recently started cultivating her star chart with less than 5% completion. Those vines should not have been able to bloom. The crimson petals sliced through the air toward the enemy. Although she dodged on instinct, she still cried out in horror after recognizing the technique as blood-draining peach blossom. She quickly turned around and shouted in disbelief that Xiao Dao had gone completely insane. Blood-draining peach blossom would drain the user's own blood. Was she really willing to trade her life for power? Before she finished speaking, countless crimson petals rushed toward her like bloodthirsty blades. Standing in the distance while controlling her ability, Xiao Dao looked straight at her opponent and answered with determination. Her brother had always told her that if talent was not enough, then she had to give everything she had. On another part of the battlefield, Chusha faced Zhu Yu while Xing Kun calmly stood behind her. Chusha stepped forward and mocked Xing Kun, asking if he was really strong enough to defeat Chen Xia. Then why was he hiding behind his teammate? Or was that earlier victory just luck? He continued shouting for Xing Kun to stop hiding and fight like a real man. But in reality, he was waiting for Xing Kun to let his guard down, so the teammate hiding behind him could launch a sneak attack. Faced with the taunts, Xing Kun simply smiled and replied that the shameless one was Chu Sha. As for being a real man, anyone who wanted to could do it. He had no interest. Right then, The fourth teammate hiding in ambush prepared to strike, but the ground beneath him suddenly split open as a glowing stone pillar burst upward. The counterattack came so suddenly that the enemy had no time to react or come up with any defense. The fourth teammate desperately dodged while Chu Sha froze in shock. Jing Kun had never even turned around, yet he still detected the sneak attack. His combat experience was beyond belief. The more Chu Sha thought about it, the less it made sense. Was this really just a freshman? Meanwhile, Jing Kun casually rubbed his head, as if helplessly reminding them that Today's training was never meant for him. That attitude sent chills down Chu Sha's spine. How could someone raised like a greenhouse flower possess combat skills far beyond all of them? Jing Kun gently patted Ju Yu on the head and asked if she was ready. Purple lightning began spreading across her body, making Chu Sha even more frustrated. They were risking everything for a super rookie spot, while Jing Kun treated the tournament like a training session for his teammates. The strangest part was that no one had ever heard his name before, yet he was stronger than even third-year students. The purple lightning surrounding Ju Yu grew stronger and stronger until even Chu Sha became wary. At that moment, Jing Kun calmly gave a single order: "Start your star chart." The moment he heard those words, a thought flashed through Chu Sha's mind. Wasn't a star chart supposed to activate the moment it was used? Why would it need to be started? But an instant later, he remembered that there really was a special type of star chart that required a startup phase. Chu Sha immediately thought of the legendary perfect star chart. According to historical records, only one foreign extraordinary warrior with 94 water genes had ever mastered it. Once fully activated, it created a domain that almost transcended the normal rules. Jing Kun stepped back and gave Ji Yu room to focus. Feeling her power rising without end, Chu Sha finally understood. Ji Yu possessed 95 extraordinary genes, the highest ever recorded in human history, so she was fully capable of cultivating that special star chart. Ji Yu's aura kept growing stronger, as if it would erupt at any second. She softly whispered, "Start." Every link in the star chart connected in an instant, completing the entire energy structure. The magnetic star chart was officially activated. A massive explosion of purple energy swept across the area as dazzling light covered the entire battlefield. Everyone present instinctively turned toward the overwhelming source of power, with stunned expressions. Even Zhao Sheng and Luo Yin stopped fighting at the same time. Xiao Dao and her opponent also paused as everyone's attention was drawn to the unbelievable scene. Tuta's eyes widened so much that she was almost speechless. Elsewhere, Shi Ji and his entire team also turned toward the place where the tremendous power had erupted. Surrounded by brilliant purple lightning, Ju Yu slowly stepped forward. She had reached the 3-star extraordinary realm, and her magnetic star chart had reached completion level 1. Some people became dizzy the moment they looked at the lightning surrounding Ji Yu. The electricity seemed to destroy anything that touched it automatically. It was only the first stage of the star chart, yet it already possessed such terrifying power that many could not help feeling jealous. The fourth merely snorted and mocked her. In his eyes, no matter how special her ability was, Ji Yu was still only a first-year student who had just reached the 3-star extraordinary realm. Without hesitation, he activated his ice star chart at completion level 44. Countless ice needles shot straight toward Ji Yu. He was completely confident that a passive defense like hers might block a few attacks, but it could never withstand the entire barrage. Before he could finish speaking, reality proved him wrong. Every ice needle was destroyed the instant it touched the electric field around Ji Yu, while she remained completely unharmed. Although he froze for a moment, he forced himself to stay calm, and thought that even if she blocked every attack, in the blink of an eye, the fourth circled behind Ji Yu and unleashed another technique while shouting, "Then block this one." A massive block of razor-sharp ice quickly formed. It was the skill Ice Edge. Yet even that full-power attack failed to break through Ji Yu's defense. The ice shattered into countless fragments the moment it made contact, and the fourth was blasted backward by the recoil. His eyes widened in disbelief. Everything had happened too fast to process. Ice Edge had been destroyed so easily. Just how powerful was the electricity inside Ji Yu's star chart? In the fourth's eyes, Ju Yu suddenly seemed completely out of reach. His voice trembled as he wondered how someone who had cultivated for only a few days could possess such terrifying strength. Was this the gap between someone with 95 extraordinary genes and people like them? Unlike her horrified opponent, Ji Yu remained perfectly calm and softly called out, "Jing Kun." She walked over to him and quietly asked for help, saying she did not dare move around recklessly anymore. But the moment she reached out, the electricity around her suddenly went out of control and burst outward. A streak of purple lightning barely missed Shin-kun, thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes. He avoided it just in time. Ju-yu gave an embarrassed smile and admitted she had accidentally let the lightning escape. Shin-kun could sigh helplessly and reminded her to master control over the magnetic star chart as soon as possible. As he spoke, he retreated even farther to keep himself safe. He also told Ji-yu to use the enemies in front of her as live practice and defeat that team's captain before they could break the record of defeating 6 teams in a row. Ju-yu simply glanced ahead and gave a quiet reply, accepting the task. The opposing side showed no fear. Chu-sha cracked his knuckles, loosened up, and prepared to continue the fight. The fourth turned to the captain and asked how they could break Ji-yu's defense. Chu-sha simply shook his head. His gaze shifted toward Shin-kun, and he immediately changed tactics. As long as they defeated the leader, there was no need to waste time fighting someone with terrifying talent like Ji-yu. They would stick to the original plan. Following the order, the fourth immediately joined forces with Chu-sha, and both of them charged straight toward Shin-kun at full speed. Shin-kun remained where he was, and calmly said that if they really chose him as their target, they would probably end up watching the rest of the tournament from the stands much earlier than expected. Chu-sha only thought Shin-kun was bluffing. He shouted that plenty of freshmen entered school, thinking they were unbeatable. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm into the ground. A burst of blue light instantly spread across the area as the flying chariot technique was activated. The fourth immediately followed with ice needles. Seeing both ultimate moves unleashed together, Chu-sha laughed confidently and declared he was about to teach the new freshman an unforgettable lesson. Smirking proudly, he warned Shin-kun not to be so arrogant. This time, he would leave him no chance at all, and hoped he would learn some humility. But in the very next instant, a terrifying force blasted Chu-sha backward. Shin-kun simply looked at him and said coldly, "Go train some more." Chu-sha's eyes went wide in horror. He had no idea what had just happened. What kind of power was that? He was thrown far across the battlefield and barely managed to get back on his feet, still unable to understand how everything had turned out like this. Before he could recover, a streak of blue light rushed right in front of him. Shin-kun's figure emerged from the glow as he unleashed the extraordinary combo Ice Storm. A hand suddenly reached out from the swirling energy and grabbed Chu-sha by the face. Stammering in shock, he could not understand how Shin-kun had dodged every ice needle, remained trapped inside flying chariot, and still pinpointed his exact location. Shin-kun tightened his grip slightly and calmly replied that maybe Chu-sha's constant provocation had awakened his combat instincts. Even so, he was not planning to eliminate them that quickly. In a panic, Chu-sha searched for any hope and suddenly realized Ju-yu had been standing behind him the whole time. She looked down at him with an icy gaze, leaving him trembling as he muttered, "Where did these first-year monsters even come from?" Elsewhere, someone suddenly spoke with complete certainty. "There is definitely something unusual about Shin-kun." Lei Yan's expression darkened with suspicion. He believed no freshman should be capable of performing like Shin-kun. With only one extraordinary gene, he should never have reached that level. Shin-kun's background needed to be investigated, and his extraordinary genes had to be tested again. Standing across from him, Fu Liang immediately interrupted before Lei Yan could continue. "Teacher Lei Yan." Fu Liang sternly reminded him that even Principal Jing had not spoken yet, so an ordinary teacher had no reason to interfere so deeply. He then asked directly whether Lei Yan intended to consult Vice Principal Fan because of their close relationship. Lei Yan frowned at Fu Liang, but ultimately stayed silent despite his obvious frustration. The two men locked eyes, filling the entire room with tense silence. At that moment, everyone's phone received the same emergency alert. Monsters were attacking Qingchu City. A yellow monster alert was immediately issued. Orders quickly followed, commanding every eliminator at peak 3-star realm or above to report for immediate reinforcement. Fu Liang was the first to stand. As he hurried outside, he firmly ordered everyone to move out at once. The scene then shifted to a dimly lit office. Someone asked Principal Jing how the Super Rookie tournament should be handled and whether it should be cancelled. He calmly replied that headquarters had already ordered the competition to continue. After thinking with his eyes closed for a moment, the principal said the situation was unexpected but still under control. Aside from the peak 3-star eliminators who had been deployed, the remaining forces were enough to keep the tournament safe. He continued by explaining that the purpose of the Super Rookie tournament was to train students. They could not allow one emergency to teach them only to run away, because when a real disaster came, those same students would have to step onto the battlefield. the scene shifted to a tunnel where many people had already gathered. Song Yin hurried over and asked about the situation. A staff member reported that Nan Yu's 4 strongest extraordinary warriors had forced an invisible monster into the tunnel. Unexpectedly, the high-level monsters that had escaped earlier returned to rescue it, triggering the yellow alert and bringing every peak 3-star eliminator to the scene. After hearing the report, Song Yin became even more anxious. He was frustrated that he had fallen just short of breaking through to the 4-star realm, leaving him unable to join the battle directly. He then asked how many invisible monsters had been trapped inside the tunnel. The answer was 3. Song Yin immediately rejected it, saying that after reaching the threshold of the 4-star realm, he could sense there were more than 3. As he spoke, Song Yin dashed into the tunnel and shouted for everyone to be extremely careful. According to him, there were actually 4 invisible monsters, and the high-level monster outside was most likely just bait to draw everyone's attention. As Song Yin went deeper into the tunnel, he gradually calmed down before suddenly realizing something was wrong. Could there be only one left now? The moment he saw Guan Kui, he happily praised the 4 strongest fighters of Manhwa and asked if they had already killed 3 invisible monsters. Guan Kui frowned and replied that Song Yin was mistaken. They had only been fighting one from the very beginning, while the other 2 had vanished without a trace. Song Yin froze. Based on his judgment, there should have been 4 invisible monsters in total, which meant 3 of them were now missing. That thought threw his mind into chaos. One of them had never even appeared, leaving him unable to guess the monster's true objective. Deep inside the tunnel, violent clashes and flashes of blue light continued without pause. A teammate shouted for Guan Kui to return and provide support, saying they had to kill the current monster before the other 2 showed up. Its strength rivaled the Earth Dragon, and it could turn invisible, but it lacked regeneration, so they still had a chance. Guan Kui immediately turned back to the battle. Before leaving, he ordered Song Yin to use his ability to track the 3 missing invisible monsters and prevent a surprise attack. Song Yin did not hesitate and accepted the mission at once. He reached up and touched the device on his ear. Waves of detection rapidly spread through the area as he activated the Sky Fox star chart, life element. Once it reached the required limit, Song Yin immediately released the ability and let it expand across the surroundings. The star chart spread over the entire area as he focused with all his strength, searching for every tiny disturbance and listening to every signal within range. Through his detection, Song Yin quickly confirmed that Guan Kui and the others were still locked in a fierce battle with an invisible monster nearby. Expanding his search even farther, he quickly grasped the overall situation around the tunnel. Level 2 and Level 3 monsters were converging from every direction, along with mutated beasts of unknown rank. The only good news was that reinforcements were already closing in. Gritting his teeth, Song Yin pushed his concentration to the limit and finally located the hiding places of the 3 invisible monsters. But what he found left him completely stunned, unable to say a single word. Song Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as shock filled his face. He hurriedly canceled the technique, dropped to one knee, and shouted in panic, "How is this even possible?" Song Yin's cry echoed throughout the tunnel. The terrifying truth was that the 3 invisible monsters were not there at all. The more he thought about it, the stronger his sense of dread became. So where had they gone? The scene shifted back to Manhwa Extraordinary Academy. Deep within the forest, the battle showed no signs of ending, as waves of green spiritual energy kept colliding in violent explosions. Luo Yin was rapidly losing patience. Seeing Zhao Sheng continue resisting only made him more frustrated. By his calculations, Zhao Sheng should have fallen long ago. Yet despite losing so much blood and taking countless hits, he was still standing. Luo Yin stared at his opponent as uncertainty quietly crept into his mind. The man he had once looked down on kept breaking through every attack and still had enough strength to counterattack. It left Luo Yin both shocked and irritated. Zhao Sheng's extraordinary genes were visibly growing stronger, even though they had all started with very low gene counts. Looking over at Xiao Tao, Luo Yin saw that she was just as determined to fight until the end, and her momentum was no weaker. He could only scream inwardly, unable to understand how they had grown so fast. At that moment, both Luo Yin and his teammates clearly sensed a growing sense of danger. Everyone frowned, realizing that if this rate of improvement continued, that group would soon surpass even high-level extraordinary warriors. Not far away, another battlefield erupted as streams of blue and purple spiritual energy repeatedly clashed and exploded. Chu Sha was becoming furious. Half an hour had already passed, yet his opponent showed no sign of weakening. It was as if she had an endless supply of electricity. In complete contrast, Ji Yu remained perfectly calm. She casually raised a hand and released wave after wave of lightning while deliberately provoking her opponent. She glanced coldly toward the enemy and calmly said, "Take a good look. This is the power of the magnetic field." The fourth began to feel uneasy and quietly called out to his captain, but Chusha refused to retreat because he could not accept losing to a young girl. Juyu said nothing and immediately unleashed her next move. The purple magnetic field surrounding her grew even stronger and expanded across a much wider area. Streams of electricity gathered in her palm as she prepared her next attack. After finishing every setup, Juyu lowered her stance and calmly said 2 words, "Full speed." The moment she spoke, she shot forward like a missile, skimming the ground, charging straight at Chu Sha and Lao Si. Lao Si froze on the spot, and even Chu Sha could not hide his shock. The man who had been talking big could only stare as a human cannon rushed toward him. Juyu calmly looked down at her target and coldly activated her skill, ready to unleash a bolt of lightning. Everyone expected the attack to land, but something unexpected happened. The lightning in Jiyu's hand suddenly vanished, leaving her stunned. Did she run out of power? Jiyu quickly checked her condition. She still had electricity left, but only enough to keep her magnetic field active. She could no longer fire it outward. Without the boost, she fell to the ground, but managed to land on her feet. Seeing the perfect chance, Chu Sha burst into laughter. Now it was finally their turn to strike back. Right then, a figure flashed past as fast as the wind. Before Chu Sha could react, Xing Kun appeared behind him and slammed the back of his neck before smiling and saying, "Game over." Chu Sha gritted his teeth in fury but could do nothing. The pain twisted his face as he could only scream after Xing Kun caught him completely off guard. Chu Sha's eyelids slowly closed as his consciousness faded, and he collapsed face first onto the ground. Xing Kun simply looked at him and said, "The outcome would have been the same, even in a fair fight." Tutu quickly confirmed the result and announced it. The news shocked many people as the leader of Team Feng Sha, Chu Sha, had officially been defeated. Unable to hide her excitement, Tutu loudly declared that Huo Xing's team had become the dark horse of this year's Super Rookie Tournament and officially secured a place in the top 6. The broadcast switched to the audience, where a giant screen replayed everything live. After Tutu confirmed the first round had ended, one student teased his friend for calling Zhao Sheng weak and even challenging him before. The embarrassed student could only insist they must have remembered the wrong person. Sweat poured down his face as he nervously looked toward the lower seats and begged Wu Yin to put in a good word with Zhao Sheng. He explained that he had only accidentally broken a bottle of life essence and promised to pay for it. Wu Yin simply lowered his head without saying a word. The scene shifted to another part of the forest. Shi Ji looked extremely irritated as he narrowed his eyes and coldly muttered the name Xing Kun. Tutu continued hosting the event and announced that the second round was about to begin. In the end, only one team would claim the Super Rookie Championship. She explained that strength alone would not decide everything, because intelligence and luck mattered just as much. The championship prize had been secretly hidden somewhere in the arena, and the first team to find it would win. Tutu then looked toward Ni Yang's group and added that the contestants could also defeat the referees to obtain more clues about the prize location. After hearing the rules, Ji Yu immediately spoke with Xing Kun. She insisted they had to win because he needed the artificial transcendent equipment, but she had already exhausted her electrical power. Ji Yu seriously explained that even if she absorbed electricity from the entire city, the new energy still needed time to refine. Restarting her magnetic field would take at least 2 hours. Just then, the badly injured Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao finally returned and happily shouted, "Boss." Knowing Ji Yu's condition, Xing Kun simply smiled and reassured her. He told her, Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao to rest because they had already done their part. The rest would be left to him alone. Meanwhile, Shi Ji's team was in a completely different mood. He looked relaxed and believed that once they reached round 2, the outcome was practically decided. As he prepared to leave, his orange-haired teammate asked if he really planned to act alone. Shi Ji never looked back. He kept walking and casually replied that he would split from the team. He would search on his own while the others continued following the clues. After leaving his teammates, Shi Ji walked along at an easy pace and even hummed a tune to himself. Only after putting enough distance between himself and the others did he finally contact his people. Shi Ji used voice transmission to connect with them. The person on the other end immediately responded with great respect and addressed him as Young Master Fan. The subordinate immediately reported the most important information, the location of the final hidden prize. The timeline shifted back 12 hours. Fan Zhanyi asked his nephew if Shi Ji wanted the Super Rookie title, and Shi Ji calmly replied that of course he did. According to Shi Ji's plan, the Fan family was about to release the 6th generation of Life Essence. To dominate the regeneration resource market, he had to win the Manhwa Super Rookie title and become the strongest fighter. Fan Zhanyi nodded with satisfaction and said the Fan family's goal went far beyond that. They intended to rise to the very top of Manhwa. Shi Ji was surprised because he thought they still needed another 3 to 5 years. Fan Zhanyi gave a mysterious smile, pointed below, and said they no longer had to wait that long. At the center of the hall stood a giant plant called the Eternal Flower. Fan Zhanyi explained that once its 4 leaves fell, a hidden area beneath it would be revealed. It would become a sacred training ground, where transcendent genes could evolve at an incredible speed in just 1 month. The more Fan Zhanyi spoke, the more excited he became. He believed this opportunity could help the Fan family produce hundreds of 4-star transcendents. Fan Zhanyi then remembered his older brother. By constantly absorbing the undying flame passed down by his son, he had become Huaxia's first 5-star transcendent. Fan Zhanyi patted Shi Ji on the shoulder and quietly gave him his mission. He wanted Shi Ji to win the Super Rookie title, claim the tournament MVP, and lead the academy as team captain. With the undying flame and his talent, Shi Ji had every chance to become Huaxia's strongest rising star and even reach the top of the world. Once his father gained power, the Fan family would easily take control of Manhwa. Fan Zhanyi's eyes landed on a mosquito buzzing in front of him. He let out a cold smile and mentioned Ji Yu and Xing Cun. As he crushed the mosquito in his hand, he coldly declared there was no need to recruit those two. They only needed the right chance to eliminate them. Fan Zhanyi kept crushing the mosquito until nothing was left, before slowly revealing his plan to use their genes for experiments. Shi Ji immediately agreed with an eager smile and simply replied, "Understood, uncle." Back in the present, Shi Ji casually walked through the forest. He already knew the prize was only about 300 meters away. He smugly thought that so many hidden referees were loyal to the Fan family that the second round's rules might as well have been made for him. Even so, with countless cameras and spectators watching, he still had to put on an act and pretend to search for clues like everyone else. With that in mind, Shi Ji immediately activated Firestar Pool. He carefully examined the area, making every move look like a serious investigation. Even though it was all an act, Shi Ji remained completely confident. He smiled to himself, thinking that checking a few spots within 30 meters would make it look natural when he just happened to find the prize. After finishing his performance, he dismissed his ability and continued taking a roundabout path toward the target. Right then, a figure dashed across his path, forcing Shi Ji to stop. It was Xing Cun. He never expected to meet him here, and could only think the kid was unbelievably lucky. Shi Ji reassured himself that Xing Cun could not possibly know the prize's exact location, but the next second, he watched Xing Cun sprint straight toward the target. The unexpected turn of events made Shi Ji's blood boil. Xing Cun was actually heading for the hidden prize. Xing Cun never even noticed Shi Ji and kept running ahead. Seeing that their paths matched perfectly, Shi Ji's expression instantly changed. He refused to believe it was just a coincidence. A frightening thought slowly formed in Shi Ji's mind. Could Xing Cun also know the exact location of the prize? Even if the chance was tiny, Shi Ji could never accept it. His face darkened as Xing Cun once again threatened to ruin everything. He quickly calmed himself and let out a cold laugh. In his eyes, a little luck could never change the fate of someone beneath him. His confidence came from one final trump card. The prize was guarded by the last referee, who had secretly been feeding information to the Fan family. This man was a 4-star mental transcendent who could secretly transmit messages and launch invisible mental attacks without anyone noticing. Thinking about that hidden card immediately lifted Shi Ji's mood. He believed the guard would never let Xing Cun get anywhere near the prize. Shi Ji stood still with a cold smile and stubborn determination in his eyes. In his mind, the only person worthy of taking the prize was himself. Meanwhile, Xing Cun relied on his unique sense of smell to track the target. To him, every transcendent gave off a completely different scent. As he moved, he quietly analyzed the area. The students felt like tiny lights, while the referees stood out like bright lamps. The last 2 referees had to be guarding the prize. Xing Cun could not help but smile. With such obvious sense, finding them was effortless. Once he claimed the prize, his mission would be complete. Following the trail, he quickly arrived at a hidden tunnel and eagerly lifted the hatch. If he got the prize, his transcendent gene could reach 3 stars, and his monster gene would begin advancing to rank 4. Xing Cun pushed the hatch open with force, eager to see the prize below, but Lin Qi had already been waiting in ambush. He immediately took a fighting stance and shouted, "I knew someone would come." Lin Chi wasted no time. The moment he confirmed the target, he launched his first move, Iron Arrival. Countless golden rays burst out. Xing Kun swiftly dodged and smiled, as he explained that Lin Chi had mistaken him for someone else. Watching the scene, the subordinate behind them froze, in shock, and immediately thought of young Master Fan. Not far away, Fan Shiji was also stunned when he heard Lin Chi call Xing Kun Lan Yan. Keeping a cold expression, Lin Chi said that anyone who wanted the prize first had to pass his final test, because he could expose every disguise. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a hand and activated Return, sending countless golden fragments raining down. The attack exploded with terrifying force. Deafening impacts echoed through the forest, as golden light covered the entire area. Yet Xing Kun remained completely unharmed. He calmly slipped past Lin Chi and smiled as he thanked him for going easy on him. Lin Chi withdrew his skill and became even more convinced. From their previous encounter, he had realized they could both sense each other's presence and even read each other's sword paths. To him, Xing Kun was Lan Yan, but capturing him now served no purpose. Watching Xing Kun clear the final test so easily, Fan Shiji gritted his teeth in anger. He could not understand what kind of relationship existed between Lin Chi and Xing Kun. Knowing he could no longer rely on Lin Chi, Shiji immediately ordered his subordinate to stop Xing Kun, and the man quickly accepted the command. The subordinate was full of confidence. In his mind, all the strongest 3-star and 4-star fighters had already left the academy because of the gold-class monster alert. Although officially only a 3-star, his combat power had already reached the 4-star level. He believed he was now the strongest person left at the academy. He smiled to himself, planning only to stall Xing Kun until Fan Shiji arrived. There was no need to go too far. With that thought, the subordinate excitedly activated his ability. However, none of his techniques had any effect. Xing Kun remained completely calm, as if nothing had happened. Xing Kun smiled, walked right past him, and even politely thanked him for holding back. The subordinate froze, unable to understand why Xing Kun kept moving forward. He frowned deeply, and reminded himself that this Super Rookie tournament meant everything to young Master Fan. Failure was not an option. Glancing at Lin Chi, who was still trying to convince himself that Xing Kun could not be defeated, the subordinate finally made up his mind. Even if he was exposed or had to risk destroying Xing Kun's mind, he had to act. Gathering all his strength, he immediately unleashed his mental ability. His eyes widened as he forced his way deep into Xing Kun's mind, intending to destroy his consciousness. But the instant he saw the savage monster roaring inside that mental world, his entire body trembled in terror. He could not believe Xing Kun's mind was so horrifying. In the blink of an eye, the subordinate completely collapsed and fell to his knees, without any strength left. Xing Kun was also startled, and wondered if something had just devoured the mental attack. Xing Kun's face immediately turned pale as he realized things had gone far beyond his expectations, making it even harder to keep his secret hidden. But he quickly pushed those thoughts aside, looked at the sphere before him, and decided to claim the prize first. Holding the item in his hand, Xing Kun could not hide his satisfaction. It was a man-made transcendent mechanical device. His goal had been achieved. Now he could begin evolving. At that exact moment, an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly crashed over him. Xing Kun instantly turned toward the source, his eyes filled with shock. Even inside the hidden chamber, he could sense a strange aura rapidly approaching. In another part of the forest, massive footsteps echoed one after another. Xing Kun instantly recognized the aura of the underground monsters. It looked like his plan to lure them out had worked. He tightened his grip on the transcendent mechanical device, hesitating for a brief moment. After a few seconds, Xing Kun decided to absorb it anyway. He silently apologized to humanity, knowing that saving the world could never fall on his shoulders alone. From this moment on, mankind's peace would never be the same. The tension kept rising as the giant footsteps grew closer throughout the forest. The 3 invisible monsters had finally appeared, while most of Manhwa Transcendent Academy's strongest fighters were already gone. Song Yin closed his eyes and focused once more. He finally confirmed that the 3 invisible monsters had left the tunnel through a hidden passage, leading directly to Manhwa Transcendent Academy. Song Yin's eyes widened in horror. Everyone believed the monsters were still trapped underground, and the massive assault had already drawn away all of the Academy's strongest fighters. Realizing this, Song Yin panicked. The Academy was currently hosting the Super Rookie tournament, with nearly every new student gathered there, and almost no one left to protect them. If the 3 monsters reached the Academy, every student would become prey. Was this just a coincidence, or had it been a classic diversion from the very beginning? The more Song Yin thought about it, the more alarmed he became. If this had truly been planned in advance, the situation was far more dangerous than anyone imagined. He clutched his head as terror froze his face. Only now did he realize that humanity might have seriously underestimated the intelligence of monsters. Without wasting another second, Song Yin immediately warned everyone. He shouted that this was likely a conspiracy, and the three invisible monsters had probably entered Manhwa Transcendent Academy. The students were in grave danger, and a rescue team had to return immediately. But Jin Kong refused to believe him. He laughed dismissively, claiming Song Yin was either frightened or looking for an excuse to retreat. Even so, Song Yin insisted that everything he sensed was real. Just as Song Yin turned around, a sudden attack shot toward him at incredible speed. He froze for an instant and silently cursed. Fortunately, Jin Kong rushed in just in time and blocked the deadly strike. With a single punch, he completely shattered the attack before proudly telling Song Yin that now that he had reached 4 stars, he should be more careful and stop letting monsters catch him off guard. As far as Jin Kong knew, monsters were nothing more than failed mutations of human genes that had lost all reason. Even evolved 4-star monsters behaved like wild beasts. Jin Kong went on to say that he had once fought the world's strongest 5-star monster and had even lost an eye in that battle. Despite its immense strength, that monster was still less intelligent than an average human. So if monsters as cunning as Song Yin described really existed, humanity would never have survived this long. After saying that, Jin Kong returned to the battlefield and casually told Song Yin to find more reinforcements to deal with the monsters nearby. Even then, Song Yin refused to give up and kept calling after him. Jin Kong never looked back and charged straight into battle. Even while fighting, he could not help complaining that the invisible 4-star monster was incredibly difficult to handle, to the point that anyone below 4 stars could barely affect it. The scene shifted to a watchtower in another part of the forest. One referee chatted with his partner and wondered how things were going in the tunnel. He sighed that he had not yet reached the peak of 3 stars, or he could have witnessed a gold-class monster in person. His teammate lightly smacked him on the head and told him to stop daydreaming and stay focused on guard duty. Their mission was to prevent the battle aura from the Super Rookie tournament from leaking outside and attracting monsters. The blue-haired young man still muttered that all the gold-class monsters had already gathered at the tunnel, so this place should be perfectly safe. He laughed at himself and said that after 5 years as a referee, he had only ever seen gold-class monsters through a screen. The country's monster control system was so effective that incidents like this were extremely rare. The two of them laughed and agreed that was actually a good thing, even wishing monsters would disappear from the world forever. But in the very next instant, a freezing gust swept past them, tearing their faces apart. Invisible slashes rained down without warning, and the entire watchtower collapsed in an instant. No one ever saw the attacker. Only mangled bodies and blood remained scattered everywhere. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the guards at a nearby watchtower immediately realized something was wrong. One of them shouted in panic that Watchtower 3 had been destroyed. They instantly sent out an emergency alert to every referee, reporting that the Sun sector was under attack. The enemy was completely invisible, and every unit guarding the tournament area was ordered to stay on high alert. Nearby teams quickly rushed toward the south. From a distance, they could only see a burst of blue light rising from the ruins as they closed in. Back at the tournament, 2-2 was still hosting the event and announced that the second round had ended much faster than expected. In only 5 minutes, Team Huo Xing's captain, Xing Kun, had found the prize. She was just about to declare Team Huo Xing the winner when her communicator suddenly sounded an emergency alert, ordering every unit to gather Glosser in the southern sector immediately. 2-2 froze and looked toward the forest with concern. The report said an invisible enemy using blue flames had appeared. Was that not the very monster the referees had been deployed to stop? Without another moment of hesitation, 2-2 immediately activated her ability, Dragon Roar. She closed her eyes and focused on every movement within the range of her power. Up ahead, the staff were fighting with everything they had, but panic was spreading everywhere. An invisible force kept drawing closer, while cries of "watch out" echoed across the chaotic battlefield. In the blink of an eye, everyone who charged forward was sent flying by the invisible monster before they could even defend themselves. 2-2 instantly sensed everything that had happened, and her expression changed dramatically. She realized in horror that they were invisible monsters, and according to the reports, there were 3 invisible 4-star monsters. 2-Tu's face turned grim. The main force had already been sent to the tunnel to stop them, so why had they suddenly appeared inside the academy? With no time left to hesitate, 2-2 immediately announced the end of the tournament because the situation was completely out of control. An emergency announcement quickly spread through the entire forest, ordering every student to retreat at top speed and return to the academy for safety. At the same time, she ordered every referee to hold their positions and never allow the three invisible monsters to escape the forest at any cost. Ni Yang also urged the students to leave immediately. Right after that, Tutu sent an urgent request to the academy, asking Principal Jing to seal off the entire forest at once. Inside the principal's office, Yang Su immediately objected. She argued that although the entire forest was within the principal's range, sealing it now would likely sacrifice the referees still trapped inside. Yang Su tried her best to persuade him, saying Tutu was still too young and inexperienced for them to fully follow her decision. But Jing Che calmly replied that Tutu had made exactly the right choice. The moment he finished speaking, Jing Che vanished from the office, leaving Yang Su calling after him in vain. Appearing on top of a building, Jing Che calmly spoke. He said he did not know how referees in other places fought, but in Manhwa, no matter how powerful or dangerous the monsters were, they would always stand in front to protect those who were weaker. Spiritual energy gathered around him. Jing Che declared that if the invisible monsters escaped the forest, not only the students, but even the civilians outside would be in danger. That was why the teachers and referees were willing to give their lives to hold the line. Jing Che then unleashed his ultimate skill, Myriad Wood Manifestation. Enormous branches erupted from the ground and spread across the forest like living arms, leaving every student stunned by the unbelievable sight. Before Ji could react, a giant branch wrapped around her and lifted her into the air. Even Chu Sha, who was still unconscious on the ground, was dragged away as well. The massive branches continued reaching into every corner of the forest, including the hidden chamber where the prize had been stored. One after another, everyone was carried outside and gently placed in front of the academy gates. Ju was still sitting there in a daze when someone was suddenly thrown straight toward her, making her scream in shock. Looking closer, she realized it was Xing Kun. Embarrassed and annoyed, she immediately scolded him. Xing Kun could only smile helplessly and explain that the principal had thrown him out too. As soon as he got back on his feet, Xing Kun looked up and complained to the principal for tossing people without any warning. But the instant he looked up, the sight before him left him completely speechless with shock. Countless giant branches had woven together into a towering natural wall that completely surrounded the forest. Xing Kun could not help marveling at the sheer scale of the barrier. He tried to sense what was happening inside but found nothing. Xing Kun could only admit that his current strength was still not enough to detect how many referees remained trapped within. Nearby, two students whispered to each other while Xing Kun listened in silence. They said the academy's strongest fighters had all gone to the tunnel, yet the monsters appeared here instead. That meant the eliminators still inside the forest were in real danger. They never finished the sentence, but everyone understood how serious the outcome could be. Xing Kun grew even more anxious. Sending every top fighter away while underestimating the monster's intelligence had become a fatal mistake. He immediately decided to find a way back into the forest. At that moment, Chu Sha suddenly shouted, startling Lao Si. He angrily cursed the headmaster for throwing out the wrong person and insisted he was strong enough to fight. Chu Sha clenched his fists as green spirit energy burst around him. He loudly declared that he would become a future eliminator and had been ready to face monsters since the day he entered the academy. As he spoke, Chu Sha kept throwing punches into the air in frustration. To him, if this battle had begun, then he had to be part of it. A member of Team Feng Sha placed her hand on the tree wall and activated her yellow energy. She said the headmaster had once taught her part of the Mulua star map, so she might be able to open a small path. Chu Sha immediately told her to try. The girl let out a loud shout, and a green crack instantly appeared in the tree wall. Chu Sha quietly stared at the opening she had created. He then turned to the others and said they were still too weak, so he would go in alone to avoid dragging them into danger. The whole team refused at once. One threatened not to open the path if he was left behind, while another threatened to leak every study file from Chu Sha's computer to the entire academy. Everyone insisted on going together. Annoyed by the noise, Chu Sha yelled for silence and argued that they were all too weak. He even used the teammate, who had been defeated by Xing Kun in an instant, as proof that no one should follow him. Members from the station also stepped forward and asked to use the entrance. Chu Sha immediately turned and shouted, "You are supposed to be the monster cleanup team, yet you cannot even open your own path. Stop getting in my way." The girl frowned as her aura flared. She shot back, "Who do you think you are lecturing? Keep talking, and you might be the one I take down." Chu Sha only sneered. If you want to risk your lives, then come. Right then Yihan arrived with his team and politely asked to share the passage. They were not the only ones. Other teams also expressed their desire to use the same route. Chusha simply let out a cold snort. Once everyone had gathered at the entrance and no one showed any intention of backing down, Chusha became even more arrogant. As expected, anyone who stands against Chusha has guts. I just hope all of you are still alive when this is over. After the last person entered, Xing Kun remained in the distance, watching without making a move. He quietly calculated that he had to get inside and use the artificial transcendent equipment to break through to 3-star transcendent first. His crimson eyes turned icy as he silently hoped those people were capable enough to survive. Xing Kun then turned to his teammates. Do not ask any more questions. Head back. This is not the time to go in. While Pan Shizai was secretly listening to Xing Kun's group, one of his subordinates hiding in a narrow alley quickly waved. Young Master Pan, over here. As soon as Pan Shizai approached, the man urged him to leave. He said the young master's safety mattered far more than any eliminator mission. The monsters inside the arena were too dangerous. Even the Council of Headmasters would not be able to hold out for long, so he should leave immediately. Before he could finish, Pan Shizai grabbed him by the throat, lifted him into the air, and slammed him against the wall. The man could only stammer, "Ya, young master." Pan Shizai's face was filled with killing intent. At that moment, blue flames burst into the air. He coldly demanded, "Why did you let Xing Kun steal the reward?" The subordinate stared at the flames in horror. Just getting close made him feel as if his life would be burned away. His heart shook. Had Pan Shizai already mastered the life element and broken through to 4-star transcendent? That thought terrified him even more. He quickly raised both hands and pleaded, "Young master, I was truly framed. I did everything I could, but I suffered a backlash. My head still hurts even now. Please hear me out. That Xing Kun is definitely no ordinary person." Pan Shizai narrowed his eyes and asked, "No ordinary person?" The eliminator with him once called him Blue Flame Xing Kun. The scene shifted back to GU's dormitory. As soon as Xing Kun opened the door, he turned around and said, "Sorry, everyone. You still cannot rest yet. Guard the outside for me, and do not let anyone enter this room." The people behind him immediately replied, "Do not worry, boss." After closing the door, Xing Kun reminded himself that time was running out. He had to reach 3-star transcendent, then evolve into a level 4 monster before returning to the arena. He rolled up his sleeve and looked at the device on his wrist. His plan was to use the artificial transcendent equipment to fix the flaws in his transcendent genes, then complete his star map. The equipment quickly shrank into a simple bracelet as its glow faded, leaving only a silver-gray color. It had consumed an entire bottle of life essence after only a brief activation. Xing Kun frowned at the massive energy consumption. Recharging the bracelet was not difficult. He walked to a cardboard box in the corner of the room that was filled with bottles of life essence. He drank an entire bottle while using his transcendent genes to channel the energy into the bracelet. After a quick estimate, he realized it would take around 30 bottles to fully recharge it. Even he was shocked by the number, but there was no other choice. The biggest problem was that his transcendent genes were completely suppressed by his monster genes, making it extremely difficult to transfer energy into the bracelet. Holding the empty bottle, he fell into deep thought, unsure how to solve it. High on a tree branch, someone watched the battlefield and muttered, "The area is completely sealed, and the signal is gone. Since I cannot livestream, I will just record everything." Tutu floated in the air, looked at her phone, and started recording. "Hi everyone, it is Tutu. Right now, I am about to face an incredibly dangerous invisible monster." She controlled several phones with rabbiteer cases floating around her, and continued, "I might not survive until tomorrow, but I hope I can at least say goodbye to everyone. First, I need to find where that monster is hiding." Not long after, a huge explosion echoed through the forest. Tu immediately turned toward the sound and shouted, "It is over there." Still, recording with her phone, she led her audience as she flew toward the explosion. At that exact moment, an invisible object rushed in and sliced one of the phones cleanly in half. A split second later, a powerful strike slammed into Tutu and sent her flying. The moment her body hit the ground, the impact launched her back into the air. She finally crashed into the trunk of a massive tree before coming to a stop. Tutu grimaced in pain. Her left arm was badly bruised, and blood kept pouring out. Coughing from the pain, she gritted her teeth and thought, "If I had not raised a wind barrier in time, I would already be a dead rabbit. I would not even have had the chance to finish recording." Floating in the sky, Jingje restrained a monster with thick vines while warning her, Tu, there are 3 invisible monsters here. The one that attacked you can fly. I am holding it down. but I can only keep it contained for a little while. She looked up and called, "Headmaster," he continued. "The others are restraining one underground. I have to help them. We need to eliminate it as quickly as possible." Jingji's expression remained grim. "But one monster is still missing. You must find it and keep it occupied. Even as a 4-star transcendent, I have to split my strength to restrain 2 targets at once. If the last one escapes the range of myriad flora, then no one will be able to stop it, and the entire academy will be doomed." Tutu pushed herself to her feet, her eyes filled with determination. "I understand. I only have to keep it busy, but that is still an incredibly difficult mission." Her face suddenly darkened before she forced out a bitter smile. "A few of my ribs are already broken. If I die here, maybe the compensation will be enough to support him for a while." With that thought, she stomped the ground and charged forward, ready to bet everything. Tutu shot up from the base of the tree as she pulled her right arm back and gathered the power of the wind element. Green energy rapidly gathered in her palm as Wind Chant activated. Waves of green wind spread across the area to search for the hidden monster, but they found nothing. She began to wonder if there were really only 3 monsters. Suddenly, Tuta's eyes widened as she noticed something strange. She spotted several groups of students entering the battlefield and immediately became worried. Those students had no idea how terrifying their enemy really was. The already desperate situation had just become even worse. She immediately rushed over and shouted, "Get out now!" Hearing her warning, Chusha stopped the group. Tutu could not help thinking that they had been arguing just moments ago, yet now they had all charged in together. "This is not a place for you." At that moment, another violent explosion erupted in the distance. The invisible monster had appeared at the worst possible time. Tutu looked over in shock and quickly assessed the situation. With her left arm injured like this, there was no way she could escort all these students out in such a short time. Damn it! She realized the only option left was to disrupt the monster's senses. Green energy gathered in her right hand as she shouted, "Wind." Golden and green light burst together. Chusha and another student attacked at the same time, combining Triple Storm with Golden Star Strike to block the incoming attack. Chusha gritted his teeth with unwavering resolve. "No matter how much we clash, we still know when to fight together. We were ready for this the moment we came here." A massive earth shield rose in front of the group as everyone unleashed their full strength against the monster. Seeing that, Tutu screamed, "Stop!" But it was already too late. With a single strike, half of the leading male student's body vanished, and the straw hat on his head was shattered. Even the strongest defensive shield in the academy could not withstand one hit. Chusha looked down at his missing right arm in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, he had lost an entire arm. Tutu immediately grabbed Chusha with her right hand and pulled him back. "Now do you understand? This is not an enemy you can fight. Everyone stay focused. I will help all of you retreat from here." Chusha held her hand and forced a painful smile. "It is fine. I still have one arm left." As he spoke, Chusha looked toward the battlefield and finally accepted that her warning had not been exaggerated. Yi Han quietly picked up his fallen friend's straw hat and calmly said, "Senior Do not carry everything alone. Against a monster like this, even the strongest eliminators might not survive." The orange-haired young man also stepped forward as blazing red energy erupted around him. "Let those of us with the greatest combat strength fight too. At least we still have one more chance to gamble." The members of Team Feng Sha all spoke up together. "If all of you fall, we will not survive much longer anyway. As students of this academy, we all share the same responsibility." Zhang Ying also released his full power, his eyes filled with the will to fight to the death. He shouted to Tutu, "Senior, just give the order. Lead us until our very last breath." Standing on the line between life and death, these ordinary people shined brighter than ever. Tutu closed her eyes helplessly and gave one final warning. "You fools, all of us could die here today." Even so, she launched an attack and shouted, "First, we have to force it to reveal itself." Everyone attacked together. Countless strikes covered the battlefield, as blood sprayed through the air like fireworks from hell. No one thought about retreat anymore. Every one of them had wagered their lives on this final battle. At the same time, an angry shout echoed through another tunnel. "Hey, Shangguan Kui, have you lost your mind?" More voices immediately followed. "Do not charge in like that." Everyone knew a transcendent's physical strength was no match for a monster, especially one that could turn invisible. But Shangguan Kui ignored every warning and rushed straight ahead. Her eyes turned ice cold. The warnings had not even stopped before an attack tore through Shangguan Kui's right arm. She barely twisted aside in time to avoid a fatal wound. Ignoring the injury, she instantly counterattacked with the blood flood dragon cage. Jin Kong rushed in front of her and shouted, "Shangguan Kui, fall back now." Fighting like this will never get you to 4-star Transcendent alive. Keep your distance and use your Transcendent abilities. Shangguan Kui only sneered. Jin Kang, the older you get, the more timid and stubborn you become. She paused briefly to analyze the situation. I believe this is the monster's trap. Even the slightest doubt means we cannot gamble with the students' lives. They are humanity's future. But if we split up and return now, this monster will escape and slaughter every eliminator here. So we must kill it as fast as possible before going back to reinforce them. At that moment, the monster gradually revealed itself. It resembled a triceratops with rows of spikes along both sides of its body and a tail lined with razor-sharp teeth. Shangguan Kui said, I will inject my blood into its body so it can no longer stay invisible. Once it reveals its true form, it is still only a level 4 monster. Only then can we study its real body and find its weakness. Before she finished speaking, Shangguan Kui's expression suddenly darkened as she sensed overwhelming killing intent. The monster opened its mouth full of fangs and lunged forward while slashing at her with razor-sharp claws. Shangguan Kui was stunned. What kind of creature did this thing evolve from? She quickly leaped backward, barely avoiding the full-force attack. Countless records flashed through her mind. I have read almost every monster file that exists, but I have never seen anything like this. It looks more like a prehistoric creature. The longer she watched, the more familiar the monster looked. Just then, its massive tail swept across the battlefield again. Jin Kang immediately stepped in front of everyone, letting the tail covered in sharp teeth pierce deep into his body as he shouted, Triceratops. Why does it look so much like a triceratops? Damn it. Shangguan Kui, Song Yin, get back and save the students. Now that it has revealed itself, the 3 of us 4-star Transcendents are enough. No matter the cost, we will kill it. Covered in wounds, Jin Kang gritted his teeth and continued, if this really is a mutated triceratops, then everything is far more serious than we thought. It means all of humanity's research on monsters has been wrong. We may have underestimated them from the very beginning. The next moment, blazing red light and deafening roars engulfed the entire area. Back in the dorm room, Jing Kun suddenly revealed a strange smile. Monster genes, since you have already devoured all of my energy. He yanked open his jacket, rolled up his sleeve, and said coldly, then do not blame me for what comes next. In Xing Kun's view, life essence was simply refined life energy extracted from living creatures. After monsters consumed humans, they also converted them into life energy to evolve. That meant every monster gene already stored an enormous amount of energy. Looking at the swarm of monster genes inside his body, he realized he could not stop them from stealing the life essence. But if he could capture just one of them, and lock it inside the artificial transcendent equipment, then crush it and convert it into pure life energy. Instantly, Xing Kun's left arm transformed into a monster arm. The energy flowed directly into the artificial transcendent equipment, and this experiment finally succeeded. The small circular core on the front of the device suddenly lit up before separating on its own. The device quickly split into countless pieces, each carrying newly charged circuits. This transformation felt noticeably different from the previous one. The fragments rapidly reassembled into a unique gauntlet. Xing Kun did not care about the difference. As long as it worked, that was enough. Once the gauntlet was complete, his star map lit up with glowing golden pathways. The device could not only convert transcendent genes with incredible precision, but also simulate genes, making it much easier to construct a star map. Fortunately, that was something Xing Kun already knew by heart. Xing Kun raised his right hand, now covered by the gauntlet. The moment he activated the artificial transcendent system, his power would reach the level of a 3-star transcendent. Evolve. His pupils suddenly narrowed as his gaze turned cold. The next step was to use the power of a 3-star transcendent as the core of his evolution. Every muscle in his mutated left arm tightened as the evolution continued. Sharp scythe-like bones erupted from his back. His left arm fully became a monster limb, while half of his face also began to transform. He immediately accelerated the digestion of the remaining gene power, but just as he expected, his body gradually expanded beyond his control. Strange noises suddenly echoed from inside the room, startling the 3 people guarding outside. Darkness slowly spread across the room. Xing Kun poured all his strength into suppressing the monster transformation and said coldly, "You are nothing more than monster genes that belong to me. I am your true master. Anyone who dares to resist has only one fate: death. If I want the entire pack to obey, I only need to kill one of you first." The evolution gradually stabilized once more. Xing Kun continued controlling it. Now evolve according to my will, level 4 monster. Back on the battlefield, everyone had exhausted every last bit of strength. Blood covered their bodies, and their breathing was ragged, but no one stepped back. Then someone suddenly shouted with excitement, "We did it. Everyone's sacrifice was not in vain." Everyone looked toward the massive energy barrier and yelled, "The invisible monster is trapped right there. We have to see it sealed down for now. You only have one chance." Yi Han and Zhan Ying stepped forward together. Yellow lightning and blue energy surged around them, like roaring dragons of electricity. Victory was the only thing left in their eyes. Their auras exploded as they waited for the perfect moment to unleash the strongest attack of the battle. Yi Han gripped his great sword tightly. His powerful body was wrapped in brilliant golden light as he roared, "Release every ounce of transcendent power. Divine Sword Star Map. I do not care if my hands survive this." He gritted his teeth and declared with absolute determination, "Swing the strongest sword of your entire life." He gathered every bit of strength, tensed every muscle, and slammed the sword hilt with overwhelming force. The terrifying pressure instantly burst the skin on his hands, sending blood flying everywhere. Even so, Ye Han refused to stop. Every swing was stronger than the last, as if the greater the pain, the more terrifying his power became. Beside him, Zhan Ying raised her arm and kept gathering power. Countless icy blue swords formed from her own blood. Myriad sword star map. Blood began flowing from her eyes, ears, and the corners of her mouth. Even so, Zhan Ying remained strangely calm and quietly whispered, "Blood crimson." With a decisive wave of her hand, thousands of blue ice swords tore through the air like divine blades. The entire forest seemed to freeze as her voice echoed, "Heavenly sword." Floating overhead, Tutu watched the two unleash their ultimate techniques and thought, "Divine sword, blood sword. They are only students, yet they are willing to risk their lives for this much power. As long as they can pierce the monster and force it to reveal itself, it will be enough." Her gaze sharpened even more. "Even if all of us fall here, we can at least help the headmaster pinpoint its exact location and seal it." But at that moment, Tutu suddenly saw something that made her eyes widen in horror. What? The monster was completely unharmed. The golden attacks continued raining down, yet nothing changed in front of them. A split second later, a massive explosion erupted at that exact spot. Tutu felt her heart sink into despair. Even after risking everything, they still could not stop the monster. She clenched her teeth. A brilliant golden light appeared at the corner of her vision, and the overwhelming pressure rushing toward her made it clear there was no way to dodge this time. Tutu stared at the monster, completely shaken. Where had this thing come from? Even humans could not detect its presence. It was simply terrifying. She forced herself to stay calm as she looked over the battlefield, then bitterly mocked herself. They had been far too confident, believing everything was under control, and that monsters were no longer a major threat. Tutu's eyes gradually became resolute. She blamed her own arrogance for leading them to such a terrible price. Even so, she sensed a faint chance of hope through the wind element. She might not survive, but the students behind her still could. The energy inside her body surged violently. She quickly made up her mind. As long as she could self-destruct before she died, the resulting hurricane would blow every student far away from this place. With that thought, Tutu gritted her teeth and leaned against the hollow tree, making her final preparations. Her eyes shone with dazzling blue light. Guilt filled her heart. "If even one of you survives, that will be enough. I am sorry. This is all I can do." Though she hesitated for a brief moment, she finally steeled her resolve and unleashed every ounce of power she had. It felt as though fate itself was dragging her into a bottomless abyss. Just then, Shin-kun suddenly appeared, grabbed Tutu by her braided hair, and yanked her backward. The pain made her instantly scream, "Let go! Which idiot is pulling my hair?" Wearing a mask, Shin-kun slowly released his grip and said in a deep voice, "Calm down. This is not the time for you to die." Tutu stared at him in confusion. "Who are you?" Shin-kun shoved her straight to the ground. Tutu angrily shouted, "Do you even know what you are doing?" She continued yelling, "If we miss this chance, every one of us is finished." Tears nearly spilled from her eyes as Tutu cried out in despair, "Everyone here will be torn to pieces." Ignoring her screams, Shin-kun gathered all of his strength and thrust his palm forward, directly blocking the invisible monster's ambush. At the exact instant it was about to strike, Tutu's eyes immediately widened in shock. Standing behind Shin-kun, she could not believe what she had just witnessed. He had actually stopped the invisible monster's attack. Every previous battle flashed through her mind. They had been beaten until they were covered in injuries, while the monster remained completely unharmed. Yet now, it had been stopped. Tutu's gaze fixed on Shin-kun's outstretched hand. A raging torrent of blue energy swirled like a massive storm, releasing such terrifying pressure that the surrounding space trembled. She could not help wondering what kind of power this was. Even Jin Kong, a 4-star metal transcendent with a body as tough as steel, could not confront the monster head-on. Looking into Shin-kun's crimson eyes filled with unwavering determination, only one question remained in her mind. Who exactly was he? Jing Kun clenched his fist as blue flames erupted violently. The blazing sea of fire twisted into a gigantic ring of flames, like the gates of hell opening, carrying a destructive aura that threatened to burn everything before it. The moment Tutu saw it, she instantly recognized those familiar blue flames. She cried out in shock, "Are you Blue Flame?" Jing Kun only glanced at her before calmly asking, "Are you planning to arrest me?" The moment she heard that, Tutu knew her guess was correct. He really was the one who destroyed the Pan family laboratory and wiped out all 48 people inside. Realizing she was facing a wanted criminal, fear instantly spread across Tutu's face. Jing Kun turned back and said coldly, "If you do not want me to eat you, then take all of them and get out of here." Floating in the air, Tutu was too stunned to answer. He faced the monster again as blue flames continued raging around him. His icy voice echoed, "Do not stand in my way." With a casual wave of his hand, Tutu was blasted backward. At the same moment, the invisible monster finally revealed its true form. Its enormous body looked like something straight out of a nightmare. It had a long, twisted head with sauce-like teeth, a pair of massive green horns curled above its skull, and most terrifying of all, 5 glowing crimson eyes constantly scanning every direction as though nothing could escape its sight. Seeing Tutu knocked back, Ye Han, the orange-haired young man, and Jian Ying all shouted, "Senior Du." Jian Ying stared at the revealed monster in disbelief. What kind of monster is that? Everyone froze as Jing Kun charged straight at the monster, without the slightest hesitation. One of them said in shock, "I have never seen anything like it. I do not know what species it is, but I can clearly tell it was hiding its true power while invisible. Now that it has revealed itself, it is releasing its full strength. It is far more terrifying than before." Tutu raised a hand to stop them and said firmly, "Leave this place now. You have already done everything you could. If you stay any longer, you will only throw your lives away." The 3 immediately obeyed. As they retreated, Jian Ying said, "We will get everyone who can no longer fight out first. Anyone still capable will come back to reinforce you." Tutu hurriedly warned them, "That man is Blue Flame, the wanted criminal." Jian Ying answered calmly, "I do not care who Blue Flame is, and I do not need to know. All I know is that the person who just saved our lives is now facing that monster alone." Meanwhile, Jing Kun continued dodging the monster's bites, while clearly hearing every word of their conversation. The scene shifted to the hallway outside Jing Kun's dorm room. Zhao Sheng tilted his head and asked Ji Yu, "Boss." Ji Yu replied coldly, "Stop asking. Jing Kun is resting inside. No one is allowed to disturb him." Zhao Sheng could only nod reluctantly. "All right." Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Pan Shizai arrived with one of his subordinates and pretended to ask, "Ji Yu, why are you standing outside the room?" "Oh right, I am looking for Jing Kun. The academy wants to ask him a few questions. I heard he does not usually sleep in his own dorm anyway." Wearing a meaningful smile, he slowly stepped closer. "Someone saw him come back here with you. Could you call him out for us?" Ju Yu folded her arms, looked directly at Pan Shizai, and asked, "Jing Kun is resting. What do you want?" Pan Shizai smirked. "He is still sleeping at a time like this? The academy is reviewing the results of the Rising Star tournament, so they need to ask him a few questions personally." He continued, "If things are not clarified, the academy may cancel his title and confiscate the artificial transcendent equipment he received." Ji Yu glanced at the blonde subordinate and recognized him as an eliminator. She calmly replied, "Come back after Jing Kun wakes up." The subordinate looked at her seriously. "Please cooperate with the academy. That is every student's responsibility." A sly smile appeared on his face. "Do not be nervous. The academy always trusts its students. We only need to ask him a few questions." He pressed one hand against the wall to increase the pressure and continued, "Besides, if Jing Kun is sleeping because he was injured during the tournament, then the academy should know. We can arrange for a doctor to treat him immediately. Wouldn't that be better than letting him recover alone in his room?" Xiao Tao quickly hid behind Zhao Sheng and shook her head. "You say you represent the academy, but why should we believe you? Who are you? We have never even seen you before." Ji Yu answered coldly, "If the results really need to be reviewed, then let the headmaster come in person. Until then, anyone who dares disturb Jing Kun's rest will answer to me." While Pan Shizai was still considering his next move, frantic shouts suddenly came from the courtyard. "Come help! People are being brought out of the headmaster's Mulua domain. There are too many dead and injured. Everyone coming out is covered in wounds." A blonde student excitedly said, "I heard Blue Flame has appeared inside the forest battlefield." The person beside him was stunned. "What? That wanted criminal showed up here?" The moment Pan Shizai heard that name, his expression changed. Only 2 words filled his mind: Blue Flame. He looked at Ji Yu and said, "The headmaster is risking his life out there for all of us. There is no need to bother him with something this small. You should be cooperating, yet you are blocking the door and refusing to let us in." Narrowing his eyes, he questioned them. Do you not think your behavior is a little too suspicious? Juyu answered calmly. So what? At the same time, purple energy began gathering around her arm. Pan Shizai refused to back down. Crimson flames quickly wrapped around his fingertips as he said coldly, Then I will just wake him up myself. Red flames swirled around Pan Shizai as he warned, Juyu, if you get hurt, do not blame me. She only gave a faint smile while thin strands of purple lightning quietly spread across her body. Deep inside the forest, Tutu could not stop wondering who Blue Flame really was. Just what kind of person had stolen the Pan family's research data? Floating through the air, she sighed to herself. Images flashed through her mind of the cold-blooded killer who had slaughtered an entire research team with his bare hands, along with the annoying man who had yanked her braid. But the more she thought about it, the less it made sense. A wanted criminal charging into a place like this was practically seeking death. It did not look like someone who had come to investigate anything. Even with all those questions, she kept flying forward and reminded herself that no matter who he was, he had saved both her and the students. She could not just leave him behind. Tutu immediately activated her ability and flew toward the monster. Looking at Xing Kun's back, she decided to fight with everything she had. At the very least, she wanted to weaken the monster's flames and give him a better chance. At that moment, her eyes widened in shock as a thunderous roar echoed together with a violent gale. She froze in place as Xing Kun unleashed a lightning-fast strike, smashing the giant monster directly in the face with overwhelming force. The next instant, Xing Kun leaped forward. After skillfully dodging the monster's sea of flames, the sharp claws on his hand tore straight across its face. His relentless assault left Tutu in complete awe. In her eyes, he was clearly a peak 4-star transcendent with terrifying destructive power. He could control blue flames just like the monster, while his left arm was covered in strange black armor. She could not understand how fire element power could form armor, and his fighting style was completely different from any ordinary transcendent. The longer she watched, the more impressed she became. Xing Kun never backed away. He charged directly into close combat, and even ripped apart the monster's body with savage brutality. That was far beyond what raw physical strength alone could achieve. Xing Kun glanced at her and coldly asked why she had not left yet. He warned that if she kept getting in his way, he would throw her to the monster as bait. Right then, the monster slammed both massive arms downward. Xing Kun and Tutu both dodged at once. She hurriedly shouted, I will not let the students get in your way. They can protect themselves now. They will not slow you down anymore. Seeing no reaction from Xing Kun, Tutu secretly cursed that annoying blue flame before shouting, Do not forget, I am the one carrying you through the air. Xing Kun simply replied with a cold question. Without answering, Tutu immediately cast wind, creating a blue cyclone that surged straight ahead. She let out a loud cry as her power exploded. The raging wind instantly lifted both of them high into the sky. They shot through the swirling currents and soared far above the roaring monster below. Tutu quickly reminded Xing Kun, that monster cannot fly. The advantage is ours while we stay in the air. Xing Kun looked at her and calmly said, Your reaction speed is not bad, but I do not remember you at all, so I am afraid you will die pretty soon. Tutu angrily snapped back. At the same moment, the monster opened its gigantic mouth toward them. Xing Kun immediately told her to use the wind to send him straight into its mouth. Tutu stared at him in disbelief, silently calling him a complete madman because no one could guess what he was planning. Xing Kun simply repeated himself, The mouth is the target. Tutu gently moved both hands to control the raging wind, carrying them sideways to avoid the monster's fierce attack while still grumbling, You really are one impossible wanted criminal. She then wrapped Xing Kun tightly in the wind, swung her arm, and hurled him forward while shouting, Go! Driven by the powerful gust, Xing Kun shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the monster's wide-open mouth. As the wind pushed him to top speed, Xing Kun casually remarked that Tutu's control over her power was actually quite good. In the blink of an eye, Xing Kun reached the monster's open mouth. Before charging inside, he sensed that the Hell Dragon Fang had completely fused with his left arm and claws. It seemed this evolution path had been the right choice. The next instant, Xing Kun exploded forward like a bolt of lightning, pouring all his strength into a single strike. His steel-like claws pierced straight through the monster's thick hide and muscles. In one devastating attack, he ripped through its body from the inside before bursting out through its flesh, leaving behind a horrifying scream as blood and flesh rained through the air. Even without fully releasing his power, he could still control his form and tear through the body of this overlord-class monster. Watching the monster collapse to the ground, Tutu stood there in shock. Xing Kun had blasted a massive hole straight through its head. The more she watched him, the less she could understand what kind of star map he cultivated. His fighting style was unlike anything she had ever seen. At that moment, a huge amount of black blood suddenly gushed from the monster's mouth. Its eyes turned a deep golden orange and began glowing brilliantly. The monster slowly struggled back to its feet before letting out a roar filled with agony. Elsewhere, Jingjae was still doing everything he could to restrain another monster. Countless giant tree branches burst from the ground and wrapped tightly around its body. Thick vines locked down every joint and muscle, leaving the monster completely immobilized as it roared in rage. But not long afterward, Jingjae noticed something was wrong and frowned. The monster seemed to be entering a berserk state. Layers of thick tree trunks began bursting apart from the inside. Brilliant flashes of light erupted again and again as waves of energy poured from its body. In the next instant, the monster's power exploded. It threw its jaws wide open and unleashed a terrifying blast that sent rocks and debris flying in every direction. Ni Yang and everyone else instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces. Every one of them was horrified by the overwhelming pressure of a level 4 monster. Looking at the blue light spreading across the battlefield, someone immediately realized that all 3 invisible monsters had unleashed their full pressure at the same time. The shockwave blasted Tutu away, making her cry out in pain. Jingkun looked up and quietly said, "This is not just the aura of an ordinary monster, it also carries the presence of a monster king." Thinking back to the enormous tentacled monster he had encountered before, he understood that these monsters all carried a fragment of a monster king's power. A faint smile slowly appeared on Jingkun's face. Things were becoming far more interesting. Tutu crashed heavily onto the ground. It felt as if invisible blades were repeatedly splitting her head apart, and the pain was terrifyingly real. An unseen force seemed to be tearing apart the transcendent gene chain inside her body. The pain nearly robbed her of control over her body, while her transcendent genes fell into complete chaos. She knew she could not use her abilities again unless she stabilized them first. With that in mind, Tutu immediately tried to circulate wind energy and restore her condition. But every attempt failed. She realized in horror that her transcendent genes simply refused to stabilize. While she was still confused, her body suddenly slammed into something enormous. The moment she looked up, she froze at the sight of a pair of gigantic glowing eyes staring directly at her. She had landed on the head of another invisible monster. Its spherical head was many times larger than her tiny body and covered in glowing razor-sharp spikes. 3 massive jaws opened wide, revealing rows of deadly fangs. Even trapped on its head and struggling desperately, Tutu refused to give up. If she could not escape, then before being swallowed, she would at least tear out one of its eyes. Before she could move, thick vines shot toward her and tightly bound both her arms and legs, leaving her completely unable to move. All Tutu could do was grit her teeth and curse the hateful monster. The vines tightened around her limbs, making her struggle even harder. She could not stop thinking that someone as adorable as Tutu should never end up being eaten. If she really was about to be swallowed, she would rather blow herself up than let the monster enjoy it. With that resolve, she shouted, "Storm explosion." Unfortunately, nothing happened. That only made Tutu even angrier, because her transcendent genes still refused to obey her commands. No matter how desperately she struggled, she could only watch helplessly as the vines slowly dragged her toward the monster's wide-open mouth. In the final moments before death, an old memory suddenly resurfaced. The despair she felt now was exactly the same as the day she had been trapped beneath a mountain of collapsed rubble, completely powerless to save herself. Her leg was pinned under a huge rock, and she could not move. Yang was still just a little boy, but he pushed with everything he had. Tutu cried and begged him to run because she could not be saved. But Yang gritted his teeth and swore he would save her no matter what. Right then, a savage monster charged from behind with terrifying fangs and claws, making Tutu scream a warning. Yang turned around with a trembling body. His face was pale with fear, and tears streamed down, but he refused to run. Tutu was just as terrified and could only scream in despair. Just when all hope seemed lost, their father suddenly appeared. He rushed in, stood between them and the monster, then landed a crushing punch. He shouted that no one would touch his daughter, and Tutu cried out, "Dad." Tutu could never forget that painful memory. The monster sank its fangs into her father's shoulder, and blood poured out, staining his white shirt bright red. Now that she was about to be swallowed herself, the same scene played vividly in her mind. At the edge of death, the only thing that comforted her was the thought of seeing her father again. She believed they would soon reunite in the next world, because she missed him so much. But fate was not ready to abandon her. Just before she became the monster's meal, another figure stepped in front of her, just like that day years ago. Tu stared in shock as Jing Kun drove a powerful strike into the monster's throat and called out his name. Xing Kun looked like a true hero. One hand held the monster's jaws apart, while the other grabbed Tu by the ankle. As soon as she recovered, she yelled at him to stop acting like a hero and run before they were both eaten. Xing Kun simply looked back at her and coldly asked who was actually saving whom. While Tu panicked, Xing Kun stayed completely calm. He even shot her a scornful look, leaving her speechless. After shutting Tu up, Xing Kun turned his attention to the monster's vines and calmly remarked that they looked pretty tasty. As he kept firing blue flames into its throat, he noted that its attack mode and feeding mode were completely different. He forced the monster's mouth shut even tighter and calmly declared that its hunting chain had been broken. The moment he finished speaking, Xing Kun suddenly threw Tu aside without any warning. Only then did she realize he had done it to get her out of danger. As she flew through the air, her furious curses echoed everywhere, calling Xing Kun a jerk. Every bit of gratitude disappeared at once. Sitting on the ground, she grumbled that he had saved her, only to throw her around like a sack. Xing Kun ignored every complaint. He thrust his arm into the monster's body, drove the tentacles in his palm deep inside, then smirked and said that despite its huge size, it was still not tougher than him. Those words instantly enraged the monster, making it roar as it prepared to strike back. Even though she was still upset, Tu could not help worrying and quickly shouted for Blue Flame to be careful. Xing Kun remained completely relaxed and coldly warned that once he locked onto his prey, there was no chance of escape. While mocking the monster, he poured even more power into his arm, causing the blue flames to blaze even harder. The tentacles buried inside the monster suddenly sprouted countless sharp spikes. A moment later, cracks spread across the thorny vines. Blue flames burst out from every crack at once, leaving Tu stunned as she blurted out what kind of skill this was. The sight left her completely speechless. Xing Kun's blue flames were burning the monster from the inside out, and the power was truly terrifying. Seeing the monster was almost fully cooked, Xing Kun immediately switched to absorption mode and ordered, "Devour." Narrowing his eyes with excitement, he looked at his prey and said it was finally time to find out how it tasted. But just before he could do it, the monster vanished in an instant. The spiked tentacles shattered immediately, surprising even Xing Kun. Only burning chunks of flesh remained floating in the air. Xing Kun quietly concluded that it had chosen to flee to save its life. Suddenly, a disturbance came from above. The monster unexpectedly launched an object straight at him. Xing Kun had to drop to the ground to dodge while quickly calculating his next move. To absorb the monster completely, he first had to defeat it, and if necessary, releasing the level 4 mutated form would be enough. Just as he was thinking, Tu ran over. Seeing her return, Xing Kun frowned and asked why she came back. Did she really want to become the monster's prey? Tu immediately answered that she came to help him. Instead of thanking her, Xing Kun only looked annoyed. He pushed her face away with one hand and told her to stop getting in his way and leave at once. The scene reminded Tu of the past. Even after her father was so badly injured that he could barely survive, he still smiled, patted her head, gently told the two children to leave, and promised he would come back soon. Seeing how determined Xing Kun was, Tu finally gave in. Before leaving, she still told him he had to come back alive, while thoughts of her father quietly filled her heart. Whether he truly heard her or not, Xing Kun kept his usual calm expression. He simply turned around and replied, "Yeah, I know." The moment she heard his answer, Tu's eyes immediately filled with tears, and her emotions became impossible to hide. Then she suddenly realized what she had just said. Her whole body froze, her eyes widened, her face turned bright red, sweat poured down, and she pressed her lips together in overwhelming embarrassment. The first thing she wanted to do was yell at Xing Kun, but she was so flustered that she kept stuttering before finally shouting that he was the worst and declaring she was leaving. Too embarrassed to stay another second, Tu turned and ran in panic. Even though she looked completely flustered, Xing Kun barely reacted and only called after her, telling her to stop the others if they tried to come back. Tu hurriedly replied that she understood while running away. Only after she was gone did Xing Kun quietly repeat the word "dad." He had heard her slip from the very beginning and had simply pretended not to notice. After running a long distance, Tu covered her burning face with both hands, wanting to cry while groaning over how embarrassing it was. After calming down, her face was still red, but she finally admitted to herself that Tu had fallen in love. Not long before that, one of the subordinates pulled Shizai aside and urged him to leave immediately. According to him, Jing Che's endless wood barrier would not last much longer. Once the monster inside escaped, everyone from the academy would be doomed. Even so, Shizai only smiled calmly. What mattered most to him now was confirming Xing true identity so he could report it to his uncle. Back in the present, blazing red flames surrounded the blue fire at the center. Shizai silently calculated that the Fan family needed blue flame's transcendent gene. If they uncovered its secret, he could break past the limit of 90 and reach an entirely new level. Shizai's flames soared into the sky while Jiyu gathered pale purple lightning and prepared for battle. The two faced each other outside Xing room. However, Shizai did not consider Jiyu a worthy opponent and casually warned that if she got hurt, she should not blame him. At the same time, he claimed that surpassing the 90 gene limit was nothing special because his blue flame had been earned through his own strength. With that thought, Shizai politely raised a hand and praised Jiyu's talent, but every word carried open contempt because she had only recently become a transcendent. He continued by pointing out that Jiyu had nearly exhausted all her energy during the tournament. In such a short time, no matter how gifted she was, she could never recover enough power to fight. To him, her lack of energy was her greatest weakness. Zhao Sheng could not hold back any longer. He stepped in front of Jiyu and loudly cursed Shizai, saying he had been acting arrogant with one hand behind his back the whole time and insisting that his sister-in-law would not be defeated so easily. Shizai did not bother replying. He simply raised his hand and unleashed Crimson Flame Hand. A gigantic flaming hand shot straight toward Zhao Sheng. He still had no time to react and was busy shouting that Shizai had no shame for constantly picking on others. The giant flaming hand nearly filled the entire hallway. It swept past Jiyu and casually blasted Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao away. Shizai sneered and mocked them, asking since when tiny nobodies like them dared speak in front of him. He did not stop there. The flaming hand slammed both of them to the ground as he poured even more power into the crimson flame. He then ordered the attack to expand, and the massive flaming hand quickly spread until it covered the entire area outside the building. Maintaining a sea of flames around them, Shizai steadily forced Jiyu into a disadvantage. He said he knew she could absorb lightning from the air, and had even caused the entire city of Nanhua to lose power before. But now his fire element completely dominated the area, leaving almost no lightning for her to absorb and effectively sealing her ability. Jiyu stayed silent. The lightning around her fingertips had clearly weakened and was nowhere near as fierce as before. Seeing that, Shizai smiled with confidence and declared that Jiyu no longer had the strength to fight him. The moment he finished, saying she could not stop him, Shizai sent the giant flaming hand straight at her without holding back. Jiyu quickly blocked with a weak stream of lightning. Shizai did not even bother checking the result and calmly said she should give up because he did not want to hurt her. But if she kept enduring the crimson flame hand, she would eventually be burned alive. Under the pressure of the flames, Jiyu was forced backward again and again. Shizai calmly walked forward without any resistance and reached for the handle of Xing room. In his eyes, without enough lightning to absorb, Jiyu had no chance of stopping the crimson flame hand. But something unexpected happened. Jiyu held back the flames with one hand, while instantly gathering lightning in the other to strike back. The bolt was not large, but it hit Shizai's hand with perfect accuracy and forced him to stop reaching for the door. In the next instant, Jiyu's lightning suddenly surged with overwhelming power and shattered the flaming hand. Even Shizai was stunned. He stared at Jiyu in disbelief and asked if she could still absorb lightning from outside. Bright arcs of electricity now covered Jiyu's entire body. She raised both hands to counterattack and calmly replied that sometimes she could still connect with the outside atmosphere. The lightning around her grew stronger and steadily pushed back the crimson flame hand. Jiyu explained that as long as she touched even a trace of the lightning element, it would naturally gather and flow into her body. As soon as she finished speaking, countless purple lightning bolts lit up the sky. At the same time, the staff on duty at the Purger headquarters fell into chaos. They discovered that the Transcendent Academy was draining electricity on a massive scale again, causing the entire city to lose power once more. Witnessing that scene, Shizai suddenly recalled Zhan Yi's warning that the Fan family had to find a way to break through the 90 gene limit because the more gene chains one possessed, the greater the quality of their power. While Shizai was still lost in thought, Jiyu exploded with dazzling lightning that wrapped around her body and charged straight through the flaming hand to attack him. At the same time, Zhan Yi's words echoed in Shizai's mind, saying that this qualitative change was beyond ordinary imagination. According to Zhan Yi, even the strongest transcendents would seem insignificant before those who possessed that level of power. Just as he had said, Jiyu easily tore apart the crimson flame hand that Shizai had always been so proud of. Shizai's face immediately darkened, The only words left in his mind were lowly, and he could not accept them. A moment later, blazing red flames erupted around his body once again. In the blink of an eye, the crimson flames and purple lightning collided head-on, creating an enormous explosion that engulfed the entire building. After the fierce clash, both of them were thrown backward, and the violent energy around them gradually settled. Ji-yu looked at the tiny spark dancing on her fingertip and quietly muttered that only a few minutes of fighting had already burned through electricity worth hundreds of thousands. It seemed she needed a more energy-efficient technique, and maybe she could learn something from the Crimson Flame Hand. After saying that, she completely ignored her opponent. She created a small sphere of electricity and began observing it while experimenting with a new way to develop purple crystal. Meanwhile, Shizai's expression became even uglier. Purple crystal was the result of years of research by Huaxia scientists, yet Ji-yu was boldly improving it herself while keeping it perfectly stable. In his view, either her purple crystal was already at least half perfected, or her control over the lightning element had reached a level beyond normal understanding. Even more terrifying, she was adjusting her ability while fighting him at the same time. The more Shizai thought about it, the stronger his jealousy became. What angered him most was that Ji-yu did not even seem to consider him a worthy opponent. A genius who had been praised since childhood now felt like he was the one falling behind her talent. Those thoughts brought Shizai back to a conversation in the research lab. At that time, Zhan Yi had stated that only by fusing the eternal flame into a transcendent gene could someone increase the number of gene chains and surpass the 90 mark. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned toward the crack that had just appeared on the eternal flower before them. Shizai merely smiled as if it did not concern him. Zhan Yi continued by explaining that if someone could resonate with the eternal flower and even communicate with it, their power would increase dramatically, but the risk would also become extremely high. That was why they should wait until Shizai's father was ready before handing him the refined eternal flower, because once he became a 5-star transcendent, he would finally be capable of enduring that risk. He understood and spoke no further. But now, after seeing Ji-yu control the lightning element with such ease, and even improve purple crystal in the middle of battle, Shizai believed Zhan Yi's words even more. He began thinking that if he could fuse the eternal flower into his transcendent gene right now, he might finally break past the 90 limit. That desire to break through slowly took root in his heart and pulled him deeper into obsession. Just then, a burst of blue light suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure immediately spread across the entire area. Shizai instantly turned toward the towering blue flames beyond the forest, sealed by Jingche, and his heart sank. Ji-yu sensed the change as well, and looked over while the ground began shaking violently. Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao could only hold their heads and scream in panic. They quickly realized the monster had gone berserk, meaning Jingche's endless wood barrier had been destroyed. Shizai's subordinate immediately contacted him through voice transmission and urged him to leave because there was no point staying. Anyone who remained would likely die. This time, Shizai finally gave up his stubbornness and decided to retreat. Outside the battlefield, Tutu remembered Xing Kun's warning and stopped the other students from rushing in, saying they would only get in the way. After saying that, she looked back toward the forest and silently prayed that Blue Flame would make it out alive. Meanwhile, Jingche was almost out of strength. The giant vines he had created were torn apart one after another and could no longer hold the monster. The moment Lin Shi landed on the ground, he saw the monster's new form. The 3 invisible monsters had merged into one body, covered with countless intertwined vines and sharp thorns. Jingche watched with a chill running down his spine. The monster's aura had become far stronger than before. Before long, it completely transformed into a 2-headed monster with enormous beaks. The overwhelming presence immediately reminded Jingche of the 2-horned monster from the past, the only level 5 monster that had required every elite transcendent to risk their lives to defeat. From a distance, Ni Yang saw that Lin Shi was standing far too close to the monster. He immediately shouted that the mission was cancelled and ordered him to retreat. But Lin Shi ignored the order completely. He charged forward, insisting that even if it was too late, he still had to kill the monster. Lin Shi was about to say he would buy time for everyone when Xing Kun suddenly slammed his head straight into Lin Shi's face. The impact was so powerful that Xing Kun calmly remarked it was still not too late. Lin Shi immediately coughed up blood and was blasted backward. Ni Yang had no idea what happened before Lin Shi flew right past him. Ni Yang stared in confusion and asked who had just saved him. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and answered that it was Blue Flame. Hearing that, Ni Yang froze in shock. He could not believe the wanted man had just rescued them. While everyone was still stunned, Shin Kun calmly stepped forward to face the monster. Looking at it, he remarked that it had fled only to secretly merge and evolve. After observing its current state, Shin Kun quickly reached a conclusion. It was approaching level 5, but to complete the evolution, it should have absorbed a massive amount of flesh and blood. That could only mean it was consuming the power of the Monster King that he had previously planted inside them. The monster immediately opened its giant flower-like mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, and bit down at Shin Kun, but he dodged just in time. At that very moment, rocks and earth surged from below, forming an earth prison that clamped the monster's jaws shut, surprising even Shin Kun. However, the seal lasted only a brief moment before the monster shattered it. Even so, Ni Yang used the opportunity to rush over, pull Shin Kun back, and warned that no matter how strong he was, he could not fight this creature. The gap in power was simply too great. Even the earth prison was no tougher than paper against it. While dragging Shin Kun away, Ni Yang kept scolding him. He said Lin Shi had watched too many cartoons and wanted to play the hero, and now Shin Kun was trying to do the same. Still, the fact that Shin Kun had risked his life to save Lin Shi proved he was a good person. Because of that, Ni Yang announced that the wanted order was temporarily suspended, and from now on, Shin Kun was their teammate until they survived this disaster together. After hearing that entire chain of wild assumptions, Shin Kun was left speechless and quietly thought that Ni Yang's imagination was far too impressive. Just then, giant vines burst from the ground again, wrapping tightly around the monster and pinning it down for the moment. Everyone looked up, saw Jing Chase still forcing himself to cast spring from withered wood, using every tree in the academy to keep the monster under control. With a loud shout, countless smaller but incredibly tough vines wove together and tightened around the monster once more. Everyone cheered, believing the headmaster still had enough strength to fight. But Jing Che knew his condition better than anyone. He gritted his teeth and held on, fully aware that even after giving everything, he would not be able to restrain the monster much longer. As the monster struggled more violently, he immediately shouted, "Shangguan Kui, I know you came back. Stop watching and make your move." The next moment, Shangguan Kui charged in from the distance with her iron staff, accelerating as she answered that she had been waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Her eyes turned resolute as she quietly called out, "Water Dragon." As soon as the words left her mouth, Shangguan Kui swung her weapon with tremendous force, cutting through the layers of vines binding the monster. The attack left a wound on the monster. Right afterward, a vine wrapped around Shangguan Kui's waist and pulled her back to safety. The injury was not deep, but it proved the monster could be hurt. Jing Che watched in surprise. Shangguan Kui had grown far stronger than before, and together with Blue Flame, they truly had a chance to fight back. After quickly judging the situation, he ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Blue Flame and Shangguan Kui would lead the assault, while everyone else would support them and clear the way with him. Since no one fully understood the monster's abilities, survival came first. Their current objective was to pierce its core. When the decisive moment arrived, everyone would know what to do. The entire team answered in unison, their faces filled with both tension and determination. As everyone rushed forward, both of the monster's heads opened their jaws wide and lunged to devour them all. Suddenly, Shin Kun extended his mutated left arm and firmly grabbed the shoulder of Shangguan Kui, who was leading the charge. He calmly closed his eyes and complained that everyone had gotten used to assigning him work without asking. Confused, Shangguan Kui immediately turned around and angrily demanded to know what he was doing. But the moment she saw Shin Kun's clawed arm wrapped in icy blue flames, cold sweat covered her body. She instantly realized the power was overwhelming, and there was no way she could break free. Before Shangguan Kui could react, the monster's jaws were already crashing toward them. Shin Kun immediately threw her backward and coldly declared that none of them could stand against the power of the Monster King. Just one roar from it could suppress even transcendent abilities, so they should stay out of his way. Shangguan Kui was thrown back toward Ni Yang and the others who had just arrived. They all stood frozen by what they had witnessed. Shin Kun raised his mutated arm to block the monster's bite and calmly told everyone to move aside and stop getting in his way. He told them to watch carefully. Then his arm, burning with blue flames, drove straight into the monster's mouth. Deep down, he thought he no longer wanted to waste time hiding his true power, because if they wanted to stop the coming age, then it was not enough for him alone to become stronger. Everyone else also needed to witness true power with their own eyes. With that thought, the entire left half of Shin Kun's body fully transformed. His left eye glowed with an eerie blue light as he coldly declared that he would show them. he continued, saying that this was the true power of a monster. At the same time, the arm lodged inside the monster's mouth transformed into a razor-sharp blade, tearing its head apart from within while unleashing the full might of a level 4 monster form. The terrifying aura released by the attack made Ni Yang and everyone behind him instinctively step back. They could all feel the crushing pressure pouring from Jing Kun. Even Shangguan Kui stared in shock. To her, the power Xing Kun had just displayed felt even more terrifying than the monster itself. Jing Che, who had witnessed countless battles throughout his life, could not hide his astonishment either. Jing Kun's current appearance was almost indistinguishable from a real monster. The entire left half of his body had transformed. His massive arm was covered in glowing patterns and blue flames. His hand had become a set of shining razor claws, and a gigantic scythe-like spike jutted from his forearm. This was the true level 4 monster form. The moment the monster sensed Jing Kun, it recognized the aura of its own kind. It roared in the monster language, calling him a traitor who should not exist. Jing Kun casually flicked his hand and replied in the same language that this was not its place to speak. Jing Kun slowly raised his arm as the blue flames erupted around it, then coldly called out the skill, Lord's Flame. The moment he finished, he charged straight at the monster. The blue flame exploded in an instant and swallowed the target with flame burst. Burned head-on, the monster threw back its head and roared in agony, while Xing Kun seized the chance to close the distance. He unleashed a crushing punch with such overwhelming force that his fist sank deep into the monster's body. Without taking his eyes off the target, Xing Kun quietly spoke the name of the skill, Flame Burst. As the command echoed out, blue flames detonated inside the monster's body. A blinding flash engulfed the area and buried the creature in a sea of fire. Shangguan Kui, Ni Yang, and Lin Shi could only stare in shock. At first, they thought the attack had only pierced the monster's head and the blue flames had burned just that area. But that idea vanished when they realized the struck head had almost completely disappeared. The real problem was that the monster was regenerating at a terrifying speed, like the Earth Dragon, but far stronger and much tougher. Just then, the monster's other head suddenly slammed toward Xing Kun in midair, making everyone below cry out, "Blue flame." A streak of blue light flashed by, and Xing Kun landed calmly beside Shangguan Kui. Shangguan Kui anxiously asked if he was all right, but Xing Kun calmly explained that this monster possessed both incredible offense and defense. Its most dangerous trait was its regeneration. Even serious wounds meant little, because once a creature reached the king level, its healing speed became terrifying. While blocking another bite with his mutated left arm, he calmly added that this was only one powerful monster. Beyond this, there were countless monsters far more terrifying, so many that they exceeded humanity's imagination. Even Jing Che felt a chill after hearing those words. He had never imagined creatures that horrifying still existed. Jing Che narrowed his eyes as his pupils shrank when Xing Kun emphasized that their numbers were truly beyond counting. Although shaken, Shangguan Kui stopped him and said none of that would help right now. The group should focus on fighting together and finding a way to survive. Xing Kun simply closed his eyes without caring that the monster was still attacking him, and replied with 2 words, "No need." When he opened his eyes again, not only his mutated left eye, but also the pupil of his right eye, glowed with an icy blue light. He declared that he would show everyone the true way to kill monsters like these. As he spoke, Xing Kun fired blue flames straight into the monster's mouth with his left hand. He told everyone to remember this well. If they wanted to protect the world, they would one day have to become even stronger than he was now. Shangguan Kui could only stare in confusion. The blue flames forced the monster backward. Xing Kun lowered his hand and continued, "Open your eyes and witness what a true domain really is." His left arm was quickly engulfed in blue flame as Xing Kun activated the skill, Domain. Jing Che immediately widened his eyes and watched closely. Lin Shi swallowed nervously, while Shangguan Kui stood frozen, with her mouth hanging open in disbelief. Blue flames spread endlessly from Xing Kun's arm as an eerie glow filled his eyes. With the souls of 2 lifetimes, he temporarily unleashed the strongest technique once used by the monster lord of his previous life, Domain, Devouring Abyss. A blue curtain of light slowly expanded like a massive barrier. Within moments, it covered even Shangguan Kui, leaving her too stunned to react. So this was his domain. The next instant, a towering pillar of blue light shot straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them stood inside the enormous blue barrier, staring upward in amazement at its vast size. Lin Shi reached out to touch the tiny glowing particles floating in the air and asked if everyone else had noticed the change. He tried to activate his metal ability, but it disappeared the moment it was released, because every trace of the metal element in the air had already been devoured. Jingche immediately frowned as he grasped the truth. In a deep voice, he said it was not only the metal element. Every element had been absorbed by Xing Kun's domain. At this moment, the only element left throughout the entire domain was Xing Kun's fire. Blue flame continued spreading everywhere, and Jingqi quickly warned everyone to keep the energy inside their bodies under control, because the moment any element leaked out, the domain would instantly consume it. Witnessing the scene, the blue-haired man broke into a cold sweat. He could hardly believe that inside this domain, Xing Kun was almost an absolute ruler, while everyone else had virtually no way to resist. Their only hope was to escape as far away as possible. Hearing that, Shangguan Kui immediately shook her head. She calmly replied that he was wrong. Once someone fell into this place, there was no escape. From above, Xing Kun's domain looked like a gigantic mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs. The moment the barrier closed, everyone inside had already become trapped within its jaws. The three-headed monster was now completely engulfed by the domain. It roared and struggled wildly, but every effort was meaningless against Xing Kun's power. Watching the scene, Ni Yang froze in shock and blurted out in disbelief. The monster turned and tried to flee with a painful roar, but the edge of the domain sealed every exit. Each time it touched the boundary, the sharp fangs tore into its body, while the space inside was far too cramped for its massive frame. Everyone stared in disbelief as the monster clawed around in desperation, but remained trapped. The domain was like a giant set of jaws. Anything that touched its edge would be devoured. Realizing the monster still wanted to escape, Xing Kun immediately increased the flames. Blue flame surrounded the three-headed monster from every direction, leaving it no chance to break free. The sea of blue fire quickly swallowed the monster's body. It roared endlessly as drool splattered everywhere, while the domain kept shrinking until it was forced to curl up at the center. This time, it had truly reached a dead end. The blue-haired man stood frozen for a long time, staring at the unbelievable scene before him. Once the domain descended, almost nothing trapped inside could ever escape. The edges of the domain slowly closed like giant jaws, biting down on the monster and dragging it into endless darkness. Everyone watched in amazement as the barrier continued shrinking. Every time the edge of the domain touched the monster's body, the blue flame flared even more fiercely, making the fire increasingly terrifying. Before long, the flames gradually settled. The hellish jaws finally closed completely, slowly swallowing the prey within the sea of fire. Ni Yang stood there in a daze before sighing that this power was simply terrifying. He even excitedly suggested naming Blue Flame's domain the Demon-Devouring Flame Prison. Jingche shot him a helpless look and scolded him for slacking off back in school. Even after becoming a deputy, he still had not changed. Stop marveling and pay attention because very few people would ever witness a scene like this. Ni Yang could only obediently answer, yes. Everyone immediately focused on the battle again. Xing Kun continuously swung his glowing mutated arm and fired blue flame after blue flame at the monster. Inside this domain, the enemy was no different from prey trapped inside the jaws of death, and its regeneration could no longer keep up with the relentless flames. Standing behind Xing Kun, Jingche suddenly found himself thinking of something strange. He recalled the decisive battle 20 years ago, when humanity's strongest transcendence fought the South Star monster. The greatest warrior of that era had fallen, and the battlefield had been reduced to ruins. Within that sea of blue flame had also existed a domain, but its master had been a monster. Back then, Jingche had still been very young, and could only watch from far away, unable to see everything clearly. But now, the image of the South Star monster from years ago slowly overlapped with the Xing Kun standing before him. Jingche remembered exactly how both domains had felt. They were almost identical, each carrying overwhelming power and absolute dominance. After a while, the blue flame finally began to fade. On the surface, Xing Kun still looked calm, but in truth, his body was nearly drained. The only thought in his mind was that he was starving to death. This monster was still not strong enough, while devouring abyss consumed far too much energy. If he did not fill his stomach soon, the people behind him would not survive either. Even so, the only sign of his condition was his pale face. At last, Xing Kun extended his mutated arm toward the black smoke, left behind by the three-headed monster, and spoke in the monster language, "Become my dinner." Sensing death closing in with no way out, the monster screamed in panic in its own language. It could not understand how someone at only level 4 could use the domain of a peak level 5 monster. Xing Kun calmly answered in the same language, "If you want to know, figure it out yourself." Blue flame quickly engulfed the monster's head. Its orange eyes trembled violently as it struggled to shout that this was the power granted by the king. But Xing Kun gave it no chance to finish. The the blue flames erupted with even greater force and completely swallowed the monster, leaving nothing behind. The monster's voice grew weaker as the black smoke was steadily absorbed. Before disappearing, it could only leave behind one bitter sentence: "I must never fall into your hands." Jing Kun ignored those words completely. He poured all his power into his mutated arm, his eyes glowing with an icy blue light as he coldly replied, "You do not get to choose. Bite." The next moment, he clenched his hand into a fist. A massive pillar of blue flame erupted and completely incinerated the monster. The monster's final screams echoed throughout the domain as the brilliant blue pillar of fire shot into the sky. Everyone present could only stare upward in silent awe. The blazing pillar lit up the entire district as if it were daytime. Unfortunately, the streets were nearly empty, so almost no one witnessed it. Even so, at the dormitory, Zhi Yu, Zhao Sheng, and Xiao Tao were all drawn to the gigantic pillar of blue flame. At the same time, Tutu and many students gathered outside the academy also saw the blue pillar and immediately recognized it as blue flame. Meanwhile, a red supercar speeding down the road suddenly slammed on the brakes as an order rang out. "Stop the car!" Shi Zai stepped out with a gloomy and thoughtful expression. Even though he was dozens of kilometers away, he could still clearly see the towering blue pillar. Feeling its terrifying aura, he could not help regretting that if he had witnessed it in person, his cultivations might have reached another breakthrough. His subordinate also got out and advised that only a handful of students were still capable of sensing such an aura. The Transcendent Academy would likely have to rely on Headmaster Fan to rebuild, so he urged the young master to return. Even so, Shizai remained silent, clearly calculating something in his mind. In the end, he simply gave a slight nod, answered with a short reply, and agreed to leave. As soon as the battle ended, Jing Kun's exhaustion became obvious. His face turned pale, sweat poured down, and he dropped to one knee while clutching his stomach, muttering that he had almost died from hunger, and now he was about to die from overeating. After resting for a while, he pushed himself up with both hands on his knees and slowly stood, deciding to wait until his body finished digesting before making his next move. While thinking about the future after obtaining the king's power, ripples of water suddenly appeared beneath Jing Kun's feet, mixed with flickering blue lights. A second later, the ground shook violently, forcing him to steady himself. Then a familiar figure burst out from deep underground. It was the Earth Dragon. Facing the gigantic monster, Jing Kun remained completely calm. He quickly guessed that the Earth Dragon's repeated use of its power meant it had already sensed his presence. He casually raised one finger at the Earth Dragon and mocked it in the monster language. "I just finished eating. If you want to die, come at me." The moment he finished speaking, the Earth Dragon lunged upward. Its eyes glowed blue as its enormous mouth slowly opened, creating a violent wind that swept up rocks and dirt. Even then, Jing Kun continued taunting it. "Catch me if you can." Suddenly, a ring of blue water energy wrapped around his body. Jing Kun turned toward the source in surprise and curiosity. It was Shangguan Kui controlling a rushing current of water. Her eyes burned with determination as if facing a sworn enemy. The water surrounded both of them as a protective barrier before she shouted, "Water Dragon Scythe." The Earth Dragon refused to back down and opened its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth to counterattack. But Shangguan Kui struck without the slightest hesitation. Before Jing Kun could recover from his surprise, gigantic vines swept past him from behind as someone shouted the skill name, Myriad Life. Jing Che joined the battle at once. Standing behind them, he controlled countless branches that twisted together into a protective cage while unleashing the technique 3000. Beside him, Lin Shi and Ni Yang also fought with everything they had. They continuously launched elemental attacks, sometimes splitting them apart to harass the enemy, and sometimes combining them into a single devastating strike. Even as 3-star powerhouses, they were determined to fight to the very end. As he attacked, Lin Shi confidently declared that one day he would become far stronger than he was now. Hearing those words, Jing Kun smiled faintly. He silently judged that with Shangguan Kui, the headmaster, and his own ultimate technique working together, they might have enough strength to handle this. But at that very moment, thousands of tentacles suddenly shot toward Jing Kun at terrifying speed. He had just been thinking that saving humanity's finest talents had been worth it, when the sight before him left him stunned. Jing Kun immediately swung his arm to counterattack. Countless razor-sharp energy blades flew out and sliced the incoming tentacles into pieces. As he observed the attack, he realized the one behind it was not the Earth Dragon, but the invisible monster that had not been completely destroyed. But one tiny tentacle slipped through the defense and bit Jing Kun on the neck. He barely felt any pain and scoffed at such a tiny attack. Then a crushing force slammed down on him, tearing at both his body and mind. Xing Kun instantly realized he had fallen into the monster network. His consciousness was dragged into a strange realm. Beneath his feet was a massive whirlpool, while countless monster claws waited below the surface. The connection was complete. Looking deeper, he found a giant crimson mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs beneath the water. That was the king. Just then, several golden streams of energy slowly floated toward Xing Kun. They never touched him. They simply hovered in front of his eyes, as if making sure he saw every strand. Before long, the lights circled around Xing Kun as if trying to cling to him. He quickly figured it out and smirked. Since they could not beat him, they planned to use the king's power for a sneak attack. Without hesitation, Xing Kun pulled every stream of energy into his body in return. He even raised his hand and absorbed them, even faster with a grin. Once they were inside him, they would never get out. But moments later, a dark liquid flowed from his body into the surrounding water. At the same time, a deep voice echoed, "King's authority." The scene instantly changed. Xing Kun appeared in another realm filled with blazing fire, scorching heat, jagged ground, and a giant stone statue looming overhead, as if ready to swallow every living thing. The terrifying voice echoed again, saying this was far beyond what a mere human could endure. The statue's eyes burst into flames, and its massive mouth roared before tempting him to return. The king would welcome him back under his rule. Suddenly, something descended from above. Xing Kun immediately became alert, while the cold voice warned that refusing meant certain death. Xing Kun calmly analyzed the situation. He guessed this was the power called King's authority, then asked if losing the king's gift was what truly frightened the demon. After carefully observing the entire realm, Xing Kun uncovered the enemy's identity. He called out Flame Demon God, one of the 5 demon gods serving the king. The statue's eyes burned even brighter as furious flames erupted with an enraged roar. Flame Demon God could not believe Xing Kun knew its true identity. At that moment, red and blue energy pierced straight through his body, crossing at his chest and multiplying the pain. Xing Kun was pinned in midair with both arms spread wide. Even so, he calmly removed his mask and revealed a mocking smile. Of course he knew, because in his previous life, he had been one of the 4 overlords under Flame Demon God. Now that the demon had run out of options, he would destroy its king's authority. After saying that, Xing Kun took a deep breath and ignored the twisted power flooding into his body as he prepared to seize it by force. Those words completely enraged Flame Demon God. It unleashed all of its demonic power to tear into Xing Kun again and again, trying to crush his soul. It roared that anyone who refused to return to the king would be erased by the monster network. The twin flames inside Flame Demon God's eyes flared wildly, showing its rage had reached the limit. In contrast, Xing Kun stayed perfectly calm. He kept breathing steadily while devouring every monster attacking him, then smiled and replied, "A weak soul? I have the soul of 2 lifetimes." Seeing all of its power fail against Xing Kun, Flame Demon God became even more insane. Its giant mouth opened wide, revealing blazing flames and rows of razor-sharp fangs. But Xing Kun never wavered. Instead of fearing the threat, he focused on understanding the monster network. Xing Kun stared at Flame Demon God's face as it cracked like shattered glass. In helpless agony, he smiled as he realized the king's authority had been broken. Once he fully absorbed this power, he would become the new leader of the monster swarm. Flame Demon God's face shattered completely. Just like a new queen ant breaking free from the old colony after taking over, Xing Kun severed the king's control. Blue flames quickly spread across the entire realm. Outside, as the pale blue light finally faded, Guan Kui looked around and asked Jing Che whether the earth dragon had retreated and where the blue flames had gone. He calmly replied that both had already disappeared. Jing Che stroked his chin and fell into thought. Blue Flames was still a wanted man, but this time he had saved all of them and even the entire academy. Behind him, Lin Ji could only watch with a complicated expression. The 5 of them stood in the empty wasteland as the atmosphere turned heavy. Someone repeated Blue Flame's warning that many terrifying monsters, like Toadays, still existed outside. Whether it was true or not, neither the battle nor the warning could be ignored. In the silent forest, a voice echoed with a decision. It was time to reveal the truth to the entire world. After that, everything fell silent again. As evening approached, Xing Kun returned to the dormitory. While jumping in through the balcony, he thought about the law of ants. Once the old queen died, a new queen would be born to replace her. He took off his familiar coat and hung it on the cabinet. Then a thought crossed his mind. The difference was that he had appeared before the old king had truly disappeared. Xing Kun removed his outer clothes, revealing his toned body, then raised both hands to feel his new power. A faint smile appeared on his face because he had now become the new king of the monsters with independent authority. After a while, he changed back into his normal clothes and walked outside. On the surface, the monsters seemed no different, but in reality, everything had already changed. As soon as he opened the door, Xing Kun saw 3 people waiting for him. He knew that from this moment on, he could build a monster army that belonged only to him. Zhao Sheng had been waiting for too long, so he immediately walked over, wiping away his sweat. He said that both he and Xiao Dao had just experienced a very strange feeling. Throwing an arm around Xiao Dao, Xiao Sheng tried to explain that it felt as if something inside his body had awakened. Xiao Dao nodded with a worried look, as though some hidden power had just come to life. Unlike the tense pair, Xing Kun simply smiled, placed a hand on Zhao Sheng's shoulder, and calmly told him not to worry. Looking toward the main road outside the dormitory, Xing Kun thought that the seeds of hope had finally begun to awaken. Then he wondered if they might also become the seeds of despair. Elsewhere, Shizai lowered his head and placed a hand on the eternal flower. He spoke to Zhan Yi with deep regret, saying he had failed the supernova selection and brought shame to his family. His face was filled with frustration. He believed he should have gotten rid of Xing Kun much earlier. Zhan Yi gently placed a hand on Shizai's shoulder and told him to stop blaming himself. As 2 others approached, Zhan Yi continued his analysis. No one could have imagined that Xing Kun could withstand the mental burst of a 4th-year mental superhuman. That alone was far beyond any freshman, not to mention that he was very likely Blue Flames. After finishing, Zhan Yi turned to the newcomer and asked for his opinion. The one being questioned was the blue-haired guy, the person who had gotten closest to Blue Flames. Zhan Yi wanted to know what made Blue Flames so special in his eyes. The blue-haired guy wiped away his sweat and replied that Blue Flames had been covered from head to toe, so he never saw his face. But those blue flames were unbelievably powerful, and his domain seemed capable of burning everything. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and he almost blurted out that if everyone had seen it themselves. He immediately stopped after realizing he had said too much. He silently cursed his mistake because those words reminded everyone that young Master Fan had left the academy too early and missed the battle with Blue Flames. He quickly corrected himself, saying that everyone would understand if they ever got the chance to witness it. Then he honestly concluded that Blue Flames was far stronger than anyone at the same level. More importantly, the aura around him was completely different from anything he had ever encountered. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-haired guy secretly glanced at Shizai and felt a chill. Young Master Fan's expression had become terrifyingly cold. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the blue-haired guy hurriedly added that in his opinion, Blue Flames was probably just a male freshman. However, with such overwhelming strength, it was also possible that he had been hiding his true power all along. Hearing that, Zhan Yi raised a hand to stop him and calmly said that was enough. He then ordered him to get ready at once, leaving the blue-haired guy completely confused. Holding his phone, Zhan Yi announced that they had just received news of Blue Flame's whereabouts. He immediately ordered the blue-haired guy to join the capture team. Zhan Yi then told Shizai to put the Blue Flame's matter aside for now. His top priority was to absorb all the undying flame from the eternal flower and help his father break through to 5-star superhuman. Zhan Yi encouraged him further, saying that only then would the Fan family have a chance to regain control of the situation that had been thrown into chaos by the appearance of the invisible monsters. Shizai immediately vowed to give it everything he had. Deep down, he had his own plan. His real goal was to make his father strong enough to confront the eternal flower just as Blue Flames once had. Placing a hand on the eternal flower, Shizai quietly reflected. His family was also living in fear. This flower could speed up a superhuman's cultivation, but it could also transform into a terrifying monster. It could grant the undying flame, yet it could just as easily burn someone to ashes in an instant. At that moment, the opening in the eternal flower slowly closed. Shizai's expression instantly changed. The entrance that had opened before was now sealed, meaning he could no longer obtain the undying flame. Standing before the giant flower, he gritted his teeth in frustration. The worst possible moment had arrived, and both his father, his family, and he himself desperately needed that flame. Just as Shizai was lost in thought, a mysterious voice suddenly asked if he wanted its flame. Shizai quickly realized the voice came from the eternal flower. Perhaps because he had absorbed so much of the undying flame, he could now communicate with it. The flower whispered that if he wanted its flame, he had to bring it someone with a monster gene. That night, back at the dormitory, Ji Yu had just finished her shower and was about to step outside. But the next moment, she could only let out a helpless sigh. Ji Yu suddenly remembered she had forgotten to bring her clothes into the bathroom. She quickly hid behind the wall and peeked outside while Xing Kun was still sitting there. Ji Yu reminded him that this was not even his dorm room. Shin Kun casually replied that the shared dorm was too inconvenient, so half of this room would belong to him from now on. While studying the king's authority, he complained that he had too little of it. Meanwhile, Ji Yu shyly reminded him that she still had not gotten her clothes. Still completely focused on researching the king's authority, Shin Kun absent-mindedly told her to just come out and get them. He even brought up how she used to run around the house after bathing when they were kids, without caring at all. Those words made Ji Yu blush bright red with embarrassment. She immediately called him an idiot and ordered him to bring her clothes over. In the end, Shin Kun gave in. Using a tentacle, he handed her one of his own outfits, saying her clothes were buried deep inside the suitcase, and he was too lazy to look for them. Left with no other choice, Ji Yu put on Shin Kun's shirt and walked out, looking completely embarrassed. She silently complained that he had to be doing this on purpose, because wearing it felt incredibly awkward. Seeing Shin Kun still sitting there talking to himself, Ji Yu became even more annoyed that he was not paying any attention to her. She walked up behind him and asked what he was doing. Shin Kun turned around and called her name. Then he gave her a suspicious smile and casually said he wanted to transfer his gene into her body, making her face turn bright red. Hearing such an easily misunderstood statement, Ji Yu nervously asked if she had heard him correctly. Shin Kun stepped even closer, pinning her against the wall before seriously repeating that he wanted to pass his gene onto her. Ji Yu was so embarrassed that she could not even meet his eyes. Stammering, she warned him that if he kept saying such strange things, she would not hold back anymore. But Shin Kun had no idea he was making her misunderstand. He simply urged her to stop hesitating, saying it would only hurt as much as an ant bite. As he spoke, he reached his hand toward Ji Yu and reassured her that it would all be over very quickly. That was the last straw. Ji Yu instantly exploded with anger, activated her power, and shouted at Shin Kun. The moment she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning blasted through the window and shot outside. Furious, Ji Yu yelled that if he kept talking nonsense like that, she would make him pay. Fortunately, Shin Kun reacted fast enough. He immediately rushed outside and hid behind a wall to avoid the lightning. Standing there in a daze, he realized Ji Yu had probably misunderstood him, and he had almost been electrocuted. He lowered his head and stared at his fingertips in silence. Thinking it over, he admitted that he really had been too hasty. Leaving the dormitory, Shin Kun thought things through as he walked. He knew he could now grant King's authority to another living being in exchange for monster power, but he had no idea how the recipient would change, or whether the process would be fatal. Because of that, he decided not to use Ji Yu as a test subject. Stroking his chin, Shin Kun decided he needed another test subject first. If it turned into a giant monster, at least he could deal with it. Just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Shin Kun checked the message and saw it was from Ji Yu. She had sent a string of emojis along with a worried text, telling him to stop wandering outside because she was about to lock the door and go to bed. Reading it, he could not help feeling surprised. Maybe after being reborn, the way he saw Ji Yu had changed as well. Shin Kun stared at the phone for a long time before replying. Memories from his previous life surfaced, when Ji Yu always tried to send him away so she could play with her sister, and even secretly reported him, ruining his plans again and again. In the end, he texted back that he was looking for a mouse to use in an experiment. Ji Yu replied with a long string of question marks, clearly having no idea what he meant. Night slowly fell over the quiet forest. Deep inside the woods, a fierce rat crouched in a fighting stance, ready to attack. It opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. But against Shin Kun, the rat never stood a chance. He killed it with his bare hands in an instant, while thinking that such a tiny creature probably could not withstand his current power. At that moment, Shin Kun's expression changed as he sensed something unusual nearby. Trusting his instincts, he immediately struck toward the suspicious spot. Then he stopped and called out, "Who's there?" Slow footsteps echoed through the darkness. Someone walked toward him and calmly greeted him. The figure stepped into view and directly called him Blue Flames. Shin Kun frowned slightly as he quietly observed the newcomer. When he recognized Jing Che, he could not hide his surprise. The academy director looked straight at him and firmly declared that he knew Shin Kun was Blue Flames. Jing Che reassured him that there was no need to be on guard because he had no ill intentions. He had only come today because he wanted to. Before he could finish, Shin Kun immediately played dumb, repeatedly denying everything, pretending he had no idea who Blue Flames was, and acting completely innocent. Realizing things were getting awkward, Shin Kun waved goodbye and tried to leave, claiming he needed to go recharge his energy. Before he got far, Jing Che loudly ordered him to come back. Xing Kun had no choice but to stop. Jing Che softened his tone and said that without his approval, Xing Kun would never have entered the Superhuman Gene Academy. Whether he was Blue Flames or not did not matter. He simply wanted to chat with a young man, and even planned to give him some life essence as thanks. The moment Xing Kun heard the words gift, his eyes lit up. He instantly changed his attitude with a bright smile, insisting that he really was not Blue Flames, but chatting with the academy director would be a great honor. Jing Che casually waved his hand, used his ability, and invited Xing Kun to sit down. Thick vines and tree trunks quickly grew from the ground, weaving themselves into a table and chairs before Xing Kun. Slightly surprised, he listened as Jing Che explained that he had noticed him ever since the night Ji Yu lost control of her power. The person with the highest superhuman gene level in history, and the one with the lowest appearing at the same time, had caught his attention. But what interested him even more was a medical report from the Nian Yue Gene Research Institute. Xing Kun's muscle density was 2.45 times greater than others his age, and his metabolic rate had reached 4.244, nearly 3 times that of an ordinary person. Xing Kun calmly sat down, rested his chin on one hand, and smiled to himself. He knew his body was exceptionally strong, but even he had not expected his numbers to be that extraordinary. Raising 2 fingers, Jing Che slowly explained that despite being the director of the Superhuman Gene Academy, he had spent many years pursuing a special research project. While Jing Che spoke, 2 tree branches suddenly grew from Xing Kun's chair and started massaging his shoulders. Xing Kun enjoyed it like a king, while Jing Che remained standing beside him. The director asked if the pressure felt right, and Xing Kun casually suggested that the left shoulder needed a little more force. Jing Che adjusted it with a helpless smile and joked that Xing Kun really had no sense of restraint. Then Jing Che returned to the main topic. According to his research, people with monster genes were completely different from superhumans. They possessed a mysterious mutated gene, but once it awakened, they would gradually lose their sanity and eventually become monsters. Many research records showed that even before awakening, superhumans already possessed sharper minds and stronger bodies than ordinary people. People with monster genes actually displayed similar traits. They had greater muscle development, faster metabolism, and physical strength far beyond normal humans. The higher their monster gene level, the more obvious these traits became. Based on the medical report, Jing Che concluded that Xing Kun possessed a monster gene. What made him unique was that he also carried a superhuman gene. Hearing that, Xing Kun realized things were going badly and silently regretted staying for this conversation. Jing Che continued his analysis. Those suspicions were exactly why he had stopped Zhan Yi from canceling Xing Kun's admission and gave him one last chance in the final assessment. Even without a direct test, he was almost certain a monster gene existed inside him. He immediately suggested that Xing Kun come with him for a full examination. The moment he heard that, Xing Kun jumped to his feet, ready to make a run for it. He casually claimed he needed to leave, while reminding the director not to forget to send the life essence to his room tomorrow. Jing Che stroked his silver beard and calmly said something that made Xing Kun stop in his tracks. The life essence was already here. Every plant in the academy had been created through his ability, so on the night the Fan family's secret laboratory was destroyed, he had seen blue flames appear there twice and secretly bury many things underground. If his guess was correct, those items were the life essence. Hearing that, Xing Kun glanced at him and quietly muttered that the director was quite the professional thief. Jing Che ignored the jab. Looking seriously at Xing Kun, he said there was no need to be so cautious. Risking his identity to save the academy had proven he was an honorable person, so Jing Che had no intention of harming him. Besides, knowing what he did about the Fan family, destroying their laboratory had actually been a good thing. Jing Che went on to explain that he understood why Xing Kun wanted to hide the fact that he carried a monster gene. In this world, people like him were placed under strict supervision, and someone as unusual as Xing Kun could even end up as a research subject. He reminded Xing Kun that he had secretly helped him before. During the 5 Elements Arena incident, he was the one who asked Guan Kui to hide the fact that Xing Kun had left the academy on the night the Fan family's laboratory was destroyed. Tonight was no different. Jing Che had sent Lin Shi to the outskirts of Manhwa to create fake traces of blue flames, throwing the investigation off course. Even if the purgers searched the academy, finding Xing Kun would be extremely difficult. He also remembered Lin Shi saying it was his way of repaying blue flames for saving his life. In the end, Jing Che promised that he would continue protecting and helping Xing Kun. He explained that about 5% of the world's population carried monster genes. Unlike Xing Kun, they could not control that power, so they all had tracking chips implanted and lived under constant surveillance to prevent them from becoming monsters. Sadly, those people also lived in constant fear of losing their minds at any moment. They endured endless monitoring, discrimination from society, and could only struggle through life in silence. Jing Che sincerely said he wanted to know how Xing Kun had managed to control his monster gene. If they could discover the answer, millions of people within that 5% would finally have a chance to reclaim the normal lives they deserved. After hearing everything, Xing Kun still did not turn around. He simply waved his hand and kept walking, repeating the same answer as always. Unfortunately, I am not Blue Flames. Even so, thank you, Director, for trusting me and sharing all of this research. Xing Kun was about to leave. Jing Che watched in surprise. Even after revealing everything, Xing Kun still refused to admit it. He called out that as long as humanity could not control monster genes, the world would never know true peace. No matter how powerful one's abilities became, they still could not protect the people they loved while that problem remained. Xing Kun suddenly stopped walking. Looking into the distance, Xing Kun spoke in a low voice. Maybe Blue Flames really did know a way to help those people control the monster inside them, but from humanity's point of view, that outcome might not be good news at all. It could make people even more fearful and uneasy. Jing Che froze as he looked at Xing Kun. Saving people would only make humanity more afraid. What exactly did he mean? Xing Kun walked over to the director and asked what he believed monsters truly were. Jing Che answered based on what he knew. The purgers saw them as superhumans who had lost their sanity. While he believed they were a race humanity had never truly understood. Xing Kun clenched his fist as the atmosphere around him grew heavy. He slowly said that the director really did see the truth more clearly than anyone. In his eyes, humanity was like one colony of ants, while Blue Flames was simply the king of another colony. That meant the only way to save an ant was to move it into the other colony. A few ants would never concern humans, but if their numbers reached tens of thousands, even if they made up only about 5% of the population, everything would be different. Sooner or later, Lan Yan would become the leader of everyone carrying the monster gene. Just thinking about that future was enough to make Jing Che feel the pressure. At last, he understood what Xing Kun had been worried about all along. After calming down, Jing Che stopped forcing Xing Kun to choose. If they saved them, humanity would reject them. If they abandoned them, they would become mindless monsters. He could only sigh and admit the choice was far too difficult. Even he could not make that decision for Xing Kun, no matter what happened. As the academy director, he would still stand by Xing Kun and support him. Hearing that, Xing Kun suddenly revealed a calculating smile. He quickly asked if Jing Che really meant it, then suddenly jumped over and hugged him like a koala. The director froze and let out a startled cry. Xing Kun immediately asked if Jing Che could decide the future of the Monster Gene Academy, since Lan Yan seemed eager to recruit followers from the Monster King faction. Jing Che blurted out in surprise, "So you finally agreed?" Xing Kun continued, joking that Lan Yan might soon build an entire new army. The director fell silent in thought. Xing Kun already had his own plan. Granting royal authority could trade for power, but simply awakening monster genes and letting people grow on their own would eventually create countless awakened individuals. At the Fan Family Research Base, one subordinate could not understand why Shizai had ordered him to bring everyone carrying the monster gene there, so he finally asked. Shizai coldly told him to mind his own business, leaving the man no choice but to obey. Shizai looked toward the underground room and thought to himself that this was the hidden storage chamber on the deepest corner of the 13th floor, right beneath the eternal flame. It was also the place where he had arranged to meet Hua Young-hung. Just then, the subordinate noticed something crawling across the ceiling and stammered in fear. The moment he saw it clearly, he screamed in terror. It was Hua Young-hung. The flame demon god was still enjoying the bodies of helpless humans, while muttering that every one of them was too weak. None could withstand its power. It wanted a true warrior, not fragile and useless bodies. The frightened subordinate slowly backed away, praying he would not become the next target. The flame demon god walked up to Shizai and ordered him to find someone with the monster gene who could endure its power. In return, Shizai would receive strength far beyond his current limits. Shizai immediately lowered his head like a loyal servant and respectfully accepted the flame demon god's command. Watching everything unfold, the subordinate was drenched in sweat and his heart pounded wildly. He could not believe the young master of the Fan family was actually working with a monster. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. His entire body became so stiff that even blinking was difficult. Meanwhile, Xing Kun quietly sneaked back home when a voice suddenly stopped him. Back this late? Ji Yu appeared out of nowhere with a whip in her hand. and asked where he had been wandering. Shin Kun nervously replied that he had only gone to see the director, but inside he could only laugh bitterly, because it felt exactly like sneaking out and getting caught after coming home. Before Shin Kun could finish explaining, Ji Yu swung her whip straight at him. Luckily, he had expected punishment and blocked it in time. He complained that he was only a little late and did not deserve such a beating. Ji Yu ignored him and kept attacking, saying she would beat him until her anger was gone before talking. When she finally stopped, Shin Kun was still holding his defensive stance and cautiously asked if she was finished. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu changed her tone and said something that left him completely stunned. Then inject me. Blushing deeply, she gently pulled aside her collar to reveal her shoulder. She said that ever since they were kids, no matter how annoying Shin Kun had been, he had never forced her to do anything unreasonable. This time, because of the monster gene, he had no choice. If he could not bring himself to ask, then she would take the initiative. After saying that, she lowered her collar a little more and told him to go ahead. The moment she finished speaking, a tentacle suddenly shot out and latched onto Ji Yu's neck. She was still lost in her thoughts and had no time to react. Only when she felt it biting and drawing from her neck did Ji Yu turn pale and stammer out what that thing even was. Shin Kun pulled the tentacle back into his body and calmly explained that he was only transferring the monster gene to her. He then concluded that Ji Yu's extraordinary gene truly could not fuse with his monster king gene. Ji Yu was left speechless. As Ji Yu quietly walked past him without noticing her own embarrassed expression, Shin Kun continued thinking things through. If Ji Yu could not accept it, then Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao probably could not either. It seemed that only those who already carried the monster gene could receive it. Ji Yu climbed onto the top bunk and did not dare look down. She only whispered that she was sleepy. The moment she crawled under the blanket, she buried her head completely. Inside, she screamed after realizing she had misunderstood everything. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to hide under the blanket until the end of the world. She could not help thinking that Shin Kun really had changed lately. Could someone truly turn over a new leaf? The next morning, Ji Yu stood behind Shin Kun with a gloomy expression. Seeing him focused on his phone, she coldly asked who the girl in the picture was. Completely unaware of the murderous aura behind him, Shin Kun casually replied that she was director Jing Che's granddaughter. On the screen was Xiao Ni, a cute white-haired girl with a petite figure. She was also the top student at the Monster Gene Academy. Shin Kun added that besides himself, she had the highest monster gene compatibility in Huaxia at 92%. At the same time, at Qingchu City First Hospital, a trembling hand struggled to reach the button on a vending machine. Yang Yangs sat in a wheelchair but still could not reach the drink selection. Just then, a bald man shoved his wheelchair aside and impatiently mocked him, saying that if he could not even use his limbs properly, he should stay home instead of bothering everyone else. The bald man pushed Yang Yang's wheelchair away to take over the vending machine and sneered that he was only wasting Society's resources. Startled, Yang Yang asked what he was doing. The man kept pushing him farther away before casually buying himself a drink. Yang Yang angrily shouted that it was the bottle he had been trying to buy. As he grabbed the drink, the bald man scoffed that he was not stealing it. He had simply paid first. Then he pulled out a few coins. Smirking, he tossed the coins toward Yang Yang and said they could count as repayment. The coins struck the wheelchair before clattering onto the floor right in front of Yang Yang. Veins bulged across Yang Yang's forehead as fury filled his eyes. He cursed the man and tried to rush forward to teach him a lesson. Right then, Captain Xiao stepped in front of the wheelchair and urged Yang Yang to calm down. He said it was only a small matter, the other man had already paid, and getting too emotional would not be good for his condition. Yang Yang only became angrier and shouted for him to move aside. Captain Xiao firmly gripped the wheelchair handles to stop him, while Yang Yang could only grit his teeth and curse. Hoping to prevent a fight, Captain Xiao tried to smooth things over. He reminded them that his mission was to escort them for monster gene danger assessments, so he could not allow any trouble. Hearing that, the bald man curiously asked what a monster gene danger assessment was. Captain Xiao explained that only people with a monster gene ratio above 80% had to be tested. Anyone who failed would be required to wear a safety restraint. The bald man immediately laughed and mocked Yang Yang, saying no wonder he had such a bad temper, so he was a monster. Before leaving, the bald man added another cruel remark, saying people like Yang Yang were nothing but a waste of Society's resources. He sarcastically hoped he would never be unlucky enough to get eaten by a monster. Just as the bald man was feeling pleased with himself, something suddenly shot past his face. Before he could see what it was, a loud explosion echoed behind him. When he turned around, he froze in shock. A coin was embedded deep into the hospital wall, with smoke still rising from it. Only one thought remained in his mind. What kind of coin was that? As soon as he looked up, he saw Xiao Ni holding another coin between her fingers as she charged straight toward him. Terrified, he hurriedly begged her to stop. Instead, she buried another coin into the wall right beside his head. The bald man froze in fear, afraid to move because even the slightest mistake would have sent the coin straight into his face. Captain Xiao immediately shouted at Xiao Ni for acting so recklessly. He reminded her that as class leader, she should set an example instead of causing trouble. Xiao Ni kept the same posture and calmly replied that it was only a small matter. She had not actually hit anyone. She still wore a smile, but the look in her eyes sent chills down everyone's spine. She gently said that she was only returning his money. Yang stared at Xiao Ni in shock before softly calling out, "Class leader." Xiao Ni picked up the last coin and drew her arm back. Then she threw it, straight toward the bald man's face while saying, "Here is the rest." The coin missed him and slammed into the wall behind him with enough force to leave a huge crater. Xiao Ni calmly added that there were still 3 yuan left. The bald man clutched his head and screamed. She politely continued by asking if he wanted her to pick up the last coin at his friend's feet and hand it back personally like before, or if he would rather bend down and get it himself. The bald man immediately raised his hands in surrender and tremblingly said he would pick it up himself. He repeatedly admitted everything was his fault and begged for mercy. Xiao Ni casually took the drink from his hand, smiling as she said it had belonged to Yang all along. She also reminded him not to resist because she was quite strong, and accidentally crushing someone would only be troublesome. She introduced herself as Xiao Ni, the person with the highest monster gene ratio in Huaxia. Smiling, she said she had always wondered what someone like him would taste like. If she ever became a monster, he would be her first target, so he should start being a better person. The bald man nodded frantically and promised to change. After taking back the drink, Xiao Ni handed it to Yang and urged him to hurry before they missed the test. From the distance, the others were already calling for them. Captain Xiao could only sigh and hope the group would stop causing trouble. On the way, Xiao Ni pushed Yang's wheelchair. He lowered his head and quietly called her class leader before sadly saying that people with monster genes had to keep their emotions stable to avoid losing control, but he simply could not calm down. He was certain he would fail today's test and be forced to wear a safety restraint. Once that happened, he would never be able to hide that he carried a monster gene. People everywhere would fear him, and if his emotions crossed the danger threshold, the restraint would inject poison into his body until he died. Thinking about it made him feel like his future was already over. Not wanting Yang to fall into despair, Xiao Ni smiled and gently pinched his cheeks, joking that maybe it was not such a bad thing after all. She teased that people would automatically make room for him on the subway, so he would never have to wait in line again. Even if he did something weird in the train, nobody would dare come near him. Yang's face turned bright red as she kept squishing his cheeks, and he shyly begged her to stop teasing him. Xiao Ni giggled and teased him again, asking if his heart was starting to race. Hearing that, Yang immediately denied it in a panic like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, insisting there was absolutely nothing like that. The elevator doors opened, and Xiao Ni pushed the wheelchair inside before gently comforting him. She told him not to be so pessimistic, because staying positive was what really mattered. She believed scientists would eventually find a way to control the monster gene. Yang blushed and begged her to stop talking, but Xiao Ni only leaned in closer, amused as she tried to see if he was really embarrassed. Elsewhere, Xing Kun slipped both hands into his pockets and cheerfully said he would not be going to school today because Director Jing Che had already arranged leave for him. He planned to meet the person with the highest monster gene ratio in Huaxia. Ji Yu looked at him with an unhappy expression before suddenly grabbing his shoulder and declaring that she was coming too. Xing Kun was so surprised that he stuttered, blankly asking if she really wanted to come. Inside the elevator, Xiao Ni suddenly sensed something strange and asked if anyone else had noticed the temperature rising a little. Lin Tao thought she was overthinking it, but Xiao Ni kept scanning the surroundings because the uneasy feeling would not go away. Seeing her so tense, everyone started joking that the upcoming danger assessment was making even the class leader nervous. They even began guessing everyone's results. Everyone laughed and said the 4 monster gene carriers would probably pass the test again, just like before, and none of them would have to wear a safety restraint. At the bus stop, Ji Yu sat off to one side with an annoyed expression, quietly muttering that white hair, pale skin, and purple eyes were exactly Xing Kun's type. What a shameless flirt. Xing Kun was checking the bus schedule when he heard her muttering and turned around to ask what she had just said. Ji Yu instantly switched to a serious face and calmly replied that she was only complaining about how empty Qingchu City was. They had been waiting forever, and the bus to First Hospital still had not arrived. Sing Kun walked over and explained that areas with many superhumans usually limited the population because they attracted monsters. Even so, he found it strange since this bus should have arrived 30 minutes ago. Just then, a blue bus appeared in the distance, and Ji Yu pointed out that it had finally arrived. Jing Kun did not relax at all. Instead, his eyes instantly turned vigilant. The bus was completely empty. The driver wore a suspicious gas mask. As he drove, he secretly reported that the target was waiting for the bus to First Hospital and that the assassination mission was about to begin. Sensing the bus charging toward them on an abnormal path, Ju Yu quickly moved behind Shin-kun and asked if it had lost control. In reality, Shin-kun had already detected a 4-star superhuman inside. He raised one hand, and arcs of lightning immediately crackled around his arm. In the blink of an eye, the golden glove on Shin-kun's hand erupted with powerful electrical energy. He casually pulled a piece of metal from a nearby steel bar and reshaped it. The metal rapidly stretched into a massive golden spear. Without a second thought, Shin-kun hurled it straight at the bus. The devastating strike split the bus clean in half before it could reach them. Sparks exploded everywhere as half the vehicle screeched to a stop right in front of the pair. The masked assassin was horrified. Instead of the fire ability the Fan family's young master had described, he was facing an overwhelming metal ability. The front half of the bus kept sliding across the road, screeching against the pavement and throwing sparks everywhere, finally revealing the driver's face. His mind was in chaos. How could a 3-star superhuman be this powerful? He refused to accept it. Jing Kun had controlled only a small amount of metal, yet the attack carried unimaginable destructive power. Realizing the bus was about to explode or crash into something, he immediately jumped out of the driver's seat, still stunned by the sheer force of that strike. Crimson flames erupted from the assassin's arm. He thought to himself that the plan to run Shin-kun over had failed, so he would have to kill him directly. Thanks to Hua Young-hung's guidance, his strength had grown tremendously. He unleashed his ability at once, covering the entire area in a sea of dark red flames like hell itself, using Shin-kun as his first real target. But a moment later, he suddenly noticed something strange happening to the flames around him, and froze in shock. The ring of fire was torn apart. Before he could react, Shin-kun was already standing right in front of him. A streak of metal flashed forward and pierced straight through his temple. Blood streamed from the assassin's head as his eyes widened in disbelief before he collapsed. His final thought was only one question. Was this really just a 3-star superhuman? Shin-kun looked at the golden glove on his hand with satisfaction and judged it to be an excellent piece of artificial superhuman equipment. It contained 9% of the superhuman gene he had refined. It could not match the power of his own body, but it was far better than having nothing. Once he accumulated 10%, he could begin building the Myriad Sword star map and unlock even stronger abilities. After that, Jing-kun casually called Jing Che and said he had accidentally taken someone down at the bus stop. Still, it was obvious the man was no ordinary civilian. Hearing that, Jing Che shouted in frustration, saying they had barely started working together, and Jing-kun had already added another body to the list. Shi-kun calmly asked the director to collect the corpse and arrange transportation to First Hospital because he had a strong feeling something was about to happen there. Jing Che agreed immediately. After hanging up, Ji Yu curiously looked at the assassin's body and wondered if someone who murdered innocent people could at least become monster food. Jing Kun replied that he still had plenty of monster genes left to absorb, so there was no need to bother. In his opinion, this man was only a disposable pawn sacrificed by the Fan family. Letting Jing Che investigate would probably uncover plenty of useful clues. As he finished speaking, Jing Kun's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked toward the hospital. Just thinking about that place brought back memories from his previous life. He had also been there back then, and Xiao Ni had cheerfully talked him into taking the monster gene danger assessment. Nothing major had happened that day except that he failed the test, but this time he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, inside one of the hospital's testing rooms, Xiao Ni sat in a specialized examination chair while listening to the medical staff read her results. The nurse explained that her physical strength had already surpassed an ordinary person by at least 3 times, proving that the monster gene was having a powerful effect on her body. The nurse frowned slightly and apologized, saying that although Xiao Ni's mental condition was still stable, as the person responsible for gene safety evaluations, she could not mark Xiao Ni as having passed because the safety of all humanity had to come first. After hearing the result, Xiao Ni simply rested her chin on one hand and let out a helpless sigh. Then she grinned and gave an innocent comparison, saying it was like a bag stuffed with too many tadpoles. As long as it did not burst, everything should be fine. The nurse immediately shook her head and insisted that once the limit was exceeded, something would definitely go wrong. As Xiaoni walked outside, she tugged at her collar to check the restraint around her neck and casually said this as long as nothing spilled out, everything would be fine because she still had it under control. Just then, the phone in her pocket began to ring. Xiaoni happily answered with a smile, saying she had just been thinking about her grandfather when he called. On the other end, Jingche warmly asked if his granddaughter had been as cheerful as always today, and surely passed the assessment. Xiaoni hesitated for a moment, but honestly admitted that she had failed again. Jingche sighed softly and said she always acted so tough before reassuring her that everything would be all right. He then told her that someone would be coming to see her soon. She had to cooperate because that person might be able to suppress her monster gene. Right now, there was only one chance like this. Xiaoni's eyes widened in surprise as she curiously asked just how incredible this person really was. Jingche could only force a smile and told her to stop asking questions and just do as she was told. Xiaoni pouted and complained that having only one chance was no fun at all. Hearing that, Jingche immediately raised his voice and promised there would be more chances later, then seriously asked what she was planning. Xiaoni smiled mischievously and said that if there would be more chances in the future, then right now. She glanced at Yang Yang, sitting across from her in his wheelchair, and softly said that he needed this opportunity more than she did. Jingche panicked at once and repeatedly tried to persuade Xiaoni. He insisted that her condition was the most dangerous and that she had to take this opportunity before anyone else. Xiaoni simply covered one ear and gently reassured him that she had excellent self-control and could still hold on. Jingche became so anxious that he stood up. He reminded her that she had the highest monster gene ratio of anyone. Something could happen at any moment. If she were hurt, how could he ever face his late daughter? Xiaoni only smiled and acted spoiled. She said her father always told her that she took after her grandfather. If their positions were reversed, he would definitely give such a precious chance to the person who needed it more. As his granddaughter, she did not want to betray the values he had always lived by. Jingche kept trying to convince her that she had to accept this chance no matter what, but Xiaoni ended the call herself. Looking at the dark screen, Jingche could only let out a helpless sigh. Deep down, he silently prayed that Xing Kun could help. To him, Xiaoni was a child as pure as an angel, and all he wanted was for her to be saved. Back in the hospital hallway, Yang Yang suddenly spoke in frustration, telling everyone around him that if they wanted to look, they should do it openly instead of sneaking glances. Chen Fei and Lin Tao were standing beside him. Yang Yang angrily pointed at the restraint around Xiaoni's neck and shouted that people were treating them like dangerous monsters the moment they saw the collar. Lin Tao quickly urged him to calm down because if the restraint reacted, nobody would believe any explanation. Chen Fei also reminded him that carrying the monster gene was an undeniable fact. Yang Yang gritted his teeth and declared that he would never become a monster and would never bow to this world. Just then, his phone vibrated with a call from his older sister. As soon as it started ringing, Yang Yang immediately raised a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to stay quiet. He quickly answered and tried to sound normal, politely telling his sister that he was fine, had passed the assessment, and was even going to watch a movie with friends, so she did not need to pick him up. But the reply from the other end made him freeze. Outside the gates of First Hospital, a young woman with 3 long braids floated in midair, surrounded by several cameras for a live stream. Cheerfully, she announced that she had arrived. As she gently floated over the steps, she happily chatted with her viewers. Then she introduced the person she had just called as her beloved younger brother before ending the live stream, saying goodbye, and turning off the broadcast. After packing everything away, Tutu happily flew straight into the hospital to find her brother. Suddenly, cracks began spreading across the ground beneath the staircase. The fractures rapidly widened as the sound of breaking earth echoed everywhere. Tutu instantly stopped and looked around in alarm. The moment she turned around, the entire staircase behind her collapsed, sending rocks and debris flying in every direction. The entire scene around her suddenly dropped at an incredible speed. Tutu was so shocked that she thought she had been launched into the air. A few seconds later, she realized she had not risen at all. The entire hospital was sinking into the ground. Thinking about her younger brother, still being inside, Tutu immediately turned pale, terrified that something had happened to Yang Yang. The massive hospital continued plunging downward, leaving behind a gigantic crater on the surface. Staring at the scene, Tutu was horrified because she had no idea how deep the building had fallen. Around the edge of the crater, enormous rocks began breaking loose from the walls. Large and small boulders poured down non-stop, making Tutu realize that the crater itself was still collapsing. A relentless rain of rocks crashed down before her eyes, while she was still in shock. If this continued, the entire hospital would be buried. Just then, desperate cries for help echoed from below. Looking down carefully, Tutu spotted 5 people still trapped inside. Without hesitating, she immediately activated her ability. Streams of green light flared around her body before transforming into a graceful tornado that wrapped around the massive boulders like a wind dragon. The enormous rocks that were about to crush 2 people below were gently stopped by the swirling wind just inches away. Tutu also protected the other 3. With precise control over the wind, she made sure that not a single stone struck them. Then she gave a sharp command, and every falling rock was instantly pulled together into a single massive mass. The giant wind dragon lifted the enormous pile into the air, keeping it from crashing down any farther. Seizing the moment, Tutu used the wind to carry herself and the 5 survivors through the shattered windows and into the hospital. The instant everyone made it inside, her energy began to run out. The suspended rocks immediately came crashing down like a waterfall, completely blocking the view outside. After confirming everyone was safe, Tutu finally let out a sigh of relief, while the people she had rescued rejoiced at escaping death. A young man wearing a cap hugged the trembling woman beside him, repeatedly telling her not to be afraid because the purifiers would protect them. Hearing that, Tutu immediately urged everyone to leave. They would have to find their own way out from here, while she still had people to rescue elsewhere. The others hurriedly asked to stay with her, believing they would be much safer that way. Tutu hesitated for a moment before saying that her destination was the 18th floor. The young man in the cap immediately turned pale. He knew the 18th floor of First Hospital was the monster gene testing area, where all the abnormal cases were gathered. He quickly tried to stop her, saying there was no point going there now. After such a disaster, everyone carrying the monster gene had probably lost control and turned into monsters. Tutu immediately disagreed. She believed her younger brother would never fall so easily. Yang would definitely stay in control. But at that moment, the trembling short-haired woman beside them suddenly made a strange sound. The group instantly backed away in panic, shouting that the sound was coming from the implanted chip in the neck of a monster gene carrier. They believed she was about to transform. Two carefully watched the situation, while one of the group kept urging her to kill the woman immediately, insisting it was the duty of a purifier. Tutu coldly replied that she did not need anyone to remind her. If the woman truly lost all awareness and became a monster, then she would have no choice but to act. Meanwhile, the young man in the cap held his girlfriend tightly, desperately encouraging her not to give up, to stay calm, and to keep control. But her body continued convulsing violently as veins spread across her skin. In the blink of an eye, Tutu watched in horror as the woman's body swelled. Her skin turned gray, and her mouth stretched open into a beast-like jaw, filled with razor-sharp teeth. The man holding her desperately begged her not to transform, but green veins had already begun spreading across his own neck. The overwhelming shock caused the man to lose control as well, and his body quickly transformed into a monster. Seeing this, the remaining survivors fled in panic, screaming that even he had become a monster. Tutu lowered her eyes sadly, her heart heavy as she quietly whispered an apology. Then she decisively struck them down, and crimson blood stained everything before her. One of the young men kept trying to persuade Tutu not to go to the 18th floor. He argued that if even ordinary monster gene carriers had already transformed, then the special cases gathered there could not possibly have survived. Tutu calmly replied that she still had to go. There might still be people who had not lost control. Besides, there had to be purifiers fighting somewhere inside the hospital. She would lead everyone to them, so they could be escorted to safety. She continued reassuring them that rescue forces would arrive soon, and that everyone would make it through this disaster. At the same time, inside a car speeding toward the hospital, Xing Kun joked while complaining that the director of the Manhwa Superhuman Academy was driving such an old work vehicle. At this speed, it would be dark before they arrived. On the other end of the call, Jing Che immediately cut him off, saying this was not the time for jokes. He had just received news that the hospital had suffered a massive collapse. Xing Kun froze in surprise. Jing Che confirmed that the entire hospitals had suddenly sunk underground. Jing Che quickly summarized the situation. The Purifier headquarters was urgently investigating the cause. For now, they had only confirmed that it was a large-scale ground collapse. Fortunately, the building itself had not completely collapsed, and the underground soil and rock layers were still mostly intact. life detection systems showed relatively few casualties. Aside from several monster gene carriers who had already transformed, there were still no signs of monster attacks. The car accelerated even faster. Jing Che explained that headquarters had already deployed purifier teams through the sewer system to reach the hospital and rescue the survivors. He hoped Xing Kun would take on the mission of saving Xiao Ni and the students from the Monster Gene Academy because he believed they could hold out until Xing Kun arrived. Xing Kun's expression turned serious. In his previous life, the hospital had never collapsed like this. Combined with the assassination attempt earlier, he became even more certain that someone was orchestrating everything from the shadows. The car kept speeding ahead. Xing Kun immediately accepted the mission and asked Jing Che to send Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiaodao from his team as support. He also wanted to borrow one more person. Jing Che asked who it was. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, Xiao Tao rushed over to Zhao Sheng while shouting that something was wrong. She anxiously said she could not stop feeling hungry no matter how much she ate. She had just finished 30 steamed buns, yet her stomach was still empty. If this kept up, she was afraid she would get fat. Zhao Sheng was still sitting with his back turned. Dozens of empty bowls were stacked on the table in front of him. Seeing that, Xiao Dao stared in shock and asked how much he had already eaten. Zhao Sheng turned around, with both cheeks puffed full of food. As he struggled to swallow, he complained that they would both go bankrupt at this rate. The strange part was that, no matter how much he ate, the hunger never went away. Xiao Dao explained that she had felt her superhuman gene growing rapidly earlier, so she drank a bottle of life essence. To her surprise, the hunger faded almost immediately. Hearing that, Xiao Sheng's attention instantly locked onto the bottle. But only a few seconds later, he suddenly remembered something and flew into a rage. He had once had exactly one bottle of life essence stolen. Zhao Sheng's eyes immediately swept across the room like a hunting beast. He declared that he would find the thief and take back what belonged to him, forcing Xiao Dao to hurriedly call after him. She reminded him that both of them had become much stronger, so if they hit someone too hard by accident, they might actually kill them. He had to be careful. But Xiao Sheng was already gone before she could finish, leaving Xiao Dao standing there, calling after him in confusion. Just then, Wu Yin suddenly stepped in front of Zhao Sheng and told him to wait because he had something important to say. With a serious expression, Wu Yin advised Zhao Sheng to leave Xing Kun's team and listen to him instead. Zhao Sheng did not even bother responding. He shoved Wu Yin aside and irritably told him to stop blocking the way because all he could think about right now was food. Wu Yin continued following him and trying to persuade him. He said that even though Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao had awakened, it did not mean they could stand alongside true geniuses. Their success had mostly come from the large amount of life essence provided by Xing Kun. He admitted Xing Kun meant well, but openly opposing the Fan family would never end well. While Zhao Sheng ignored every word, his eyes settled on Wu Xiong, who was sitting nearby with a mocking grin. Seeing that, Wu Xiong swaggered over and demanded to know what Zhao Sheng thought he was doing to his subordinate. Wu Yin kept talking, saying that ordinary people could never compare to those blessed with both talent and powerful backing. He pointed at Wu Xiong as an example, explaining that the Fan family's young master had supplied him with plenty of life essence and that he had already begun forming his star map. Zhao Sheng could never catch up. Zhao Sheng ignored every word. His eyes stayed fixed on the 2 bottles of life essence in Wu Xiong's hands. As he asked whether he planned to return what he had stolen, Wu Xiong sneered, deliberately holding the bottles up in front of him and taunting him to come and take them if he dared. Without another word, Zhao Sheng clenched his fist. Wu Yin rushed forward in panic to stop him, reminding him that they had been classmates for years, and that was why he was trying to help. At the same time, Wu Xiong created a water shield in front of himself and loudly challenged Zhao Sheng to break it first. Wu Yin was almost desperate. He kept insisting that this was the real world, not a movie or an anime. Here, power and status decided everything, and no miracle would ever save people like them. But before he could finish, Zhao Sheng threw a punch. The water shield shattered instantly, and the fist kept going, sending Wu Xiong flying across the room. Even Zhao Sheng stared at his own hand in disbelief. He had never imagined his strength would become so overwhelming. He silently thanked himself for pulling back at the last moment, or Wu Xiong might have died. Wu Yin stood frozen without a word, while Wu Xiong clutched his face and stammered in disbelief. Even so, Wu Yin stubbornly insisted that winning one fight changed nothing. People like Zhao Sheng would always end up as sacrifices. Just then, Shang Guankui walked in from outside and loudly called for Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao. As soon as she found them, Shang Guankui announced that Xing Kun was calling the whole team together for a mission. Zhao Sheng had already recovered his 2 bottles of life essence, so he was in a great mood and happily greeted her. Everyone in the cafeteria was stunned and began whispering among themselves. Shangguan Kui was the strongest superhuman at Manhwa Academy and was widely regarded as its ultimate trump card. No one expected her to personally come looking for Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao. Wu Yin could only watch with jealousy and bitterness filling his heart. He told himself that he had not chosen the wrong path, because ordinary people like him could only hope to survive quietly. As for those who followed Xing Kun, they would eventually fail and be crushed beneath the wheels of power. Back at the hospital, Xiao Ni turned toward Captain Xiao and smiled, asking why he always looked so tense. Before he could answer, she gently told him to relax a little. People like her would not lose control and become monsters as easily as he imagined. Captain Xiao immediately frowned. In his eyes, everyone carrying the monster gene was nothing more than a ticking time bomb, so he could not afford to make even a single mistake. He sternly warned that everyone on this floor carried the monster gene. Whether their compatibility was high or low, anyone bitten by a monster would transform, so he could not let his guard down for even a second. Captain Xiao continued by saying that many doctors and nurses were still working there. They risked their lives to save others and were invaluable to society. In his mind, their lives were more important than those of monster gene carriers. Finally, he bluntly declared that if the decision were his alone, he would rather be remembered as a villain and eliminate every monster gene carrier before they became a threat, all for the safety of humanity. Xiao Ni quietly listened without interrupting. After a long pause, she calmly spoke, called him a jerk, and let out a quiet sigh. Then Xiao Ni instantly switched back to her cheerful smile, practically glowing with energy. She turned to Yang Yang, pointed at the restraint around her own neck, and laughed, saying they both wore the same collar now, which looked pretty cool. She even joked that the next time they rode the subway, she would stand beside him and cheer him on. Yang Yang was caught completely off guard when she suddenly leaned toward him and awkwardly asked why anyone would need encouragement for something that strange. Hearing Yang Yang speak, Xiao Ni gently cupped his face with both hands and softly rubbed his cheeks. She smiled warmly and quietly told him there was nothing to be ashamed of. Sometimes those very experiences gave people the strength to keep going. As long as the people they cared about were still beside them and the sky had not fallen, they had to keep moving forward. Xiao Ni continued by explaining that from the day they entered the academy, the most important thing they had learned was how to master their own minds. But before she could finish, the entire hospital suddenly went dark. The surroundings changed in an instant, signaling that something terrible was about to happen. It felt as though gravity had suddenly disappeared. Before Xiao Ni could understand what was happening, panicked screams erupted everywhere. Someone shouted in terror, wondering if it was an earthquake, but asking why their body felt so strange. Just as someone seemed about to realize what was wrong, a gigantic hole burst open in the hospital ceiling. Bricks and debris rained down non-stop. Watching the scene, the crowd could only stare in horror as the building seemed ready to collapse. Massive chunks of concrete crashed straight toward the people below. Xiao Ni and Yang Yang froze in shock. Everything happened so suddenly that before they could dodge, huge rocks slammed into them and sent them flying. A massive boulder struck Xiao Ni directly, and her consciousness instantly faded into darkness. She had no idea how long she had been unconscious when she vaguely heard a voice along with the faint glow of the emergency lights. Holding her aching head, Xiao Ni frowned as she slowly sat up and asked everyone how long she had been unconscious. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Captain Xiao standing in front of her, with flames blazing from both hands. Confused, she asked what he was doing. Captain Xiao answered with a grim expression that after this disaster, their existence had become a serious threat. Xiao Ni was the greatest danger of all, because he knew that if she ever became a monster, even the safety restraint around her neck would no longer work. Hearing that, Xiao Ni simply smiled to reassure everyone, before calmly activating her ability, Leisure Time. She slightly lowered her posture and gave Captain Xiao a mysterious smile. She reminded him that they had all undergone special training and would not lose control so easily. On the contrary, he was the one failing to stay calm by constantly provoking monster gene carriers, who were already under extreme pressure. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread from Xiao Ni, making the air itself feel drained away. Everyone clutched their throats, struggling to breathe, yet they endured it because they did not want to give her even more to worry about. Xiao Ni continued, saying that the more he acted like this, the closer he came to putting himself in danger. But before she could finish, a hideous monster with dark blue eyes suddenly appeared behind Captain Xiao and bit straight through his shoulder. One arm pierced his chest, while the other stabbed into his abdomen, causing blood to burst from his mouth. The ambush came so suddenly that he had no chance to fight back. Only then did he realize he had underestimated how quickly low-level monster gene carriers could mutate. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Xiao Ni and the others screamed in panic as Captain Xiao was torn apart by the monster, with blood spraying everywhere. Yang Yang trembled in fear and urged everyone to leave at once. He warned that the captain was already a 3-star transcendent, and if the monster digested him, it would evolve into something even more dangerous. Yang Yang quickly pointed the 2 nurses toward the duty station and told everyone to hide there. He explained that the glass was bulletproof and the nurses were armed for self-defense. The 2 nurses immediately looked over in shock. One nurse tightened her grip on the gun and shook her head with a frown. She clearly refused to let the group shelter inside. Standing behind Xiao Ni, Chen Fei wiped the sweat from his face and nervously said they would never open the door for them. Right then, another terrified scream rang out as a second monster appeared. Chen Fei leaned against the wall in despair and realized there was no escape left. At the same time, another monster charged straight at them from the dark hallway. Seeing that, he clenched his teeth in despair. Even if they stayed sane, they would still be bitten and turn into monsters one by one. While everyone else panicked, Xiao Ni stayed completely calm. She looked around and quietly said this place was no longer safe. Her eyes suddenly widened, and a blue flash streaked across her pupils like lightning. Xiao Ni instantly took a fighting stance. One fist crackled with electricity while the other pressed against the floor. She smiled playfully and said, "Let's try going downstairs." She slammed her fist into the floor, unleashing a burst of lightning that blasted straight through it. Ignoring everyone's stunned faces, she shouted for them to jump down after her. The floor shattered, and everyone fell to the level below with terrified screams. Chen Fei yelled in panic while Yang Yang asked how Xiao Ni did it. She cheerfully replied that she only activated her half-mutated state, and she actually enjoyed it. After landing safely downstairs, Xiao Ni continued explaining the special state she had just used. She said that as long as she kept her sanity, she would never fully mutate. Then she suddenly pointed straight ahead. As they ran, Chen Fei loudly warned Xiao Ni not to use that power so casually again, because next time she might lose control. Xiao Ni simply laughed it off and told him to focus on finding a way out first. Chen Fei still looked worried and reminded her that if she lost control and the collar fully activated, the poison would kill her. Xiao Ni could only sigh and say she understood. Then she urged everyone to keep moving and added that a real man should never give up so easily. Meanwhile, above ground, the deputy director was helped into the hospital lobby by a nurse. Behind her was nothing but rubble. She announced that Qingchu City First Hospital had sunk deep underground and was buried beneath the earth. Thankfully, the structure was still stable, so reckless digging could bring the whole building down. The deputy director's aged face was filled with worry. She stressed that the rescue had to be carried out with extreme caution to avoid breaking the building's balance. Fortunately, the water supply inside was still sufficient. According to the survey, the entire hospital was trapped beneath a massive rock formation. Experts found 2 water channels leading inside, and they would use them as rescue routes. The mission was assigned to 2 Qingchu squads. Each team would include an earth metal transcendent and a geological structure expert. Their biggest concern was facing monsters in the water and mutated people carrying monster genes inside the hospital. The deputy director bowed in gratitude and announced rewards for every survivor rescued. Each rescue would earn 10,000 yuan and 1 bottle of life essence. She also urged the Qingchu squads to sign up quickly because only 2 spots remained. At that moment, Ji stepped forward and volunteered on behalf of the Mars Apocalypse team. Hearing the unfamiliar name, the deputy director wondered if it was a newly formed Qingchu squad. She smiled and thanked them for volunteering, but honestly hoped more experienced squads would join, since the lives of patients and medical staff were at stake. Before she could finish, the nurse beside her whispered that there were no more applicants. The deputy director asked in confusion, "No more what?" The nurse replied that besides their team, nobody else had signed up. Hearing that, the deputy director stared in shock and quickly adjusted her glasses to make sure she had heard correctly. She let out a helpless sigh and blamed herself, saying the hospital's reputation had fallen so low that nobody dared accept the mission. The nurse quickly comforted her, explaining that most transcendents were still recovering from the previous monster battle, and even the Academy's elite and 4-star powerhouses were badly injured. Realizing the situation, the deputy director immediately greeted Ji with a warm handshake. She almost forgot the team name until Ji reminded her it was the Mars team. Smiling brightly, she praised their unique spirit and declared they were the perfect choice for this mission. When she learned the team would split into 2 groups, Ji calmly assured her they were fully prepared, leaving the deputy director deeply grateful. Staring at his phone screen, Ji Yu quietly said, "The 2 slots are ours now. No need to keep stopping everyone else." The story then jumped back 2 hours earlier, when the roads leading to the academy were still crowded. On the first route, Guan Kui stood alone and blocked a group heading to register for the mission. She coldly declared that anyone who wanted to pass would have to get through her first. Ni Yang gave an awkward smile, said she must have her reasons, and led everyone away. Meanwhile, on the other road, Xing Kun kept his gentle smile and calmly advised everyone that the hospital collapse was far too suspicious, so they should avoid risking their lives. But his warning was completely ignored as the group continued toward the registration point. Xing Kun simply smiled, glanced at the golden metal armor covering his hand, and thought that these people had saved him plenty of time before. The next moment, he raised his hand, and bolts of lightning burst from his palm. He told himself he could not just watch them walk into certain death because he was a man of principle. The lightning shot straight toward the path in front of the crowd. A brilliant golden flash streaked across the road, forcing everyone to stop in surprise. The energy then condensed into a massive yellow-white boulder that completely blocked the way. Xing Kun withdrew the lightning with a flick of 2 fingers and smiled. "Didn't you hear me? Why fight me over this mission? I'm only trying to keep you safe. Consider it my way of repaying what you did for me last time." The group's faces immediately darkened. Someone recognized him as the famous rising superstar. Among them, Ye Han and Jian Ying looked at him with open disdain, believing his reputation came from luck or cheating, and that he would eventually be taught a lesson. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Xing Kun laughed and said he had only been joking. He even teased them by calling them scary senior brothers and sisters. But his playful smile and casual wave only made everyone want to hit him even more. He then seriously suggested settling it under the Academy's challenge rules. They would draw a circle beneath their feet, and whoever stepped out first would lose. Squinting at the crowd, Xing Kun continued provoking them. Since he was the one blocking the road, they could all attack together. He even promised not to tell anyone, so nobody would accuse them of bullying one person with numbers. Jian Ying clenched her teeth in anger, feeling this guy was unbelievably annoying. Yi Han agreed and said there was no need to make a big deal out of fighting a junior. The circle challenge would be enough. He proudly added that everyone who had faced him this way before had lost miserably. Yi Han fixed Xing Kun with a cold stare and declared that his side would not bully the weak. Then he summoned his sword and prepared to test the junior's swordsmanship. Gripping the scarred hilt with both hands, Yi Han calmly shared his experience. He explained that the Myriad Sword Star map used transcendent power as its foundation to condense large amounts of metal into swords. He drew the sword and raised it toward the sky, as swirling arcs of lightning gathered around it. Yi Han reminded Xing Kun that a bigger sword was not always stronger, because Xing Kun's oversized blade consumed enormous amounts of transcendent power and would quickly drain him. According to Yi Han, the key was finding the perfect balance between size and energy consumption. Before making his move, Yi Han warned Xing Kun to be careful, because his sword possessed terrifying power. Facing those words, Xing Kun simply smiled politely and thanked the senior for the advice. He raised his gold-armored arm as tiny sparks danced across his fingertips. Smiling, Xing Kun said this was the only move he knew, since he had not yet learned or copied any other skills. Slowly lifting his hand, Xing Kun said he wanted to use the abundant transcendent genes in his body to see how massive a sword he could create. The next moment, 2 enormous swords appeared above him. Xing Kun casually rested the giant sword on his shoulder. Its incredible weight cracked the ground beneath his feet, leaving Yi Han completely stunned. Yi Han's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized Xing Kun was not using transcendent power to support the sword at all. He was carrying it with pure physical strength. Even Jian Ying was shocked. The only thought in her mind was that this guy was a monster. Everyone else, including the orange-haired young man, stood frozen. None of them believed a transcendence body could possess such terrifying strength. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Xing Kun smiled with excitement and casually asked, "Ready yet?" The moment he heard that, Ye Han felt a bad premonition. A terrifying guess suddenly flashed through his mind. He had just imagined Xing Kun swinging the entire giant sword at him when it actually happened. Xing Kun treated it like a giant iron club and swung it down without hesitation. Jian Ying immediately looked at Ye Han with concern. The orange-haired young man tried to reassure everyone, saying that a bigger sword was harder to sharpen, so Ye Han would definitely cut it apart. Yi Han immediately focused, raised his sword high, and unleashed the Divine Sword Star map. Xing Kun's massive sword crashed down like a mountain. Yi Han blocked the strike in time and sliced off the tip of the blade, thinking he had succeeded. But his relief lasted only a moment. Even after losing its tip, the giant sword kept its overwhelming momentum and continued crashing down. Yahan realized in panic that it was still far too huge. Zhang Ying instantly understood Xing Kun's strategy. The moment the tip was cut off, he adjusted the swing to preserve as much of the blade as possible. Watching the giant sword keep sweeping forward, the orange-haired young man turned pale and shouted that Xing Kun was trying to send all of them flying. To Xing Kun, the massive sword was nothing more than a toy. With a single swing, he blasted every opponent out of the circle and high into the air. Seeing the unexpected result, Xing Kun's eyes lit up as he let out an excited cheer. Watching everyone crash headfirst into the ground in miserable fashion, he proudly gave a thumbs up and laughed, pleased with such a perfect hit. One by one, everyone struggled back to their feet with ugly expressions. Zhang Ying looked furious, while the orange-haired young man sighed that the attack barely hurt, but the humiliation was beyond comparison. The orange-haired young man looked at Xing Kun, who was still standing inside the circle, and sighed again. That giant slab of metal had become the perfect weapon for this challenge. Meanwhile, Xing Kun casually spun the massive sword like a toy and smiled, telling everyone to keep going. They were left speechless that he could still swing it so effortlessly. Zhang Ying gritted her teeth in rage and charged forward, vowing to slash Xing Kun's pants to pieces. The orange-haired young man immediately cheered her on. Half an hour later, Xing Kun looked at his phone with a satisfied smile and said he had gotten better with every fight until he finally defeated them all. He happily waved goodbye and declared the match was over before turning to leave. Before leaving, Xing Kun turned back with a smile and thanked the senior brothers and sisters for going easy on him. He also said they had saved him a lot of time and promised to give them an unforgettable surprise before long. Hearing that, everyone could only exchange dark looks. They all wondered the same thing. What was that guy planning this time? Back inside the buried hospital, a telepathic message echoed repeatedly to every survivor. Song Yan, a Qingqiu agent, announced that to avoid collapsing the hospital's structure, this would be the final broadcast. The rescue had begun, and the entry points would be operating room 4 on the 11th floor and the south restroom on the 6th floor. Anyone who was safe should make their way there, while those trapped in dangerous areas should stay hidden and wait, because the rescue team would definitely come. Hearing the announcement, Lin Tao shouted with joy. Xiao Ni immediately told him to keep his voice down, or the monsters would hear them. She even jokingly asked if she should choke him to help him calm down. In the corner, Chen Fei curled into himself and kept reminding himself that as long as he stayed calm and held on, he still had a chance to survive. Leaning against the observation room door, Xiao Ni smiled and reassured everyone that they only needed to stay hidden and wait for the rescue team. She turned around and explained that the hospital had many security guards who were also Qingqiu agents. Looking at the trembling Chen Fei in the corner, Xiao Ni added that those guards would definitely deal with the monsters outside. But halfway through her sentence, she suddenly froze. Thinking back, ever since they were captured, they had only seen the captain and not a single other Qingqiu guard. Chen Fei trembled as he said something unexpected must have happened inside the hospital. Xiao Ni stayed calm and told him not to overthink it. Maybe the security team had simply been delayed. At that moment, a deafening noise erupted from outside, making everyone jump. Lin Tao turned pale and nervously asked Xiao Ni if the monsters had been drawn by his earlier scream. Xiao Ni said not necessarily. They might have just passed by without discovering their hiding place. Suddenly, Chen Fei began convulsing violently and called out to Xiao Ni. His entire body shook uncontrollably. Blue veins spread across his face, and he looked like he was in unbearable pain. Lin Tao hurriedly shouted for Chen Fei to stay calm. He reminded him that Yang Yang had gone through the same thing and stabilized after putting on the safety collar. Xiao Ni also kept encouraging Chen Fei to hold on a little longer. Chen Fei clenched his teeth as tears streamed down his face. Even after fighting with everything he had, he could only weakly call out Xiao Ni's name and the others. In the end, the mutation was complete. Chen Fei's skin turned black, veins spread across his body, his neck glowed red, and sharp fangs grew from his mouth. In despair, he admitted that this fate had probably been decided from the very beginning, and he no longer had the strength to resist. Even after becoming a savage monster, Chen Fei used his last trace of consciousness to apologize for becoming a burden. He only wished for everyone else to stay stronger than he had and survive until the end. Right then, someone suddenly began twisting the door handle from outside again and again. Looking at the monster Chen Fei had become, Xiao Ni quietly said the situation had become even worse. Lin Tao immediately noticed that Chen Fei's monster gene index had reached 84, meaning he could evolve into a second-stage monster. Lin Tao panicked and suggested escaping immediately, but Xiao Ni stopped him because there was more than one monster outside. Just then, Yang Yang stepped forward and said he would stay behind to hold Chen Fei off. With a determined expression, Yang Yang told Xiao Ni to find a way to get Lin Tao out safely. He explained that he had always been at high risk of mutating, but now he wore the safety collar. Besides, his injured leg made running impossible. If they all stayed, none of them would survive, so he wanted to gamble his life to buy them time. Yang Yang firmly insisted that everyone leave him behind. Before he could finish speaking, a pillar of blue fire suddenly erupted where Chen Fei was standing. The three of them stared in shock as the flames roared, only to realize Chen Fei had vanished. One thought he had been burned to ashes, but another guessed he had fallen below. When the blue flames finally faded, all that remained was a massive hole in the middle of the room. The three cautiously walked over and looked inside. Lin Tao was completely confused and had no idea what had just happened. Below them was endless darkness with no visible bottom. They began wondering if this was a passage opened by the Qingqiu agents for the rescue. But the longer they stared into the abyss, the more they wondered what was actually waiting below. Lin Tao, Xiao Ni, and Yang Yang stood at the edge of the hole. Lin Tao nervously analyzed that monsters below level 4 could not use elemental powers. The blue flames could only belong to a level 4 monster or a transcendent. He then turned to the others and cautiously said that, if a level 4 monster were really down there, they would already be dead, so the most likely answer was that the Qingqiu rescue team was below. Yang Yang disagreed. If it were really the rescue team, there should have been some kind of movement, yet everything below was strangely silent. Lin Dao reluctantly suggested that maybe they were also staying quiet to avoid attracting monsters, just like they were. Even so, Lin Tao stuck to his decision. He believed this was a rare opportunity because the Qingqiu agents had already told survivors to gather on the 11th or 6th floor. If this hole connected to them, it would be the fastest route, so he wanted to climb down and investigate first. Hearing that, Xiao Ni immediately objected and told Yang Yang to hold Lin Tao back. Yang Yang gritted his teeth and did exactly that. While restraining Lin Tao, Yang Yang complained that he had zero awareness of his own terrible luck. A perfect escape route appearing during a crisis was even more suspicious. People as unlucky as them could not even buy instant noodles without missing the seasoning packet. Xiao Ni eagerly chimed in, joking that with their luck, a broken condom or an escape route that turned out to be a trap sounded far more believable. Even after being stopped, Lin Tao refused to give up. He reminded them that not long ago someone at the academy had also used blue flames, so the person below could really be a transcendent coming to rescue them. Hearing the mention of the blue flames, Xiao Ni slowly raised her pale hand and cautiously said that while a transcendent might use that kind of fire, monsters could possess the exact same ability. She immediately grabbed Lin Tao's arm to stop his reckless plan and reminded him that they had survived this long because they always stayed patient, so they could never let their guard down. After being pulled back, Lin Tao collapsed onto the floor. Crying, he stammered that he had watched Chen Fei turn into a monster with his own eyes, and the fear of suffering the same fate was overwhelming. Lin Tao despaired that people carrying monster genes were abandoned by both gods and humanity, and no one would ever come to save them. Xiao Ni knelt down, wiped away his tears, and gently told him that what mattered most was holding on to self, instead of worrying about what others thought. She even taught Lin Dao a trick to calm himself. Keep smiling, even if it was forced. Tucking her hair behind her ear with a warm smile, she explained that it could encourage the brain to release chemicals that improved his mood and lowered the risk of turning into a monster. Tears continued running down Lin Tao's face as he quietly nodded and whispered, "Okay." Meanwhile, Yang Yang quietly moved to the door to check outside. After a quick look, he said everything was strangely quiet, and maybe the monsters had already left, giving them a chance to escape. He carefully peeked through the crack in the door to check the situation. But just outside stood a whole group of monsters, waiting as if they already expected the survivors to come out. Yang Yang slammed the door shut in panic. His face turned pale as he reported that there was no escape left. Thankfully, the monsters still had not discovered their hiding place. After calming down a little, Lin Tao looked at the others and asked what they should do next, now that both the exit and the hole below were blocked. He believed that even if nobody wanted to save them, the Qingqiu Bureau could never ignore such a massive hospital disaster. Yet apart from the Qingqiu captain who had brought them here, nobody else had appeared. What worried them even more was that there were still no other Qingqiu agents or hospital security in sight. The hallways were unnaturally silent. There were no sounds of battle, only monsters everywhere. Lin Dao suddenly wondered if the Transcendents had also been wiped out. He glanced at the silent Yang Yang and remembered that Yang Yang's sister had planned to visit the hospital before the disaster. He quickly tried to comfort him, saying maybe she had only just left home and never made it here. Seeing Yang Yang fall silent, Xiaoni immediately urged him to stay calm, breathe steadily, and remember his time as a sage. Lin Tao also frantically reminded him that if he mutated now, the safety collar would kill him instantly. Meanwhile, inside the X-ray room on the 4th floor, cheers suddenly echoed through the darkness as someone excitedly shouted that they had finally been rescued. The room was already packed with survivors. The newly arrived group immediately ran toward the crowd, their faces filled with relief now that they were no longer alone. As everyone gathered together, even Tutu looked surprised. The rescue had gone so smoothly that she wondered if the danger was really over. Before she could figure it out, the newcomers walked up and praised her as the outstanding captain of the Manhua Qingchu agents. They said everyone on the lower floors had already been rescued because of her, so there was no need to keep going down. They also claimed the danger inside the hospital had been eliminated, and all they had to do was wait for their teammates to escort them outside. Still suspicious, Tutu asked whether every survivor had really been rescued and where all the monsters had gone. One of the followers smiled modestly and explained that both he and his captain had been injured during the Academy monster attack. When the hospital collapsed, they happened to be receiving treatment there, so they worked with hospital security to rescue the trapped survivors and eliminate everyone who had lost control to their monster genes. Tutu glanced at the exhausted people resting in the corner and asked about the hospital security team. The follower simply smiled and replied that they had never experienced such a major disaster before, so they were completely exhausted and taking a break. That answer only made the suspicion on Tutu's face even more obvious. Seeing her remain silent, the follower stepped closer, bent down with a sinister smile, and told her she must be exhausted. He assured her that they would handle everything, so she could rest without worry. As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He was already preparing to use his 4-star mental ability, Dark Mind Suggestion. The moment the ability took effect, Tutu felt dizzy. His voice echoed through her mind like hypnosis, telling her everything was over, she was safe, all her exhaustion had disappeared, this place was completely secure, and she only needed to close her eyes for a while. But Tutu quickly broke free from the effect. She calmly replied that she did not need to rest, then immediately asked where the people on the 18th floor were, if everyone had already been rescued. The follower froze in shock. His hypnosis had completely failed. Just as he began wondering if Tutu had already reached 4-star Transcendent, the blue-haired man behind him suddenly spoke about the 18th floor. He explained that the area could not be reached because everyone carrying monster genes was housed on the 16th floor and above in the west building, which had a completely unique structure. When the disaster happened, the emergency system automatically activated and sealed off the 15th floor with a special barrier. However, the staff inside already knew to enter designated shelters and wait for rescue. After hearing that, Tutu immediately asked about the ordinary people besides the medical staff, especially the patients who had come for treatment. The blue-haired man coldly replied that she meant the people carrying monster genes. He apologized, but insisted they had no choice but to prioritize the greater good. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Tutu turn around and walk away. Surprised, he asked if she was really going to the 18th floor. Tutu simply answered yes. If the hallways were blocked, she would find another way from outside. As for this place, they could handle it themselves. The two men silently watched her leave. A cold glint flashed through the blue-haired man's eye. He decided Tutu could not be allowed to live, because Fan Xiao's plan absolutely could not be ruined. The hospital collapse had to be reported as a disaster with limited casualties, while the follower behind him also revealed a murderous smile. Outside the shelter entrance, an irritated shout suddenly rang out. A man in a white coat blocked everyone and scolded the deputy director for arriving too early, after he had clearly said he needed an hour to stabilize the structure after the collapse. Leaning on her cane, the deputy director smiled gently and replied that she remembered him saying about 30 minutes would be enough. Their colleagues and patients were still trapped underground, so they had to rescue them as quickly as possible. The chief immediately exploded in anger and demanded to know who was actually in charge of the rescue operation. He insisted that only he understood the safety issues. He accused her of rushing in without proper preparation and asked who would take responsibility if something went wrong. According to him, the Qingchu agents working together with the hospital security team were more than enough to handle the situation. Besides, there were still 3 other Qingchu agents inside, so nothing could possibly go wrong. The deputy director gently tried to respond, but before she could finish, the chief cut her off with another loud shout, cursing at everyone and telling them to stop getting in his way. Watching his arrogant behavior, Xing Kun finally lost his patience. He stepped forward and mocked the man's shiny bald head, making the chief frown and ask who he was. Xing Kun's eyes turned ice cold. He sneered that if the people inside died because the rescue team wasted so much time, would that shiny bald head be enough to take responsibility? Or would it split in half with a single slash? The chief ground his teeth in fury, cursing the young man in his heart. He believed Xing Kun was only showing off and vowed to teach him a lesson. He was just about to answer back. Then a monster suddenly appeared behind him, radiating a terrifying pressure. The chief's face instantly turned pale. His whole body trembled as he stood frozen in terror, unable to say a single word. Xing Kun narrowed his eyes with a mocking smile and asked why he was still shaking. Judging by his expression, it looked like he had just seen a ghost. Then Xing Kun's expression turned completely cold as he gave a firm order, telling the chief to move aside immediately and let everyone enter. Even though sweat poured down his face from fear, the chief still stubbornly refused. At that moment, Guan stepped forward and coldly warned that if he kept blocking the way, she would kill him. The moment the chief recognized her, his expression changed completely. He stammered a greeting, obediently stepped aside, and informed them that 2 body-type transcendent specialists were already waiting inside. After Xing Kun and Guan walked in, the chief stood there in a daze, unable to understand why he had acted that way. After walking a short distance, Xing Kun suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted, "Oh, right!" Xing Kun suddenly asked if everything had been arranged by the man named Fan. The chief turned around in shock, looking completely confused as if he had no idea what Xing Kun meant. He quickly hid his panic, pretended to know nothing, and urged Xing Kun to get inside and rescue the survivors, because time was running out. Hearing that answer, Xing Kun only gave a knowing smile and said he already had his answer. Those words instantly changed the chief's expression. He nervously asked what Xing Kun had figured out, while Xing Kun silently confirmed that the Doomsday Spark Squad had found its first target. Inside the hospital, the blue-haired man shouted in anger, guessing that Tutu was trying to use the elevator area to reach the upper floors. He glanced at his subordinate and sneered, saying that path had been buried by rubble long ago. If Tutu wanted to save people so badly, they would gladly help her. But when they rushed over, they found nothing but piles of rocks. Tutu was nowhere to be seen, leaving the blue-haired man wondering where she had disappeared. Just as the 2 lowered their guard, Tutu suddenly flipped behind them. She calmly said that, in such perfect silence, the wind was enough for her to detect every tiny movement. She exposed their sneak attack. A moment later, strands of blue hair wrapped tightly around the subordinate's neck. Tu tightened the hair binding her enemy and demanded to know what they had done to the hospital security team and what they were hiding. The subordinate only turned to look at her and gave a sinister smile without saying a word. His eyes suddenly lit up as his psychic power erupted. Mind Blast struck Tutu's consciousness, making her clutch her head in pain as she realized she was facing a 4-star psychic transcendent. Only then did she realize they had been hiding their true strength the entire time. Knowing they intended to kill her, Tutu barely had time to think before the blue-haired man charged in. She dodged at the last second, but his attack still crushed the rock wall behind her, leaving her stunned by its power. The blue-haired man smiled with excitement and unleashed Heavenly Sword Starfall. Relentless slashes forced Tutu onto the defensive. She kept dodging while secretly horrified because a single direct hit would tear her apart. The longer the fight lasted, the more confused Tutu became. She never expected so many 4-star transcendents besides herself. While she was distracted, the subordinate secretly activated Mind Lock. Tutu had only enough time to glance over before realizing something was wrong. In an instant, her consciousness was completely cut off. Seeing her collapse unconscious, the blue-haired man gathered magic at his fingertips and laughed proudly. He said he never wanted to hurt such a cute girl, but since she refused to cooperate, he would leave a few holes in her body with Heavenly Sword Pierce. His eyes turned ice cold as he locked onto his target. He poured even more magic into both hands and prepared to deliver the final blow. The massive attack shot straight at Tutu, blasting her over 8 meters away and smashing through multiple walls. Tutu crashed onto the ground, covered in injuries and barely able to move. The blue-haired man looked down and admitted she truly deserved her reputation as a top rookie for reaching the 4-star level so quickly. He gathered more magic at his fingertips and coldly said that she had sacrificed both arms to survive at the last moment. Her bones had to be completely shattered so she could never fly again. He would shoot through her head and make it look like a monster attack. He mocked that if Tutu still had family, they would at least receive the honor of a fallen hero's relatives. At that moment, she used every last bit of strength to lift herself off the ground with magic. Gritting her teeth through the pain, Tutu quietly whispered a single word. She immediately shot into the air and widened the distance from her pursuers. Seeing their target escape, the subordinate shouted for the blue-haired man to stop standing around and chase her immediately. The blue-haired man hesitated, reminding him that the area ahead had been specially sealed off by Fan Xiao. The subordinate cursed him for accidentally driving Tutu into that zone. He ordered him to kill her at once, because if Tutu ruined Fan Xiao's plan, they were both dead. The two instantly rushed after her. During the chase, the blue-haired man suddenly felt something was wrong and asked if his partner knew what Fan Xiao was really planning. The subordinate only gave a vague reply, saying he did not know either. As they walked, the blue-haired man suddenly stepped on something. Startled, he looked down and found a tree root, leaving him puzzled. The subordinate glanced around and coldly told him to stop worrying about small things. Their only priority was finding Tutu. The blue-haired man guessed that with injuries like hers, she was probably already dead somewhere. The subordinate kept a cold expression and insisted that alive or dead, they had to find Tutu or at least her body. Meanwhile, thick tree roots silently spread across the passage, blocking every path ahead. Elsewhere, the digger led Zhu Yu's group on a search and complained that splitting the rescue teams made no sense. Their side had 4 people, including Shangguan Kui, Nan Yu's strongest rescue fighter. The other team only had a captain who was almost unknown. He sighed as he looked at the brick wall blocking the way. Zhu Yu nodded with a helpless look, saying that Guy probably sent them away so he could play the hero and rescue the beauty alone. The person they were saving was the director's granddaughter, and the other captain was also a girl. The digger turned around in surprise. Realizing she had said too much, Zhu Yu quickly flashed a bright smile and encouraged him, saying he was only working harder because he had to clear the rescue path himself. Her encouragement instantly fired him up. A brilliant light surrounded him as he unleashed Rock City Starfall. His transcendent magic burst out, and a sphere of light blasted forward, smashing through the brick wall and opening a rescue route. After finishing, the digger happily reported his success. Zhu Yu enthusiastically applauded and acted deeply impressed by his ability. Behind the wall were many people waiting to be rescued. The moment they saw the rescue team, everyone was overjoyed. The digger immediately told them to stay calm, remain where they were, and wait for instructions, while calling the Doomsday Spark Squad to provide protection in case monsters appeared. Even with their overwhelming strength and Shangguan Sui supporting them, he still could not help worrying about the other rescue team. On the other side, the blonde girl looked through the opening in the wall and announced that the rescue route was clear. The trapped survivors immediately burst into tears of relief. She turned around and called everyone over to widen the passage, but when she looked back, not a single teammate was behind her. The blonde girl shouted in frustration, asking where everyone had run off to. As she walked inside while grumbling, she complained that rescuing people alone was hard enough, and now even her teammates had disappeared. At that moment, Xing Kun spoke from behind, saying there were no monster genes in this area, so no monsters would appear and she could focus on the rescue. That only made the blonde girl even angrier. She turned around and scolded Xing Kun for wandering in on his own and making strange claims. She threatened to report him. The trapped survivors quietly whispered among themselves after seeing Xing Kun. Everyone wondered who he was, because none of them had seen him before. Xing Kun ignored the stares and walked straight to an unconscious security guard in the corner. He channeled magic into his leg, gently pressed his foot against the man's face, and told him to wake up and help with the rescue. The unconscious guard suddenly sniffed several times, after catching a strange smell. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Xing Kun smiled and told him to get up and help everyone. The guard nodded in confusion, wondering why he kept smelling salted fish like it was mealtime. As soon as he stood up, the guard was shocked to see his coworkers lying unconscious everywhere. Without hesitation, he started waking them up so they could return to duty. Xing Kun rested his chin on his hand and quietly muttered that Xiao Ni was most likely on the 18th floor. He slipped his hands into his pockets and looked at the elevator shaft, completely buried under concrete and rubble. After catching the lingering scent in the air, Xing Kun confirmed the elevator shaft was unusable. The only way up was the staircase. But then he sensed another transcendent aura from a different direction. Without wasting another second, Xing Kun immediately turned and rushed toward it. Following the trail, Xing Kun arrived at the place where Xiao Ni had fought the two enemies. After looking around, he concluded that a battle had just taken place there. A grin appeared on his face when he caught a familiar scent, and he immediately decided to investigate further. As he walked through the walls pierced by the battle, Xing Kun thought to himself, according to the original timeline, something like this should never have happened. Had the Fan family already changed everything? At the end of the passage, Xing Kun suddenly stopped. Before him stood a massive wall woven from countless tangled roots. He swiftly slipped through the gaps between the roots, and was shocked to realize that the flame demon god had also joined the game. What stunned him even more was that the monster had actually allied with humans. He could not help wondering just how much of a butterfly effect his past actions had caused. Staring at the endless sea of roots, Xing Kun rubbed his chin and thought, a mighty flame demon god working together with plants sounded more unbelievable than anything he had ever imagined. The thought made him picture a stomach sitting down with a crayfish to discuss a Latinite snack, making him laugh at his own imagination. Even so, he reminded himself that catching him would not be easy. While he was muttering to himself, a root quietly crept closer. Its thorn-covered tongue suddenly shot out, startling him. He instantly realized the enemy had detected his presence. Calmly facing the twisted roots, Xing Kun told himself that the good news was he no longer had to search for the Fan family's laboratory, because the flame demon god had come to him. The bad news was that his current strength was nowhere near enough to fight it. The moment that thought crossed his mind, every root lunged at him at once. Sweat covered Xing Kun's forehead as he retreated and steadied himself. He knew the flame demon god was a high-level monster sleeping deep underground. Without reaching the 5th star level, almost no one could defeat it. Even in his previous life, he was not sure he could have won. He had originally believed the monster was still hiding inside the Fan family laboratory, giving him enough time to grow stronger and wait until Ji Yu reached 5-star transcendent, while Jiao Sheng and Xiao Tao also became more powerful. Knowing his limits, Xing Kun chose to dodge while retreating from the relentless attacks. But the flame demon god had appeared far too early and left him no time to prepare. What confused him most was that the monster had not only joined forces with the Fan family, but had also allied with plants to orchestrate everything. Even as he thought about it, countless roots continued their relentless assault. While dodging, he carefully judged the roots' speed. They were incredibly fast, but still nowhere close to the speed of the flame demon god's true body. Surrounded on every side, Xing Kun suddenly understood. The monster had not fully recovered yet, so it dared not reveal its full power, because it also wanted to keep its nest hidden from the world. Realizing that, a confident smile slowly spread across his face. He declared that the monster race was still too weak to confront all of humanity. If they were truly ready, they would not have waited another year before launching the apocalypse. With that, he immediately unleashed magic to strike back at the roots. His relentless attacks gradually stripped away the root's disguise. As he fought, Xing Kun analyzed the situation. There were countless prey here, yet the flame demon god had not eaten any of them. It had even ignored the transcendent security guards. That could only mean it was after something far more important. Even while surrounded, Xing Kun remained completely calm. Smiling with confidence, he thought of Xiao Ni. To someone carrying such powerful monster genes, he was probably both an incredibly troublesome and dangerously clever opponent. At that moment, black markings began spreading across Xing Kun's face. He realized ordinary transcendent power was not enough to truly injure his enemy. The black markings quickly covered his face, leaving only his sharp eyes exposed. Xing Kun decided to activate his 4th stage monster form after obtaining the king's authority. His body instantly transformed, his hair changed color, and a massive horn grew from his head. His left arm also transformed into a monstrous limb that radiated a terrifying dark aura. He pulled down the zipper of his jacket and continued, releasing his disguised mutation until his entire body entered its complete battle form. The power stored within his coat rapidly enveloped Xing Kun. With a single wave of his hand, an enormous blast of energy surged toward the flame demon god. His crimson eyes opened wide, releasing such intense killing intent that even the air seemed to grow heavier. Xing Kun swung his monstrous arm and unleashed a devastating attack straight at the monster. He smiled with confidence, convinced the weakened monster could never stop this strike. But in the very next second, his smile vanished as he saw what happened. Watching countless roots flood toward him, Jing Kun's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never expected there to be so many of them. He quickly raised his monstrous arm to block the attack, straining against the overwhelming force, while grumbling that the legendary flame demon god had actually chosen to stall the fight with sheer numbers. After holding them off for a while, Jing Kun realized the fight was only getting worse. He immediately leaped into the air. His monstrous arm smashed into the wall and cracked it apart, as he quickly concluded that he could not let too many roots touch him at once. The best option was to charge straight to the 18th floor. He shot forward like a drill, punching through one wall after another to carve a path upward. After flying for a while, Jing Kun looked back and could only laugh at himself. He had smashed through so many walls that he had completely lost his sense of direction. Elsewhere, the blue-haired man tortured Tutu with a twisted grin. He mocked her for throwing away her chance to live just to reach the 18th floor. He even joked that being someone's little brother did not require blood ties, and pretending to be a young boy was one of his specialties. By now, Tutu was completely exhausted and could only kneel on the ground. The blue-haired man grabbed her by the head, forced her face up, and arrogantly told her to repent before she died. He sneered that she should have been grateful for being a transcendent. As for people carrying monster genes, she should have simply ignored them instead of letting them drag her down. Her stubbornness had led her to this end. Behind him, the subordinate kept urging him to finish Tutu quickly because something about the surroundings felt wrong. But the blue-haired man only laughed louder and asked if she regretted it yet. Tutu said nothing. She simply looked at him with contempt and spat directly in his face. The blue-haired man froze, unable to believe what had just happened. That act drove him into a rage. He slammed Tutu's head against the wall with one hand while choking her with the other, shouting that he had long abandoned his useless family. That was the difference between them, and the reason she was about to die by his hand. Just as he prepared to deliver the killing blow, the blue-haired man's expression suddenly changed. He turned around as if he had sensed something behind him. The wall behind them exploded apart. Jing Kun burst through at incredible speed, muttering that this scent felt strangely familiar. The moment he saw Tutu lying on the ground, Jing Kun recognized her. Without saying another word, he stepped forward, casually knocked the blue-haired man's hand away, and calmly said he had just found the perfect ride to the 18th floor. The blow was so powerful that the blue-haired man could not even react. He could only stare in horror and ask who Jing Kun really was. Jing Kun looked at him coldly and asked if he was responsible for all the injuries on his ride. Grinding his teeth, the blue-haired man immediately gathered magic into his palm. He planned to use the same move that had defeated Tutu to kill both of them, while cursing the newcomer. Then he unleashed Heavenly Sword Starfall. The fierce attack rushed toward them, but Jing Kun simply pulled Tutu into his arms to shield her and made no attempt to dodge. He smiled faintly and said that the last time, he had deliberately revealed his domain ability, hoping the other man would use it for something worthwhile. Instead, he had chosen evil. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Kun casually raised a hand and completely neutralized the attack, leaving the blue-haired man frozen in terror. He could not believe Jing Kun had grabbed his head with a monstrous arm. His supposedly unstoppable crystal burst was effortlessly knocked off course by that strange limb. By the time the blue-haired man started realizing Jing Kun's true identity, it was already too late. Jing Kun hurled a blazing flame at him, instantly setting him ablaze. He coldly declared that no one could stop him from going wherever he wished, and those who chose the wrong path had only one destination: hell. Inwardly, Jing Kun calculated that the flames were only a disguise. What he was truly doing was secretly absorbing all of his opponent's power. Watching everything unfold, the subordinate turned pale and screamed in fear. He had finally recognized that the man before him was Jing Kun. Jing Kun turned to him and calmly said that the Fan family had allied with monsters and betrayed all of humanity. He offered one final chance. If the man revealed their entire plan, he would let him leave alive. But the subordinate completely ignored the warning. He immediately launched Mind Blast in a desperate counterattack. The instant he attacked, he turned and ran without the slightest hesitation because he knew betraying the Fan family was even more terrifying than facing Jing Kun. But after only a few steps, he suddenly stopped as he realized something was terribly wrong. Tree roots burst through the hole in the wall, wrapped tightly around him, and swallowed him whole. He screamed in panic, believing he had encountered a monster. Jing Kun merely watched without emotion and said they were nothing more than plants living in symbiosis with monsters. The moment he unleashed his transcendent power, he had turned himself into irresistible prey. With that, Jing Kun carried Tutu through a huge breach and escaped. Right now, getting out was the top priority. Once they reached safety, Xing-kun gently pinched Tu-Tu's cheek to wake her up, while urging her to open her ability gate. Tu-Tu slowly opened her eyes. Her face turned bright red as she shyly whispered that she was not injured, just terribly embarrassed. She stared at Xing-kun and quietly asked if it was just her imagination, or if he always showed up to save her whenever she was in danger. If it was really him, then she was willing to open the door for him. Before she could finish, Xing-kun casually set her down and silently reminded himself not to lose his virtue over temptation. He said he needed a favor. Coincidentally, Tu-Tu also wanted to ask him for one. Xing-kun immediately said his goal was to reach the 18th floor. He explained that he wanted Tu-Tu to use the same flying technique as before to carry him to the 18th floor. Lying on the ground, Tu-Tu smiled and agreed without hesitation. But since both of her arms were broken, she could only use wind glide with her legs. She could not lift both of them unless he carried her. Hearing that, Xing-kun looked at her suspiciously and bluntly said he felt she had another motive. Just then, the root monster suddenly appeared behind Xing-kun. Tu-Tu immediately shouted a warning and told him to carry her on his back. Hearing her warning, Xing-kun instantly turned to face the monster. Tu-Tu quickly climbed onto Xing-kun's back, pressed tightly against him. She could feel his warmth. When he turned his head, she stared at him with sparkling eyes, practically drooling as if she wanted to devour him. Xing-kun could only sigh in disbelief and almost felt like calling the police. Tu-Tu looked up, gathered her magic, and in an instant, energy enveloped her legs as the two of them began rising off the ground. She loudly confirmed that they just had to fly straight up. Carrying her on his back, Xing-kun replied that she should keep going and leave every obstacle ahead to him. The energy continued propelling them upward. The two had only just left the ground. Then the earth suddenly shook violently, and the floor split apart as eerie light burst from below. A gigantic monster smashed through the ground and climbed out with a deafening roar. Xing-kun was shocked that even the upper floors were infested with monsters like this. Looking back, he quickly realized that every time they passed through a floor, Tu-Tu was constantly sending elemental energy into the space above. Thanks to that, she could instantly determine the best route. Meanwhile, the monster relentlessly chased them with its massive jaws wide open. Xing-kun worriedly asked if she had exhausted too much of her strength. Panting on his back, Tu-Tu explained that she had already used almost all of her transcendent power escaping those two pursuers, but she would keep holding on. Tu-Tu swore to herself that she would never collapse before saving her little brother. The thought of him immediately filled her eyes with determination. Half joking, Xing-kun said he would give her a little boost. Tu-Tu had no idea what he meant and looked at him in confusion. But then her thoughts wandered elsewhere. Her face instantly turned as red as a tomato, and she let out a startled cry. Riding on Xing-kun's back, Tu-Tu shyly thought he had just grabbed her thigh. She could not help thinking he was such a shameless pervert. In reality, Xing-kun had no improper thoughts at all. He was only injecting a tiny amount of monster genes into her body to stimulate her transcendent genes. Those monster genes quickly fused with Tu-Tu's body. Feeling the obvious changes within herself, Tu-Tu gasped in astonishment. She looked at Xing-kun with a bewildered expression. Her heart raced, her blood pressure soared, and even her transcendent genes felt like they were boiling, causing her strength to steadily recover. Tu-Tu completely misunderstood the situation, believing her body reacted that way because she had fallen for Xing-kun. Thanks to the boost from his blood, the two quickly passed through one floor after another. Elsewhere, Shiji knelt before the flame demon god. She coldly reported that everything had gone according to plan, and that the traitor had fallen into their trap. Shiji looked up at the flame demon god with deep respect and smiled, saying that thanks to the information it had provided, they had finally tracked down Xing-kun. No one would have guessed that he was not a transcendent at all, but a monster. She recalled her earlier deduction. After learning that Xing-kun had secretly taken the king's authority, she concluded he would inevitably seek out the person with the strongest monster genes. From there, she gradually uncovered Xing-kun's true identity and combined the remaining clues to create this trap. The flame demon god walked over to Shiji, placed a hand on her head, and said that a completed mission deserved a reward. She would awaken the power sleeping within Shiji's body. Shiji closed her eyes, eagerly waiting to receive the flame demon god's reward. The moment the flame demon god touched her, her body began to transform. A massive surge of power erupted as the flame demon god's energy spread through every part of her body in an instant. After sensing her new strength, Shiji rose to her feet. The flame demon god ordered her to become the bait as planned, and she immediately bowed in obedience. Shiji confidently declared that she would use herself as the lure to deliver the decisive blow to the prey. As soon as she finished speaking, the flame demon god vanished. Elsewhere, the flame demon god issued more orders. After noticing that more mutated plants were appearing, she assigned a mission to one of her monsters, calling it her very first subordinate, and saying she hoped it would evolve into the first monster lord under her command. The monster immediately lowered its head in respect. The flame demon god smiled with anticipation as the monster accepted the order and departed. Only then was it revealed that one of her arms had already disappeared. Looking at her remaining hand, the flame demon god calmly told herself that from the moment this play had begun, victory had always belonged to her. In another part of the hospital, a huge crowd of monsters had already gathered outside a door. Yang cracked the door open for a quick look, and his face instantly turned pale with terror. He hurriedly shut the door, collapsed onto the floor, and trembled as he said there were not only monsters outside, but also strange moving plants that seemed to be sealing off every escape route. Meanwhile, Lin Tao looked into the hole inside the room and called Xiao Ni over because something below felt very unusual. When Xiao Ni did not answer, Lin Tao called again. At that moment, she was repeatedly punching the wall ahead, determined to make another escape route if the hole was unusable. After a barrage of punches, the wall finally exploded apart, revealing a massive opening. Both Yang and Lin Tao stared in shock, unable to understand why she had done that. Xiao Ni kept her back to everyone and calmly said there was no need to worry because she had been nice for long enough. But she failed to notice the monster tentacles already creeping into view behind the broken wall. A second later, countless monster tentacles flooded into the room. Xiao Ni quickly jumped back and nervously asked what those things were before turning to Lin Tao and asking what had originally been inside the hole. Frozen with fear, Lin Tao stammered that it had been some kind of plant. Looking at the writhing tentacles, Xiao Ni mocked him for being far too naive because those were obviously monster tentacles, not plants. It did not take long before the tentacles filled the entire room. Standing near the door, Yang panicked as he realized every path had been blocked. He could not understand why so many had appeared when none had been there before. Sweat poured down his face as he looked outside and saw the monsters still blocking the doorway. He began to suspect they had deliberately trapped everyone while waiting for the tentacles to complete the encirclement. Just then, Shiji slowly emerged from the sea of tentacles with a smile on her face. Lin Tao immediately became alert, while Xiao Ni also recognized the newcomer. Thinking that help had finally arrived, Lin Tao happily said that the heir of a great family had come to save them. He repeatedly thanked Shiji. Hearing that, Shiji let out a mocking laugh and told him not to thank her so soon. She asked who exactly she was supposed to save. Lin Tao stared blankly and reminded her that she was a purger of the Transcendent Academy, so rescuing people was her duty. Shiji reached out toward Lin Tao and coldly replied that while she was indeed a purger, they were not necessarily human. In her eyes, they were anomalies hiding among humanity, monsters that could devour people at any moment. She sneered and said, no sane person would risk their life to save monsters. As soon as she finished speaking, Shiji grabbed Lin Tao by the collar, while he desperately trembled and insisted they were nothing like that. Shiji lightly snapped her fingers, and the friction between them instantly created a terrifying burst of power. Before Lin Tao could finish speaking, the blast sent him flying across the room. Xiao Ni cried out his name in panic. While everyone else stood there in confusion, Shiji wore a contemptuous smile and calmly told them not to rush. With a single thought, countless monster tentacles tightly bound Xiao Ni's arms. Watching the group's helpless struggle only amused Shiji even more, as she declared that none of them would escape because their value had just increased. Yang clenched his teeth as he could only watch the tentacles wrap around his body, completely unable to resist. Shiji laughed coldly and said they were not only monsters in every sense of the word, but also the perfect bait. At that very moment, Shin-kun and Tutu silently landed right behind her. The moment Xiao Ni saw Shin-kun arrive, she quietly sighed in relief. He had finally made it. Shiji turned toward Shin-kun and mocked him, saying he finally understood why he had once lost to someone with no background. It turned out Shin-kun had already been awakened. Hearing that, Shin-kun immediately realized Shiji had uncovered his true identity. On his back, Tutu was equally shocked. She never expected Shiji to know Shin-kun so well, even possessing information that the purgers themselves did not know. One of Shiji's eyes glowed brightly as she declared that she too had now been awakened. She laughed and said that made things fair. Then she raised her monstrous arm toward Shin-kun, Countless chunks of rubble were swept into the air and launched like a rain of arrows. Feeling the terrifying pressure, Tutu could only stare in disbelief, wondering what kind of transcendent power this was. She could clearly sense that the power carried the same aura as a monster, leaving her completely stunned. Before Tutu could recover from her shock, she was suddenly thrown backward. Xing Kun had tossed her toward Xiao Ni's group and told her to save everyone. Tutu could only sigh to herself, thinking he had thrown her again. Yang Yang could hardly believe his eyes when he saw Tutu. She immediately checked if he was all right, and only relaxed after confirming he was safe. Lin Tao hurriedly begged her to free everyone. Without hesitation, Tutu replied that she would save them right away. But before she could finish, the aftershock from Xing Kun and Shiji's clash shook the entire area. Just the shock wave alone produced a deafening blast. Looking at the two fighting, Tutu could not help wondering if this was really a battle between transcendents. Seeing Tutu still standing there, Yang Yang nervously looked at the tentacles and shouted that something about them was very wrong. Lin Tao kept dodging the tentacles snapping at him and screamed in fear that they were really trying to swallow everyone alive. Unlike the other two, Xiao Ni remained calm. She directly blocked an incoming tentacle with one hand and coldly warned that if it dared bite her, she would crush its head. Watching everything unfold, Tutu realized the situation was growing worse. She quickly understood that saving everyone meant restraining every tentacle at once, without letting anyone get hurt. As she flew upward to avoid the encirclement, Tutu realized only reaching the 4-star transcendent realm and using the life element could accomplish that. But by all logic, her current strength made it impossible. Even so, an overwhelming feeling told her she could do it. Tutu's eyes shone brightly, her pupils became heart-shaped, and her face turned crimson as she remembered Xing Kun touching her thigh. Her heart was still pounding from that moment. The transcendent genes inside her erupted with power, and her heartbeat became even more chaotic. Tutu convinced herself this was the power of love. Wind energy exploded from her body as she spun through the air and cast her spell, wrapping herself inside a gigantic tornado. Her new technique, Love Wind Dragon, was born. In an instant, Tutu shot forward at incredible speed. The raging tornado crushed every tentacle around her. She even called the attack Love Tornado. Watching the spectacle, Xiao Ni was filled with admiration and excitedly shouted for her amazing senior. On the other side, Shiji relentlessly pressed Xing Kun with attack after attack, mocking that it was no wonder she had lost before. Xing Thun had simply been lucky enough to gain a monster's power. She laughed proudly and declared that she now possessed the same power. Cracks spread across her monstrous arm before it unleashed terrifying energy. According to Shiji, the monster empowering her far surpassed the one behind Xing Kun. Shiji revealed that this power came from the flame demon god, a being beyond anything humanity had ever witnessed. Her arm rapidly mutated into the head of a monstrous beast, its open jaws continuously drawing in energy. With a proud smile, she shouted the name of her attack, Roaring Flame. The instant Xing Kun heard it, his expression changed because he recognized it as the signature skill of a 4th-stage monster. Delayed by only a split second, Xing Kun was struck head-on by the massive sea of flames and blasted away. Shiji looked down on him with contempt and said Xing Kun could never know the truth behind the campaign against the 5th-stage monster 20 years ago. That very monster had used this attack to slaughter 17 4-star transcendents. Straightening her tie with a smile, she declared this was only the first portion of the flame demon god's power that had been granted to her. He kept mocking Xing Kun, asking what kind of power the monster behind him could offer. Then he sneered that all Xing Kun got was a weaker body, or maybe just a new hair color from a street barber. To Shizai, that kind of power was not worth worrying about. He declared that Xing Kun had already walked into his trap, and today there was only death waiting. Still, out of respect for his opponent, he offered him one chance to survive. The condition was simple. Xing Kun had to pray to the flame demon god, abandon his current monster power, and join her side. As Shizai kept talking, he launched attack after attack, but Xing Kun dodged every strike. Shizai proudly claimed he was generous enough to forgive the past. Shizai said that if Xing Kun handed over the flame demon god's royal authority, every old grudge would be erased. In his eyes, this was a privilege reserved for the talented. He even called himself a great leader who could bring everyone to the top and let them control their own fate. But beneath his calm face, doubt had already appeared. He could not understand why Xing Kun survived the roaring flame. Was his power just as strong, or was his fire resistance simply superior? Watching Shizai drown in his own arrogance, Xing Kun finally spoke and bluntly called him a fool. He said that path would only push humanity closer to extinction. The moment he finished speaking, Jing Kun charged through the tentacles and sliced them apart as easily as cutting fruit. Shi Zai was shocked to see that Jing Kun's monster arm had already transformed into a razor-sharp blade. He could not believe those black bone spikes had cut through his monster arms so easily. Jing Kun calmly replied that a hunter could never truly cooperate with its prey. He warned that once humans served monsters, humanity would be devoured even faster. As he rushed straight toward Shi Zai, he shouted that Shi Zai had to know the consequences. Jing Kun leaped into the air and drove his blade deep into Shi Zai's monster arm. He declared that if Shi Zai continued down this path, the human world would be destroyed beyond saving. Shi Zai only glanced at him, as his reason was almost completely consumed by monster power. He growled that he did not need Jing Kun to lecture him, because he had known the price ever since accepting that power. Shi Zai abandoned all restraint and unleashed a massive wave of energy that engulfed Jing Kun before bursting into laughter. He claimed that even if the world collapsed, it did not matter as long as he stood above everyone. Even becoming a monster's slave was acceptable, and he would gladly help them build human farms. He insisted that human society would still survive, but only to serve the monsters and himself. Raising his flaming arm toward Jing Kun, Shi Zai proudly declared that he was the one saving the world. He said he once believed Jing Kun would understand and join him in serving the monsters, which why he had offered him a chance to surrender. Shi Zai suddenly turned cold and argued that Jing Kun sounded noble, but in the end he was still using monster power. Jing Kun calmly answered that he had never lowered himself to become a monster slave. During the fight, he also realized Shi Zai was using the star chart to control monster power. The method worked, but Shi Zai still carried far too little monster power inside his body. Seizing the opening, Jing Kun burst forward, pierced through the monster arm, and appeared right in front of Shi Zai. Shi Zai could only stare in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. From start to finish, Jing Kun remained calm, as he said he had already seen through Shi Zai's condition. The monster power inside his body was slowly consuming his superhuman genes, and the only ending was death. Jing Kun slapped Shi Zai's monster arm and sincerely urged him to turn back. If Shi Zai agreed, he could remove the monster genes that did not belong to him. As one human to another, he was willing to give him one more chance. But Shi Zai ignored the offer completely. He laughed proudly and said he had no desire to return to the life of an ordinary man. Then he suddenly realized that Jing Kun was absorbing the monster power inside his body. His anger exploded at once. Shi Zai roared that he had originally planned to spare Jing Kun and bring him to his side. But Jing Kun had rejected that kindness. As Shi Zai roared in fury, countless tentacles burst out from every direction once again. Shi Zai shouted that Jing Kun would die. At that moment, the tentacles behind him shattered the ground and surged upward, while the tentacles growing from his monster arm wrapped tightly around both of Jing Kun's arms. Shi Zai let out a cold laugh and said the fishing hook had finally been cast. And now, the fish called Jing Kun had finally taken the bait. 1 hour earlier, in the darkness, Shi Zai quietly held a photo of Xiao Nis group and burned it to ashes. He coldly declared that the top priority this time was securing a vessel for his lord, and failure was not an option. Right after that, he ordered the second objective to begin. One photo after another burned away, while Shi Zai's face remained completely emotionless. His next target was Jing Kun. Shi Zai reported that his subordinates had tracked Jing Kun to Qingchu City's #1 hospital, but every one of them had died under mysterious circumstances. Holding Jing Kun's burning photo, he smiled and said it only strengthened his belief that Jing Kun was actually Lan Yan. He then respectfully asked the flame demon god to begin the fishing plan by bringing down the hospital. The only reply was complete silence. Shi Zai was secretly amazed because she had taken him 100 meters underground to carry out the plan. Looking at the massive hospital above, he could not imagine how she would destroy it so quickly. Shi Zai carefully watched the flame demon god, trying to guess her intentions. He knew her current vessel was far too weak and could barely withstand a fraction of her true power. Then, without any warning, the flame demon god slowly raised one arm. She cast a spell, but the vessel could not endure the power and instantly lost that entire arm. Watching the scene, Shi Zai frowned. Just one simple move had nearly destroyed the vessel because it could not contain the flame demon god's power. Even with only one arm left, she created a tiny black sphere and sent it floating upward. Shi Zai watched closely, convinced she still had even stronger abilities she had not revealed. He guessed that unleashing greater power would probably cost her the other arm as well. Moments later, the black sphere slammed into the ground above. In an instant, a terrifying explosion shook the entire underground space, roaring like thunder during a violent storm. Shizai looked up and froze in disbelief. That tiny sphere had blasted open a massive hole. He could only think that this was merely a tiny fraction of the flame demon god's true power. If her vessel were strong enough to endure all that power, she could probably unleash attacks like this without hesitation. Staring at the enormous crater that nearly collapsed the hospital, Shizai could only watch rocks rain down around him. He hurriedly called out to the flame demon god in alarm. At that moment, he noticed a group of people with monster genes kneeling before her, exactly as he had been ordered to bring. Every one of them was wrapped in bandages from head to toe. The flame demon god stepped forward and pointed a finger at them. Brilliant light gathered at her fingertip before she coldly gave a single command: aberrant evolution. The instant the command ended, one person's head swelled grotesquely as tentacles burst outward, threatening to tear the body apart. A series of agonized screams echoed through the cavern. Every person carrying monster genes sprouted countless tentacles, creating a horrifying sight. Shizai was so stunned that he could not even react, and could only gasp in shock. As he watched in silence, he realized the flame demon god had forcibly mutated those people with monster genes into tentacled creatures. The tentacles immediately burrowed deep into the cracks, supporting the collapsing hospital structure. They spread through the layers of earth above as though each one had a mind of its own. Even Shizai could not hide his horror, because the scene before him was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. At that moment, a calculating smile appeared on Shizai's face. In his mind, humanity no longer had any chance of defeating the monsters. All he wanted now was to stand beneath only the demon god and above every other monster. Meanwhile, he kept Shin-kun's arms firmly restrained. Shizai roared that only he had the power to keep humanity alive. As soon as he finished, countless tentacles rushed in from every direction to attack Shin-kun. He narrowed his eyes, waiting to witness Shin-kun's miserable defeat. While fighting back fiercely, Shin-kun shot back that Shizai was so obsessed with himself that it had twisted his mind. Before even facing the monsters, he had already chosen to surrender. Shin-kun said that 80 years ago, someone like Shizai would have been branded a traitor to humanity and hunted down by everyone. The next moment, Shin-kun's massive monster arm erupted with power and ripped straight through the encircling tentacles. Even so, the tentacles kept pouring in from every direction. Shizai sneered and shouted that Shin-kun should survive the monsters first before acting so confident. Shin-kun's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He immediately activated an ability called Monster's Encirclement. His arm stretched unnaturally. Then he followed up with another skill called Devour. A flawless barrier instantly formed, completely sealing Shin-kun and Shizai inside, while blocking every tentacle from interfering. The technique was called Prison Sphere. Shin-kun burst forward at incredible speed and grabbed Shizai by the head before he could react. He coldly mocked him, saying his fishing skills were not very impressive after all. Shizai glared with pure hatred. If he could, he would have crushed Shin-kun into 100 pieces on the spot. Still holding his opponent's head, Shin-kun mocked him again, saying anyone willing to throw away his life for monsters had the brain of a pig. Shizai had completely lost his sanity. He roared that Shin-kun knew nothing about the demon god's true power. As long as he remained useful, the flame demon god would never let him die. Hearing that, Shin-kun could only shake his head. In his eyes, Shizai was already beyond saving. But the moment he finished speaking, Shin-kun sensed something strange and immediately looked downward in surprise. Cracks began spreading across the barrier around them before it slowly started to fall apart. From the bottom of the crater, an eerie crimson light slowly rose into view. With both of his hands still restrained by Shizai, Shin-kun could only watch in confusion. One glance was enough for Shin-kun to recognize the black sphere slowly floating up from the crater. It was hellfire. During the war against the monsters in the previous century, Nan Yu's entire force launched one final counterattack, only to be crushed by this very flame. It destroyed not only their bodies but also humanity's will, marking the beginning of the apocalypse. That was why mankind named it Hellfire. Now that terrifying power had appeared before him once again, leaving Shin-kun stunned. Shizai laughed like a madman and declared that this was the power that had plunged all humanity into despair beneath the flame demon god's name. He bound Shin-kun tightly with his tentacles and roared that neither Shin-kun nor the teammates who had been lured here would survive. They would all be erased until nothing but ashes remained. At that moment, a monster suddenly appeared exactly as Shizai had planned. In front of the monster was nothing but a thick cloud of dust. It suddenly hurled the object in its hand far into the distance, while Shizai continued shouting that no one could stop his plan to preserve humanity in his own way. Blurred visions of the future suddenly flashed through Xing Kun's mind. Zhao Sheng was badly wounded. Qi Yu was covered in blood while struggling to support the unconscious Xiao Dao, and all around them lay nothing but ruins. He turned back and saw the black sphere steadily closing in on his position. Xing Kun immediately gave the command. The blade on his monster arm appeared at once. It was the black blade. He slashed straight toward the black sphere, believing that after absorbing the royal authority, the black blade had become just as sharp as the earth dragon's fangs. Even so, Xing Kun knew the blade alone could never destroy Hellfire. The only advantage was that the black sphere was not moving very fast. But even the black blade failed to stop Hellfire. While Xing Kun searched for another solution, the black sphere continued closing the distance. Seeing Xing Kun forced onto the defensive, Shizai grew even more arrogant and loudly declared that humans could never defeat monsters. Veins bulged across his face as madness and cruelty filled his eyes. To Shizai, Xing Kun had chosen the wrong path, and that path led only to death. At that moment, Xing Kun's other arm began glowing with golden light. He calmly replied that the one who misunderstood everything was not him, but Shizai. The golden light quickly covered his entire hand. Xing Kun firmly declared that Shizai had underestimated humanity, because there were times when even monsters had to fear the transcendence. His glowing golden hand slowly reached the black sphere. Xing Kun declared once more that one day, monsters would fear the power of the transcendence. Those words only enraged Shizai even more. He cursed loudly and slammed Xing Kun into the rock wall behind him with his tentacles, mocking that anyone could talk big, but proving it was another matter. In his eyes, Xing Kun no longer had any chance to escape. The tentacles immediately tightened around Xing Kun's body, leaving him no room to move. Even while restrained, Xing Kun calmly replied that he had never planned to run. He was simply focusing his mind. In his view, superhuman power and monster power both originated from the same source. Right now, monsters only dominate humanity because they have existed and evolved for thousands, or even billions, of years. Xing Kun recalled the invisible monsters he had encountered before. They were completely different from ancient creatures like the Triceratops. Meanwhile, Shizai remained convinced he was right, believing the monsters had changed his way of thinking beyond redemption. Even if humanity's potential was limitless, the 1% of superhuman genes inside Xing Kun could never change anything. But in the middle of speaking, Shizai suddenly stopped, as if he had noticed something strange. The longer he watched, the more he realized something was wrong with the fire surrounding Xing Kun. He realized that Lan Yan's flames were completely different from the ordinary fire element used by Transcendence. From the very beginning, they carried a bloodthirsty and violent instinct, like an uncontrollable living creature. Yet now, that chaos had somehow been brought under control, like a battle-hardened general taming an army that only knew how to kill. With only 1% of the metal element, Xing Kun was somehow leading and controlling the entire monster fire element. In contrast, the tentacles controlled by the flame demon god became unstable and even started losing control as they accelerated wildly. A terrifying thought flashed through Shizai's mind. Could it be that monsters truly feared superhuman power? But he immediately rejected the idea, because if it were true, every choice he had made until now would have been meaningless. Inside the hospital, the digger continued directing everyone to evacuate. He reassured them to move one at a time without pushing, because Shangguan would protect everyone until they escaped safely. After saying that, he turned toward Shangguan Kui, who was standing guard in front of everyone, with a worried expression. Seeing that she remained silent, the digger hurried over and called out, hoping she would explain the situation. Shangguan Kui thought for a few seconds before suddenly changed the subject, saying, "Everyone here looked too weak to even have children." The digger answered without thinking, then suddenly remembered what he wanted to ask, and quickly questioned why she was still here when the monsters were about to destroy the stairs and break through. Shangguan Kui stayed completely calm and simply smiles, saying that the other three were still downstairs. Hearing that, the digger nearly panicked. He reminded her that previous reconnaissance had shown far more monsters coming from the restricted zone rift than expected, and there might even be a Tier 2 monster. Meanwhile, those three had only recently awakened their superhuman powers and had never truly fought monsters before. The digger tried to explain that he understood Shangguan Kui wanted to train her new team after going so many years without one, hoping they would grow stronger quickly. But this trial was far beyond their limits, and even experienced experts might not survive it. Just as they were talking, the monster horde rushed in. The digger's face changed instantly as he shouted for everyone to fall back, while anxiously complaining that the trainees had no idea how to deal with monsters. Monsters possessed physical strength far beyond humans, while a transcendence advantage came from controlling the elements, not fighting head-on. They absolutely could not engage in close combat. As he shouted the warning, he rushed toward Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng raised 2 fingers and quietly judged that his current superhuman awakening had only reached 39%. He quickly realized there was only one option left. Magic power surged through his body, crimson light wrapped around him, and Iron Mountain Cry appeared instantly. Zhao Sheng activated the Flood Dragon star chart and the Blood Flood Dragon. With only 3 attacks, he wiped out a large number of monsters through an aggressive close-range assault. The digger froze in shock at the sight. He had been struggling just to avoid the monsters, while the young man charged straight in and crushed them. Then the digger suddenly noticed something unusual and stopped in his tracks. He shouted that a Tier 2 monster had appeared, and that it was even more terrifying than the others. Before he could finish, Zhao Sheng had already rushed forward to shield Qi Yu and Xiao Dao behind him. The next moment, blood vines burst from underground and lashed toward him one after another. Qi Yu immediately made her move as well. She calmly raised her hand and spoke a single command, kneel. A tremendous force erupted from her palm and slammed directly into the monster. The digger could only stare in complete disbelief, unable to say a single word. He turned to Shangguan Kui and asked if these people had really only recently awakened their superhuman powers. What he had just witnessed nearly scared him to death. This was no longer a matter of rapid growth. He even suspected they were secret prodigies the Academy had trained for years, perhaps even drinking life essence every day. Even then, an ordinary body should never have been able to withstand it. As expected, Shangguan Gui Zhan Xiao's judgment in choosing people was truly extraordinary. Shangguan Kui brushed her hair aside and calmly replied that they were not her team, and she had no plans to form a new one. She only came because their captain asked the principal to hire her as a bodyguard. The digger's hands trembled. If someone as powerful as her was only the bodyguard, then who exactly was their captain? While they were talking, a violent explosion suddenly echoed from the distance. Shangguan Kui was about to explain the misunderstanding, but the digger no longer had the focus to listen. His attention was locked on the group ahead as they were blasted backward. The digger rushed over to Qi Yu and warned that they still lacked real combat experience. Zhao Sheng was already wounded, but forced himself back to his feet, just like the vision that had appeared earlier. He immediately stepped in front of the 3 of them and cast Stone Spike Barrier. Telling them to rest and recover, he admitted he was not good at hunting monsters, but building defenses and protecting others was his specialty. Sweat poured down the digger's body under the overwhelming pressure. A theory formed in his mind. The monster seemed to retain a trace of humanity and had not fully mutated. Its current state did not resemble a Tier 2 or Tier 3 monster either. It was likely evolving along a path outside the normal power system. The thought had barely crossed his mind when the monster instantly smashed through the defensive wall. The digger was horrified because even a Tier 3 monster should not have been able to break it so easily. Before he could recover, he was slammed to the ground with a cry of pain. He could not understand how the monster had become so powerful. Could this be a unique evolutionary variant outside the 5 known evolution branches? With that thought, he immediately shouted, "Earth! Crystal!" A massive wall of ice instantly rose up and trapped the monster inside. Gritting his teeth, the digger stared ahead. That attack had drained a tremendous amount of his superhuman power, pushing his body close to its limit. He had just begun to think he had bought them some time when the monster's sharp claws pierced straight through the ice. Moments later, the entire defensive wall shattered. The digger could only watch helplessly because even Earth Crystal had failed to stop it. He trembled in fear as he realized the monster was still evolving. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Shangguan Kui finally stepped in with Water Serpent. Using magic, she pulled the digger out of danger. Overjoyed, he repeatedly thanked her before quickly correcting himself and pleading with her to save the students first, because the monster could very well evolve into a Tier 4. Shangguan Kui calmly replied that protecting those students had never been her mission. The digger collapsed onto the ground in confusion, because that was not what he thought she'd said earlier. Still calmly watching the battlefield, Shangguan Kui coldly said that she had come here to protect everyone. The answer left the digger completely puzzled. If she was not going to deal with the monster herself, how were those students supposed to survive? Hearing that, the digger's eyes widened in shock. He turned toward the exit and discovered that the power had been restored. Cheers erupted from the brightly lit area as everyone urged each other to escape as quickly as possible. Shangguan Kui then slowly explained that someone had once told her she never needed to worry about his squad, especially Chi Yu. Following Shangguan Kui's gaze, the digger saw an enormous mass of magic power covering the entire area. Shangguan Kui stated that within this field, no monster, not even a hidden one, could take Chi Yu's life for the time being. She added that if anyone truly pushed Chi Yu into a life-threatening situation, her job was to stop the girl from losing control and accidentally killing everyone nearby. That was why the people she had been protecting all along were everyone in the area. The digger was left completely speechless. Shangguan Kui also revealed another reason she had come. She wanted to witness with her own eyes the kind of transcendent that even monsters feared, just as that person had once described. The digger asked in disbelief if all these preparations were really just because a newly awakened transcendent might lose control and cause casualties. In his eyes, no matter how talented Chi Yu was, she had only just awakened. At that moment, the lights suddenly flared back to life through Chi Yu's power. Shangguan Kui and the digger looked ahead, where Chi Yu still held a section of water pipe as her weapon. A water monster emerged before them, leaving the digger stunned as he wondered where she had found such an enormous amount of magic power. The digger immediately turned and ran in panic, shouting that the pressure they had felt earlier had only been the outer shockwave. Unlike him, Shangguan Kui remained perfectly calm as she directed everyone to evacuate the area immediately. Even as he ran, the digger kept looking back with a pale face, wide eyes, and sweat pouring down non-stop. It felt as if the entire place had become a self-destruct system counting down to disaster. Bolts of lightning kept crashing down around them. Shangguan Kui frowned because this was supposed to be a suppression zone, where violent electrical surges should have been impossible. The moment she finished speaking, two people ahead were blasted away by a lightning strike. Even while flying backward, they held each other tightly to shield the other. Shangguan Kui watched the scene with an unusually calm expression. The water serpent under Shangguan Kui's control darted through the air to scout the area. Before it could travel far, it suddenly slammed into a pink energy wall and was forced to stop. A second later, the water serpent was destroyed by a surge of lightning. At the center of that massive pink sphere of electricity stood Chi Yu. Shangguan Kui clicked her tongue. It seemed Chi Yu was not merely like a nuclear bomb. She actually was one. Watching lightning continue spreading across the entire area, Shangguan Kui helplessly admitted that the warning about stopping Chi Yu from losing control and hurting everyone had not been exaggerated at all. She glanced to the side and saw Zhao Sheng still shielding Xiao Dao with his own body. After the lightning strike, both of them were in terrible shape, yet they still joked that they had almost died. They even praised Chi Yu for being unbelievably strong. Shangguan Kui silently sighed. Even though Chi Yu had tried to hold back, the two had still been hit hard. The principal had been right. Lan Yan's training methods were anything but ordinary. Even so, Shangguan Kui still could not understand how Lan Yan had helped two students, who had nearly lost their chance to remain at the academy, become this powerful so quickly. Their growth had even surpassed her own back then. While she was still wondering, Zhao Sheng looked at Chi Yu seriously and said they were still far behind their boss and sister-in-law, and they had to work even harder. Before long, a monster appeared on the other side of the pink energy barrier. With razor-sharp teeth, glowing red eyes, and overwhelming killing intent, it repeatedly tried to break through. This was Chi Yu's suppression zone, a domain that erased every invading element. The monster's claws finally pierced the barrier, but the instant they entered, violent lightning struck back because the domain attacked anything that crossed into it. The monster immediately pulled its arm back, but its fingers had already been burned away, leaving only bare bones. The destructive power of the lightning field was truly terrifying. Then a grotesque mass of writhing flesh suddenly grew over its injured arm, covered with sharp, dark purple spikes. Seeing that, Shangguan Kui immediately thought of the invisible monster from before and realized something inside its body was still driving its evolution. If that evolution reached the same level as the invisible monster, it could completely destroy Chi Yu's suppression zone. By now, everything outside had been reduced to rubble, while only the energy sphere protecting Chi Yu remained intact. As Shangguan Kui approached, she quickly considered her options and realized Chi Yu's condition was becoming dangerous. The barrier was growing unstable, and if it collapsed, the explosion would rival a massive bomb. Shangguan Kui smiled with quiet confidence and raised both hands. If every lightning technique was being erased, then she would simply try another approach. A pale blue layer of energy quickly covered both of her arms, allowing them to pass through the barrier with ease. She planned to enter using the water domain instead. After stepping completely inside, Shangguan Kui remained protected by the blue energy. She immediately asked Qiyu why her superhuman genes had become so unstable and overheated. The moment Qiyu saw her, she cried out in surprise, "Senior sister Shangguan Kui." Qiyu's face instantly lit up. She happily said that Xing Kun had been right all along. Senior sister Shangguan Kui really was dependable. As long as she was here, Qiyu could fight with everything she had. Her power had probably gone out of control because she had become too excited. Hearing that, Shangguan Kui was left speechless. Her face showed equal parts helplessness and annoyance as she realized Qiyu had deliberately waited for her to arrive and clean up the mess. But neither of them had time to keep talking. The monster outside grew more violent by the second, and its power continued rising. If the barrier was breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking up, Shangguan Kui was shocked to realize it had already evolved into a Tier 4 monster. Qi Shiyu immediately raised both hands. A pink sphere of lightning appeared between her palms as she continued compressing more and more energy into it. Seeing that, Shangguan Kui quickly stopped her. If she kept compressing it, this entire area would be destroyed. She immediately ordered Qiyu to stop. Her skill was still incomplete. Once activated, it could not be cancelled. All she could do now was keep it stable. Shangguan Kui gripped the water pipe and silently wondered what Xing Kun had been teaching this girl. Without another second of hesitation, Shangguan Kui pressed the pipe against the lightning sphere and said she could not stand by while everyone still alive underground was buried here. The moment the pipe touched the sphere, it immediately began drawing in the massive amount of electricity inside. Shangguan Kui then pointed the other end of the pipe at Qiyu's mouth and helplessly ordered her to absorb 90% of the energy back into her body. Qiyu stared blankly and asked, "You want me to swallow it?" Shangguan Kui did not bother explaining. She simply pushed the pipe into Qiyu's mouth and reminded her that it was her own superhuman genes, so she needed to absorb all of that power back. After doing as she was told, Qiyu's cheeks puffed up like a balloon. Looking completely miserable, she shot Shangguan Kui a resentful glare. Shangguan Kui raised the weapon, now filled with water and lightning, preparing to strike back. She figured using only 10% of the stored electricity should not disrupt the surrounding terrain. Outside, the monster was still focused on breaking the barrier when it suddenly noticed the end of a pipe sticking out. Curious, it leaned closer to see what it was. At that exact moment, a massive bolt of lightning blasted out of the pipe and sent the monster flying in an instant. After launching the attack, a trace of concern flashed across Shangguan Kui's face. She waited a few seconds to confirm everything was fine before finally relaxing. Looking back at Qiyu, she concluded that the girl's superhuman genes were simply too powerful, so none of this was surprising. She completely ignored Qiyu's miserable expression after swallowing so much energy. Shangguan Kui pictured how superhuman elements worked. Unlike ordinary elements, every attack released explosive power like an energy bomb. But if each element were treated like a child, it would return to its owner after every battle, gradually growing stronger over time. Shangguan Kui looked at Qiyu with a puzzled expression and continued explaining. Once those elements gradually transformed into life elements and completed the process, finishing the star chart would officially allow her to enter the 4-star transcendent realm. Qiyu simply nodded and said that sounded about right. That vague response left Shangguan Kui speechless with frustration. She complained that even Lin Shi understood this, yet a genius with 95% superhuman genes still did not. Taking a deep breath, she decided to explain everything in greater detail. But Qiyu suddenly interrupted her. She asked if all she needed was to make the elements return on their own, then immediately started explaining Newton's law of gravity and the principles behind satellite motion. After hearing the entire lecture, Shangguan Kui could only stare in disbelief and ask what she was even talking about. Qiyu calmly replied that she was simply explaining how satellites worked, then casually asked if Shangguan Kui had been terrible at math and physics back in school. Hit right where it hurt, Shangguan Kui had no comeback. She could only swallow her frustration and think that this new junior was not adorable at all. Just then, a disturbance in the surrounding space caught all of her attention. The suppression zone created by Qiyu was beginning to show strange signs. In the distance, a monster covered in countless writhing tentacles appeared, instantly putting Shangguan Kui on guard. Looking closely at the tentacles covered with crimson veins, she briefly suspected they were a Zelio plant, but quickly dismissed the idea. The monster's scent was unmistakable. These were definitely tentacles from a mutated creature. Beneath those tentacles, some kind of energy source seemed to be constantly feeding them. Shangguan Kui immediately realized the monster was still evolving. After recovering, its body had become far larger and far more savage. It let out a murderous roar as it prepared to charge. Shangguan Kui instantly realized that its target was Qi Yu. Without the slightest hesitation, Shangguan Kui stepped out of the barrier to face the monster. She coldly demanded to know if they were truly so afraid of Qi Yu's growth. Raising her head to face it directly, she continued that, if they were going to fear anyone, they should fear her growth instead. At that moment, blue flames erupted beneath the base of the tentacles. A cold voice echoed up from the bottom of the crater. "This time, you are not getting away." In the blink of an eye, one tentacle after another was sliced apart. Below, Shizai frantically swung his mutated arm, now transformed into a massive cluster of tentacles, trying to fight back. Watching the battle unfold, he suddenly realized the true power of the star chart. Across the battlefield, Jing Kun was pinned against a cracked wall by countless tentacles. He explained that Fire Hell was only a decoy, while the monster's real goal was to eliminate high-potential transcendence. Shizai immediately mocked him, saying Fire Hell had never appeared before, so he could not just make up stories. Even while restrained, Jing Kun forced up his mutated left arm to activate a skill. He calmly said they could believe it or not, but Fire Hell first appeared to assassinate Guan Kui. Jing Kun's fingernails stretched and transformed. He gave a cold smile and said the target had changed to him this time, so they should come and try. Jing Kun exploded with power and shattered the tentacles holding him. Hellfire covered his body with terrifying force. He roared and tried combining transcendent methods with monster power, activating Fire Hell Breakthrough, Monster Element Star Map, 99 Monster Genes, and the 10,000 Sword Fire Star Map. In that instant, Jing Kun remembered a conversation before the battle. While admiring the Eternal Flower with Jian Yi and Shizai, Jian Yi explained that a star map united scattered abilities into one stronger system. Jing Kun immediately asked if monsters could also use star maps, catching Jian Yi by surprise. After thinking for a moment, Jian Yi replied that in theory, monsters above rank 4 with elemental control could also create star maps. However, no one had ever confirmed it. Whether using monster genes or transcendent genes, the total number of genes determined a star map's power. He added that once either transcendent genes or monster genes exceeded 90%, the star map would receive a massive boost. Standing among the ruins and endless tentacles, Shizai was shocked because the demon god had only granted him 10 monster genes. Shizai stared at Jing Kun and asked in a deep voice, "Just how many monster genes do you have?" Jing Kun felt his transcendent genes barely force the monster genes into a star map form. His 10,000 swords had once been metal blades, but now they had become blazing monster fire swords. This was the absolute limit of his current strength. Treating the black sphere like a bomb ready to explode, Jing Kun seized the moment while Shizai was distracted and thrust his arm straight toward the target. He poured Firestar power, sword force, and explosive strength into one strike, unleashing a lightning-fast attack at the sphere. The final blow pierced straight through the center of the black sphere. Meanwhile, Shizai still wore an arrogant grin, believing Jing Kun had no idea what he was facing and was only rushing toward defeat. A moment later, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming force erupt behind him, lifting rocks into the air. He could only gasp in shock. Countless broken stones shot upward like heavy rain before flying toward Shizai like locked-in bullets. All of it was nothing more than the shockwave from the clash between the two powers. On another battlefield, Guan Kui wielded a metal pipe to activate the Serpent Dragon star map, dodging every deadly attack from the monster with incredible agility. She continued drawing on the water dragon's power as a thin stream of water formed, like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the stream expanded into a razor-sharp water blade and slashed across the monster's chest. Suddenly, rocks began crashing from the ceiling. The entire underground chamber shook violently, forcing Guan Kui to stop. She quickly thought that she had carefully controlled her strength to avoid damaging the structure, so it could not have been her doing. Reality proved otherwise. Curses echoed throughout the underground chamber as people screamed in panic, fearing the entire place would collapse. Many people immediately fled through the dark tunnel, shouting for everyone else to escape. Back at the main battle, Shizai was still shaken by the overwhelming power Jing Kun had unleashed. The shockwave alone carried enough force to cause massive destruction. Fortunately, the fire flame demon god's countless tentacles were still supporting the surrounding structure. Otherwise, the underground hospital would have collapsed long ago. Shizai suddenly wondered if Fire Hell had failed. He quickly dismissed the thought, deciding Fire Hell had only shrunk instead of disappearing. Regaining his arrogance, he mocked Jing Kun, claiming that monsters fearing transcendence was nothing but a lie. Empty words could never change fate, and Shin Kun had thrown away the chance to live by choosing death instead. Thinking Shin Kun was still trapped by the tentacles and unable to fight back, Shi Zai grew even more arrogant and coldly declared that Shin Kun should regret everything in hell. Unlike his boastful enemy, Shin Kun stayed unbelievably calm. Without seeing the tentacles wrapped around him, no one would believe he was at a disadvantage. Then he quietly said, 10,000 sword star map. Shi Zai's face instantly changed. Shin Kun slowly explained that the higher his monster genes and transcendent genes, the more swords he could create. Then he asked Shi Zai to guess how many more swords he could still summon. Shi Zai only laughed with contempt. In his eyes, even with monster genes, Shin Kun could never create that many swords. Shin Kun did not waste time arguing and answered with actions instead. He controlled the fire star to create more than a dozen blazing lights, sending them all straight into the black sphere. Watching the streams of light wrap around the sphere one after another, Shi Zai froze. Only one question remained in his mind. Just how many monster genes did Shin Kun possess? He reasoned that the fire flame demon god had only granted him 10 monster genes because he already had 90 transcendent genes, and a human could only hold 100 genes in total. If Shin Kun had only one transcendent gene left, then he possessed 99 monster genes. The thought alone made Shi Zai shiver, because Shin Kun had almost become a real monster. At that moment, the ground above suddenly shook violently. People outside panicked and wondered if it was an earthquake, while the deputy director turned pale with a terrible feeling. She immediately begged the commander to send more reinforcements, but he cut her off with a loud shout. The commander insisted he was leading the operation and had plenty of experience. He claimed it was only a simple rescue mission and nothing unexpected would happen. In reality, he only wanted to delay things for his own agenda. On the surface, he kept suppressing the deputy director, saying the tremors were completely normal and reinforcements would only waste national resources. He ordered the deputy director to stay calm and never interfere with the rescue plan. The moment he finished speaking, the ground shook even harder as rocks rained down, making his words sound ridiculous. Everyone around him panicked, believing a massive earthquake had really begun. The people outside no longer cared about the commander's reassurances. As soon as someone appeared at the tunnel entrance, everyone shouted for rescue efforts to begin. A teacher anxiously demanded that the Transcendents rush underground to bring people out, while the commander's inaction angered everyone. Meanwhile, deep underground, although his clothes were in tatters, Shi Zai still refused to accept reality. He convinced himself that Shin Kun's 99 monster genes were simply an unfair natural gift. The thought of losing to someone from an ordinary background filled him with resentment. Even so, Shi Zai still believed he had the demon god's fire hell as his final trump card, but the sphere beneath his feet had already grown dim, as if it could shatter at any moment. He continued mocking Shin Kun, saying he was only lucky enough to stumble upon a chance to change his miserable life. Shi Zai claimed that fortune had favored him since birth, and with the demon god supporting him, Shin Kun could never defeat him. What he failed to notice was that the fire flame demon god had already appeared right behind him. Only after Shin Kun disappeared from sight did he look around in confusion and ask where he had gone. In truth, Shin Kun had already escaped the ruins. He smiled to himself because no sane person would stay behind to risk everything. Resisting fire hell had already consumed more than half of his bloodline power. Fighting the fire flame demon god now would be pure suicide. His real objective had always been to evacuate everyone carrying monster genes. After buying enough time, he had finally created the perfect chance to retreat. Shin Kun crawled through a hole in the wall and entered the ruined room. The moment Tutu saw him return, she cheered with joy. Seeing that she and the rescued survivors were safe, he smiled and reached toward her face, praising her for saving everyone. After hearing Shin Kun praise her, Tutu blushed deeply and her heart raced, thinking he was teasing her. But Shin Kun's real intention was to quietly follow the blood vessel in her neck and transfer monster genes into her body. The monster genes quickly entered her body and awakened the bloodline power sleeping inside her. After finishing, Shin Kun immediately returned to the main issue. He looked around to assess the situation and asked Tutu how many people she could carry while flying. She was surprised to find that her body had recovered dramatically. Her transcendent genes surged with power, and her heartbeat grew stronger. She confidently believed she could carry everyone out together. Hearing that, Shin Kun immediately turned around and told Tutu to climb onto his back so they could leave at once. She hesitated, leaving him confused. Tutu was torn inside. Her arms had already recovered, so she did not need anyone to carry her. But after a brief struggle, she acted like nothing had happened and agreed to leave with everyone. Elsewhere, the fire flame demon god stood beside Shizai with clear annoyance. He declared that the traitor's power had run dry, and the game was over. At that moment, the necklaces worn by Yang Yang and Xiao Ni suddenly began to glow, signaling that another major event was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and Xiao Dao remained hidden behind a wall, watching the battle. Zhao Sheng quietly asked if rank 4 monsters really had unbelievably tough bodies. Xiao Dao sighed and shook her head, blaming him for never paying attention in class. She explained that about 20 years ago, when a rank 5 monster was still only rank 4, it attacked Naba City, the most populated city in Tianzhu at the time. The entire incident was captured on camera. 3 military legions unleashed hundreds of cannons and missiles, yet the monster charged straight into the city and slaughtered people as it advanced. By the time the military decided to flatten the entire city with missiles, the monster had already evolved into rank 5. Even that level of firepower could no longer threaten it. Zhao Sheng nodded in amazement. If a rank 4 monster was already that terrifying, then Shangguan Kui was even stronger than missile fire. Just watching senior sister Shangguan fight was enough to make him feel completely safe. Zhao Sheng added that people always said men ran away the moment they met her. He found it hard to understand because Guan Kui was beautiful, powerful, and outstanding in every way. Xiao Tao could only sigh, feeling that talking with Zhao Sheng lowered her IQ. She explained that men were not afraid of Guan Kui. She was simply too perfect for anyone to match. At the same time, Guan Kui calmly faced the giant monster towering above her. Resting the metal pipe on her shoulder, she stared it down and coldly declared that she was the most terrifying one here. If it dared get close to her junior sister again, she would snap its neck herself. After hearing Guan Kui's warning, the monster only glared at her with savage eyes, ready to tear her apart. Instead of backing away, it became even more violent and charged straight at Guan Kui. Even she was briefly surprised that it dared respond like that. Guan Kui instantly dodged aside and shouted in annoyance. Ignoring her warning was bad enough, but the monster even tried slipping past her to attack Ji Yu, as if she did not exist. She turned to Ji Yu and told her to find another opponent to train against. Spinning the metal pipe in her hand, Guan Kui smiled with excitement. She told Ji Yu to leave this one to her, because she was definitely going to kill it today. Guan Kui immediately combined the metal pipe with the water dragon and unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes across the monster's body. Forced onto the defensive, the monster became even more berserk. Its crimson eyes burned brighter, and the red veins around them swelled. It opened its enormous mouth as if it wanted to swallow Guan Kui whole. Hiding in the corner, Zhao Sheng could clearly feel the monster's terrifying pressure. Even with a wall between them, its aura left him struggling to breathe. Xiao Dao also crouched lower behind cover because she could barely endure the pressure. Unlike everyone else, Guan Kui calmly stared at her opponent without showing the slightest fear. A massive energy sphere slowly formed inside the monster's mouth, while its body continued to expand. The glowing red markings across its body became brighter and brighter as its power gathered. The monster roared and aimed its giant mouth at Guan Kui, preparing to unleash the flame-burst roar. Its crimson eyes flashed with murderous intent. Without waiting for the attack to finish charging, Guan Kui rushed forward first, using the water dragon to break through and strike before the monster could attack. She drove the tip of the metal pipe deep into the energy sphere, forming inside the monster's mouth. Guan Kui laughed, because she had already seen through its plan. She said she had witnessed this fire attack before, and it had no chance of working against her. After sealing its mouth shut, she coldly shouted, "Body burst." Watching blue light explode around Guan Kui, Xiao Tao finally admitted that all the stories about her were completely true. With power like that, Xiao Tao finally understood why no man could stand before Shangguan Kui without feeling intimidated. Looking at the monster collapsed on the ground with countless writhing tentacles still surrounding it, Guan Kui frowned. It was not dead yet, and those annoying tentacles were still moving. It looked like she would need one more finishing blow. At that moment, countless tentacles suddenly burst from the ground and wrapped toward Guan Kui. She was briefly surprised and prepared to cut them all down, but there were far more than she expected. Seeing the monster slowly rise back to its feet, Guan Kui clicked her tongue as the situation became even more troublesome. Suddenly, a purple object shot past her from behind. Guan Kui quickly turned around, wondering what had just flown by. It was Dun Dun. It blasted straight through the monster's body, leaving a massive hole while announcing something like it was activating Satellite Number 1. After piercing through, Dun Dun immediately turned around and flew back. The monster still had no idea what had just happened. Hovering behind Guan Kui, Dun Dun commented that lightning attacks were incredibly destructive and urged her to finish the monster before it recovered. Guan Kui only curled her lip, saying its attack names sounded like something a child would invent. Ji Yu hurried over with a worried expression and warned Guan Kui not to let her guard down. Guan Kui immediately became alert. Ji Yu looked toward the pitch-black pit, where countless tentacles were crawling upward, and warned that every trace of lightning element underground had been completely devoured. That meant another monster was still hiding below. Guan Kui's expression instantly changed. She warned Ji Yu to be careful, because that monster had returned. Dun Dun also circled around Ji Yu, reporting that the entire place was about to collapse. Guan Kui could only sigh in frustration, as one problem after another kept appearing. Meanwhile, in another direction, Jing Kun carried Tutu while escaping the underground level. He noticed something unusual about her condition. The monster genes seemed to have stimulated her transcendent genes, keeping them in a constant state of activity. However, Jing Kun had no idea what the real reason was. Throughout the journey, Tutu kept her eyes closed and pretended to be unconscious. When she secretly peeked, her face turned bright red because Lam Yan's hand had accidentally rested in an extremely sensitive place, making her heart race non-stop. 3 other survivors followed behind them. Just then, another violent tremor struck, sending rocks crashing from above. The group struggled to dodge the debris while Tutu shouted for everyone to get out of the way. Jing Kun looked up at the collapsing structure and suddenly realized this might not be bad news. The building kept falling apart, but the direction of the collapse seemed to be opening a path back to the surface. He reassured Tutu to keep moving while he cleared the way, and she nodded without hesitation. Just then, Yang suddenly cried out in pain and grabbed his neck with both hands. Tutu immediately turned around and anxiously asked what had happened to Yang. It was not only Yang. Xiao Ni was also being strangled by the safety collar around her neck. Although terrified, Tutu forced herself to stay calm and encouraged everyone to keep moving because they were almost out. She told them not to panic. At that moment, Jing Kun suddenly noticed something strange. Looking at the two of them, he said in a serious voice that the collars around their necks were definitely not ordinary. They were filled with the fire flame demon god's monster genes. Jing Kun fell silent as he searched for a way to save them, but nothing came to mind. He could not help blaming himself, wondering if he had already lost this battle from the very beginning. Yang and Xiao Ni screamed in agony as long tentacles extended from their collars, tightening around their necks as if they wanted to crush the life out of them. Seeing this, Jing Kun immediately decided he could not stand by. He reached out and let the tentacles growing from his own body wrap around Yang's and Xiao Ni's collars to suppress them. He firmly declared that he would save them no matter what. The group had no choice but to keep retreating. Jing Kun led the way while tightly holding the tentacles connected to Yang and Xiao Ni to protect them. At the same time, he urged Tutu to leave the dangerous area as quickly as possible, and she agreed at once. Tutu suddenly shouted Feng Yu's name. A ring of energy instantly appeared around the group, knocking the falling rocks away. Jing Kun let out a quiet sigh because he knew it was far from over. Tutu hugged him and asked what that woman really was and why her head was burning with blue flames. Jing Kun hesitated at first because he did not want to frighten Tutu even more. In the end, he admitted the truth. That creature was a monster that almost no one in the world could defeat. The fire flame demon god had a human body, but its head burned like a ghostly blue flame, creating an unbelievably bizarre appearance. Tutu stood frozen in shock at the strange creature. Aside from its burning head, every other part looked exactly like an ordinary human, unlike any monster she had ever seen. The moment Tutu faced the fire flame demon god, an overwhelming pressure crushed her. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, like prey standing before its natural predator. She could not fight, could not run, and even breathing became almost impossible. Jing Kun gently patted Tutu on the shoulder in the middle of the chaos, telling her to stay calm, or they would both go down. His words helped Tutu regain her composure. She said she was fine and asked if they had to defeat that monster to save her little brother and everyone else. Hearing that, Jing Kun seemed to come up with a plan. The fire flame demon god only wanted it to turn their suffering into entertainment, and coldly declared that this performance had reached its finale. She immediately grabbed Yang and Xiao Ni by the throat to threaten Tutu, proudly declaring that her plan to create a body capable of containing her full power was almost complete. She even boasted that disguising herself as a human had been great fun, leaving Tutu calling Yang Yang's name in panic. The fire flame demon god continued, saying that her disguise had allowed her to secretly hunt transcendence and absorb their power. Meanwhile, Tutu noticed something strange about Xing Kun and wondered if Lam Yan was communicating with the monster. The next moment, Xing Kun spoke in the monster's language and declared that she would never devour those two. Taking advantage of her brief distraction, he instantly pulled Yang Yang and Xiaoni back toward him. Seeing that move, the fire flame demon god remained completely calm and silently waited for Xing Kun to continue. Xing Kun asked if, after being buried underground for so many years, she really believed humanity had made no progress while monster genes continued to exist. He spoke of the researchers who had spent 20 years enduring countless failures while searching for a way to save people carrying monster genes. In the end, they successfully created a vaccine. The vaccine could temporarily stop monster genes from invading the human brain for less than a second. It could not save someone who had fully become a monster, but it was invaluable at the critical moment. That brief instant was enough. Even if the monster genes invaded first, the vaccine created a tiny opening that allowed Yang Yang and Xiaoni to keep their minds, stand beside Xing Kun, and fight with him. After hearing everything, the fire flame demon god responded with complete indifference and obvious contempt. To her, none of it mattered because only the pursuit of greater power remained in her mind. Suddenly, the fire flame demon god set her own left leg ablaze. Tutu watched in horror as it exploded before her eyes. The blue flames immediately surged even higher, signaling that she was transforming into a new form. Blue fire rapidly spread everywhere, dragging everyone into a hellish world with no escape. A sea of flames roared across the battlefield as the fire flame demon god unleashed heaven-devouring flame prison. The blazing fire condensed into a gigantic mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs that lunged toward Yang Yang and Xiaoni, while the flame prison activated at the same time. The two became helpless bait with no way to resist, forced to watch the fiery jaws close around them. From a distance, Tutu cried out in despair as she saw her little brother about to be swallowed. Sensing Tutu's panic, Xing Kun remained calm and told her to cover him so nothing could interrupt what he was about to do. Tutu cast aside her fear. Her eyes became firm as she declared that even if it cost her life, she would never let anyone interfere with him. Xing Kun immediately poured every ounce of strength into gripping the tentacles connected to Yang Yang and Xiaoni, coldly declaring that they belonged to him. Crimson flames erupted violently, revealing the head of a pitch-black monster roaring as it demanded its prey back. Xing Kun stayed completely calm, because this was far from his first battle against her. Meanwhile, Xiaoni struggled as her consciousness slowly collapsed. She felt the tentacles binding her body, her control slipping away bit by bit, while her mind was steadily consumed. She bitterly realized the day she became a monster had finally arrived. That despair filled Xiaoni's mind with countless dark voices, constantly cursing her and driving her away like a terrifying monster everyone feared. At that moment, Xiaoni remembered Jing Che's encouragement. He had once called her his little sunshine and told her to stay strong no matter what happened. He promised he would find a way to save her if she never gave up hope. Back then, she had bravely promised to wait for that day. But now, Xiaoni could only apologize to him through her tears because she no longer believed she had the strength to keep waiting. In that very instant, a hand suddenly appeared and tore apart the tentacles binding her, setting her free. Xing Kun arrived like a savior, shattering every chain imprisoning both Xiaoni's body and her spirit. Xiaoni's eyes widened in shock. Looking at the one who had saved her, she suddenly realized this was Lam Yan, the person her grandfather had once said could save her. That move sent Huo Yan Mo Shen into a furious rage. She screamed that Xing Kun was a traitor and mocked a weak human for daring to steal her prey. Xing Kun only looked back calmly and said he could do it because of this very power. No matter how wildly Huo Yan Mo Shen attacked, her flames could not reach Xing Kun, as if an invisible wall blocked everything. Xing Kun mocked her again, saying she had failed to destroy his soul in his past life, and human will was far stronger than she believed. While calmly holding back the flames, he exposed her greatest fear. Huo Yan Mo Shen could not reveal herself, because their king was still too weak to awaken. Every word struck the truth, making Huo Yan Mo Shen narrow her blazing red eyes. Xing Kun declared she would never start a full war before the king awakened, because humanity could destroy their plan if they fought back. Standing behind Huo Yan Mo Shen, Xing Kun mocked her again, saying she hid behind a human disguise and secretly hunted superhumans, because she feared ruining the king's plan. With her secret exposed, Huo Yan Mo Shen roared in fury and swore to tear the traitor apart. Before the battle began, Xing Kun told Yang Yang and Xiao Ni he could only protect them for a short time. His power could only be passed to one person, meaning only one of them could survive. Yang Yang froze in shock after hearing they had to choose who would live. Without any hesitation, Yang Yang gave the chance to Xiao Ni. He said saving one of them was enough, and the class monitor was the best choice to inherit the power. Even though she was worried, Tu encouraged her younger brother to hold on because she believed Lan Yan would find a way to save him. Outside, the human body possessed by Huo Yan Mo Shen began falling apart as its lower half turned into countless tentacles that wrapped around and drained the host. She then created even more tentacles and launched them all at Xing Kun and Tu. Everyone finally realized every tentacle in the hospital had come from her. Remembering her promise to protect Xing Kun from all interference, Tu used all her strength to control the wind and build a barrier that kept knocking the tentacles away. One tentacle still slipped through the defense and shot straight toward Lin Tao, who was still standing frozen. Before anyone could react, it pierced straight through his chest. The attack instantly activated the monster genes inside Lin Tao, and he quickly transformed into a complete monster. Losing control of himself, Lin Tao charged at Tu as if his mind had been completely consumed. Tu could only watch him get closer with almost no chance to escape. But at the final moment, Lin Tao forced himself to regain a little control and stopped himself from hurting Tu. Crying out in agony with tears streaming down his face and glowing red eyes, he begged not to become a monster that harmed innocent people. Seeing that scene, Tu choked back her tears and softly called Lin Tao's name. For resisting Huo Yan Mo Shen, Lin Tao paid with his life. Before his soul vanished, he only managed to ask Tu to protect the class monitor and Yang Yang for him. Lin Tao's body quickly crumbled and collapsed while Tu screamed in despair. Huo Yan Mo Shen showed no mercy. Instead, she was furious that someone she had empowered dared to betray her. At that moment, Shizai suddenly stepped forward and asked Huo Yan Mo Shen to let him personally kill Tu and Xing Kun. After receiving her power, he unleashed Qi Yan Ju Shou and turned his hand into blazing fire before attacking. The sudden turn left Tu no time to react. As the burning hand closed in, she angrily demanded to know why Shizai would willingly serve a monster. Shizai attacked with all the power granted by Huo Yan Mo Shen and mocked Tu, saying she should have realized long ago that the one carrying her all this time was also a monster. Tu fought back with Feng Yin against the Sea of Flames while protecting Xing Kun. She declared that he was still a human who could control monster power, while Shizai had betrayed humanity by helping monsters and sacrificing humans. After being exposed, Shizai instantly flew into a furious rage. Refusing to be looked down on, Shizai cursed Tu in a frenzy. He mocked her for always waiting to be saved and declared they would see if she could stop his flames this time. The clash between superhuman power and Qi Yan Ji Shou finally erupted. Back in the mindscape, Xiao Ni immediately scolded Yang Yang for deciding to sacrifice himself without asking her. As the class monitor, she insisted the final decision should be hers. She was about to smack Yang Yang, but noticed everything in this place felt strange. Xing Kun explained that this was the spiritual world, where their minds were evenly matched and could only affect each other, then asked if they wanted to discuss anything with him. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Kun flicked a finger, leaving Yang Yang completely stunned before he could react. That single flick knocked Yang Yang out on the spot. Xing Kun calmly said it was better to let the idiot sleep for now. Xiao Ni stared in shock and praised him for taking Yang Yang down with one simple move. Hearing her words, Xing Kun suddenly felt Xiao Ni talked a lot like Yang Yang. Xiao Ni laughed and said they really got along well, like old friends the moment they met. It looked like fate had brought them together. Xiao Ni looked at Xing Kun with both gratitude and concern. She thanked him for risking his life to save them and asked what would happen to the other person if only one could receive his power. Xing Kun calmly replied that he could still preserve Yang Yang's mind after he became a monster. Even as a low-level monster without the power transfer, at least his body would not be taken over by Huo Yan Mo Shen. Xiao Ni continued asking if someone who became a monster could ever return to being human, and whether they could defeat Huo Yan Mo Shen. Xing Kun replied that he might find a way to restore Yang Yang in the future. He smiled with confidence and added that they had no chance of winning in a direct fight right now. Their only goal was to escape alive, and if they were cornered, he still had one final trump card. Xiao Ni was still worried and asked what would happen if Huo Yan Mo Shen found another host strong enough to contain her power. Xing Kun said no one would be able to stop her, so humanity had to grow stronger as quickly as possible. She then asked what if she failed to find one. Smiling, he answered that Huo Yan Mo Shen would eventually be destroyed by humanity. After talking for a while, Xiao Ni suddenly realized she still did not know his name and asked him. Xing Kun simply introduced himself. After hearing his name, Xiao Ni fully placed her trust in him and sincerely thanked him. She guessed he must have endured countless hardships to gain such power, but Xing Kun humbly said it was thanks to both hard work and a little talent. Unlike what he expected, Xiao Ni did not think he was bragging. She seriously said that if Huo Yan Mo Shen truly started a war against humanity, superhumans might survive, but ordinary people would face disaster. Hearing that, Xing Kun silently sighed, expecting another speech about justice. Still wearing an optimistic smile, Xiao Ni slowly shared her thoughts. She believed that even with one's mind intact, living forever as a monster was unbearable, so she made a request. She did not want Xing Kun to carry the whole world alone, and wanted to share half of that burden. Xing Kun smiled himself because he knew this was Xiao Ni's choice. In both his past life and this one, she was still the little son who always shined on others, even after being abandoned by the world. Outside, the fierce battle between Tutu and Shizai continued. The red and blue flames kept colliding as the situation became more dangerous, while Shizai smugly told her to run before it was too late. But Tutu stood her ground. Blood flowed from the corners of her eyes, and her body was almost exhausted. Yet she refused to let anyone disturb Xing Kun. Gathering every last bit of strength, Tutu unleashed a massive burst of wind that created a storm powerful enough to blow away both giant flaming arms. Shizai instantly turned his arms into countless tentacles and thrust them toward her, convinced she had no chance of surviving this time. Even Tutu believed everything had reached its end. But at the most critical moment, a hand suddenly appeared, stopping every attack and grabbing all the incoming tentacles. Yang Yang had already awakened. He not only stood back up, but also used his newly healed leg to unleash a devastating kick at Shizai, leaving him shocked by where such power had come from. Thanks to the power Xing Kun passed on, Yang Yang's missing leg regenerated and glowed with a strange blue light. A lightning-charged strike blasted Shizai backward. As he attacked, Yang Yang shouted in fury that no one was allowed to bully his sister. Seeing her little brother safe, Tutu happily called out Yang Yang's name. Tears filled Yang Yang's eyes as he gritted his teeth and blamed Xing Kun and Xiao Ni for making the decision without him. Looking at the unconscious Xiao Ni, he cried out in pain that someone useless like him should have been the one to die. Hearing those words, Tutu suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong and feared that Xiao Ni had already. She was right. Huo Yan Mo Shen had taken over Xiao Ni's body, completely turning the battle around as she proudly declared herself the true victor. Refusing to let Xiao Ni's sacrifice be meaningless, Yang Yang immediately used every bit of the power Xing Kun had given him and charged straight at Huo Yan Mo Shen. Blue flames erupted from his legs as he kicked through the air again and again to build even more speed. Yang Yang poured all his strength into his blazing legs, ignoring that his body had already gone beyond its limits. With tears streaming down his face, he roared in anger and demanded that Huo Yan Mo Shen give Xiao Ni back. But just before Yang Yang could strike, the old body Huo Yan Mo Shen had abandoned, completely turned into an empty shell. As Yang Yang rushed in, Xiao Ni's own hand stopped him. Huo Yan Mo Shen coldly mocked that, in a way, he was also one of the king's followers. It was just unfortunate that the king he served was far too weak, making him just as pathetic. Before everyone's eyes, Huo Yan Mo Shen fully claimed Xiao Ni's body. Wearing her face, she smiled with contempt and said being compared to Yang Yang was a complete humiliation. A moment later, she suddenly shouted one command: destroy everything. As soon as the words fell, Huo Yan Mo Shen's crimson eyes flashed with a terrifying light. No longer interested in wasting time, she casually swatted Yang Yang away like he was nothing. Smiling wickedly, Huo Yan Mo Shen pointed her burning finger forward and declared that she now possessed a body with nearly limitless energy. It was finally time for the traitor to pay with his life. Hellfire was unleashed at once. Tutu cried out for Yang Yang, but the newly awakened Xing Kun calmly assured her that the current attack was not enough to kill him. When Tutu anxiously asked what they should do next, Xing Kun said Yang Yang had rushed in too soon after receiving his power. Now all they could do was wait, leaving Tutu completely confused. Earlier in the spiritual world, Xing Kun had discussed Xiao Ni's plan with her. He believed it could work, but even one mistake would cost her life. Xiao Ni firmly replied that delaying would only lead to more sacrifices. She had prepared for this day for a long time, and since she possessed the strongest monster genes, it was worth using them on the battlefield. If she failed, she only hoped Xing Kun would lead everyone out safely. Huo Yan Mo Shen raised her hand and created a pitch-black sphere before bursting into crazed laughter. Her eyes gleamed with cruelty, as she guessed. The body's original owner was still conscious and asked what they were plotting. The moment she exposed their plan, Xing Kun's expression instantly changed. Huo Yan Mo Shen became even more smug. Tossing the black sphere in her hand, she laughed that human schemes were laughably naive because consciousness existed inside the brain. Without waiting for anyone to answer, she swallowed the black sphere into her body. Blue veins rapidly spread from her mouth across her entire body. Huo Yan Mo Shen chose to destroy the body from within, because if the brain exploded, Xiao Ni's consciousness would disappear with it. This was completely beyond Xing Kun's expectations. Seeing Xiao Ni's body engulfed in flames, he could not stop himself from shouting. Realizing Huo Yan Mo Shen was about to explode, Xing Kun immediately activated the power of Wanjian Xing Tu and unleashed Xing Huo in a desperate attempt to turn the battle around. A raging storm of blue flames rushed straight toward Huo Yan Mo Shen. Standing beside him, Tu anxiously asked if the attack would hurt Xiao Ni. Before long, black spikes burst from Xiao Ni's back along with a pair of grotesque wings, while the blue flames flared even higher, making her appearance even more terrifying. The two overwhelming powers collided head-on, creating a massive explosion that shook the entire space. Watching the scene unfold, Xing Kun frowned as he realized the heartbreaking truth. That body no longer belonged to Xiao Ni. Huo Yan Mo Shen completely took control of her new body. Two extra monster arms with razor-sharp claws grew from her back. She arrogantly declared that a weak human brain did not deserve to control this body, and that her genes would grow a new head to see what tricks humanity had left. Without giving Xing Kun a chance to prepare, Huo Yan Mo Shen rushed in. She sneered that the little energy left inside him was probably not even enough to escape. Xing Kun was shocked when she closed the distance in an instant. Even though Xiao Ni's body could not restore her to full strength, her speed was already beyond what the human eye could follow. Even so, Xing Kun refused to back down. He immediately swung his mutated arm and unleashed Xing Jian to meet her head-on. Huo Yan Mo Shen easily grabbed his arm and smiled coldly. She declared that every monster desired to become the next king, then demanded Xing Kun return the king's authority and every monster gene he possessed. Xing Kun was stunned to find his arm completely restrained. The power Huo Yan Mo Shen displayed far exceeded his expectations. She was already comparable to a level 6 monster, and nearly unbeatable at this point. With his arm trapped beyond escape, Xing Kun instantly decided to sacrifice part of his body for one chance to strike back. He immediately shouted for Tu to fall back. Tu stared at his arm in horror, but Xing Kun calmly told her not to worry. As long as his heart remained intact, even lost limbs could regenerate. Huo Yan Mo Shen immediately swallowed the arm she had bitten off and scoffed that such a tiny piece of flesh was beneath her notice. Meanwhile, Xing Kun's new arm had already fully regenerated. He turned to Tu and told her they had to find a way out immediately. She anxiously asked if escaping was even possible anymore. Before they could finish talking, a sudden explosion erupted between them and split the two apart. As the light faded, a massive hole appeared in the wall. On the other side stood Zhu Yu, Shangguan Kui, and Dun Dun. The moment Huo Yan Mo Shen saw them, she laughed excitedly, calling them a feast of superhumans. She declared that since they had killed her monster general, they would repay the debt with their own bodies. While Tu was still confused, Xing Kun suddenly pushed her aside. Seeing Shangguan Kui and the elite new student Zhu Yu across the gap, she asked in confusion if he no longer needed her help to stay airborne. Xing Kun quietly replied that he could use his fire-breathing ability to keep himself in the air for now. He told Tu to take Yang to Shangguan Kui first, and she immediately agreed. On the other side, Ji Yu raised a hand with a cold expression, controlled the flow of electricity, and ordered Dun Dun to move. After receiving the command, Dun Dun rushed toward Xing Kun at incredible speed. Tu panicked and shouted that Zhu Yu seemed to be trying to kill him. Even Xing Kun became tense as cold sweat ran down his face under the terrifying pressure before him. But he quickly realized the real purpose. The monster Zhu Yu had just fought burst out from inside Dun Dun's body. Xing Kun immediately told Tu that Zhu Yu was only delivering energy to him and urged her to save her brother. Though still confused, Tu obeyed. She pulled Feng Ru from his body before leaving and told him to be careful. Xing Kun simply replied that he would be fine. Watching everything unfold, Huo Yan Mo Shen also began to suspect something was wrong. After sending Tu away, Xing Kun controlled the tentacles in his palm to wrap around the monster Ji Yu had brought and slowly absorb its body. He coldly said that since she had eaten his arm, he would take this from her as compensation. Huo Yan Mo Shen widened her eyes in shock as she looked at Xing Kun. At the same time, she completely failed to notice Shangguan Kui secretly preparing Yao Long Xingtu behind the wall. Carrying a water pipe, Shangguan Kui charged forward and unleashed Shui Long Lian to summon the water serpent inside. At the same time, he shouted, demanding to know why Xiao Ni had ended up like this and insisted Xing Kun explain everything after the battle. Still busy absorbing the monster, Xing Kun casually replied that he would explain later. His gaze turned icy as one of his eyes slowly transformed into a monster eye that glowed with a frightening red light. He chose to absorb every last bit of energy from the monster general. Xing Kun's consciousness entered the spiritual world once again. The moment he saw Chen Fei, he immediately asked if he was Chen Fei Xia, the monster general serving under Huo Yan Mo Shen. Chen Fei turned around, looked at Xing Kun, and asked in surprise how he knew him. Xing Kun explained that Chen Fei was Xiao Ni's classmate. What he kept to himself was that they had also been classmates in his past life. He silently apologized that fate had turned Chen Fei into a monster in this life. Confused, Chen Fei asked why he still had his mind if he had become a monster, and why he was here. Xing Kun calmly gave an answer that left Chen Fei speechless. Because I am eating you right now. Xing Kun then said that if Chen Fei did not want to disappear, he could restore his consciousness, and might even find a way to make him human again in the future. Chen Fei was stunned. Chen Fei asked in disbelief if that meant he could still keep living. But a moment later, he gave a bitter smile and wondered what the point was if he had to live on as a monster. Chen Fei gently shook his head, thanked Xing Kun for his kindness, but still refused. To him, keeping his mind while living as a monster was even more terrifying. He said life would only become worse. Humans would hate and reject him even more. He could never appear in crowded places, and his giant hands could never play games again. Ever since his mother died, even his father no longer wanted to see him. From the day everyone learned he carried 84 monster genes, his relatives and friends had treated him like a monster that deserved to be destroyed. Chen Fei sadly rubbed his head and said that the class monitor and his classmates had once helped him stand back up, but after becoming a monster, he could never study beside them again. Choking back tears, he admitted he could not bear that, and he could also sense that the class monitor was now in danger. With no path left, Chen Fei made his own choice. After a long silence, he raised his fist toward Xing Kun, as if making a promise, and firmly said, "Absorb me." Chen Fei's body slowly dissolved into countless points of light. Tears still fell from his eyes, but his face had never looked more peaceful. Before disappearing, he made one final request. "Save my class monitor and wipe out every monster in this world." Xing Kun refused to let that trust go to waste. He raised his own fist to meet Chen Fei's and solemnly promised that he would do it. The blue flames instantly erupted. Returning to reality, Xing Kun immediately swung his blazing left arm at Huo Yan Mo Shen and declared that he had accepted that request. Without another moment of hesitation, he unleashed every ounce of his strength in one overwhelming attack aimed straight at Huo Yan Mo Shen. But she remained completely unharmed and mocked him, saying that ordinary flames could never injure Huo Yan Mo Shen. In her eyes, that attack was nothing more than delivering extra power to her. But at that very moment, the black arm on Huo Yan Mo Shen's back suddenly changed. It no longer obeyed her control and slowly began to crack apart. From the crack, a smaller arm with red and black colors intertwined grew out, leaving Huo Yan Mo Shen stunned and unable to understand what was happening. In truth, Xiao Ni had proposed this plan herself. She would become Huo Yan Mo Shen's obstacle and act like a suppressant, buying everyone time to recover. The moment he heard it, Xing Kun immediately objected because the chance of success was far too low. He even joked that if anything happened to Xiao Ni, her grandfather would never forgive him. Besides, he had promised to bring her home safely. His words moved Xiao Ni deeply, but she calmly replied that she probably had no chance of returning anyway. Even if she survived, she would become a monster. She believed her grandfather would understand and would never blame Xing Kun because only she could carry out this plan. To prove her point, Xiao Ni pointed at the sleeping Yang Yang and asked if anyone could really count on that silly guy instead. She then brought up Lin Dao. According to Xing Kun, even after becoming a monster, there was still hope of turning back into a human. Placing a hand over her heart, Xiao Ni smiled with determination and said that as the class monitor, she would never abandon Lin Tao. She asked Xing Kun to accept her plan and become stronger as quickly as possible. Xiao Ni asked him to give everything to save the world, and one day to fulfill his promise of bringing her home. Faced with her sacrifice, Xing Kun stayed silent for a moment, before promising that he would do everything he could. Back in the present, turquoise blue flames spread across the battlefield, and Xiao Ni's silhouette could be seen within them. Everything was unfolding exactly as Xing Kun had planned. He could not pass his power directly to her, but he could help her resist Huo Yan Mo Shen's control, as her body was gradually being taken over. Xiao Ni finally became part of the flame demon god. As planned, one arm behind her turned red. Xing Kun had told her to hide her consciousness deep inside the monster's genes, never let it be erased, and inherit the power he left behind. As long as she survived, she could restrain the flame demon god from within. The red arm, carrying Xiao Ni's remaining consciousness, suddenly threw a punch straight at the flame demon god. But the flame demon god quickly noticed the resistance and answered with a mocking smile. A moment later, another arm grabbed the red arm, without hesitation. The flame demon god ripped the arm off her body. Black fluid sprayed everywhere as she roared in fury and ordered Xiao Ni to get out of her body. Still consumed by rage, the flame demon god cursed Xiao Ni as a traitor. After crushing the rebellion inside, the flame demon god returned to the battlefield only to find everyone gone. Xing Kun and his team had already escaped. A brief distraction left the flame demon god trapped alone in the strange space, while Xing Kun and the others made their escape. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, the investigation team from headquarters questioned the rescue force about the strange earthquake. The rescue commander reported that almost every survivor had been evacuated, but Shangguan Kui, the Xinghuo squad, and 2 exterminators were still underground. The lead investigator exploded in anger and demanded to know why no rescue had been launched, leaving the officer speechless. Just as the tension peaked, a support team member shouted that Shangguan Kui and the Xinghuo squad had returned safely. The officer stared in shock as the group really walked out. Seeing Shangguan Kui return alive, the officer hurriedly questioned him about what happened below. Before he could finish, Shangguan Kui grabbed his collar and demanded an immediate call to headquarters because they had an urgent report. His overwhelming presence left the officer too frightened to refuse. Behind them, Xing Kun calmly assigned tasks. He told Xiao Dao to take Zhao Sheng to meet the hospital director and claim the mission reward, while reminding her to stay polite. Though confused at first, she agreed. After settling that, Xing Kun turned to Tu Tu and asked her to take Yang Yang back to the academy first. As for Lin Tao, he would ask the director to treat him in secret. Then Xing Kun and Ji Yu quickly headed to the director's office to report everything in person. Silence filled the room as Xing Kun slowly and clearly explained everything that had happened. He lowered his head and apologized for failing to keep his promise to bring Xiao Ni back safely. The director clenched his fists as they trembled with buried emotions, and his face looked ready to explode with anger. But a moment later, he only let out a heavy sigh and swallowed all of that anger. He knew Xiao Ni better than anyone. She would always sacrifice herself to save others, just like her parents, who died rescuing people during a monster disaster. That was why he never blamed Xing Kun. Director Jing Jie placed his remaining hope in Xing Kun's team. He said he would not pursue the matter, and would even help if needed, as long as they could bring Xiao Ni back. Hearing that they would receive support instead of blame, Xing Kun and Ji Yu both sighed in relief and nodded with determination. Seeing their reaction, Jing Jie quickly became cautious and warned them not to ask for too much because he was only an ordinary old man. Xing Kun could only smile awkwardly and promise not to cross the line. Jing Ji's expression darkened as he explained that getting help would not be easy. The Pan family and several powerful organizations were involved, and they were even the leading suppliers of life essence. Ji Yu suggested asking higher-ranking officials from exterminator headquarters to apply pressure. Jing Zhou immediately rejected the idea, saying many past plans had failed because too many hidden forces interfered. He recalled discovering an ancient 3-horned monster and calling on exterminators across the country to search for the earth veins. Yet every effort reached a dead end, as if someone had covered everything up. Jing Jie continued, saying this world was not just a war between humans and monsters. There were also humans secretly manipulating everything from the shadows. Xing Kun was not surprised because he had already suspected as much. Jing Jie slammed his fist onto the table in anger and declared that the flame demon god must never trigger a full-scale war too soon, which was why every major force kept each other in check behind the scenes. To avoid alerting the mysterious force behind everything, every plan had to stay in the shadows and rely only on people they truly trusted. In the end, he concluded that they could no longer count on outside help for now. The director then seriously asked Xing Kun how he planned to deal with the monsters based on what he knew. Xing Kun's answer left Jing Ji speechless. He suggested that if the flame demon god could not be destroyed yet, they should let her keep absorbing energy and eliminate her later. As he spoke, Xing Kun suddenly realized something was wrong. Cold sweat formed as the idea became clearer. Every monster shared the same nature. They existed to gather energy for their leader by devouring humans and even superhumans. Xing Kun placed his hand on the table and mentioned the upcoming National Super Rookie Tournament. To the Flame Demon God, it would be the greatest energy feast imaginable. He remembered his previous life, where countless young geniuses died during the event, while the true cause was hidden behind a so-called monster attack. Jing Jie grew curious about Xing Kun's plan and asked if he intended to force his own rapid growth or if he already had a specific path in mind. Xing Kun avoided his gaze and admitted he had not thought that far ahead. He explained that a superhuman's growth depended on elemental stimulation, but pushing it too far always carried serious risks. He used Shangguan Kui as an example. She once fell into the deep sea and grew at an incredible rate. Even as a 3-star superhuman, she advanced dramatically and nearly became food for a sea monster. Now even the rivers of Qingchu could no longer stimulate her growth. After circling the topic, Xing Kun finally reached the point. He said the easiest source of growth had been right beside them all along. Jing Zhe understood immediately, while Ji Yu looked completely confused. After hearing Xing Kun's reasoning, Ji Yu began to feel uneasy. Xing Kun pointed out that modern society was surrounded by electricity and countless sources of stimulation that no one could avoid. Xing Kun suddenly showed a hard-to-read smile, prompting Jing Jie to immediately warn him to wipe that expression off his face. Ignoring the warning, Xing Kun continued with his plan. He brought up the National Super Rookie Tournament in Xincheng, where every top genius would gather, and specifically mentioned using nuclear power as a source of stimulation. The moment those words came out, Jing Jie was stunned and immediately cut him off. But Xing Kun refused to back down. He asked whether Jing Jie did not want to witness the birth of a new generation superhuman. He then mentioned the Thunder God as an existence raised through a special method. Jing Jie reacted fiercely and declared that he would never carry out such a plan. Their heated argument left Ji Yu completely lost. Elsewhere, Yang Su was assigned to deliver a special set of documents to Xing Kun. She did not fully understand the request and only knew they contained the original star charts related to the superhuman gene structure. Jing Jie took a sip of coffee and explained that the documents meant little to outsiders, but they could help Ji Yu better understand the source of his power. Yang Su was still hesitant and asked if it was really necessary to go that far. Jing Jie calmly reassured her to follow the instructions for now and said he would take full responsibility. She nodded, though she still felt uneasy. When Yang Su mentioned the idea of using nuclear electricity, Jing Jie immediately coughed to interrupt her and signaled that the topic was over. He assigned her another task and told her to prepare the required documents because the procedures would take time. Yang Su left the room and quietly closed the door behind her. Only Jing Zhe remained inside. He picked up the desk phone and dialed a number. The moment the other sides answered, Jing Zhe had not even spoken before he was greeted by furious insults, and the call was cut off. He refused to give up and called again and again, but every attempt was rejected. At last, one call went through. The instant Jing Zhe raised the phone to his ear, he was hit with another storm of insults. The caller called him a traitor, brought up 2 men, and declared that he had long considered Jing Zhe his sworn enemy. Before Jing Zhe could respond, the caller kept shouting, without giving him a chance to speak. The man continued berating him, demanded to know why he was calling, and suspected Jing Zhe was plotting something again. Jing remained calm, speaking as if their personal history had nothing to do with him. He asked the man to help supply electricity for a student competing in the National Super Rookie Tournament in Xincheng and requested temporary access to nuclear power, if necessary, explaining that the mission concerned the survival of all humanity. Before Jing Ji could finish, the man on the other end exploded in anger, cursed at him again, and hung up without hesitation. Jing Jie refused to stop. He kept calling over and over while the other side kept hanging up, and the two went back and forth countless times. In the end, Jing Ji's persistence won. The man finally gave in, though still sounding unwilling. He agreed not to cut the civilian power supply and said he would report the strange cooperation request to Exterminator headquarters, but the price was 1 billion, with no negotiation. Even after getting what he wanted, Jing Jie tried to bargain. The other man simply replied that there would be no discount and ended the call. Knowing he could not push further, Jing Jie quickly accepted, leaving only the cold dial tone. He rubbed his temples and let out a tired sigh, wondering how many more calls like this he would have to make. Jing Jie dialed another number while continuing to complain. He muttered that Xing Kun was giving him a massive headache and reminded himself that they were running out of time and had to save Xiao Ni somewhere else. A man wearing a white robe with golden patterns walked in, and his presence made it clear he held great authority. He angrily slapped Pan Shijie hard enough to draw blood and scolded him. The Pan family was at a critical stage, and he was about to become a 5-star superhuman. If he secured the position of Supreme Commander of the Exterminators, the entire family would reach a new level. Yet, Pan Shijie had ruined everything by failing at the Super Rookie Tournament and hiding the truth about the hospital, forcing the family to clean up one disaster after another. Pan Shijie was beaten until he was dizzy. He dropped to his knees without daring to fight back and silently endured the punishment. Then he slowly looked up with eyes full of contempt, showing no fear at all. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth, but he calmly said that everything he had done was for the future of the family. The man raised his hand and coldly ordered him to hand it over immediately. Pan Zhantien grabbed him by the collar, pulled him to his feet, and continued shouting that if he truly cared about the family, he should have completed his mission and obediently used the eternal flower to refine the undying flame. Without mercy, Pan Zhantien threw Pan Shijie into the wall like a worthless object. He declared that his greatest goal was becoming the first 5-star superhuman in Huaxia, and everything else was meaningless. Pan Shijie had ruined that plan. Pan Shijie showed no regret. Instead, he let out a mocking smile and said that without him, his father would never have obtained the undying flame or dreamed of becoming a 5-star superhuman. He bluntly declared that his own father was nothing more than a useless man. Those words sent Pan Zhantien into a furious rage. Beside him, Zhang Yi also demanded that Pan Shijie apologize immediately. Pan Shijie stared back with a defiant gaze and showed no fear. He even hinted that they could kill him if they wanted, because he had been an experimental subject since long ago. His eyes made Pan Zhantien freeze for a moment, as if they had dragged him back into a haunting memory. Inside a dark room, a 6 or 7-year-old Pan Shiji faced a woman wearing torn clothes. The boy asked in surprise who she was and why she had entered his room because he still had to report to the gene research lab for testing. Holding back tears, the woman said she was his mother. She explained that the Pan family had forced her to give birth because of her special superhuman genes for their experiments. She said she could not endure it any longer, and he was now her last hope. The woman grabbed the boy's hand and tried to take him away from that living hell. But at that very moment, Pan Zhantien was already standing behind them. A small flame appeared in the man's palm, instantly filling the woman with terror. Trembling, she screamed and desperately tried to escape, repeatedly crying out Pan Zhantian's name and calling him a monster. Meanwhile, Shijie stood frozen with empty eyes, unable to understand what was happening. Before making his move, Pan Zhantien coldly declared that the useless deserved nothing but ashes. The woman's scream echoed for only an instant before falling silent. Her body shriveled as if all life had been drained away, and soon it crumbled into the blazing red flames, as though she had never existed. Shijie was suddenly pulled back into that dark memory, the old scene flashing through his mind like a film torn into pieces. Pan Zhantien summoned the same flame that had once consumed the woman, but this time it was aimed at Shijie. In a cold voice, he accused him of being ungrateful, and said that since he would never repent even in death, he would rip the undying flame from his body and dispose of the resource the Pan family had spent years cultivating like worthless trash. Zhang Yi quickly stepped in and tried to calm the situation, saying Shijie was only acting on impulse. But Zhang Tian's killing intent only grew stronger. He mocked Zhang Yi for his failed upbringing, and as soon as he finished speaking, Shijie's arm was burned away by the punishment flame as a first warning. An invisible force pressed down and forced Shijie to his knees. Even after losing one arm to the flames, he refused to bow, his eyes as cold as stone. Zhang Tian shouted that he was an unfilial son and demanded he kneel. A monstrous hand lunged from behind and slammed Shijie into the ground. He only let out a cold laugh as his burned arm began to mutate. Molten patterns spread across the floor, and he declared that he had done nothing wrong and would never kneel. Seeing his defiance, Zhang Tian merely frowned and looked down on him as someone who did not know his own limits. Shijie's arm suddenly swelled into a sharp weapon-like form and shot straight toward Zhang Tian and Zhan Wei. The monstrous fingers wrapped tightly around Zhang Tian, leaving him frozen in shock. Beside him, Zhan Wei was also pinned by the shoulder and demanded to know what Shijie had turned into. Shijie smiled proudly and attacked even more ruthlessly. He declared that the one who truly failed to understand this world was Zhang Tian. If Zhang Tian wanted the undying flame, he could take it, but he would pay with the very power he believed in. Zhang Tian struggled with all his strength, gripping the fingers crushing him and refusing to give in. Another monstrous hand rushed toward him, despite his resistance. Zhang Yi panicked and shouted for Shiji to stop, reminding him that Zhang Tian was his biological father. Jian Tian only frowned before letting out a cold laugh. He believed he finally understood why Shi Jie had become so arrogant after gaining some incredible opportunity. A demonic flame entity floated above them, staring at Jian Tian like prey. It claimed it was close to reaching the 5th superhuman rank and treated the place as nothing more than a sacrificial feast. Only then did Jian Tian realize it had appeared far faster than expected. Jian Tian gasped in disbelief, unable to trust what he was seeing. Before he could react, the demonic entity thrust its hand straight through his chest. Blood burst everywhere, and in that instant of agony, Jian Tian realized this power was beyond anything he understood. He struggled desperately and knew this was no longer human power. With his chest pierced and no way to escape, he stammered as he demanded to know the attacker's true identity. Shi Jie walked over before Jian Tian could piece everything together. He calmly revealed that the entity was the Eternal Flower, the very treasure the Pan family had always coveted for its grand plan. As Jian Tian endured the attack, the horrifying truth finally hit him. Jian Yi completely lost his composure and screamed for Shi Jie to stop, once again reminding him that Jian Tian was his real father. Shi Jie answered with chilling indifference, as if those words meant absolutely nothing. A moment later, Jian Tian's body was mercilessly crushed into a mass of flesh with no human shape left. Shi Jie looked down with a cold smile while Jian Yi stood frozen before screaming in horror. Jian Yi's mind began to collapse as everything unfolded exactly like a script written long ago. He remembered the retrieval of the undying flame, the research team's calculations, and realized it might all have been part of Shi Jie's plan from the very beginning. His voice trembling, Jian Yi demanded to know what path Shi Jie had chosen as the heir of the Pan family. Shi Jie treated those words like a joke and even found Jian Yi's concern laughably fake. In a calm, ice voice, he replied, "Clear my mind. I have never been clearer than I am now." Shi Jie slowly withdrew his magma-like arm, as though nothing important had happened. Jian Yi hurriedly explained that Pan Jian Tian had originally planned to forcefully evolve the family's superhuman genes through extreme stimulation, while he himself had always been suspicious and had secretly investigated Shi Jie's true origins. Shi Jie answered without the slightest emotion, "You do not need to be so nervous, uncle." Jian Yi froze in disbelief and could only let out a short, stunned sound. Shi Jie casually rubbed the shoulder that had just been burned as if checking a minor injury. Then the impossible happened. The burn vanished completely, and his skin healed without a trace. He laughed and admitted he had nothing to do with that woman and had never acted because of her. In his eyes, Pan Jian Tian had already lost all value. He killed him because he was no longer useful and because he would only stand in the way of his plans. Shi Jie held out his fully healed hand as if asking for a handshake, wearing a surprisingly friendly smile. In a falsely warm tone, he told Jian Yi that his conservative methods would only hold the Pan family back, and that over the years, Jian Yi had been like a father to him. But beneath those polite words was overwhelming pressure. Shi Jie stepped closer and kept his hand extended, silently forcing a choice. Jian Yi instinctively backed away, both shocked and wary. Shi Jie continued, saying that once Jian Yi understood everything, he would surely stand on his side. In the future, the Pan family would become a true human breeding farm, and if Jian Yi agreed to cooperate, the ultimate gene research project would continue. Jian Yi was trapped between two impossible choices: refuse and risk death, or accept and walk straight into a nightmare. Jian Yi finally spoke against the plan, calling it insane and warning that it would drag the entire family into ruin. Shi Jie remained unmoved and claimed he was the only one who could save the Pan family from extinction. According to him, without the demon god behind them, the family would have become monster food long ago. Under overwhelming pressure, Jian Yi finally reached out and accepted the handshake. Shi Jie immediately smiled, gripped his hand firmly, and warmly addressed him as his respected uncle. Then he announced the plan. Starting tomorrow, one 3-star superhuman would be sacrificed to the flame demon god every day. The flame demon god suddenly appeared and interrupted the conversation with a hungry stare that left Jian Yi stunned. She coldly demanded more, saying sacrifice was not enough, and she wanted 3 lives every day. Shi Jie showed almost no resistance and gently humored her like a spoiled child. He immediately changed the plan. If they lacked outside victims, they would use members of the Pan family instead. When necessary, even loyal family members would become sacrifices. He also mentioned the Super Rookie tournament in Xinxi as the grand feast already waiting for them. The flame demon god moved even closer and repeated her demand with overwhelming pressure: 3 sacrifices every day. Shiji accepted without the slightest hesitation, reassuring her that she would never go hungry. In his plan, even those loyal to the Pan family could become replacements, and everything would lead to the Super Rookie Tournament in Sinshi, where the greatest feast had already been prepared. At the training ground, an instructor's voice echoed non-stop, stressing the importance of physical training, because humanity would have to fight monsters in the future, and even the weakest monsters were many times stronger than ordinary humans. The students below trembled as they held their stances, with many barely able to remain standing. Even so, the lecture continued, explaining that the stronger the body became, the easier it was to awaken superhuman genes. Every student had to complete the daily physical training without exception. One exhausted student, nearly collapsing, pointed toward two people relaxing nearby and angrily demanded to know why they were being treated differently. His frustration boiled over when he saw them enjoying food and drinks while everyone else suffered through training. Another student complained as well, saying one of them looked like he was enjoying himself and laughing at everyone else's misery, making the mood even worse. Fu Liang adjusted his glasses and seriously explained that those two were the super rookies of this class. They each had their own personal instructor, so their training program was completely different. They were only waiting for their assigned coach. The student pressed his lips together and said nothing else, but his jealousy was obvious. He could only comfort himself by thinking that training with a large group was better anyway. Just then, he noticed a familiar figure walking toward Xing Kun and Shangguan Kui. His confidence immediately disappeared, and his attitude became much more respectful. He quickly greeted her. "Hello, Miss Shangguan." She calmly replied that he could simply call her senior sister as usual. He instantly lost all motivation and almost wanted to quit training on the spot. He was not the only one. Many students around him reacted the same way. He let out a heavy sigh as the name Shangguan Kui echoed through his mind. Frustration and helplessness filled his heart. He could accept that some people had powerful backing, but he could not understand why the gap was this enormous. Unable to hold back any longer, he complained to Fu Liang with obvious resentment. He even dragged Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiao Dao into it, calling them useless and accusing them of receiving unfair treatment. He claimed they had not returned to the dormitory last night and hinted that they had been doing something suspicious. Those two had just finished a mission with the Xinghuo squad and had already claimed their rewards. Right then, they returned. Everyone turned to look. Outside the fence, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiao Dao were pushing several crates of supplies while chatting and laughing together. Zhao Sheng waved at Xing Kun and proudly shouted that the mission was complete. Following the vice director's advice, they had exchanged every reward for life essence. Someone took a sip of water and gave them a thumbs up, saying this shipment was much larger than expected, and they had done an excellent job. Xing Kun and Zhu Yu waved goodbye to everyone at the training ground before leaving with Shangguan Kui. They only left a few words of encouragement, while the students behind them watched with jealousy and frustration. The complaining student slammed his fist into the ground as his emotions exploded. He started calculating how many crates of life essence they had brought back, and the total left him completely stunned because it was far beyond anything he had ever imagined. Fu Liang crossed his arms and looked at the discouraged students without offering any comfort. He simply ordered them to continue training. When someone asked about the 5 Elements training ground to improve their chances of awakening superhuman genes, he briefly replied that the area was under repair. The 5 Elements training ground was temporarily closed for maintenance. Shangguan Kui folded her arms and calmly announced a few things before the next lesson. She reminded everyone that this place would become the main training site before the National Super Rookie Tournament. Then she turned to Xing Kun, asked him for a report, and even brought up the tuition fees, saying the director was short on funding, and everyone had to cover their own costs. Xing Kun quietly muttered complaints about Jingji. Shangguan Kui glanced at Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiao Dao, who were drinking life essence non-stop as if it were plain water. She frowned and asked whether consuming it like that would cause dangerous overloads. Xing Kun casually replied that if they stopped drinking it, they would starve to death. At least by drinking it, they could stay alive. The answer left Shangguan Kui completely puzzled. Xing Kun held out his hand as if preparing to give her something. He said it was a special reward for her help on the mission and assured her that she would not suffer the same side effects as the other two. A strange biological organism began forming in his palm. It looked like a mutated living bud covered with sharp tendrils. Shangguan Kui immediately became alert. Xing Kun explained that he could control monster genes. The blue flame was not a pure superhuman ability but a biological power. If she was worried, he could even reduce the amount of life essence by half as compensation. Shangguan Kui slowly closed her eyes, as though confirming something in her mind. She carefully reached out and touched the strange organism. Curiosity filled her eyes, but she remained cautious as she wondered how far Jing Kun's monster gene control could really go. The 3 biological petals slowly closed and latched tightly onto Shangguan Kui's palm like a tiny predator, creating the sensation of biting into her skin. Shangguan Kui clearly felt it entering her body, but the pain was almost negligible. Remaining calm, she observed the process and said the monster genes were merging into her superhuman gene system, allowing her to personally verify what Xing Kun was doing. The invading strands spread deep into the mysterious superhuman gene structure inside her body. 91% consisted of stable superhuman genes, while the remaining 9% appeared to be ordinary genes she had never paid attention to before. A consciousness deep inside her suddenly reacted violently, as if every instinct was screaming that the thing clinging to her was an irritating parasite that even felt disgusting. It took Shangguan Kui several minutes to regain her composure. She rubbed her forehead and admitted that she had to suppress her instincts just to tolerate the feeling of something living inside her. Jing Kun awkwardly looked away before explaining that this was the natural hunting mechanism of high-level monsters, drawing human energy directly from superhuman genes. He compared it to a giant creature feeding on a smaller one, adding that his genes did not devour people but merely stimulated evolution. Shangguan Kui looked at him suspiciously, feeling as though she had just agreed to something very unusual. Jing Kun continued with another example. He said it was like a massive creature attaching a 3-petaled suction organ to its prey to absorb life energy, except this mechanism targeted superhuman gene chains instead of flesh and blood. Jing Kun explained everything with complete seriousness, but the more he talked, the stranger it sounded. He emphasized that real monsters could kill and eat people in an instant, while his method only promoted evolution. Shangguan Kui looked at him with obvious doubt before finally saying this was definitely the hardest mission reward she had ever been asked to accept. Around noon, Xing Kun and Shangguan Kui finally paused their discussion and shifted their focus to the current situation. He summed everything up. Gong Xiaoni was now possessed by the Flame Demon God, who would soon regain full strength. The upcoming National Super Rookie Tournament in Shin's City was likely to become the next disaster zone. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiaodao were still trapped in brutal training. Shangguan Kui kept refining Everyone's training methods, and Xing Kun continued planning his next evolution path with different energy sources. Shangguan Kui said she had another idea to speed up evolution and wanted to see if it could actually work. Xing Kun immediately became curious. She got straight to the point. The catalyst would be herself. Zhu Yu reacted instantly. Before Xing Kun even understood, she panicked and argued that Shangguan Kui's idea was far too risky. Shangguan Kui calmly explained that she did not mean anything dangerous. High-level genes naturally stimulated each other, allowing both sides to evolve faster. Xing Kun's genes could affect superhumans, and her own superhuman genes could influence him as well. She stressed that no one had to eat anyone. Simple biological contact like hair, blood, or body fluids would be enough. She added that even the smallest amount of contact could trigger the reaction. Zhu Yu forced a smile and said, if that was all it took, Shangguan Kui did not need to bother. She even volunteered herself. Xing Kun immediately looked uncomfortable and clearly hated the idea. Ji Yu suddenly moved closer with a teasing smile. She admitted she had been interested in Xing Kun for a long time and compared him to a valuable tonic worth testing. Xing Kun quickly backed away and asked what she was trying to do. Ji Yu casually lay on her side, stretched out her leg toward Xing Kun, and boldly told him to take a bite. Xing Kun jumped back with a bright red face and firmly refused, saying that kind of contact was way beyond his limit. Ji Yu froze for a few seconds, as she suddenly realized how her words sounded. The moment it clicked, she blushed in embarrassment, grabbed whatever was nearby, and rushed at Xing Kun to punish him for the misunderstanding. Xing Kun hurried to defend himself while Ji Yu called for Shangguan Kui to help hold him down. Shangguan Kui joined in without hesitation and added just enough pressure to help Ji Yu, making it obvious she thought Xing Kun deserved the lesson. Ji Yu tightened the towel in her hand and charged straight for Xing Kun's mouth. At the same time, Shangguan Kui restrained him with energy tentacles and forced his mouth open. Completely helpless, Xing Kun struggled and shouted, "What are you trying to do?" He yelled in panic, "You stupid fish, don't take it this far." Suddenly, a stream of bright red liquid fell into his mouth. It was not from the towel as he first thought. Xing Kun froze, with only one thought crossing his mind. This is Blood. A small cut had appeared on Ji Yu's palm, and drops of blood slowly fell into Jing Kun's mouth. She acted like it was nothing, but she watched his reaction closely. She forced him to drink, and warned that wasting even a single drop would have consequences. Then she reminded him that they had grown up together, shared the same fate, and would face both fortune and hardship side by side. Jing Kun remained completely stunned and stared at her with empty eyes. Seeing no response, Ji Yu frowned, lost her patience, and shouted his name in annoyance. Jing Kun suddenly sprang up and grabbed her bleeding hand. Ji Yu awkwardly tried to explain that it was only a small cut and nothing serious. A memory suddenly flashed through Jing Kun's mind of Ji Yu fighting monsters alone. That battle had almost cost her life. His buried emotions finally exploded. A massive surge of power erupted from Jing Kun's body. Blue spider-like limbs appeared behind him, while one enlarged arm wrapped tightly around Ji Yu. He completely lost control, making her call out his name in panic. Even from a distance, Shangguan Kui instantly sensed the terrifying pressure. She was forced to step back several times just to stay on her feet, and cautiously called Jing Kun's name. Zhao Sheng was blasted into the wall by the shockwave and cried out in disbelief. Zhao Xiaodao fared no better. Both of them felt as if they had been caught inside an unstoppable storm of power. A massive energy vortex formed around Jing Kun and Ji Yu, sweeping outward in waves and distorting the surrounding space like a collapsing storm. In the office, Jing Che was shaken by the tremor and immediately realized something had gone wrong. Zhan Ying and Ye Han exchanged tense looks, not understanding what was happening. Chao Yan froze and muttered that it felt like the pressure of a monster. Trapped in Jing Kun's grip, Ji Yu felt both embarrassed and confused, repeatedly asking what he was doing. In his uncontrolled state, Jing Kun whispered that he would never let her get hurt again and that he would protect her at all costs. Those words made Ji Yu blush, but a warm feeling rose in her heart as she scolded him for being overly cheesy. She repeated that it was only a few drops of blood and not worth such an extreme reaction. Suddenly, Jing Kun regained awareness, his expression shifting as if snapping out of another state. He blankly asked why he was holding Ji Yu and awkwardly assumed it might have been a reflex. Ji Yu immediately shoved him away and snapped that he was the one who hugged her first. Jing Kun panicked and tried to recall, but had no clear memory, guessing it was an instinctive reaction. Shangguan Kui stepped closer and coldly asked if this was some kind of abnormal male trait she had seen before. She then analyzed that Ji Yu's blood or wounds could strongly trigger Jing Kun's evolution response. Jing Kun glared at Ji Yu, annoyed, and told her to stop teasing him. At that moment, Shangguan Kui began forming a new idea. He immediately cut her off and refused, saying using Ji Yu's blood as a stimulation tool was too dangerous and unacceptable. Ji Yu still held out her bleeding hand in front of him, teasing him on purpose and claiming she understood his preferences. A brief silence made the atmosphere strange. Ji Yu suddenly realized something was off and let out a shocked sound. She quickly stepped back and shouted in panic, asking if he was about to eat her. Jing Kun slipped back into an unstable state, his eyes losing focus as he stared at Ji Yu like an instinctive prey target. Drool formed at his mouth, driven purely by hunger-like instincts. Shangguan Kui struck him immediately, shouting at him to wake up. Jing Kun covered his face and slowly regained consciousness, embarrassed and helpless at losing control again, muttering that Ji Yu's superhuman gene was too stimulating for him. Shangguan Kui sighed and concluded that using Ji Yu's blood for evolution was indeed extremely dangerous, and Jing Kun would need to learn how to control this predatory instinct. Jing Kun asked for clarification. Shangguan Kui explained that faster evolution required a mix of monster genes, superhuman genes, and existing energy sources, but the process would trigger uncontrollable biological reactions. He fell silent. Everyone returned to the training ground, preparing for the next session. Fu Liang was already losing patience as all the trainees lay collapsed on the ground, barely able to move. He shouted for them to stand up, insisting that without pushing past their limits, their superhuman genes would never evolve. He warned that if they did not double their effort, the gap between them and Jing Kun would only grow wider. Just as he finished speaking, another voice interrupted and denied his claim. Fu Liang turned and saw Yu Zhou from Team 23 Crimson Flame, once a super rookie candidate who had given up his spot for Shi Zai. Yu Zhou walked into the field with a challenging attitude and bluntly argued that no matter how hard they tried, they could never catch up to those who took shortcuts. He continued by targeting other trainees, claiming some had already joined the Pan family after graduation and were pretending to be pure. He told them to leave if they did not want to ruin the training environment. Yu Zhe sneered and deliberately provoked Fu Liang, asking if he was afraid of the truth being exposed, or if the academy had secrets it could not reveal. The trainees behind him began to grow curious, one asking what was being hidden. Fu Liang remained silent, his expression darkening. Yu Zhe, aware of the effect he was creating, continued escalating the situation, implying nepotism and backdoor placements, while true geniuses were eliminated, and everything was covered up. Fu Liang was furious and tried to strike him, but Yu Zhe dodged in time. Fu Liang warned him not to spread false rumors, while Yu Zhe only laughed coldly without backing down. He continued arguing that without backing, someone with almost no superhuman gene like Shi Zai could never reach the final round. In his view, winning the #1 super rookie spot only came from luck after finding artificial superhuman equipment before others. He further provoked them, asking where Jing Kun and his group were, then answered himself that they were monopolizing the 5 elements field. The statement immediately caused a stir among the trainees. Fu Liang confirmed it, but insisted there were valid reasons behind it. Yu Zhe took the opportunity to recruit others, saying anyone who wanted fairness could leave and join his group. Fu Liang immediately blocked them from leaving and released his battle aura, ready to intervene if needed. Yu Zhou only glanced at him, showing no surprise. Yu Zhe suddenly unleashed a fire strike that revealed overwhelming strength, laughing coldly and saying Fu Liang, as a basic instructor, could not stop him. He claimed that after giving up his spot for Shi Zai, he had gained multiple opportunities and had now reached 4-star superhuman level. Fu Liang was shocked by this power. Yu Zhe frowned in anger, saying he only stood up because he wanted justice for those left behind. At the 5 elements field, Shangguan Kui was explaining star map cultivation theory, emphasizing that superhuman genes must be placed precisely in the star map structure to activate the correct power. She added that wrong placement would cause internal injury reactions. However, monster genes users could recover quickly, especially with large amounts of life essence fluid, giving them multiple chances to correct mistakes. She looked at Xing Kun and asked directly if he could handle a process that might make him cough up blood. Her gaze locked onto him, as if studying a special biological entity rather than a normal human. At that moment, Yu Zhe's group entered the 5 elements field with aggressive momentum. He pointed at Xing Kun and declared he would show him the consequences of being unworthy of his position. Xing Kun turned back, his eyes losing control again, and he muttered a single word under his breath: hungry. During a call, Yu Zhou heard that young Master Fan intended to leave Namyu Super Academy and immediately suspected someone was interfering. He even planned to rally classmates to expose the truth and fight for fairness for young Master Fan. The person on the other end directly refused and said there was already a better option, Rose Super Academy. He even invited Yu Zhe to join. Yu Zhe asked back, saying Rose was being suppressed by Namyue, but the other side confidently claimed the balance would shift if young Master Fan stepped in. The conversation grew heated, and the other party declared he would follow young Master Fan without hesitation. He also asked Yu Zhe to recruit as many people as possible to join Rose. Yu Zhe agreed immediately without hesitation. In Yu Zhe's mind, a cold thought formed. Whatever they did, it was already too late to help young Master Fan secure a spot in the National Super Rookie Tournament. He quickly shifted plans, deciding to beat Xing Kun down to expose the Academy's dark side in front of all trainees, then collect a reward promised by young Master Fan and use it to recruit more people to Rose. Ji Yu urgently shouted that they had to stop Xing Kun immediately, warning that if he lost control and attacked other trainees, the consequences would be severe. Yu Zhe grew even more excited and confirmed his suspicion. Xing Kun's true power had been hidden, which was why he had fooled everyone. But today, everything would be exposed, and Yu Zhe would also clear out those protecting him. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on the ground and activated his fire energy, preparing a large-scale attack. A massive wall of fire instantly rose and sealed off Xing Kun's entire area. Yu Zhe growled that everyone would witness the opponent's true strength today. The firewall blocked Ji Yu and Sheng's path, making them panic and shout that they were trying to rescue him and should not be stopped. Yu Zhe smirked and casually reminded Shangguan Kui not to interfere, treating it as a spar between juniors. The woman waved it off indifferently and continued drinking the potion in her hand. Yu Zhe walked step by step toward Xing Kun, coldly ordering that the weaker ones block the instructors while the stronger ones hold off his teammates. The distance between them closed rapidly as Yu Zhe stated that only by isolating Xing Kun completely could the fight be considered fair. He continued provoking him, saying Xing Kun should not blame him for using overwhelming force, since as Namyue's super rookie he had to bear the Academy's honor and could not be allowed to lose easily. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Zhe activated the Mountain King star map, Flame Lotus Heaven, creating a blazing red space filled with raging fire. He calculated it clearly in his mind. This move was a fire-type control and suppression technique. It was not meant to kill, but to burn away clothes, inflict severe burns, and humiliate the opponent completely. But in the next moment, the situation flipped entirely, as Xing Kun suddenly counterattacked and slammed Yu Zhe to the ground, leaving him stunned. Yu Zhe lay on the ground, his mind blank, unable to process what had just happened. He panicked internally, wondering why his ultimate Flame Lotus Heaven was broken so easily. The opponent had clearly been playing around before, but now felt like a terrifying existence that could devour him. In his panic, Yu Zhe immediately shouted for help from the others around him. At that moment, vines suddenly erupted from the ground and sent all his subordinates flying away. Yu Zhe froze when he saw Zhu Yu had broken through the fire wall, while the one who shattered the fire attack was Sheng. Those vine attacks were clearly not normal. Zhu Yu kicked Yu Zhe aside and rushed to support Xing Kun, telling him to calm down. Yu Zhe watched in shock, unable to understand how these newly awakened people had become so strong. Frustrated and humiliated, Yu Zhe thought young Master Fan's mission absolutely could not fail. Meanwhile, Xing Kun was still panicking and screaming in pain, repeatedly shouting for it to stop. Yu Zhe sneered and claimed everything happening was the result of what the academy director had created for them. He pointed at the cart full of resources and loudly accused the academy of embezzling massive amounts of life essence fluid, calling it blatant favoritism. Yu Zhe continued mocking, concluding that the academy's internal corruption was the reason these people had grown so abnormally strong, and that the entire system was rotten from the root. Fu Liang suddenly appeared and shouted sternly, ordering Yu Zhe to stop talking nonsense, saying cultivation was not as simple as he was distorting it to be. Wu Yin immediately stepped in and argued back, saying Sheng had clearly been weaker than him before, yet had now reached a level he could never even dream of. Fu Liang calmly explained that everything had its own reasons, and those students had indeed gone through intense effort and training. Wu Yin still refused to accept it, venting that he had worked just as hard, yet others could surpass levels and defeat strong opponents while he remained stuck. Seeing the chaos, Yu Zhou only watched and laughed with amusement. He quickly exploited the situation, inciting the crowd that those people had taken all the resources that should have belonged to them and stolen everyone's future. The students began to waver, feeling that his words made some sense. Emotions exploded among the crowd. Shouts and anger spread everywhere. Some wanted to report it. Others were confused and lost. Some worried that reporting would be useless if the opponent had powerful backing. Sheng asked what should be done. Xing Kun remained indifferent and said it had nothing to do with them, telling everyone to continue their own business. Yu Zhe continued fabricating claims that the truly strong had already left Namyue for Rose Academy, and that he himself would follow young Master Fan. The crowd froze upon hearing the name Fan. He took the opportunity to paint an enticing future, claiming that following young Master Fan meant receiving 30 bottles of life essence fluid every month, nearly daily cultivation resources. He continued describing the promising future, insisting following young Master Fan would open a completely different path. The students were heavily shaken and kept asking if it was real. Many students became anxious and asked if they could also follow young Master Fan like Yu Zhe, and he immediately agreed. Xing Kun watched the scene, his mind filled with suspicion about this so-called young Master Fan. He stepped forward to observe closely, silently guessing whether this was a scheme to recruit people as sacrifices for the flame demon god. Yu Zhe sneered and mocked him, saying Xing Kun had been hit where it hurt, and that was why he was reacting. He ordered his subordinates to shut Xing Kun up and promised extra rewards if they did well. They immediately agreed. Yu Zhe turned back to the students and said there was no need to argue with those who took shortcuts, urging everyone to follow him out and discuss further. In his mind, Yu Zhe calculated that the recruitment for Rose Academy was nearly complete, and all that remained was to withdraw. At that moment, Xing Kun suddenly charged in at extreme speed. A sudden strike sent one of the subordinates flying far into the distance. The bald man immediately charged forward to counterattack, but before he could even release a skill, Xing Kun had already flashed past him like a gust of wind, leaving only helplessness behind. Yu Zhe quickly raised his defense, a sense of unease rising in his mind. He formed a stonous barrier to block the incoming attack. But as cracks began to appear on the barrier, Yu Zhe panicked in disbelief. Without giving him any time, Xing Kun threw a direct punch and shattered the entire defense in an instant. Immediately after, Yuzhe was grabbed by the neck and completely immobilized, his face twisted in pain. Xingxin looked at him and concluded that this was the work of the flame demon god, and that Yuzhe was recruiting people for Fan Shi Tai. He continued thinking that this force could not be allowed to grow, and he needed to warn the other trainees. Xing Kun stated that if life essence alone could make someone infinitely stronger, then Fan Shi Tai should have already been invincible and would not need to join the super rookie selection. He emphasized that all those temptations were traps and told everyone not to believe them. Even while restrained, Yuzhe shouted back, insisting that Xing Kun was lying, and repeating that the academy he supported was strong because of abundant resources. He angrily claimed that a tuition-free academy could not possibly be unfair. He further argued that those with better conditions would naturally rise, and others had no right to stop people from choosing better benefits. Xing Kun fell silent, thinking he had said enough, and that the rest should be left for everyone to decide. However, he secretly controlled a ferocious creature to rush forward, leaving a mark on Yuzhe before everything continued. Yuzhe screamed in pain and panicked, asking what Xing Kun was doing. Xing Kun released him and acted innocent, saying his nails were just too long and accidentally scratched him. He dusted his hands and smiled lightly, as if nothing had happened, saying everyone had their own choice, and wishing those who left good luck sincerely. Yuzhe immediately became alert and asked what Xing Kun was plotting. Xing Kun casually replied that he just wanted a proper handshake farewell, and that people leaving should keep some dignity. Yuzhe narrowed his eyes, convinced Xing Kun was trying to keep people from leaving. Thinking this, he became even more determined to escape before the plan was disrupted. He loudly urged the students again, painting a bright future under young Master Fan, and telling them to follow him immediately. Then, he held out his hand as a farewell, preparing to leave. One leading student stepped forward, apologized, and declared he would join Rose Academy. Xing Kun shook his hand, smiled lightly, and apologized for using a bit too much strength earlier. Another person hesitantly asked why the handshake took so long. Xing Kun calmly replied that he simply did not want to part with them so soon. He continued, shaking hands one by one, cheerfully wishing them success on their chosen path. When Wu Yin stepped forward, Xing Kun reminded him that they were once teammates and advised him not to take that path. Wu Yin hesitated and admitted he just wanted an easier path for himself. They shook hands, and Xing Kun softly wished him luck. Wu Yin thanked him in hesitation. Fu Liang patted him on the shoulder and comforted him, saying losing about 30 students was inevitable. He emphasized that everyone had their own choices, and recruitment from other academies was normal. Xing Kun calmly said something meaningful, hoping they would live a little longer. In his mind, he thought about gene implantation experiments being troublesome. Fu Liang forced a bitter smile and noticed that Xing Kun's sleeve had already disappeared at some point. A week later, a tense argument broke out in the dormitory. Someone accused the director of having students from a nearby Monster Gene Academy drugged with sleeping pills for days. Xing Kun walked upstairs and said he was only following orders. The goal was to turn all those students into his own force, and if mutations occurred, they would be controlled, instead of letting them lose sanity completely. He added that if anything went wrong, the director would have to handle the consequences. Jing Che calmly replied that he had already inspected Du Yang, who could replace another test subject, though it was a pity he could not directly study Xing Kun. Xing Kun tilted his head and asked if the man was targeting him. Jing Che did not deny it and revealed he had arranged for Du Yang to take on another identity to attract external forces, though his current level was still insufficient. Xing Kun replied briefly that perhaps the person could still create surprises. He shook his turned-off phone and wondered why the battery had died. Immediately after, all lights in the area suddenly shut off, making Xing Kun freeze in place. A few seconds later, the lights turned back on as if nothing had happened, and even his phone recovered. Xing Kun looked around in confusion. He suddenly turned his head and softly called out Ji Yu's name. Xing Kun walked into the room and asked if everything was finished. Ji Yu gave a slight nod. Ji Yu calmly reported that all superhuman genes had been placed into the correct positions, and the complete purple star had been successfully activated, unlike the previous prototype that could be easily shut down. She emphasized that this time the purple star was a fully complete system. Once activated, it would operate autonomously and could no longer be stopped. She further explained that the initial energy source was only around level 2, but the system was self-sustaining and continuously growing, absorbing electricity from the surrounding environment and becoming harder to control. She hesitated and said she could somewhat understand Xing Kun's condition because she herself was also starving for energy. Ji Yu's entire body was wrapped in chaotic electrical currents, as she whispered that this hunger for energy made her want to drain all electricity from Namyue Academy. She suggested going to a thunderstorm zone to absorb energy, treating it as the most suitable source of nourishment for her current state. Shin-kun immediately rejected the idea, warning her that heavenly lightnings was not something to mess with. Direct contact would be suicide, and in her current state, she was like a walking lightning rod that could bring disaster to others. Jing-kun gave a forced smile and told her to stop thinking about lightning. He then suggested using Namyue's electricity instead. At that moment, Jing-chae suddenly appeared behind them. Jing-kun turned around in shock and asked how he had appeared right after their phone call. Jing-chae calmly replied that the sudden spike in electricity bills had led him there. Jing-chae gestured for them to follow, saying he had already called Sheng and the others. Jing-kun asked in confusion where they were going. Soon after, Sheng and the other students gathered. Jing-chae firmly said there was no need to pack anything. Everything would be provided, and he would cover the cost. Jing-kun was confused by the sudden plan. Jing-chae explained that he did not want to waste time or resources, and had arranged for them to head to Sin City earlier, then planned to prepare for the Super Rookie tournament. He added that transportation had already been arranged, but warned that flying separately would likely lead to accidents, so it was best to follow him. Jing-kun reported nervously that Ji Yu's condition was unstable, with erratic electricity causing nearby devices to flicker and potentially damaging the transport vehicle. Jing-chae sighed helplessly and said if it broke, they would just buy a new one. He would take responsibility as long as they left quickly. Ji Yu laughed and said the director was too generous, promising she would try to restrain herself even while still struggling with her hunger for electricity. Jing-chae suddenly became serious again and told her to absorb everything at full capacity if needed, as he would handle the cost. He stressed that the upcoming journey involved extreme danger and they needed to become as strong as possible. He gave his final instructions, hoping they could win the upcoming battle. Jing-kun smiled confidently and said their team would win and return safely together. Elsewhere, a white-haired girl sat beside a river of magma, coldly commenting that the quality of food this time had become much worse. Another person bowed and reported that the lone knights around Namyue had almost all been captured and that a force of death soldiers and newly awakened superhumans had been prepared for her future use. The girl nodded in satisfaction and suggested that if the food supply here ran out, they would move on to Sin City. Flame Demon God's eyes darkened as he sensed a king-level presence there similar to himself, one that could help resolve issues related to his current body. In a flashback, during the takeover of a hospital, a girl once asked how she could repay him, even offering herself in exchange for his true identity, while her younger brother stood helplessly beside her. He smiled gently and said no repayment was needed, then revealed his true identity, shocking the girl when she discovered that Lan Yan was actually her junior. Later, Tutu proactively asked Jing-chae to let her lead the team in the Super Rookie tournament, stating she was the most suitable due to her knowledge of Lan Yan's identity and her level 4 strength. Back to the present, Tutu sat in a vehicle and announced a temporary pause of her live stream due to an important mission, though she was actually excited to meet Lan Yan and Jing-kun again. She looked at the empty seat behind her, her heartbeat quickening as she thought about the upcoming encounter, her heart filled with anticipation for Mr. Lan Yan. Tutu comforted herself, forcing calm as she told herself she must have a sweet older sister romance before summer ended. Just then, a voice outside called them to get on the vehicle, making her freeze instantly. Hearing the words brother-in-law and sister-in-law, Tutu froze like she had been sealed in ice, as if her newly forming romance plan was crushed at the start. Jing-kun had just boarded the vehicle and asked if senior sister Tutu was the driver. Another passenger also asked if she was okay, making Tutu quickly stutter to regain composure. She then forced herself to calm down and declared she would safely take everyone to Sin City and fulfill her role as the lead driver. Jing-kun worriedly reminded her that the journey, according to the director, was extremely dangerous and possibly lethal, so she did not need to risk herself. Tutu teared up, but firmly insisted she volunteered, saying she would not regret it, even if she had to face danger, as if it were her destiny. She gripped the steering wheel and said something overly intense, claiming that she and even her younger brother already belonged to Jing-kun. Jing-kun immediately felt awkward and told her she did not need to say it like that. The vehicle started, headlights lit up, and Tutu loudly announced the departure. The car sped into the night, but Jing-kun noticed that many other vehicles around them were strangely motionless. Gu was concentrating on controlling electrical energy, draining power from all surrounding vehicles and disabling them. Xing Kun explained that all electricity was being absorbed, which caused the traffic standstill. Zhao Sheng was initially happy to see the road clear, but Xing Kun warned that if Gu lost control, even their own vehicle could be affected. At that moment, the car suddenly stalled on a downhill slope. Losing propulsion, the vehicle crashed into the roadside barrier and was thrown out into the air. The group panicked as the car fell into the abyss, while only Xing Kun remained calm. Tutu quickly activated her mana, saying she was the most suitable to handle the situation. Juyu tried to stabilize the energy, while Xing Kun calmly said it was not serious. Tutu focused fully, declaring she would bring everyone to safety, and released powerful mana to control the vehicle. A blue wind current appeared around them, lifting the entire car and stabilizing it mid-air. The vehicle continued flying through the sky at even higher speed, shocking and exciting the group, though some still worried about safety over such a long distance. Elsewhere, an alarm system rang, as monster herds from multiple directions were successfully guided to their designated positions. Xin City appeared under a gloomy sunset, with countless monsters being funneled in according to plan, while reports showed the southern region had far exceeded expectations. In the sky, 2 figures observed the battlefield, while ground forces carried out monster bait operations. Alerts indicated that defensive systems were already sustaining damage. He Lai, a man wearing glasses, calmly ordered all personnel to retreat for safety. Ground forces immediately withdrew as monsters surged forward and violently attacked the defensive line. He Lai and a swordsman descended, explaining that to prepare for the upcoming Super Rookie tournament, they had deliberately gathered monsters in Xin City to eliminate risks in advance. However, as the monster tide grew and defenses began collapsing, He Lai calmly warned not to underestimate the situation, or the entire Xin City would suffer severe consequences. Tianxing remained composed and claimed he was not exaggerating, even stating he could reach level 5 superhuman, so everything was under control. He glanced at 2 massive energy sources, emitting heat and smoke, stating that the city's nuclear power plant had been fully activated. Tianxing stepped forward, drawing his sword, and declaring he would combine the city's earth energy with his own life lightning to unleash a strike powerful enough to surpass Shangguan Kui of Namyue, claiming it would be his strongest attack ever. He Lai simply smiled upon hearing this, and raised his phone, ready to record the moment for content. Tianxing concentrated power into his blade and shouted to activate his technique. Lightning burst across the sword, and thunder energy began converging. The hilt glowed like a conductor as both ends erupted with violent electric arcs. Tianxing stomped the ground, directing all electricity toward the monster horde. Instantly, the city's electrical energy was pulled away, forming a massive beam of light, converging toward a single point. The gathered energy condensed into an electric vortex, rushing straight toward Tianxing, making He Lai excitedly cheer at the unfolding scene. While recording the entire process, He Lai suddenly noticed a strange object falling from the sky at extreme speed, like a crashing vehicle. Tianxing froze, and before he could react, he panicked and shouted for help. He Lai immediately warned him not to slash the object, as there might be people inside. Both of them stood stunned for a few seconds. Tianxing went pale, realizing the electricity in his body had suddenly vanished, completely cutting off the attack he was about to unleash. He Lai questioned in confusion why the power had disappeared when the entire city was supported by a nuclear power plant. Both of them looked toward the hovering vehicle and realized all surrounding electricity was being drawn upward into it. Tianxing confirmed that his entire energy had been drained. He Lai could not believe it at first, but eventually had to admit something was suppressing all electrical power. With no time to argue, they turned back to face the monster horde, deciding to go all out to prevent any from entering the city. Tianxing unleashed a thunderous sword slash, and He Lai followed up with his own technique, wiping out a large portion of the monsters together. Although many monsters were eliminated, it was still only a small fraction of the entire swarm rushing forward. He Lai grew tense, realizing that a third of the monsters remained. If they were not stopped, they could break into the city. Tianxing admitted he could not continue using that technique due to excessive energy consumption. He Lai feared the situation was becoming uncontrollable. Tianxing looked up in frustration, wondering what exactly was on that vehicle, and insisted that no matter what, the monsters must not enter Xin City. Meanwhile, Tutu continued stabilizing the flying vehicle, guiding it steadily toward the battlefield. Ji felt the chaotic electricity being pulled away uncontrollably and panicked, reporting that she could no longer maintain control. Xing-kun understood the issue but outwardly reassured her, while inwardly feeling pain at the massive energy loss. Ji feared their plan below might already be compromised. Xing-kun forced himself to stay calm and turned to encourage Tutu, saying she was their trump card. Tutu immediately blushed and became flustered under the sudden expectation. Her emotions spiraled, making her feel like she had been struck by an emotional lightning bolt, her heartbeat racing uncontrollably. Below, Tianxing and He Lai continued resisting, but the situation grew increasingly critical as they warned that monsters could break into the city at any moment. He Lai suggested a final desperate move, boosting their power to the limit, joking that he would treat everyone to a meal afterward. Tianxing agreed and prepared to unleash everything. At that moment, He Lai noticed a massive shockwave landing in the middle of the monster horde. Realizing the falling vehicle had entered the battlefield, he froze, realizing the situation had gone beyond expectations. They now had to deal with both the monster wave and the crashing vehicle. As soon as he finished thinking, another massive change erupted, shocking him completely. From the point where the vehicle landed, a massive storm vortex exploded outward, throwing and crushing countless monsters. Both sides were left stunned. Within the storm, a faint figure appeared, moving with extreme speed and precision. Tianxing immediately recognized it as a wind-type formation from Namyue participating in the competition. He Lai was stunned, unable to understand how a 4-star wind-type superhuman could become this powerful, far beyond Namyue's expectations. Tianxing also found it strange, as the amount of electricity drained earlier was enormous enough to bring down the vehicle, yet the person inside showed no effect at all. Tutu fought within the storm, continuously releasing wind blades, while tears streamed down her face. Her emotional overload made her nearly lose control, as if she were in a state of heartbreak. Her emotional fluctuations caused her power to erupt even further. Zhao Sheng noticed something wrong, while Xiao Dao panicked as the vehicle was nearly destroyed during the descent. Xing-kun ignored everything around him, smiled lightly at Ji Yu, and told her to keep the pot safe, saying he would return soon. Ji Yu responded quietly and maintained stability. After speaking, Xing-kun sat down and quietly searched for a deep underground fissure, planning to absorb more energy from the earth veins to compensate for the loss. In the sky, Tutu continued crying while fighting, her face flushed with chaotic emotions, looking both pitiful and unstable. Her crying blended with the howling wind, echoing through the raging storm like a shattered sound. She tightened her mental focus and turned all emotion into an explosive force, boosting her wind magic and crushing the surrounding monsters. The monster horde was torn apart by the storm of wind blades, bodies thrown and shattered in midair. The 2 Qingchu members stood frozen below, while He Lai admitted this attack far exceeded expectations and almost required no further intervention. Tianxing sheathed his sword, deciding to step out of the fight, and went with He Lai toward the group that had just appeared. He Lai was curious about Nanyu's new force, and Tianxing agreed. Reaching the area swept clean by the vortex, He Lai guessed this was linked to the earlier lightning suction and storm phenomenon, matching intel from headquarters. Tianxing confirmed the guess. However, when they arrived, they only saw a girl crying alone in the wasteland, nothing like the wind expert they expected, leaving them confused. He Lai began analyzing that her energy demand was extremely high, even linking it to rumors of abnormal power consumption at a power station, but still could not identify the real mastermind. Tutu finally stopped crying, stood up, and introduced herself as the senior team leader from Nanyue Academy, also apologizing for the disturbance in the combat zone. He Lai immediately recognized her identity, recalling her outstanding record from 2 years ago, and was shocked that she had reached 4-star superhuman level with even more potential ahead. Tutu modestly replied that it was all luck and opportunity, refusing to accept too much praise. He Lai smiled, switched to a friendly tone, and said he would guide them to a safe resting area, while also wanting to meet the one who caused the massive lightning suction phenomenon. At that moment, Xing-kun and several others stepped out from behind, surprising He Lai since their number was smaller than expected, and none seemed seriously injured. Zheng Yu still had faint lightning flickering on her body, deliberately acting weak and panicked, saying she was frightened by too many monsters and lost emotional stability. Zhao Sheng looked at her suspiciously, while Xiao Dao added that she might have been affected by the earlier impact, causing mental instability and loss of control over lightning absorption. He Lai tried to reassure Lian, saying Jen An was already stable and there was no need to rush, but the girl kept backing away as if avoiding him completely. At this point, Ji-yu was clearly struggling to stabilize her state, with energy surging more violently inside her, about to spiral out of control. In the next moment, her body erupted with lightning, spreading across the surrounding space like a vast energy net. Tianxing detected the anomaly as electric currents from Dong City were being pulled back here, realizing the entire regional power grid was being redirected. Observing her technique, Tianxing was shocked that she needed no star chart, no weapon medium, and no superhuman gene support, yet still controlled electricity. Zhan stood nearby in disbelief, unable to accept that a girl could stir such a massive amount of electrical energy. He suddenly paused and identified her true identity. She was not a second or third-year student, but a freshman named Ji-yu, who had once survived beyond the lightning tolerance limit of most gene subjects in the lab. Recalling how she absorbed massive lightning like it was being swallowed, He still found it hard to believe a new student could join the supernova competition. Tianxing carefully observed the energy being drawn into her body and concluded it was as if all electricity was erased from space, an absurd energy demand that only existed in legendary 4-star cultivation theory. He lowered his voice and said that if it truly was a 4-star method, and she absorbed electricity in such a violent way, then she might have already completed crystallization, making her talent terrifying. He glanced again, still unable to shake his disbelief, as the theory kept repeating in his mind. He sighed heavily and concluded that as long as Juyu remained in Bin City, no distance could stop her from absorbing electricity, meaning Director Hu's plan had already failed. He further analyzed that moving her away would cause even greater losses, since long-distance power transfer could destroy all electronics along the route. Tianxing agreed, and they could only reorganize the group's placement. Everyone turned to look at Ji Yu, already concluding in their minds that she was Nan Yu's trump card this year, and the top rank in the supernova competition was almost certainly hers. Just as she was fully focused on absorbing electricity, a voice suddenly came from behind, making Ji Yu slightly curl her lips as if she had already achieved her goal. In reality, she had been stalling time for Xing Kun from the very beginning, and once everything stabilized, she pretended to release control and calmly said she was fine, and the energy was no longer out of control. Tianxing was slightly surprised, but still explained that this kind of runaway state had already been predicted by Director Hu, so there was no need to worry too much. Then his expression turned serious as he announced that everyone would be arranged to stay in a house near the power station for easier supervision. He immediately narrowed his eyes and asked in a heavy tone who that person really was. Just as the atmosphere tightened, Xing Kun casually walked forward, smiling as if nothing had happened, saying he had just handled some matters and was late. His overly calm appearance made everyone feel a chill, and even standing still, they could sense an invisible pressure radiating from him. Tutu glanced at the two senior officers and softly called them seniors, confused why they looked like they were facing a powerful enemy. She then quickly introduced Xing Kun, explaining he was the captain of the N-Star Lock team from Manhwa participating in Supernova, and reminded He Tianxing and He of his identity, while Xing Kun himself was also a freshman like Ji Yu. He quickly regained composure and smiled lightly, saying Nanhua truly had no shortage of talent this year, then suggested heading to the resting place, and offered to fly everyone there. While preparing to move, he casually mentioned that their team only had 4 people, one less than the standard 5-member formation. A wind current instantly wrapped around everyone and lifted them into the air. Xing Kun confirmed their team indeed had only 4 members, while He guessed the missing person was probably assigned elsewhere and did not ask further, continuing the journey. The entire group followed closely behind He flying across the city sky. Xing Kun looked down and noted that Bin City was under extremely strict control by the Qingchu forces due to the supernova competition. He further analyzed that surveillance was everywhere, and almost no trace of abnormal aura could be sensed, which made him question why such a major incident had happened in his previous life, in such a tightly guarded city. Looking at the 2 figures ahead, Xing Kun continued speculating whether there was a monster hidden underground, or some other force manipulating everything behind the scenes. If it matched his previous life, it could be linked to high-level families, and he needed to uncover the truth quickly. Night fell quietly, and silver moonlight spread through the trees, covering the villa of Tianxing in Sin City with a cold and still atmosphere, known as the base of the strongest purifier in the region. In the large training room filled with advanced equipment, Jing Kun took charge with a strict tone, announcing that the previous combat sessions were only warm-ups, and he would leave Jin City to handle personal matters, temporarily assigning leadership to Tutu in the corner. She accepted with a polite smile, but inside she felt confused by everyone's tense reactions. On the surface, Tutu maintained the calm demeanor of a reliable senior, but inside she felt completely different, both helpless and self-mocking, as she realized she was only playing a leadership role, even secretly comparing her position with her younger brother Lan Yan, and wondering when she could stand beside him naturally. After finishing instructions, Xing Kun turned his sharp gaze toward Ji Yu and called her to begin. Ji Yu replied with slight annoyance, even adding a cold, teasing remark, then immediately entered preparation mode. Ji Yu closed her eyes and focused all consciousness on guiding the energy inside her body. From the corners of her eyes, tiny glowing particles leaked out, gradually erupting like small electric crystals floating in the darkness. That energy quickly spread across the entire villa like a living electric network, sweeping through every device. After finishing, Ji Yu opened her eyes coldly and declared she had disabled all cameras and electronic systems around for training purposes, shocking Tutu with how excessive the environmental damage was, while she calmly continued absorbing electricity. Seeing Tutu panic, Xing Kun reassured her that everything had been pre-approved and management had agreed, then turned to remind Ju Yu to maintain rhythm. She only shrugged with an indifferent and slightly mocking attitude, as if what just happened was irrelevant. Xing Kun then turned to the two newcomers and asked if they were ready. Zhao Sheng immediately declared full confidence, while Xiao Dao looked visibly tense, answering carefully, but still trying to stay composed before the training began. Tu observed Zhao Sheng's expression, and could not help but laugh internally at the contrast between his words and his real state, also thinking that the intensity of this captain's training would definitely not be gentle. Xing Kun nodded in satisfaction, then removed his outer coat, revealing a toned physique, and signaled Tutu to pay attention as his tone dropped, signaling the start of serious training. The moment his power activated, Xing Kun's arm was covered by a dense black energy layer that spread and completely altered its structure, making the surrounding space feel stretched under invisible pressure. That arm no longer looked human. It had transformed into a mass of thick black tentacles, writhing like a living creature, with faint blue lightning flickering through it. The oppressive aura made space itself feel crushed, creating a grotesque yet overwhelming presence that forced anyone who saw it to stay alert. Tutu watched the entire transformation with wide eyes, immediately concluding this level of training could easily be lethal. No wonder the cameras had to be disabled, and she could not help but think that her younger brother Lan Yan's team was progressing far beyond expectations. Xing Kun fell into deep thought again, his gaze dark as he dissected layers of information, confirming that his current stockpile of mutant gene energy was sufficient in quantity, but still missing a key condition to reach level 5. His thoughts deepened as memories of his previous life surfaced, recalling when he had reached the limit of a pseudo-level 5 existence after battling Shangguan Hui in a sea of infernal flames. That forced evolution had taken a different path in this life, meaning he now had to find a new method of breakthrough. While analyzing, Xing Kun glanced at Ji Yu absorbing energy behind him. The swirling magical currents made him think of the elemental domain of a level 5 superhuman, and perhaps Shangguan Hui's near-death state in his past life had been the key to opening that door. In a moment of silence, Xing Kun closed his eyes, imagining a massive mountain piercing through the clouds, realizing this was the boundary neither of his two lives had ever truly reached. Just as everything fell into thought, Ji Yu suddenly warned that she sensed the owner of the villa, Li Tianxing, outside trying to take control of the electrical flow in the area, instantly tightening the atmosphere. Noticing the change, Xing Kun immediately retracted his energy and switched to a calm tone, handing over the situation. Tu, still standing there, flinched when called upon, slightly flustered by the sudden responsibility. After making arrangements, Xing Kun paused his gaze on a poster on the wall and began connecting clues about deceased super freshmen and the falling star disaster in City, deciding to start his investigation from Li Tianxing himself. He left the villa in an invisible state, continuing to analyze while moving, suspecting the falling star disaster might be linked to a major family that had secretly aligned with monsters long ago. From above, Xing Kun saw Li Tianxing attempting to pull the electrical currents toward himself, loudly declaring he refused to believe he could lose control of energy to a young girl. After a prolonged struggle, his efforts completely failed, leaving Li Tianxing furious and forced to retreat in frustration. Seeing this, Xing Kun quietly followed, continuing to piece together information from the principal and traces in Sin City, concluding that only powerful factions, like Li Tianxing's family, could conceal monsters and the truth behind everything. Hearing Li Tianxing's self-reassurance, Xing Kun rested his hand on his chin, analyzing the mature facade the man was trying to maintain. After observing his somewhat naive behavior, Xing Kun gradually reduced his suspicion, judging that someone with such a simple mindset was unlikely to betray humanity, while the surrounding atmosphere remained unnaturally still, as if every movement was magnified. Upon reaching a vast meadow like a green carpet, Li Tianxing suddenly placed his hand on his sword hilt. That small action immediately made Xing Kun, who was observing from afar, become alert, while a fat cat nearby slept soundly on a tree branch completely unaware of danger. A sword flash erupted so fast it tore through the air, creating an invisible slash that startled the cat awake. It yelped in panic and fell straight from the branch. Xing Kun could not help but laugh at the scene, while Li Tianxing calmly sheathed his sword and casually caught the falling cat, making the moment both tense and absurd. After the previous situation settled, Li Tianxing continued walking with a calm expression as if nothing had happened. At a fork under the trees, he suddenly stopped upon seeing an elderly woman slowly crossing the road with a cane. Without hesitation, he subtly adjusted his energy to help her cross safely, leaving Xing Kun following behind completely speechless at the strangely contradictory behavior. After walking a bit further, Li Tianxing turned a corner and was instantly surrounded by a wave of fangirls. Before he could react, he was completely encircled by sparkling eyes and loud chants of his name. From a distance, Xing Kun felt annoyed, but also noticed the other party still kept a perfect public smile in front of the crowd. After that, he casually walked into a small street food shop, even lining up for grilled skewers like an ordinary person, making Xing Kun even more confused while observing. It only made him seem like someone obsessed with image rather than anything truly complex. While watching with a sharp gaze, Xing Kun was suddenly distracted by a passing figure, causing him to pause slightly as a subconscious reaction surfaced. Even though he tried to stay calm and continue the mission, his eyes were still unconsciously drawn to that figure, and his inner thoughts kept telling him to control himself. Yet his instincts completely overrode logic. Ironically, even Li Tianxing showed a similar reaction when he looked toward that passing figure, making Xing Kun even more sarcastic inwardly and reassessing the man's supposed caution. After observing further, Xing Kun adjusted his deduction. If Li Tianxing truly lacked information, then the problem likely lay within the family behind him. But if even he knew nothing, then the entire situation became far more complicated and harder to trace. After finishing his food, Li Tianxing headed straight into the outer forest. This immediately made Xing Kun continue tracking him in stealth mode, while questioning what his real objective was. Going deeper into the deserted area, Xing Kun gradually realized the final destination was the border of Xin City, a zone under extremely strict control. When Li Tianxing stepped into the border area, the guards immediately greeted him and confirmed his identity. He responded casually, while Xing Kun observed and grew more suspicious, as the purifier system here was far denser than expected, making the mystery of the falling star disaster even harder to understand. While tracking, Xing Kun continued analyzing possible monster concealment, but his focus was suddenly broken when he saw Li Tianxing handing food to He Lai and chatting casually as if nothing was wrong. He Lai even confirmed the dish he liked, creating an oddly normal atmosphere. Suddenly, He Lai changed his expression, becoming serious, and immediately warned that Li Tianxing was being followed. Hearing this, Li Tianxing instantly turned to scan the surroundings and prepared to strike, while He Lai confirmed the stalker was definitely not ordinary, since even he had not detected it earlier. Realizing he had been exposed, Xing Kun quickly retreated, analyzing that He Lai's wind perception had broken his stealth. He also ruled out several suspect theories, concluding not everyone here had the ability to betray humanity or conceal a large-scale disaster. He Lai immediately activated his wind domain, creating a gust barrier that sealed off the entire area, warning that any abnormal movement would be detected instantly. Li Tianxing also raised his guard, stating he would show no mercy if the intruder appeared. Under the increasingly tight security response, Xing Kun smiled faintly in the shadows and decided to withdraw for now, considering the objective of alerting them had already been achieved. At that moment, a massive alarm suddenly echoed through the air, shaking the entire Sin City border region, with the ground trembling slightly as an unexpected incident unfolded. As the alarm continued, He Lai froze and wondered when seismic sensors had been installed at the border. Li Tianxing coldly explained that such an alarm only triggered when a massive object was approaching the city. Right then, A messy-haired young man rushed over, reporting that a convoy was entering Xin City from the opposite direction. It was likely the Rose team. When asked why they didn't use the military-protected highway, he explained they had split routes to avoid attracting monsters due to the large number of superhumans. Hearing the situation, He immediately judged the stalker no longer mattered, as a greater threat had appeared. He suspected it might be an Earth Dragon, putting the Rose team in immediate danger, forcing everyone to act at once, while Li Tianxing clicked his tongue at the escalating chaos. After a brief consideration, He and Li Tianxing immediately rushed to rescue the Rose team. On the way, He mentioned his severe injuries from the previous battle and hoped the situation would not worsen further, while proposing to force the underground creature to surface to stop it from entering Xin City. Li Tianxing quickly agreed. After the two of them left the area, Xing Kun observed from a distance and concluded that the recent tremor confirmed a geological survey, effectively ruling out the possibility that the falling star disaster monster was directly hiding underground. Seeing an opportunity, Xing Kun silently retreated into the shadows, continuing to hypothesize that it might be related to a fragment of the flame demon god, or a type of earth, dragon-like creature drawn up from deep underground, whose traces had already been detected. While moving, he regretted not being able to observe the full situation, and speculated that the flame demon god would likely stay in temporary restraint and wait for the supernova event to erupt, though the possibility of another incident could not be ruled out. While his thoughts were still incomplete, a black clawed hand suddenly appeared in front of him, filled with sinister energy, striking at extreme speed and cutting off his perception entirely. A chilling force swept through him. Before Xing Kun could react, a strange mark was carved onto his face, freezing his body for an instant as if his life had been locked at the point of contact. From above, the flame demon god appeared with a twisted, murderous smile, locking onto his prey and coldly declaring that she would turn him into her nourishment. Xing Kun trembled slightly, quickly confirming the opponent's identity as the flame demon god, but he had no time to fully form a countermeasure. The opponent immediately closed in, launching a neck-grabbing strike with unavoidable speed, aiming to end the fight in the very first exchange. Without stopping, the flame demon god slashed her claws across his neck, leaving a horrifying deep wound filled with brutal killing intent. Taking the direct hit, Xing Kun instantly realized he had underestimated her. His stealth ability was partially suppressed by her split-body power, but his mutated body rapidly regenerated, pulling him back from the edge of death. Without hesitation, Xing Kun leapt backward and activated his beast-like arm to prepare a counterattack, quickly deciding this was a forced battle situation. The flame demon god continued her relentless pressure, making it clear to Xing Kun that direct confrontation was a highly disadvantageous choice. He immediately chose to retreat, but even at full speed, he quickly realized escape was not possible. The distance was closed in an instant. The flame demon god caught up effortlessly, revealing that her speed far exceeded his expectations. A sense of danger rose sharply. Xing Kun began to suspect she might have recovered to a higher level of power, pushing the situation beyond his calculations. The flame demon god continued her killing rush. Under overwhelming pressure, Xing Kun searched for his only remaining option, drawing the attention of a third party to break the situation apart. In his mind, a cautious line of analysis formed. Even though she was using Gong Xiaomi's body, the flame demon god's essence was extremely abnormal. Standing too close would already expose irregular traces. If even a slight mistake triggered suspicion, every small movement here could spiral into chaos, and once exposed, she would surely become a target of pursuit by the forces behind her. The flame demon god's attacks did not slow down. Wave after wave of blue lethal energy slammed into him, blasting him out of the air. Xing Kun could only tell himself to endure a little longer. His body was sent crashing into a deserted forest below. Everything unfolded exactly as he had predicted. Clearly, she intended to isolate him here for easier elimination. Although his throat had partially recovered, the lingering shock from the attack acted like a seal, preventing him from speaking, and it would take time to fully break it. His gaze went cold for a moment as his plan shifted again, now focusing on creating enough disturbance for He and Li Tianxing outside the forest to notice the anomaly. As the flame demon god slowly descended with overwhelming pressure, mocking that no one would disturb her here, Xing Kun immediately responded with a summoning of an infernal guardian to counterattack. In that instant, a violent green breath erupted from her mouth, shattering the move instantly. A furious roar followed, warning that all tricks were useless. Xing Kun exhaled slightly, feeling the situation growing even more complicated. Even starting a forest fire as a signal was no longer possible, making things more troublesome than expected. A twisted smile appeared on the flame demon god's face, as two grotesque arms suddenly grew from her shoulders, completely contradicting the slender body of Gong Xiaomi. The mutated arms kept stretching endlessly as her body slowly floated in midair. A voice laced with hunger echoed out, while Xing-kun coughed lightly and coldly said she was not worth devouring, calling her toxic. He stepped back slightly, activating a thought command. All surrounding metal elements were instantly summoned, obeying the awakening will of the Golden Element King. Tiny metal fragments rose from the ground, spinning in the air, as if pulled by an invisible force, gradually gathering under his control. They fused into a massive golden sword, called the Starblade, shooting forward like an arrow aimed straight at the flame demon god. She curled her lips in amusement, her gaze like she was observing a strange creature, even admitting she could not understand what kind of existence he really was. In another nearby area, Li Tianxing noticed He Lai staring toward the forest with unease. He asked, and she replied that there was a strange fluctuation, and she needed wind elemental sensing. The ground under Li Tianxing suddenly shook violently, making him immediately alert and shout for everyone to be careful, sensing something rising from beneath them. The tremors intensified as the earth tore open from within, as if something massive was breaking through the ground to emerge. From deep below, blue light exploded outward. Two massive earth dragon-like creatures surged up, ripping through the soil with roaring force that left both of them stunned. At the same time, two vehicles were approaching the area. Li Tianxing immediately split responsibilities, deciding to hold the enemies while He Lai protected and redirected the convoy. He Lai agreed without hesitation. In this critical moment, protecting the moving targets took priority over investigating the anomalies in the forest. Back in the battlefield, the Starblade formed by Xing-kun was shattered mid-air by the flame demon god's cold gaze before it could fully unleash its power. She laughed in disdain, mocking him as a distorted existence, relying only on abnormal abilities. Her ridicule continued, but Xing-kun remained completely unfazed, focusing only on reconstructing the shattered golden fragments. He coughed lightly, voice hoarse but still provocative, saying that what she called trash might not be as useless as she thought. The reconstructed metal energy suddenly exploded, forming a razor-sharp slash that instantly severed one of her mutated arms. The flame demon god remained terrifyingly calm, only slightly frowning, as she acknowledged she had actually been injured. She stared at the wound in disbelief, wondering what that golden light was that could penetrate her defense. In the next instant, the severed arm began regenerating at terrifying speed, making her even more suspicious of Xing-kun's power source. Xing-kun hoarsely revealed the origin of his super-elemental cultivation power, amplified by jealousies, and the influence of the monster within. From the golden energy resembling a general's aura, a smaller needle-like sword shot toward the flame demon god, but she remained unmoved. Just as the sword reached striking range, one of her mutated arms swept across it. A violent strike sent the blade flying, spinning through the air. The flame demon god sneered, dismissing all superhuman powers as trivial scraps of metal, unworthy of attention. She continued mocking, treating his resistance before death as nothing more than entertainment to enrich her meal. With that, she charged straight at Xing-kun with explosive speed, killing intent surging like a storm. Xing-kun broke into a cold sweat and immediately activated a mental command, forcing his entire body into maximum mutation state. His beast-like arms erupted with countless sharp spikes, glowing with crimson killing intent. The spikes extended further, forming a forest of living spears that blocked her incoming strike and temporarily halted her assault. The opponent laughed in mockery, looking at him like a fool, struggling in vain. With overwhelming force, the flame demon god directly crushed and blocked the entire spike defense with her mutated arms. She coldly declared he had no right to even dream of the throne of a new king. She then delivered a brutal strike to Xing-kun's mutated arm, sending him spiraling through the air. Looking down from above, she coldly demanded that he return the stolen kingship. Xing-kun let out a hoarse laugh, revealing understanding far beyond her expectations. A trace of confusion appeared on the flame demon god's face. Suddenly, golden flaming swords rained down like an enraged storm, while Xing-kun explained that a supreme life element can operate on its own even when separated from its host, and it is not only fire that can form such existence. Huoyan Moshen froze in place, completely silent, as if her worldview had just been shattered. The rain of fire swords kept falling, turning the entire forest into a blazing sea. Shifting to Tianxing and Halai, They were battling another monster when Tianxing unleashed a massive lightning strike straight down at the enemy. With a single blow, the monster was ripped apart and burned to ashes on the spot. Halai could not hide his admiration, praising Tianxing as one of the closest beings to the superhuman threshold in Bin City. But then Halai's gaze drifted toward the distant forest fire, starting to suspect the source of the earlier shockwave. Tianxing stayed focused on combat, ignoring the fire, and even told Halai to help capture the Earth Dragon for research, while Halai kept getting distracted by the burning forest. The forest continued to burn, with no sign of stopping. Inside the sea of flames, Huoyan Moshen and Xing Kun checked outside to see if anyone had noticed the disturbance. But no one paid attention, and she let out a mocking laugh, believing everything was beneath notice. She immediately lunged at Xing Kun again with clear killing intent, declaring the game was about to end. Just as she moved in, two gigantic monstrous arms suddenly grew from her back, beyond her control. Before she could react, the strange arms slammed into her face, leaving her shocked and furious. Xing Kun smiled coldly and warned her not to recklessly absorb his power, especially since the arm she took was poisoned. He further explained that even if she was stronger, the body she was using was still within his faction's control. Enraged, she grabbed his throat and claimed this body belonged to her, while the demon arm was still his property. At that moment, two senior figures from Qingzhuzhe suddenly appeared and stepped in to suppress the chaos. Xing Kun curled his lips into a cold smile, as if everything had already been calculated. Huoyan Moshen immediately realized the disadvantage and restrained her attitude. She leaned closer to Xing Kun and whispered a promise that his spoils would be saved for next time. Xing Kun responded with a provocative smile, silently accepting the coming confrontation. She cursed him in anger, calling him someone who overestimated his own limits. Huoyan Moshen then withdrew all the monstrous arms, while Xing Kun's injuries were fully restored before Halai could arrive. As soon as he arrived, Halai immediately recognized Xing Kun and questioned why Nan Yu was here in this area. Xing Kun calmly lied, saying he came to meet a teammate from another squad, and that the girl with him was that person. Halai pressed further, suspicious about why she appeared in the Rose team, and then ended up here with Xing Kun in such a strange situation. Suspicion grew as Halai bluntly questioned whether Xing Kun was hiding a complicated romantic situation. Xing Kun panicked slightly, speaking in broken sentences, while trying to explain but failing to form a clear answer. After a moment, he quickly made up a plausible story, saying it was a misunderstanding, and they met to apologize. And since the Rose team was unsuitable, she left, nothing more than that. Huoyan Moshen also joined in the act, confirming Xing Kun's words, but adding that their team seemed less stable than the Rose team. Her unexpected remark caused both sides to fall into an awkward silence. For a brief moment, Xiaoni regained control and quietly told Xing Kun that Huoyan Moshen was occupying her body before being pulled back again. Before leaving, Xiaoni gently waved and left a message that she would wait for the day Xing Kun became strong enough. Xing Kun watched her figure fade away, filled with determination to grow stronger and save her, while Halai still stood there confused. Xiaoni turned back and asked a meaningful question, as if checking whether Halai believed the entire story. Xing Kun laughed and casually said that Halai would definitely believe it. Then he quickly left, not forgetting to joke about the burning forest and the city's fire prevention efforts in Bin City. Tianxing also arrived at the scene, disappointed that they failed to capture the Earth Dragon, then asked Halai to explain everything that had happened in the area. Halai calmly pieced together all the anomalies, from Xing Kun's disappearance, the appearance of the Earth Dragon, to the forest fire, concluding that everything must be secretly connected. 1 week later, the first elimination round of the Supernova tournament officially began with hundreds of teams, and the match schedule was announced at Arena 3. In the backstage area, Zheng Sheng panicked under the pressure of the competition, constantly complaining that their team was too weak, not qualified to participate. Zheng Sheng kept worrying, emphasizing the huge gap between them and the other superhuman genius teams. Xing Kun pointed at Zhu Yu, explaining that she was trying to control her electric ability to avoid damaging the equipment, while he needed to investigate something else, and could not stay with the team. Before leaving, he coldly stated that no matter the result, they should not worry too much. Xing Kun then turned and left, waving casually, as if entrusting everything to his teammates, leaving behind a short message to believe in themselves. At the competition area, the organizers applied pressure, urging Team Nanyue that if they delayed any longer, they would be disqualified. Zheng Sheng immediately changed his attitude after hearing this, his eyes turning firm as he led Xiao Dao onto the stage. Seeing only 2 participants enter, the organizers asked for confirmation again, while Zheng Sheng and Xiao Dao could only nod hesitantly. The opponents immediately laughed in mockery, saying they were underestimating the match by not fielding a full team and would pay the price. Zheng Sheng clenched his fist, reassuring Xiao Dao that since the big brother trusted them, they could not lose, and both entered a ready stance. Meanwhile, Jing Kun walked while recalculating the tournament schedule, analyzing the structure of the elimination rounds and match distribution across multiple arenas. He reached the coastal area of Binsi City, continuing to think about the possibility of other incidents outside the competition area, possibly involving sea creatures. But the more he analyzed, the more he felt the theory was unlikely, since Bin City's defenses and Qingju Ji forces would not be caught off guard so easily. Unable to find an answer, Xing Kun temporarily set the suspicion aside. Instead, he shifted his thoughts to the upcoming Monster Feast event, feeling both helpless and strangely eager. After walking for a while, he returned to the competition area. As soon as he entered, he immediately sensed the tense atmosphere between teams, where everyone was discussing the single-member team. The audience was also buzzing non-stop, many claiming that the lone team could become a serious threat if they advanced further. When hearing about the demon child of Shu Shi, Xing Kun was immediately drawn in, focusing his gaze on the discussed target, and learned the identity Wen Wang along with the story of killing his parents at a very young age. A blue-haired teenager with a dark, cold expression appeared in Xing Kun's sight, making him instantly feel an unpredictable sense of danger. The discussions continued, describing Wen Wang's abnormal past and how he had been treated as a monster since childhood, before disappearing for a long time and later being found again. In the referee area, the female coordinator tried to reconfirm Wen Wang's decision to compete and suggested a safer option, but he immediately refused and chose a fast, decisive match. That arrogance made the female referee pay close attention, while the opposing team grew furious and prepared to crush him immediately. Right after, the opposing team of 4 men and 1 woman rushed forward together with fierce momentum, starting the intense match. The female referee, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, loudly repeated the rules and demanded everyone stops since the match had not officially begun, completely unaware of the blue-haired teenager standing right behind her. Under his bangs covering his eyes, Wen Wang slowly lifted his gaze, cold and unreadable. He locked onto the target ahead, his aura sharpening like a blade in an instant. With just a glance, an invisible pressure exploded outward, slamming into the rushing opponents and instantly knocking one burly man down, while the others staggered and fell into the dust, their formation completely shattered in seconds. The female referee froze in place, her words stuck in her throat as she witnessed the entire enemy team being taken down instantly. The blue-haired teenager remained calm and asked in a cold voice whether he was now allowed to leave, leaving the referee completely speechless from the shock. After a few seconds of freezing, the female referee instinctively confirmed the result and declared victory for the Onman team from Sioux City, then looked down at the unconscious bodies with an unreadable expression. The stands instantly erupted into shocked discussions, many unable to believe what had just happened, while Xing Kun remained silent in a corner of the stands, showing no emotion as he observed everything. Rumors about Wen Wang being superhuman spread quickly, with some even claiming he was more dangerous than any known genius, while Xing Sun stayed lost in his own thoughts, detached from the crowd. At the same time, Xing Kun continued analyzing the superhuman system and related anomalies, quietly evaluating Wen Wang as a potential threat worth monitoring. While he was still thinking, Wen Wang suddenly appeared right in front of him, instantly tensing the surrounding crowd as everyone wondered what would happen next. Wen Wang ignored the stares around him, placed his hands behind his back, and directly asked Xing Kun if he was spying on him, even mentioning a strange idea about wanting to eat him, which startled Xing Kun. The crowd immediately misunderstood the situation, spreading all kinds of bizarre speculations, putting Xing Kun in an awkward position, while Wen Wang remained completely calm. Xing Kun quickly refuted the claims, clearly unhappy about being associated with such strange thoughts. He stood up, brushed off the suspicion, and denied having any weird intentions. But Wen Wang then asked again about the voice that wanted to eat him, making things even more confusing. The sudden question froze Xing Kun for a moment, his mind falling into chaos, as he could not understand how the conversation had turned in this direction. While Sing Kun was still lost in confusion, a voice suddenly cut in from afar, breaking his chain of thought. The person who spoke was Li Lin, the coach of the Shu City team, wearing a rather strange white outfit. Sing Kun glanced at him, silently judging his odd appearance, while Wen Wang simply responded and left. Wen Wang quietly followed Li Lin out of the arena, his figure isolated from the crowd behind him. Jing Kun watched him go with hands in his pockets, still running theories about mind reading and mysterious voices, but he partially rejected them due to inconsistencies with the timing of the Fire Blaze Demon God incident. The more Jing Kun thought, the more he narrowed down his suspicions, leaning toward the idea that Wen Wang was directly linked to anomalous creatures that devoured superpowers, considering it a key clue to the falling star catastrophe. On the arena floor, the referee prepared for the next round and asked both sides to choose the battle format. Before she could finish, the Nanhua team immediately reacted, with someone almost shouting to choose solo, escalating the tension. Xiao Tao quickly stepped in, not letting Zheng Sheng finish speaking, and volunteered to go first since she specialized in defense, hoping to buy time to find the opponent's weakness. In the end, Zheng Sheng reluctantly agreed. After confirming, the referee announced the match. Nanhua Team Ende Fire Soul against Chu Shou Shanmin, signaling the official start. Xiao Tao took her position, took a deep breath, and grew serious as she recalled her expectations and dream of awakening her superhuman powers. But reality placed her in a team, led by someone with a strange and incomprehensible ability, and Jing Kun's mutated arm along with his mysterious words flashed through her mind. Stepping onto the stage, Xiao Dao felt both pressure and excitement, not expecting to stand on the supernova stage, representing a national-level match against a ponytailed girl with overwhelming presence. The opponent's attack came in fiercely, but Xiao Dao barely reacted or dodged, making the opponent even more furious and accusing her of looking down on her through predictive tactics. The red-clothed girl grew increasingly aggressive, attacking while mocking the weak performance of the Nanhua team this year and saying they did not deserve their former reputation. In the stands, a trio who once knew Jing Kun also mocked him, claiming he used connections to secure his spot and brought shame to the Nanhua lineup. A blonde-haired man put his arm around his companion, proudly saying leaving Nanhua to join another team was the smartest decision he made. He continued mocking the Nanhua Academy, but did not notice his companion's expression change as something unusual began unfolding in the match. On the field, the red-clothed girl kept unleashing rapid sword strikes, creating relentless pressure that forced Xiao Dao to continuously dodge and stay on the defensive. Continuous dodging only made the opponent lose her temper more, as she loudly mocked Xiao Dao for embarrassing the so-called genius representative of Nanhua, while Xiao Dao stayed calm and carefully read every sword trajectory with steady eyes. Just by glancing at the slash trails, Xiao Dao already saw how slow the opponent actually was, with strikes that looked sloppy and lacked any real sharpness. Her mind flashed back to a deadly claw attack that once pushed her to the brink. Compared to that, this fight felt completely mismatched. After facing real monsters before, she clearly understood how wide the gap in true power could be. Her captain's words also echoed in her memory. Their bodies carried monster genes, and even partial awakening already pushed their physical limits far beyond normal humans. More memories surfaced, of times she and Xiao Sheng were beaten until they could barely breathe, yet still helped each other up to keep going. Thanks to the monster genes in their bodies, their recovery was shockingly fast. Back then she thought training was a joke, but every brutal fight had truly forged their strength, all of it traced back to Jing Kun pushing them this far. Another memory returned, where she and Xiao Sheng were beaten so badly they could barely speak, yet still dragged each other up to continue. At the time they thought it was just practice, but every session was real refinement of their abilities, through pain and recovery. Back in the present, the sword strikes in front of her looked fierce but were actually messy, like a child swinging randomly. No structure at all. Xiao Dao dodged smoothly and realized for the first time she did not need extreme evasive movements anymore. She could clearly see the openings despite the opponent having stronger energy but poor control. That thought made her pause for a moment, as if she was fighting someone far below her level. Was this really the so-called rising genius? Or was something being misjudged? But she quickly pulled herself back. Maybe the opponent was not weak, or maybe she and her brother had changed too much without realizing it. That thought brought back a confidence she had long forgotten. Xiao Dao tightened her focus, waiting for the next attack. A faint spark of energy flickered at her fingertips like fire, but she immediately suppressed it. Using that level would be overkill, like using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Instead, she switched to controlling normal vines. They burst out like whips, blocking the attack and instantly knocking the red-clothed opponent backward before she could react. The ponytailed girl froze completely, unable to understand what just happened, with only one question in her mind. Where did she go wrong? Xiao Dao stepped forward calmly, casually swinging her hand back and saying coldly that the opponent was too slow, and it was her turn. The words hit like cold water, freezing the opponent in place. Xiao Dao did not care and simply evaluated her own power after not going all out for a long time. Without another word, she clenched her fist and threw a straight punch to the face, clean and decisive. In that moment, Xiao Dao also felt the strength inside her body was different from before, likely enhanced by Xing Kun's monster gene influence. The punch exceeded even her own expectations and destroyed most of the opponent's ability to resist. The opponent collapsed on the ground, and the referee immediately announced victory for Xiao Tao's team. Xiao Dao barely reacted, only bending down slightly to apologize, as if she had done something a bit too much. She then turned to her brother to confirm it. Xiao Sheng immediately cheered loudly, waving his arms in excitement. Xiao Dao only felt annoyed and coldly cut him off, telling him to shut up. On the other side, the defeated girl lay breathing heavily, with injuries all over her body, reporting weakly to her team leader. The leader comforted her, while grinding his teeth in refusal to accept defeat, insisting the opponent was hiding real strength and claiming he would turn the table's next match as a healer type. In the stands, the earlier mocking trio fell completely silent, unable to believe what they just saw. One thought remained in their minds. Since when did a nobody like that transform into something like this? One of them recalled their previous training session, where that group had been completely suppressed and could barely stand. In such a short time, the gap had widened beyond belief, as if they were no longer in the same world. The man stared at the battlefield with mixed emotions, both impressed and jealous, while beginning to suspect Xiao Dao was receiving massive resources from Xing Kun. He then reassured himself, believing he still had backing. In his mind, he imagined a future where he would rise rapidly and surpass everyone in front of him. On the arena floor, Xiao Sheng kept cheering non-stop, ignoring the referee's repeated warnings. The opposing team considered a substitution, but the rules were clear. Once a player was swapped out, they could not return. Xiao Tao firmly confirmed she would continue fighting. On the other side, the opposing captain immediately mocked her, confidently claiming that even a Manhua genius had no chance of winning this match. The moment he finished speaking, he activated his ability. Phoenix wings burst into flame as his entire body turned into a miniature sun. His proud declaration of 3 years of hard training echoed loudly, but Xiao Dao only responded coldly, as if saying everyone tries hard, nothing special. 2 massive flaming wings hovered above, pressing down like they would crush everything below. The captain kept shouting, but Xiao Dao only frowned slightly, feeling he was exaggerating his own power. She did not waste words and calmly said a single term, Tengman. Instantly, dense vines surged up like living creatures, rushing straight into the sea of flames. Meanwhile, the opponent kept talking about elemental countering, but Xiao Dao had already stopped listening. Her mind drifted back to old training sessions, where she and her teammates were pushed to their limits. Amid those chaotic memories, the words of their former captain echoed, cruel yet strange, forcing them to find their own path of combat. She recalled being tested to the extreme, where their guide watched silently while dropping unpredictable remarks, even mentioning the unstable monster gene within their bodies. Before leaving, that person only left a cryptic sentence: if anything happens, do not panic. Back in reality, Xiao Dao began to understand the core truth. Combat could not rely on pure evasion forever. She studied the flame trajectory carefully and started forming her own fighting style. Layered battle memories surged up, from Bloodflower Peach to clashes with Feng Che's team captain, making her realize that only defending or running was not a sustainable path. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, letting the flames engulf her body. But inside, her mindset shifted, as if she had decided not to retreat anymore. Strangely, instead of being burned, the fire only swirled around her, as if blocked by an invisible layer. At that moment, the desire to confront head-on fully emerged. As soon as that intent formed, Tang Man quietly moved behind the opponent, breaking away from the main attack direction and striking from the rear at extreme speed. By the time the captain noticed something was wrong, it was already too late. He turned back in shock, completely caught off guard. He tried to resist while still believing his flames provided protection, but the vines pierced through the fire barrier and wrapped around his wings, reversing the situation instantly. It looked like a flaming bird with its wings broken mid-air, screams of rage and pain echoing out. While restrained, he still could not understand how she could read movements through such dense flames, his logic collapsing under the impossibility of it all. The vines tightened further, dragging his body off balance in the air. His remaining will made him suspect she had reached a special life form level, close to superhuman tier 4. But the truth was even harsher. Tang Man not only neutralized his flames, but also carried a toxic effect, beginning to erode and weaken all his resistance. Xiao Dao stopped at the right moment and flung him onto the ground under the shocked and furious gaze of the opposing team. The referee immediately declared Nan Yue the winner. San San, the pink-haired girl from Shanmin, screamed in panic when she saw their captain defeated. Unable to hold back, she tried to rush in to replace him, confidently claiming she was also a fire user. Her teammate tried to stop her, but it was already too late. San San froze after hearing the captain's warning, especially the reminder about the dangerous vines that could trap anyone with almost no escape. But the overwhelming defeat made her lose control. Rage surged to her head as she gritted her teeth and declared she would burn everything, even herself, to reclaim a win. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao paid little attention to the provocation in front of her, fully focused on the changes inside her body. Tang Man was retracting, but a strange sensation remained, as if her power had just evolved to another unknown level. Looking at the vines writhing in her palm as if they had their own will, she faintly admitted something unsettling. When they restrained her opponent, she had briefly felt the urge to devour the target. San San did not wait any longer and immediately charged forward, flames erupting around her body as she unleashed a full-power strike meant to crush everything in her path. Xiao Dao instinctively stepped back to evade, but her gaze went briefly blank. A strange sensation rose inside her, like a primal pull dragging her thoughts off balance. Beneath San San's feet, Tang Man suddenly burst up in dense layers, spreading so fast it was almost impossible to track. In an instant, the pink-haired girl was fully restrained, unable to move at all. San San panicked when she realized her flames could not burn through the vines, and the more she struggled, the tighter the bindings became. The referee had not even reacted yet, while Zhao Sheng outside began to pale, sensing something was seriously wrong. He tried to signal but did not dare shout, only frantically gesturing toward Xiao Dao, hoping she would take control of the situation. Xiao Tao only then snapped back and asked what was happening. Zhao Sheng pointed toward the arena in panic, but words got stuck as he could not explain clearly. He could only shout for her to retract the attack. Only then did Xiao Dao fully realize the situation and saw San San suspended in the vines, begging for surrender in terror. Realizing things had gone out of control, Xiao Tao quickly apologized and immediately withdrew all Tang Man. San San fell to the ground, curling up while trembling to regain composure. The referee confirmed the result and declared Nan Yue the overall winner. Zhao Sheng outside the field could not contain his excitement, loudly praising his sister and nearly rushing in to celebrate, forcing Xiao Dao to coldly tell him to calm down. He immediately shut up, while the stadium announcement echoed across the venue, congratulating Nan Yue on promotion and stating the next match would take place in 2 days against a stronger opponent. On the way out of the arena, Xiao Dao ran into Tutu. Both sides exchanged congratulations, with Tutu expressing satisfaction with the training results. Behind her stood 2 people, including the still cautious pink-haired girl and the scouting coach, who looked impressed by the performance. Although still a little shaken, San San's eyes had turned into admiration. Gathering courage, she declared she would keep following Xiao Tao and hoped Nan Yue could reach the supernova level this year. Hearing the new nickname, Xiao Tao froze instantly. Zhao Sheng became extremely excited, while Tutu simply watched with crossed arms, her expression unreadable. Xiao Tao stood frozen, cold sweat breaking out as she pointed at herself in disbelief. Hearing the title, she reacted strongly, waving her hands in rejection and saying it sounded strange and embarrassing, like being labeled a misplaced witch. On the way back, the group crossed a wide courtyard toward the resting area. Xiao Sheng walked while laughing non-stop, teasing his sister as the tentacle queen of the day. Xiao Dao felt like she was about to explode, almost in tears from the nickname, while her brother kept going, even saying he wanted a cool title like that too. She immediately snapped back, grinding her teeth, and telling him to get one himself if he wanted it. Zhao Sheng only pushed further, analyzing how her ability was not ordinary tentacles. That comment added fuel to the fire, and Xiao Dao shouted his name, ordering him to shut up immediately. While the siblings were arguing, Tutu opened the door and looked inside, reporting that Xing Kun had already returned and told them to come in and report the promotion. But the moment they stepped closer, everyone froze. Inside, Xing Kun was holding a blue-haired teenager by the collar, while the boy's body was tightly bound and suspended in midair. Jing Kun turned around, still smiling calmly, and introduced him as if nothing was wrong. This boy was Wen Wang, the only remaining contestant from Shu City. His expression then darkened slightly, and his tone became much more serious. He stated that this child was not simple at all, and bringing him back had not been easy. Tu nearly lost her composure, her face turning pale, as she asked if bringing a contestant back like this was really okay. The others froze as well, unsure how to react, while the arguing siblings also stopped and turned to look. Jing Kun paused briefly and began speaking about an unseen threat lurking in the darkness, as if a hidden force was always waiting for an opportunity. He pressed the boy's head down slightly and continued confidently, saying this child was bait that even the enemy would desire. If the opponent could not be found, then he would use him as bait to force them out and strike layer by layer. At that moment, the bound teenager began to stir, his eyelids twitching slightly. Jing Kun immediately lifted his head to inspect him. After confirming he was awake, he casually concluded that he had a mental type ability and strong willpower. He even added in a slightly threatening tone that another strike might be needed to be sure. Wen Wang, just waking up, could only realize he was already under the control of someone extremely dangerous. It all started when Li Lin gave Wen Wang a ride back to the resort on his motorcycle. On the way, the teen grew uneasy and finally admitted he felt someone was watching him. Wen Wang said he kept hearing the stranger's thoughts, as if the person was targeting him. Li Lin tried to calm him down and blamed it on hallucinations, since every suspicious person had already been checked. What they did not know was that Jing Kun was hiding on the roof of the vehicle, following them with a mysterious smile. While driving, Li Lin kept explaining it from a medical angle. He believed the stress could be causing a mental disorder, and even mentioned hallucinations about lost loved ones. He urged Wen Wang to stay focused and think about the upcoming competition. As the bike sped up, Jing Kun quickly adjusted his position to stay close. Wen Wang calmly said he had no great ambition. He only hoped to improve a life essence fluid for others one day. Li Lin had no reply. He simply told the boy to think more about himself, because people had to live for themselves before they could be happy. Before long, they arrived at the villa. Li Lin parked the bike and reminded Wen Wang to get plenty of rest before the match. After walking a short distance, Li Lin suddenly felt something was wrong. He turned back to Wen Wang, who was trailing behind, and asked if everything was fine. Wen Wang only shook his head and insisted nothing was wrong. Even though he denied it, Wen Wang could still hear the strange voice following him everywhere. He had no idea Jing Kun was invisible right behind him, calmly watching every step. Wen Wang felt heavier with every moment. It was like living inside a house filled with unseen horrors lurking all around him. Unable to handle the pressure anymore, he quietly spoke to the only person he trusted. But his words came out so confusing that Li Lin immediately lost his patience and called it nothing but an auditory hallucination. Wen Wang tried to explain again, but his broken words made no sense. Li Lin was about to ask him to clarify. Right then, an invisible force suddenly yanked Wen Wang backward. Li Lin reacted a moment too late and could only shout his name. Jing Kun instantly revealed himself, grabbed the back of Wen Wang's collar, and dragged him straight into the forest at high speed. Caught off guard, Wen Wang was both frightened and furious. His mind filled with doubt as he wondered why everyone was after him, except the older brother he trusted. He struggled with all his strength and broke free with a powerful shove, leaving even Jing Kun surprised by the force. Jing Kun paused for a moment. A rare look of disbelief crossed his face as he muttered a short warning to himself. He quickly reassessed the situation and realized this resistance was completely different from Wen Wang's previous outbursts. The mental force Wen Wang had unleashed was far stronger than expected, nearly reaching the pressure of a Monster Lord-level existence. Jing Kun let out a sigh and fully revealed himself. He praised Wen Wang, saying this was the first time he had been injured since becoming a transcendent. The moment Wen Wang saw him, he recognized the man whose thoughts he had heard before. His guard shot up as he demanded Jing Kun's identity and purpose. Jing Kun replied with a teasing smile, saying the part about wanting to eat him was just a misunderstanding. He claimed he only wanted to get Wen Wang away from the danger closing in. Wen Wang refused to believe him and argued back. At the same time, he realized Jing Kun was the first person who had not been instantly defeated by his mental attack. Jing Kun mocked Wen Wang's lack of combat experience. Suddenly, a powerful force struck from behind and shoved something hard against Wen Wang, making him jump in pain and confusion. When Wen Wang looked closer, he was even more confused to find a sword pointed at him from nowhere. Jing Kun urged him to move quickly, or the situation would become much worse. Jing Kun stepped closer. Half of his face reflected a cold metallic glow as he smiled, and explained that focusing transcendent power could block psychic sensing. He also mocked the team leader's protection method. The moment Li Lin's name came up, Wenwang was visibly shaken. His emotions exploded, and he struck back with a mental attack that left Jing Kun's slightly dazed. Wenwang immediately denied everything, insisting Li Lin was nothing like Jing Kun claimed, and that the face covering was only because of an injury. Jing Kun laughed and said that excuse was far too forced. He then declared that Li Lin carried traces connected to monsters. Wenwang refused to accept the accusation and argued back immediately. But before either side could prove anything, a swarm of monsters rushed in, forcing them to stop arguing and fight. Jing Kun let out a long sigh as he fought. He muttered that he had warned him already, saying one slow step was all it took for the monsters to catch up. He casually rubbed his shoulder, as if complaining about the trouble. Before he could finish, Wenwang sharply cut him off. Wenwang was on the verge of breaking down. He kept mumbling about Brother Xiaolin's helmet, as if it were his last source of comfort. Jing Kun then noticed the strange change in the boy's eyes. He saw Wenwang's pupils turning white. One eye looked completely vacant, as if it had lost all awareness. Jing Kun immediately wondered if mental overload had triggered a mutation. Realizing the situation was getting out of control, Jing Kun's expression changed. He raised his hand, ready to act, while keeping his eyes locked on the boy. A terrifying wave of mental power suddenly burst from Wenwang's altered eyes, sweeping across the area and crushing every charging monster. Jing Kun instantly realized this was not just pressure. It was a direct attack on a creature's mental core. The longer he watched, the more shocked he became. Almost no creature below rank 4 could resist this attack. Yet Wenwang was unleashing it unconsciously. The monsters were wiped out in an instant, leaving even Jing Kun stunned. Looking over the flattened battlefield, Jing Kun barely had a chance to fight. He began to reevaluate Wenwang as someone who naturally countered monsters. That thought quickly changed his plans, and he even considered controlling or eliminating the threat before it grew worse. As his thoughts became more extreme, Jing Kun suddenly moved. He circled behind Wenwang and launched a swift strike to capture him. A mysterious voice echoed through the forest. It mentioned the force behind the Star Abyss disaster and warned that now was not the time to confront them directly. The voice also carried a mocking tone, as if waiting to see who would become the next main course. At the same time, chaos spread through the villa. No one knew how to react to the sudden turn of events. The scene shifted to a dim space where Li Lin faced an unfamiliar voice filled with overwhelming pressure. The stranger demanded to know why Wenwang was no longer under control and even hinted at Li Lin's daughter's life. Li Lin panicked and immediately denied everything. He insisted it was not intentional and admitted he had thought the other side had acted first, causing the misunderstanding. The entity's anger erupted at once, cracking the protective helmet on Li Lin's head. Terrified, he begged for mercy and promised to bring Wenwang back, claiming he was the only person the boy would trust. The darkness faded, revealing a demoness with a cold and calculating gaze. She introduced herself as the Flame Demon God and hinted that the item every faction was searching for had already been taken by someone else. The demoness lightly touched her lips, her eyes filled with killing intent as she examined Li Lin. Even though the target was not exactly what she expected, she still offered him a partnership. Back with Jing Kun, he noticed Wenwang starting to wake up. Without hesitation, he knocked the boy unconscious again and casually remarked that it would make things easier. After confirming the target was unconscious, Jing Kun ordered Xiao Dao to prepare a holding cell and tie Wenwang up securely. He also told everyone to focus on the restraint system. The rest of the group could only sigh at the pair's usual methods. Jing Kun stood with his hands on his hips, thinking things through. He had a bad feeling that tonight would bring major trouble. With their current strength, everything was becoming harder to control, prompting Tutu to ask what they should do next. Jing Kun answered as if it were obvious with just one sentence. "Call the police." The whole group froze for several seconds. Call the police? Everyone wondered if that was really something a normal person would say. Some even thought the police would probably arrest Jing Kun first. As night fell, a heavy atmosphere covered the compound. Li Tianxing stood at the front gate with a weapon in hand, his eyes icy, as he declared he had come to settle matters involving the Starfire Doomsday Squad. Jing Kun remained playful and greeted him as if nothing serious had happened. He deliberately dragged out the conversation, making Li Tianxing lose patience and nearly attack on the spot. Jing Kun's words were cut short by an icy glare from behind. It looked like one more word would get him dealt with on the spot. He immediately changed his tone, claiming this was a critical time for training and that everyone needed proper guidance. Before he could finish the act, Li Tianxing turned around and walked away. His coat brushed across Xing Kun's face as he left. Xing Kun quickly called after him, trying to keep him there by talking about the real gap in their strength. Xing Kun kept talking, explaining the difference between true peak power and ordinary people. He even painted a picture of becoming much stronger. Li Tianxing paused for a moment, but still refused to completely give in. Inside the room, Wen Wang was still tied to the bed with thick vines. The people around him started discussing his strange value and even what he might taste like, making the atmosphere increasingly bizarre. Xing Sun sat beside him and carefully examined Wen Wang's body. He noted that the power inside the boy was unusually unique and could even attract certain monstrous creatures. He stood up with his arms crossed and wondered why someone with such potential had not been eliminated long ago. His mind filled with theories about Wen Wang's toxicity and special abilities. Xing Kun suddenly fell silent and sank into thought. A moment later, he abruptly announced a strategy meeting. The room instantly became serious as everyone focused again. On a sheet of paper, Xing Kun sketched out the factions: the flame demon god from Manhwa, a mysterious man in black in Bin City, and several hidden forces were all targeting Wen Wang as the center of their plans. He continued by saying that kidnapping Wen Wang had already disrupted the enemy's plan and would likely trigger retaliation from every direction. Pointing at Li Tianxing's name on the diagram, Xing Kun declared that he was currently the strongest force, capable of maintaining balance in Bin City. Xing Kun then assigned the missions. Tutu would help deal with the flame demon god, while Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng would guard the hostage. He stressed that if things went out of control, eliminating the risk would always come first. The moment the orders were given, Xiao Sheng eagerly declared he was ready for a major battle. On the other side, Tutu nodded with a grim expression, prepared for the worst. Seeing their dramatic reactions, Xing Kun laughed awkwardly and told them not to act like they were marching to their deaths. Tu reminded him that he was only a 4-star fighter, while Zhao Sheng was only 3-star, so the gap was obvious. Xing Kun shook his head helplessly, looking at the two of them as if they were volunteering to become targets. He mocked them for thinking everything would be that simple. He then laid out the real strategy. They needed to force the enemy onto the defensive, drag out the battle, and make the battlefield more chaotic. Their goal was not just one person, but the entire group of transcendent geniuses being hunted by every faction, turning the place into a feast under their control. While Xing Kun kept talking, Tu quietly watched from the corner of the room. A tiny blue flame flickered on his fingertip as Xing Kun continued analyzing the situation. The blue flame flared up and burned away the flame demon god's map. Xing Kun coldly declared that the line between hunter and prey could change at any moment, and if the enemy appeared tonight, they would pay the price. Unlike Xing Kun's careful planning, Xiao Sheng was still eager to charge into battle no matter the cost, and Tu agreed. Xing Kun could only sigh before settling on a plan everyone could accept. After the meeting ended, Zhao Sheng was still excited about the upcoming mission. He looked for his younger sister, but got no response. Turning around, he found Xiao Dao crawling toward the bed where Wen Wang was lying. Zhao Sheng froze in confusion and immediately demanded to know what was happening. Xiao Tao's eyes looked unfocused as she slowly approached Wen Wang with a strange expression, as though something irresistible was drawing her in. She quietly admitted that she was about to lose control. Just as she leaned closer, Wen Wang suddenly opened his eyes. The moment startled Xiao Dao so badly that she nearly fell off the bed. She froze in embarrassment, unable to explain herself. Wen Wang had no idea what was happening. All he saw was the girl blushing bright red and stammering without getting a single word out. Before either of them could speak again, the vines suddenly tightened around Wen Wang's body and completely silenced him. The vines quickly wrapped around him like a giant cocoon. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Xiao Dao unconsciously controlled them to cover up the awkward scene while quietly blaming herself. Standing nearby, Xiao Sheng immediately started teasing them, turning the whole incident into another joke. Zhao Sheng kept teasing until Xiao Dao shut him up with a punch. The whole room echoed with shouting as he complained that his little sister was getting more violent every day. Just then, Xing Kun and Tu came downstairs and were stopped by Li Tianxing, who demanded to know what they were hiding inside. Xing Kun calmly replied that they were only dealing with another contestant who was already under control. Li Tianxing stepped closer, clearly unwilling to waste more time. Xing Kun immediately changed his approach and came up with every excuse to keep him there, stressing that they needed someone experienced with lightning breakthrough training. In the end, Li Tianxing agreed to stay a little longer. Hearing that, Xing Kun immediately acted respectful, pleased that he had successfully pulled another key ally into his plan. Li Tianxing returned to his serious tone and explained the training in detail. No matter how talented Zhu Yu was with lightning, she could never underestimate the power flowing from a power station. He pointed to the scar over his eye and revealed it came from being struck by heavenly lightning, which had allowed him to awaken his life element. He added that although tonight's weather made lightning conduction less likely, absorbing too much electricities could still be just as destructive as a heavenly tribulation. After listening to the long explanation, Ji Yu simply smiled and nodded to show she understood. Li Tianxing answered with a brief nod of approval. He immediately gave the order to begin. Ji Yu adjusted her breathing, closed her eyes, and let her arms hang naturally at her sides. Her fingers twitched slightly as she guided the energy, focusing completely inward. Less than a moment later, the night sky seemed to split apart. A brilliant purple pillar of light crashed down, pierced through the roof, and struck directly toward its target. Li Tianxing was shocked and almost stepped in, but seeing Ji Yu in a deep meditative state, he held himself back. At first he thought she had lost control, but the longer he watched, the more he realized the opposite was true. The energy was perfectly controlled. He even began to suspect she had diverted the entire electrical output from the power station during the process. The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. This was no longer affecting a small area. It looked as if the entire Bin city had been drained of power in a massive blackout. Just then he turned around and saw that troublemaker Xing Kun casually sipping a drink with a thumbs up, as if he were enjoying a show. Li Tianxing froze for several seconds as an uneasy feeling crept into his mind. Something about this was definitely wrong. When the final piece clicked into place, he nearly burst into tears. This villa compound was where he usually trained, so with a citywide blackout, the most obvious person to blame would be him. He felt like he had been set up as the perfect scapegoat from the very beginning. Li Tianxing gritted his teeth and glared at the calmly watching Xing Kun. He wanted to curse him out, but in the end he held back. Since he had agreed to help, he would see it through. Even so, curiosity slowly replaced his frustration. If the rumors were true, just how far could someone with such overwhelming lightning talent really go? With that thought, he reminded her that cultivating the star chart was ultimately about nurturing and strengthening the life element. He tightened his grip on the blade at his waist, looking at it as though it were another living weapon. Then he told Ji Yu to freely test her own power. She hesitated and asked if she should really do it here. Li Tianxing reassured her that only by releasing her power could she discover its limits. It sounded reasonable, so Ji Yu agreed. She lightly pushed off the ground and floated high into the air, leaving Li Tianxing wondering what she was about to do. He felt slightly annoyed, thinking it was a bit excessive for a beginner to worry so much about damaging the villa. She seemed overly cautious about the place. Standing with his hands behind his back, he watched without expecting much. But in the next instant, a brilliant light erupted across the sky, spreading like a giant web. Part of the energy swept over the roof, setting it ablaze until it crumbled into ashes within seconds. Looking up again, he saw Ji Yu suspended inside an enormous sphere of purple light high above the sky. Li Tianxing had been ready to scold her, but he froze instead, blurting out a few stunned words. She had only unleashed about half of her power, yet it had already created a scene like this. Ji Yu's voice drifted down from above, sounding a little apologetic. She realized she had damaged part of the villa's roof, and quickly apologized. She added that she would fly even higher to avoid causing more damage, because she had never intended to destroy anything. Staring at the massive sphere of energy overhead, Li Tianxing slowly realized this was no longer just an ordinary elemental power. Li Tianxing suddenly froze as the idea of a domain flashed through his mind. He had overlooked one crucial possibility. High-level cultivators could create their own domain. Before he could connect the pieces, another shock hit him so hard that his thoughts completely fell apart. An unbelievable sight unfolded before him. A floating ocean appeared in the night sky, filled with countless creatures swimming through the air. At its center stood Ji Yu like the queen of that strange sea. Pufferfish, dolphins, and stingrays, made entirely of energy, surrounded her. What sent chills down his spine was that every one of them carried both lightning and life element power, and they were far beyond anything he had ever imagined. At that moment, he began to wonder what her true ability really was. Li Tianxing could no longer stay calm. One thought kept repeating in his mind. Was this power truly limitless? No matter how he analyzed it, the same conclusion overwhelmed every other possibility. He stared at the girl floating within the sea of energy, wanting to make sure he was not seeing things. His confidence began to waver. This was only about 50% of her potential, yet it was already shaking the surrounding space. If the rest were fully unleashed, the uneasiness in his heart would only grow stronger. The thought even made him joke to himself that he might need a towel to wipe away the sweat, but he immediately became serious again. If all of her potential was awakened, she might become the first 5-star transcendent in Huaxia, or perhaps even the entire world. That possibility made him stop thinking any further. In the peaceful sleeping city, only one area shone like an artificial sun in the middle of the night. Such an enormous burst of light could not escape the notice of a force hiding within the darkness. Inside a nearby building, a demonic figure silently watched the scene. Black mist twisted around like living creatures as her icy voice spoke only 2 words: kill her. The air itself seemed weighed down by the hostility aimed at the glowing figure. A mocking laugh echoed through the darkness. Another hidden figure sneered as though deciding who wanted the kill more, making the conversation both absurd and unsettling. The flame demon god quickly analyzed the situation in a heavy voice. Faint lights flickered within the black mist, revealing the presence of another entity. She realized the other side had caused far too much commotion, even plunging the entire city into darkness. That would certainly attract many powerful experts. Another cold will within the black mist judged that the enemy had deployed a massive domain. It would soon draw numerous transcendents to the scene. This was not an opponent anyone could underestimate. A different voice spoke with icy certainty. Let someone handle the disturbance. As for the real target, everyone should stick to their assigned role. The strong deal with the strong, and the weak handle the rest. It sounded like a carefully organized hunt. The conspiracy was quickly finalized. A plan to deceive everyone involved was approved, and the flame demon god eagerly agreed. Her aura exploded outward as her sharp black nails seemed ready to tear everything apart. Behind her, 2 green lights flickered like demonic eyes. The 2 wills merged together, signaling the beginning of a deadly plan. A memory suddenly surfaced. Inside an old classroom, the teacher's ruler tapped steadily against the blackboard, while 2 children secretly passed a notebook back and forth, whispering mischievously. When she was young, Ji-yu was quick to lose her temper, and just as quick to forget. She looked down at the notebook and instantly reacted to her classmate's prank. The funny drawings, especially the puffed-up pufferfish compared to her expression, left her both embarrassed and annoyed. The worst part was that the drawing looked surprisingly accurate. Her classmate Wang Baxing did not stop there. He kept pointing at each drawing and comparing it to her habits, from staying up late to zoning out in class, making the classroom even noisier. He even held up a drawing of a stingray and compared it to her absent-minded smile. Ji-yu wanted to argue back, but did not even know where to begin. She kept denying it, yet he had clearly guessed far too many details correctly. She turned another page and complained that the drawings were ugly, but her eyes lingered on them a little longer than before, as though she secretly liked them. Meanwhile, Wang Baxing casually showed off a dolphin he had colored, keeping the playful teasing going. Back in the present, after releasing the energy creatures born from those old memories, Ji-yu gently touched a pufferfish swimming around her. The weight on her heart seemed to ease, as if part of an invisible burden had finally been lifted. From below, Li Tianxing advised her to stabilize her condition before absorbing more lightning, but Ji-yu politely refused, saying she could still continue. Even so, Li Tianxing could not help reminding her that her talent was far too extraordinary to take unnecessary risks. He looked up at her and carefully judged her progress. In less than a month, she had already reached the threshold of 4-star level. That speed shattered every normal rule. If she kept building a stable star chart, reaching 5-star in the future was entirely possible. What worried him was that she was advancing too fast, burning through her own potential before fully strengthening her foundation, especially with the explosive nature of the lightning path. Li Tianxing stared directly at Ji-yu, as if trying to see through the flow of energy inside her. He sighed and spoke in a lower voice. You can already feel that numb sensation of lightning running through your body, can't you? From now on, you should stabilize each stage before moving forward. Ji-yu understood all of that perfectly well, but she refused to slow down. She clenched her fist, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. No, I still cannot afford to stop. Ji-yu closed her eyes and continued floating in the air, forcing herself to maintain perfect balance. Her mind was filled with a single thought: faster, stronger. Everything now rested on her shoulders, and only Xing Kun could help support the burden. She intended to take another major step in mastering her stellar domain, pushing beyond its current limits into an even higher structure. Li Tianxing could only sigh. Young people who rushed ahead too quickly always risked losing balance. But then he noticed the faint tremble in the girl floating above the balcony. It was almost invisible, yet impossible to hide. Seeing that, he could no longer bring himself to criticize her. He called out in a reassuring voice, "You look like you're about to face a mortal enemy. This is only your first time guiding a junior, so what are you afraid of?" When that failed to ease the tension, he continued, "There are people in this world who enjoy stopping others from growing stronger, but this is my territory. No one would dare cause trouble here." He even patted his chest with confidence, saying that with his strength and Ji-Yu's potential, there was nothing to fear. But the instant those words left his mouth, the atmosphere changed. A dangerous presence appeared, as if his confidence had summoned disaster itself. Leaning over the balcony, Li Tianxing spotted a strange white figure approaching. Its form was so blurred that no features could be made out, only an overwhelming chill. Frowning, he muttered with half a laugh, "So someone really isn't afraid after all?" Then he turned to Tutu and asked, "Is that supposed to be one of your teammates?" He watched for a few more seconds before shaking his head, clearly disliking the newcomer. Just as he was about to comment again, Tutu's expression changed completely as he shouted a warning. In the next instant, Tutu rushed forward and used Windwalk to intercept a razor-sharp strike aimed straight at Li Tianxing. The attack had come within a hair's breadth of becoming a killing blow. Everything happened in a flash, pulling him back from the edge of death. After dodging the attack, Li Tianxing immediately turned around with a sharp gaze. "What is that arm?" Before he could understand what he had seen, Tutu cut him off and firmly warned that no matter what happened, they could not allow the enemy to interfere with Ji-Yu's breakthrough. Tutu gritted his teeth as he stared at the enemy, already suspecting this was part of a carefully planned assault. He wondered why the flame demon god had appeared here with such a monstrous form. Standing beside him, Li Tianxing grew even more confused as one shocking revelation after another hit him, from demon gods to monsters and powers beyond common understanding. The flame demon god let out a cold laugh, her voice overflowing with killing intent, as if wiping everyone out were the most natural thing in the world. She declared that once there were no witnesses left, every secret would disappear. But at that moment, another voice interrupted and warned her not to unleash any overwhelming techniques yet. A mysterious will stepped in, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Even so, it proposed a solution. It would deploy an illusion domain to seal off the area and prevent outsiders from reaching the battlefield. It also warned that if the flame demon god used too much power, she could shatter the illusion, covering the area. Meanwhile, the Transcendents who had been tracking the strange light became trapped in an endless loop, wandering farther and farther from their destination until they no longer knew where they were going. Even if the outside situation is being concealed, the internal clash is unavoidable. Tianxing draws his blade, aura erupting as he roars that anything touching this place must pay the price. Huo Yan Moshen immediately counters, and both sides dive straight into battle. The heavenly saber is drawn, and a razor-sharp aura spreads instantly, carrying a crushing pressure. He shouts and prepares to trigger lightning, but the chaos makes even him unsure what he is facing. Before the blade can land, a terrifying rebound force explodes, shattering the saber mid-air as fragments scatter like scrap metal. Tianxing freezes for a few seconds, staring at the broken blade in his hand, and mutters in pain that his saber is gone. After the impact, Tianxing changes his mindset. He no longer treats the enemy as an unknown variable, but starts analyzing her true nature and what level of monster could suppress him like this. Just then, the ground shakes lightly, and a figure drops in, shouting urgently, "Senior Li Tianxing." Tutu rushes into the fight, warning that a massive force is incoming like a falling boulder. She forces herself to defend and warns the enemy is far too dangerous to handle alone, but her words are cut off by the pressure of battle. Seeing the deep dent on the railing from the aftershock, Tianxing pauses. This level of power is not just attack, but wide-spreading shockwaves beyond expectations. Suppressed rage erupts. Tianxing loses patience and charges forward to suppress the enemy. Tutu tries to stop him but fails, only able to shout in desperation. Huo Yan Moshen laughs coldly with disdain. In that moment, Tianxing closes in and pulls out the heavenly saber star map, eyes sharpening as his aura surges. Tutu immediately warns him that the saber was already destroyed and cannot be used normally. Yet green light still flows through the cracked blade like an unbroken lifeline. Tianxing calmly explains this is only a conduit, a tool to reduce the load, not the source of his true power. He steps into a proper combat stance, aura turning heavier and more oppressive. He says coldly that his real power has never been the weapon, but what he has trained and nurtured for years. Heart Thunder Saber. A deep shout erupts. Blue light explodes and condenses into a new blade form, sharper and far more oppressive than before. Heavenly Thunder Slash. The strike is unleashed toward Huo Yan Moshen, tearing through space. But she does not dodge, even smiling as if watching a show. She tilts her body slightly, her mutated arm flicking the blade like a toy. The attack is instantly shattered. The backlash explodes back, ripping Tianxing's clothes and forcing him to retreat. He freezes in disbelief at how his full power was neutralized with a single flick, realizing the overwhelming gap between them. Before he can stabilize his mind, a brief opening is seized. Tianxing is shocked to find the enemy already right in front of him. A pale hand locks onto his arm. A cold and arrogant voice whispers beside his ear that humans are just food. The arm yanks hard, pulling him and his blade forward like prey. She treats him like a captured meal. From above, a meteor-like kick descends with crushing force toward the battlefield. Tutu appears in time, summoning a wind vortex to block the strike and barely saves Tianxing from being finished in an instant. After escaping, Tianxing clutches his injured arm, breathing heavily but still forcing himself to stand firm. Tutu finally loses her calm and yells that he cannot keep fighting recklessly, as she cannot always save him. Even so, Tianxing does not step back even once. His eyes remain extremely determined as he grips his broken blade tightly, refusing to let go. Thinking of Ji-Yu, who is currently breaking through above, he refuses to retreat. He declares this is his territory, and he must protect her advancement to the end. Tutu agrees, saying they cannot abandon their ally. Above the battlefield, Ji-Yu demands to join the fight, but Tianxing immediately rejects it. He stresses she must maintain her current state 50. If she interferes, the entire breakthrough will collapse, and even the accumulated lightning energy will be lost. He continues to reassure her, saying he was once called the Thunder God of Bin City, so he will not fall so easily. Tianxing holds his final defensive stance. His eyes remain unwavering as he declares he will protect everyone here with his honor, no matter the cost. Just as the situation turns critical, Xing Kun suddenly arrives. He adjusts his torn sleeve, revealing a solid arm underneath, his expression calm but firm. Seeing Tianxing, he says, "Senior Li Tianxing, you really are a good person." Without hesitation, Xing Kun steps in front of Tianxing and pushes him back. His left arm mutates and strikes Huo Yan Mo Shen directly. He tells Tianxing to treat his wounds and let him hold the enemy. Tianxing is forced back, frustrated and unwilling to accept it, but Tutu grabs him tightly to stop him. The two mutated arms collide head-on, causing a deafening explosion in the air. Huo Yan Mo Shen still wears a mocking smile, treating it like nothing serious. But soon her eyes narrow. Her expression shifts from disdain to caution. She asks coldly what exactly this body has become. During the clash, Xing Kun locks her wrist. The grip is so strong she cannot break free. She angrily demands why she cannot sense any familiar flame aura from him. She jumps back and slams the ground, becoming far more alert. She mutters in a low voice that his monster body can still evolve itself. Xing Kun smiles lightly, confidence fully exposed. He lifts his hand casually as if the situation is trivial. There is nothing surprising about it. His fist shoots forward like a blade of wind. He strikes while speaking coldly, saying even she does not dare to use her full flame power. Both sides exchange continuous blows. Each strike carries terrifying force. Neither gives ground, and the battle becomes a pure stalemate. Huo Yan Mo Shen analyzes while fighting. She notices his arm is constantly evolving at abnormal speed. She is a level 5 monster in partial recovery, while he is likely only level 4. Yet his evolution ignores all normal rules. Her thoughts deepen. Xing Kun begins to gain the upper hand. He raises his hand, preparing to finish or escalate the attack. She coldly says she will tear him apart to see what is inside. Xing Kun remains unfazed. His eyes turn icy as he replies briefly, "Try it." His aura erupts as he shouts bone spikes. Sharp bone spikes shoot out from his arm like drills. One pierces through Huo Yan Mo Shen's arm, making her finally change expression. She is shocked that it can penetrate her monster body. She quickly laughs in madness, grabbing the pierced arm. Killing intent rises as she says his experience as a monster is still too shallow. She pulls violently like a beast tearing flesh. Xing Kun's arm is ripped apart in layers, blood spraying out. She laughs as if enjoying prey, asking what else he is hiding. Then she pauses. She realizes there is no external flame aura, meaning it is hidden deep inside his body. At that moment, another spike erupts from the wound, catching her off guard. Xing Kun smirks coldly. His aura explodes as he shouts multi-layer bone spike burst. Countless spikes erupt from his body, piercing through her entire arm. He twists and delivers a heavy punch, sending Huo Yan Mo Shen flying into the air. His expression remains calm but oppressive, as if the battle has only just begun. A massive explosion erupts, breaking through the structure above. Light and shockwaves spread wildly, scattering debris everywhere. Huo Yan Mo Shen struggles free and roars in rage, asking what exactly his monster body is. Xing Kun smiles faintly, tone calm and slightly mocking. "You are too curious." But she does not let him finish. Her twisted smile returns as she lunges forward, mocking that before eating a meal, you must know the ingredients. She continues, eyes flashing with killing intent. Just one arm, and it can already turn into this kind of monster. Before she finishes, a second explosion erupts even more violently than before, shaking the entire space. Her manic laughter blends with the blasts, echoing through the silent night and pushing the pressure to a terrifying level. In the distance, Tutu sighs at the ruins. She turns to Tianxing and jokes that his senior's mansion probably is not that expensive, and splitting the cost might still be impossible in this lifetime. But Tianxing ignores her, eyes locked on the battlefield, suddenly saying Xing Kun is off. He grows more irritated, asking what Xing Kun really is. How can he fight a monster barehanded? Then he realizes something and mutters that Xing Kun was never normal to begin with. His expression darkens as he says, "None of them are normal from the start." Tu is slightly startled and only replies that she will explain if they survive the night. Xing Kun shouts mid-battle, ordering the two behind him to stop talking and find a way to restrain her. Hearing this, Tianxing and Tu immediately change expression and stop hesitating. Tianxing tightens his resolve and says they will trust them for now. The two unleash their techniques at the same time. Tu releases wind power while Tianxing summons lightning, both forces merging and rushing straight at Huo Yan Mo Shen. Huo Yan Mo Shen glances over with full disdain, as if the attacks are not even worth her attention. She lets out a savage roar as another massive mutated arm grows from her back, surging toward all three of them with overwhelming brutality. The deforming arm stretches at impossible speed, sweeping across space like a living chain and directly blocking all incoming attacks. Tianxing and Tu are forced back under pressure. Their bodies tremble as they resist, but they are clearly losing ground. Huo Yan Mo Shen keeps her twisted smile, muttering to herself that it is almost there. If she can understand the secret of this mutation, she will evolve as well. A second voice suddenly appears in her mind, cold and urgent, demanding she prioritize killing the lightning user first. She refuses to be controlled, but the voice insists, more urgently, that if the target above stabilizes, the consequences will be severe. Just as she prepares to finish Xing Kun, she hesitates upon receiving new information. The threat from the target above causes a brief moment of instability. Tu looks up and notices a spreading purple light network. She immediately warns it is Jiyu's purple star barrier. Tianxing confirms she has stabilized half of her power state. A purple pufferfish-shaped shield suddenly forms, covering the entire area around Huo Yan Mo Shen, creating a strange but solid protective dome. A mechanical voice from the barrier explains that its energy can interfere with and break the illusion field outside. Xing Kun kneels half-collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily while observing the situation. He assesses this as a form of supernatural evolution, the ability to selectively control targets. For Jiyu, absorbing energy is like a feast, and she has only absorbed about half so far. He chuckles softly, still watching the sky where Jiyu controls the battlefield. These monsters are getting more and more interesting. In the sky, Jiyu speaks coldly as if declaring absolute control. Ready to accept the thunder god, she clenches her fist. Boom! A roar echoes. Lightning surges across the sky as purple bolts tear through the clouds, striking down like the wrath of heaven. Huo Yan Mo Shen is hit by the shockwaves and loses stability, getting forced straight down from the air. However, she still keeps her confident smile, believing the current level cannot hurt her. Behind her, Xing Kun is already preparing a sneak attack. Huo Yan Mo Shen suddenly turns and blocks Xing Kun's strike, growling that ambushes are useless. A massive purple lightning orbs suddenly appears in the distance, spinning violently, but she has not yet noticed the growing danger. From above, Zhu speaks calmly, as if declaring control over everything. A giant lightning creature forms in the sky, shaped like a massive white shark, covered in violet lightning. Her voice turns ice cold, saying everything is under control within the purple star domain. The lightning shark floats in mid-air, and wherever it passes, purple lightning sweeps everything clean. Space itself seems to be sliced into fragments of energy. Huo Yan Mo Shen's expression changes the moment she sees it. For the first time, she loses her calm. She mutters that the illusion field is being heavily suppressed. Her smile fades completely. Her face turns cold and serious as she lowers her voice, saying this has become more troublesome than expected. Looking at the massive lightning shark advancing, she roars and orders her subordinates to act immediately. A cold notification echoes through the space. The second layer of the illusion field is weakening and time is running out. She immediately changes orders, deciding to reinforce full area concealment. Xing Kun stands in the middle of the battlefield, confused as the situation shifts too fast. He mutters what is actually going on here. In another direction, the entire mansion is wrapped in a hazy light that distorts perception. Li Lin moves through the corridor, yet strangely remains unaffected. A mysterious voice echoes in his mind, coldly ordering a change of plans, signaling a new phase has begun. Inside the illusion layer, Demon Lord does not reveal himself. His voice remains cold and urgent, constantly urging murder. Li Lin trembles in fear and shakes his head, resisting as he says he cannot do it. Outside, the lightning shark, trapped in Ji Yu's purple star barrier, continues to struggle, slamming against the invisible boundary. Meanwhile, Demon Lord watches and commands Li Lin, saying he does not need to fight directly, only break the target's mental state. He insists Li Lin is the key weakness as someone who knows the target well. Li Lin hesitates, but he is not given time to think. The original plan was to wait until the outside battle weakened the target, but everything is now forced into change. The voice keeps pressing until he stands before the target room door. With no way back, he steels himself and decides to comply. The door suddenly opens. A powerful punch instantly shoots toward him. If he had been half a step slower, his face would have been crushed by a shirtless man with steel-like muscles in a combat stance. Demon Lord's voice echoes again, calming him and saying, this is only an illusion he created, nothing to fear. According to him, everything inside the room is under perception control. But upon closer inspection, the two people inside seem completely unaware of Li Lin's presence. One is training wildly, the other unstable and unresponsive, showing no interaction with him. The mysterious voice continues ordering him to complete the mission. Even though Li Lin resists, he is still dragged into the situation. From his perception, everything in the room feels like normal routine behavior unrelated to him. His vision shifts to the target bound by vines. Demon Lord sighs as if pitying the fate of the target, then coldly orders him to continue. Li Lin clenches his fists, feeling heavy pressure in his heart. Even though he is prepared, he cannot fully detach from guilt. He tells himself this is the only way to protect what matters to him. He raises his hand as energy condenses into a drilling force, preparing to finish the target. He keeps trying to justify himself, while the voice continues guiding him away from hesitation. In the end, he resolves himself and launches the strike, intending to end everything as a way to escape inner conflict. But the attack does not penetrate. Vines suddenly tighten and block all force before rebounding it. Li Lin freezes, shocked that the target can actively defend and counterattack so strongly. The vines continue constricting, locking down his movements. Li Lin realizes they are not just restraints, but something that can analyze and neutralize his power. Outside, the two observers still cannot see what is truly happening. They only sense something abnormal. Xiao Tao mutters that something seems to be moving inside the vines, while Sheng guesses the hostage might be resisting and prepares to strengthen control. While Li Lin is distracted by the exchange, the vines fully lock him down, sealing all movement. He panics as he realizes his power is being absorbed. Upon closer analysis, he discovers the target is far stronger than expected, far above the original profile. With no time left, Li Lin activates his body enhancement to break free. But at that exact moment, the person on the bed suddenly opens their eyes, catching him in the act and throwing his mind into chaos. The awakened person looks straight at him, confused and hurt, asking whether he truly intends to kill them, or if everything from the beginning was just a trap. All suppressed emotions erupt. The person questions everything between them, teacher and student, doctor and patient, even friends, wondering if it was all a lie. Li Lin is bound both physically and mentally, standing at a point where he cannot explain, cannot refute, and cannot retreat. The mysterious voice once again drags Li Lin out of hesitation, forcing his command directly into his mind. It is no longer persuasion, but mental manipulation. In that moment, his will seems to break, and he moves to act immediately. The voice keeps drilling into his perception, calling him a creature by nature, someone who can see the darkness in others and will eventually become a killer if uncontrolled. It even asks a cruel question, whether anyone ever truly saw him as human or just a disposable copy. The words grow heavier like blades cutting into his mind. The voice coldly claims he is nothing more than a nurtured asset for others, like prepared food. Outside the battlefield, Ji Yu's purple star barrier continues expanding, the lightning shark still struggling within suppression, while the black mist destabilizes. The mysterious voice realizes someone has already partially broken his illusion control. He immediately shifts blame onto Huo Yan Mo Shen, furious that she did not eliminate the lightning user earlier. He emphasizes that Ji Yu's barrier is weakening the entire illusion layer. Despite Huo Yan Mo Shen standing in the battlefield, surrounded by demonic flames, the voice keeps pressuring her to kill Ji Yu first, or the entire perception field will collapse. The voice grows more urgent, warning that once Ji Yu's domain is broken, everyone else will lose perception and fall into blindness and deafness. Huo Yan Mo Shen becomes even more violent, declaring nothing can stop her flames, and all enemies here are already marked for death. She lets out a cold laugh, confirming that the target in front of her will not survive this battle. Jing Kun immediately notices abnormal energy fluctuations. Watching the spreading flames, he quickly assesses that the enemy is accelerating, as if being pushed by some hidden force. At that moment, the pressure from Huoyan Motion suddenly amplifies in Ji Yu's perception. The enemy's image feels magnified, creating an overwhelming mental weight. Yet in that feeling, she also notices Jing Kun, realizing he has endured the same pressure before. That thought makes her pause. Instead of fear, a sense of shared burden begins to form. She starts to understand what it means to fight alongside others under the same pressure. From that realization, Ji Yu steadies her mind. She decides not to stay behind anymore and joins the battle directly, choosing to share life and death pressure with her allies. She forms hand seals immediately as lightning energy erupts. A rotating ring of light appears, transforming into a piercing attack that shoots straight toward Huoyan Motion. The enemy reacts instantly, crossing her mutated arms to block, but Ji Yu's lightning is not fully neutralized, continuing to erode the defense and creating visible cracks in the energy barrier. Huoyan Motion narrows her eyes, realizing the situation is no longer simple. Her attitude shifts from contempt to real caution. Ji Yu's attack does not remain singular. It splits into countless smaller entities, forming a swarm of lightning constructs that surround the battlefield and rush the target from all directions. The lightning entities form a siege, continuously tearing and suppressing Huoyan Motion from multiple angles, turning the battlefield into a chaotic storm of energy. Both sides collide repeatedly, shockwaves spreading across the area. Neither yields control, and the space itself begins to tremble violently. Huoyan Motion laughs coldly, admitting the opponent's energy control exceeds expectations. She concludes that if Ji Yu continues evolving, the consequences will become uncontrollable. She prepares a finishing strike, but the mysterious voice warns her. She has very few remaining uses of flame power. She shows clear irritation, yet still feels pressured by strategic necessity. The moment Hellfire is activated, Jing Kun immediately rushes in to intercept, roaring as he blocks the destructive attack. His mutated arm transforms into a sealing force, attempting to push back the black fireball and prevent it from detonating within the battlefield. Huoyan Motion sneers, believing Jing Kun's mutated body alone cannot withstand the incomplete technique. Jing Kun responds coldly, eyes unwavering as he directly meets her killing intent. At that moment, a figure suddenly appears beside him, causing Jing Kun to freeze for a brief instant. It is Ji Yu. She clearly shows dissatisfaction seeing Jing Kun acting alone and immediately states that no one here has to fight alone. She orders a synchronization of the barrier, demanding coordinated tactics between all energy sources. Instantly, Ji Yu's lightning power and Jing Kun's ability synchronize. They directly crush the newly formed Hellfire Orb. A violent explosion erupts, forcing both of them back. From below, Tianxing observes everything and recognizes a familiar trace in the energy. What just appeared strongly resembles the Hellfire recorded in old archives. Tutu quickly confirms, after checking the aura, that it is indeed Hellfire. Tianxing is stunned, realizing that even the recorded 5th-grade monster was terrifying, yet this presence feels far more dangerous. What shocks Jing Kun the most is that the two of them managed to block that attack. In the sky, Huo Miaodao drags Jing Kun up, pulling him back into the chaotic airspace. Huoyan Motion shows clear excitement, but it is obvious he is already heavily drained, struggling even to maintain flight. The enemy rises even higher, gazing down like looking at ants. She does not use her domain, only coldly warns that an illusion will soon cover the area, even telling them to cover their eyes and ears before releasing Hellfire again. A pitch-black energy sphere with red and violet aura begins forming in mid-air. Its wielder stands there with a mocking tone, as if victory is already certain and simply waiting to see how they respond. Jing Kun did not expect the situation to escalate this fast. Without an observer, it feels like the enemy is deliberately showing off power. He begins considering his last card, even forcing evolution into a 5th-grade monster form to turn the tide. The original plan never included this path, but Jing Kun's gaze turns cold. Even though this is not the ideal moment for a final battle, he no longer has another option but to move forward. But just as the transformation begins, Jing Kun freezes. A familiar scent of blood reaches him, and he realizes it is Ji Yu's blood. She is injured. Part of Ji Yu's sleeve is torn away, fabric drifting in the wind, revealing a pale arm stained with blood. That sight drags Jing Kun back to the memory of a girl lying motionless in a pool of water, her face covered in wounds and a weak smile that could fade at any moment. Killing intent erupts from Jing Kun. A dark distortion mark stretches from his left eye, making his gaze terrifying. Only one thought remains in his mind. No one is allowed to touch her again. Jing Kun's eyes sink into complete darkness, leaving only a burning red point at the center like fire in an abyss. His protective will explodes as he repeats a vow in his mind, refusing to let this tragedy repeat. Huo Yan Mo Shen stands in the distance with arms crossed, pointing at the black energy sphere and mocking them. She emphasizes that with this hellfire, they have no way to resist. Below, Zhu Yu grits her teeth, forcing her trembling body to stay steady. She pours out her remaining strength and screams, forces herself not to back down under the crushing pressure. The enemy sneers, amused and slightly impressed. She admits Ji Yu is stubborn for still managing to reactivate her domain, but says it is only barely commendable. Ji Yu tries to rebuild her formation, but the response is cold ridicule. With her weakened state, her counterattack is quickly crushed without effect. Just when everything seems decided, an unexpected change occurs. Zhu Yu freezes and immediately turns her gaze to the side. Xing Kun suddenly calls out his own name in shock. His entire body begins to mutate, his arm transforming into a weaponized form with sharp claws and thick armor. A hardened battle horn forms on his head. Without hesitation, he reaches out and grabs the incoming hellfire sphere. Huo Yan Mo Shen immediately frowns, clearly sensing a surge of 5th-grade monster aura. He wonders if he has taken a wrong turn today to keep encountering so many abnormal variables. Even she has to admit Xing Kun's monster body has surged in strength. The attack is caught in his hand like a toy, making her unable to believe what she is seeing. Not only does he block it, Xing Kun also compresses the energy directly. The hellfire in his grip is crushed and distorted, as if being completely destroyed. The next moment, the black energy sphere explodes, releasing a terrifying shockwave that sweeps across the entire space. As the explosion hit, Xing Tun immediately pulled Zhu Yu into his arms, using his body to shield her completely. He spoke in a low voice, giving only a short, reassuring line that left her momentarily stunned. At the center of the blast, the calm was only surface level. The moment the impact collided, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending shockwaves across the entire area, as if space itself was being torn apart. Rocks and debris were thrown into the air, dust blocking all vision. Part of the mansion was heavily destroyed, walls cracking as if about to collapse. Tu Tu and Tian Xing raised their hands to shield themselves, still startled despite being prepared. Ji Yu quickly regained composure amid the chaos, and concluded that when Xing Tun erupted earlier, she had sensed a weakening field around the area. It seemed the battle had not been detected outside. Xing Tun immediately decided to proceed with their planned movement, while Ji Yu looked at him for final confirmation. Rage exploded in Xing Tun's eyes, killing intent surging like a tide ready to swallow everything. He coldly declared he would personally go in and eliminate her. Zhu Yu quickly stepped in and raised a condition before they moved. Xing Tun frowned in displeasure. Ji Yu changed her tone and clearly stated she wanted to fight alongside him. If they were going to fight, they would share the damage together. Xing Tun did not answer at first, but eventually agreed. Zhu Yu locked onto Huo Yan Mo Shen and rapidly set the battle formation. Xing Tun also took position, waiting for her signal. Without giving the enemy any time to react, Ji Yu seized the opening. Electromagnetic energy exploded, reaching extreme acceleration and directly launching Xing Tun toward the crazed woman. Xing Tun swung his mutated arm down in a heavy strike. The opponent immediately raised her hand to block. The collision landed. Despite her massive monster body, she was suppressed at the moment of impact. She realized Xing Tun's raw physical strength had exceeded all expectations. The thought flashed through her mind, and she was forced to fully reinforce her defense, struggling just to hold back a fraction of the force. But the power was too overwhelming, sending her flying backward completely out of control, drifting through the air as if gravity no longer affected her. At that moment, another force appeared behind her, cutting off her trajectory and stopping her movement. A puffed-up puffer fish-type creature with sharp spikes in its mouth rushed forward as if to pierce through the target. Amid the chaos, Huo Yan Mo Shen kept his awareness intact, constantly analyzing the supernatural knowledge he had gathered from the human world. He tried to confirm his theory that this power system could not be wrong. Immediately after, the puffer fish self-detonated, creating another shockwave that blasted her back toward Xing Tun. In his chaotic thoughts, Huo Yan Mo Shen realized he had already altered the evolution path of his monster body, deviating from its original trajectory. But no one cared about his thoughts, as Xing Tun continued launching relentless attacks. A punch landed directly on her face, sending her flying with blood spraying everywhere. Even so, distorted thoughts still appeared in her mind, including the idea of devouring Xing Tun to achieve a new evolution. Blood kept spilling from each strike as her body staggered in mid-air, yet she still refused to fall. Through the pain, she began to suspect that her current physical state was affecting her consciousness. Her blood-covered face made her look even more grotesque. Still, a twisted smile never disappeared. Her ambition grew stronger, but a suppressing force from the king prevented her from fully resisting. The repeated attacks did not wake her up. Instead, they drove her further into madness. After stabilizing her body, she turned back to face the two. An electromagnetic shark-like creature still blocked the front, but she did not retreat. Instead, she formed a more dangerous thought: to break past her current evolution path and become the new king. Her madness reached its peak. The desire to devour everything consumed her entire mind. A twisted fire-infused mutated arm formed, and her eyes locked onto Xing Tun as if he were the perfect prey. Her only goal now was to swallow him. A warning voice echoed, stating that Huo Yan Mo Shen was not allowed to use Fire Diem a third time, or the illusion field would collapse. She completely ignored it and continued focusing all killing intent on Xing Tun. Meanwhile, Jiyu once again used electromagnetic acceleration to push Xing Tun closer. A long crack appeared on Huo Yan Mo Shen's face, blood flowing down her chin. As the situation worsened, the warning voice became more urgent, demanding immediate retreat. But both sides had reached a point where stopping was impossible, each strike carrying the intent to kill. The voice shifted to persuasion, promising that if the plan succeeded, they would obtain the Eye of the Nether King and create the perfect illusion field, urging them to continue and wait for a better chance. The offer began to sway the crazed Huo Yan Mo Shen, causing his killing intent to waver. He showed signs of pulling back, but still issued a cold warning that if the plan failed, the first person he would devour would be the speaker. In his distraction, he failed to notice the danger closing in from the waiting shark. The jaw snapped shut with a brutal crash. Huo Yan Mo Shen vanished without a trace. Only Ji Yu's massive electromagnetic shark remained, its body swollen within Xing Tun's purple energy circle. Outside the battlefield, chaos looked like hell on earth, but in another space, something far worse unfolded. It was deathly silent because no blades were needed. A few words alone could crush a mind. Wen Wang was facing a terrifying spirit-type existence, a power with no physical form. That voice acted like a living curse, dragging buried trauma back to the surface. It forced Wen Wang to relive his childhood loss of control. Every fragment replayed like a nightmare loop, especially the moment his father was blown apart during his rampage. Li Lin pushed deeper into his mind, constructing painful illusions. Loved ones died one after another because of him. Innocent people were dragged into disaster. Even distorted memories made him believe he was the source of all tragedy, convincing him the Wen family had to eliminate him as a disaster. He did not stop. He created another illusion of a mother trying to escape with her child. The scene twisted into tragedy, where Wen Wang's survival came at the cost of her death, leaving him alive in guilt, as if he had stepped over her corpse to live. Even as vines tightened and flames burned, Li Lin kept pressing his mental control. He focused on Wen Wang's core belief, planting the idea that his existence only brought destruction to everyone around him. He added another layer of illusion. The mother's spirit appeared, watching him in sorrow and resentment. Those whispers turned guilt into chains, binding Wen Wang's consciousness tighter and tighter. Li Lin moved closer, concluding that anyone kind enough to approach Wen Wang would eventually be destroyed. He tried to turn him into a cursed weapon, something no one could trust, accept, or keep alive. He intensified the vision of future tragedy. Anyone near Wen Wang would become a victim. Declaring himself righteous, Li Lin claimed he was erasing a disaster before it happened, aiming to break Wen Wang's humanity completely. At the peak of his assault, Li Lin launched the finishing strike. A mental drill shot straight toward Wen Wang's temple, aiming to erase his consciousness instantly. But at the final moment, Wen Wang resisted. Despite being restrained, he grabbed the mental drill and shattered the protective layer on his head. He shook his head, rejecting everything he had been told, refusing to believe Li Lin could truly think that way. In a surge of willpower, Wen Wang crushed the helmet completely. Li Lin was shocked as the defense broke, realizing his mental intrusion may have weakened due to earlier damage. Wen Wang slowly stood up. One of his eyes was blank and emotionless, while the other stared directly at Li Lin, the one he once trusted. His voice trembled, but remained firm. He admitted breaking his promise not to peer into Li Lin's mind, yet still could not deny their past trust, and demanded to know what had caused everything to become like this. The moment Wen Wang touched that mental layer, his entire body was torn by electric-like shock. He convulsed upward involuntarily, eyes rolling back, hair standing on end. Even the vines tightening around him jerked violently. His vision turned into static fragments, unable to distinguish reality, leaving only one question in his mind. What exactly is Xiao Lin inside his consciousness? From the deepest darkness of his mind, a single voice emerged, Cold, parasitic, and invasive. It cut straight into his awareness without hesitation. It wanted to consume him and take everything. Wen Wang immediately realized the thing speaking was no longer human. As his consciousness sank deeper, Wen Wang faced an unidentifiable existence. Only two burning points that looked like eyes and a mocking mouth could be seen. Even though it was far smaller than expected, he still tried to question the truth behind Li Lin being controlled. But the deeper he looked, the clearer it became. In this world, not every mind could be heard. Even while being overwhelmed, Wen Wang maintained consciousness. He could clearly feel that the opponent not only wanted his mental power, but also carried a distorted emotion he could not understand. That hatred was unnatural, as if it had been brewing for a very long time, making his mind more and more unstable. Outside, Wen Wang's body was almost motionless, restrained by vines, while Li Lin was in the same condition with his consciousness locked in. The mysterious voice took control of the situation. It revealed that once Wen Wang was devoured, everything would proceed according to plan, and the field's signal was already starting to recover. On another battlefield, the mysterious voice continued commanding the demon woman, ordering her to unleash Fire Diem for a third time to buy time. It emphasized that no interference was allowed. Just a few more seconds were needed to complete the approach to the target. The demon woman growled in response, irritated but still cooperating. Immediately after, two forces from Ji Yu and Wo Yan Mo Shen clashed violently across the battlefield again. Her patience completely ran out. Hellfire energy erupted once more, thick with killing intent, directly aimed at burning everything in its path. Zhu Yu began to feel that the repeated pattern of attacks was turning disadvantageous. Before she could respond, Jing Tun suddenly shifted his gaze and asked what that thing was. From afar, a new creature appeared. It soared through the sky of Bin City in a grotesque form, a long reptile-like body, wings like a fallen beast, a fish-like tail, and a sharp head rushing straight toward the mansion. Xing Tun immediately realized its target was Wen Wang, and he could not stay still. As he prepared to pursue, Xing Tun was blocked again by Huo Yan Mo Shen at the critical moment. A thought flashed through his mind. The enemy might be stalling to let that monster complete its mission. The creature became clearer in the night, a long armored body moving like a mutated reptile. Its head was covered with dense small eyes, and its mouth opened like a carnivorous flower ready to devour everything. As it dove down, Tutu froze and could only ask what it was. Without hesitation, she launched an attack to block its path immediately. But the creature opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, like a living trap closing in, to swallow its target. Xing Tun quickly saw an opening for a lightning counterattack, and prepared to intervene. Tutu also panicked, as she realized her wind attacks were completely ineffective. This monster was far more dangerous than expected. At the critical moment, a bolt of lightning erupted, stopping the creature's downward charge. The sudden strike forced the monster to retreat, briefly losing its offensive momentum. Before Tutu could fully react, a strong arm pulled her out of danger, lifting her away from the strike by a hair's breadth. Seeing her savior, she whispered, "Senior Tian Xing." The creature was briefly restrained by lightning. Tian Xing landed Tutu safely on the ground, though he also suffered minor injuries. He warned her to be extremely careful, as even the smallest mistake could be fatal here. Inside, he was both angry and alert, not expecting Bin City to hide something this dangerous. A massive explosion shook the space as the mansion wall was blown apart, shattered concrete scattering everywhere like debris. The defensive layer was torn open, revealing Wen Wang's containment area. Still not fully conscious, he remained bound by vines and ceiling's energy. The monster outside let out a deep roar, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Wen Wang, I finally found you." Seeing the scene, Zhu Sheng immediately exclaimed in shock, unable to believe his eyes. "What is this thing? Is its target the hostage?" They had been trapped in a sensory-blocking illusion earlier, but the illusion field was now cracking and could no longer hide everything. Zhu Sheng immediately switched into a defensive stance, facing the creature directly, while the mysterious voice looked down on them as insignificant superhumans. Without wasting time on nonsense, Zhu Sheng activated Dragon Star Diagram. Planting his stance firmly, he gathered momentum and roared as he prepared a full-force counterattack. In the moment power converged, a sound like space being pierced erupted. Zhu Sheng threw a devastating punch straight at the creature's grotesque mouth. The unexpected strike forced the monster to pause. It had not expected an unknown fighter to produce such overwhelming damage. Outside, Tutu and Tianxing witnessed everything. Tianxing asked in surprise about the identity of the attacker. Tutu confirmed it was Zhu Sheng, a low-profile member of their team. He did not hide his approval, but still reminded her that the priority was to rescue the hostage. Tutu immediately understood. The creature still stood guard in front of the containment zone, growling non-stop, its only objective clearly to devour the prey inside. It opened its mouth as the surrounding energy began to get sucked in like a vortex, forming a condensed electric mass inside its maw. However, at the same time, Xingtun and Ji Yu were fully engaged in suppressing Huoyan Mo Shen, causing the surrounding energy flow to scatter. The creature realized the amount of electricity it could absorb had been partially disrupted. It turned its attention back to the target. Wen Wang and Li Lin were still in a motionless state. Meanwhile, Zhu Sheng continued holding the defensive line, preventing it from advancing even a single step. Xingtun observed the situation and began to doubt the true identity of the creature. At first, he assumed it was the thunder demon god, but the more he looked, the more abnormalities he noticed. Ji Yu also vaguely sensed something wrong and immediately rejected that assumption. She recalled the earlier mutation when Xingtun's energy domain spread and triggered a special reaction. While still fighting, she tried to explain her feeling to Xingtun while holding the defense. According to Ji Yu's analysis, this energy type did not match any known monster, including Huoyan Mo Shen or Phage Human Flame Prison. It felt closer to a pure superhuman domain, but far more refined and intense, almost like a complete domain that had been distorted. She was about to conclude that it was not a pure monster, but her words were cut off as she had to reinforce her defense. Xingtun supported her, as they together resisted the pressure from the enemy. Hearing this, Xingtun froze, unable to believe the implication that the being might be a human superhuman, possibly even at 5th-tier level. As the creature's body swept past, its armored scales brushed dangerously close to them. Zhu Yu continued, stating that the earlier explosion had allowed her to clearly sense the true energy source residing within the being controlling the Thunder Demon God. She looked directly at Xingtun and confirmed her theory. It was very likely a heightier superhuman controlling the monster from within. Xingtun snapped out of his chaotic thoughts and began reassessing the entire situation seriously. He had originally believed humans could not resist monsters, but immediately rejected that idea, realizing he had been limited by his past memories of apocalyptic regions. Perhaps he had overlooked other regions where unknown forces still existed. Xingtun began connecting all the clues. It felt like a hidden hand was orchestrating everything behind the scenes. The entity that appeared in Bin City was likely a 5-star level superhuman, directly tied to the abnormal changes. Realizing the scale far exceeded his imagination, Xingtun felt stunned. A dangerous thought surfaced in his mind. If a high-level superhuman was targeting humanity, then this was no longer a simple survival battle. While the battlefield outside remained chaotic, Li Lin's consciousness briefly stabilized. He lowered his head, his voice turning deep as if in an internal conversation with Wen Wang. The atmosphere eased for a moment, but his words carried deep contradiction and regret, as if even he no longer knew what was right. From deep within, Wen Wang only wanted to express a simple truth. As long as Xiao Li Lin and Lin Lin were safe, that was enough for him. But the moment he spoke, a mocking voice resurfaced, cold and sarcastic, distorting human emotion into weakness. Li Lin panicked upon hearing that voice. He fell backward, stammering in fear as he called out, "My lord." Wen Wang also startled, trying to trace the source of the abnormal sound. In the black mist, Li Lin retreated in terror, nearly losing control. He frantically claimed that the existence was forcing him to act, threatening to control him and kill everyone, including Lin Lin, if he disobeyed. Wen Wang fell into deep thought. He began to feel that he might be the key to the entire mystery, possibly the one capable of uncovering the hidden truth. Li Lin immediately denied it, insisting it could not be anything but a monster, since it was clearly devouring humans. Wen Wang calmly replied, stating that the entity was not a monster but a special existence tied to him, his twin sibling, Wen Yao. The moment the name was spoken, a female figure slowly emerged from the black mist, bearing a face almost identical to his. Wen Yao's form gradually became clear, her eyes carrying a strange opposing nature, one side blank and lifeless. Her smile was filled with mockery, as if she had long been waiting for this reunion. The space felt as if it was pulled back into a bloody memory from that year. The scene of their father's murder reappeared vividly, and worse than before, it was not only Wen Wang who witnessed it, but Wen Yao had also been there, seeing the entire tragedy unfold with her own eyes. Wen Wang slowly raised his head, his voice calm but heavy, admitting that that memory had never truly disappeared. Li Lin completely collapsed upon realizing the true identity of the one behind everything. Panicked, he could not believe that Wen Yao, who he thought had died long ago, was actually the source of the manipulation. He began to suspect this was not just a family conflict, but something tied to extremely dangerous mental abilities. Wen Yao moved closer, calling Wen Wang's name directly with a tone of contempt mixed with familiarity. She hovered in mid-air, looking down like a judge in control of everything, her oppressive aura spreading across the space. Killing intent erupted violently, cold enough to suffocate. Wen Yao declared that it was time to collect the debt from her younger brother. Distorted and suppressed memories began to resurface, dragging out painful images that could never be forgotten. A woman from the past stood at a life-or-death crossroads, forced to abandon one of her 2 children in order to escape. Pain and helplessness were written across her face, but she had no other choice. No matter how reason tried to justify it, that decision left an irreversible wound in the hearts of the abandoned children. The mother could not meet the gaze of the child she left behind. She could only turn away in despair. She choked on her tears and managed to utter a single apology. "I'm sorry, my child." She then hurried away with the other child, leaving behind heart-wrenching cries. The abandoned child could only scream in despair, unable to understand why they were left behind. At that moment, pursuers arrived, detecting traces and flooding into the area. They searched everywhere, shouting, while the child could only cry for its mother amid the chaos. The child was brutally beaten, with no one stepping in to stop it. Blood spilled and screams echoed, while the pursuers coldly discussed capturing the target under family orders. One of them covered the child's eyes, smiling maliciously while saying they only needed its brain, not its body. The others restrained its limbs, preparing to act with absolute cruelty. But in the next instant, the child vanished from their grasp, slipping into a nearby stream. One of them shouted in shock, unable to believe the target had escaped. This was a memory buried in darkness. Wen Yao recalled how she faked her death to escape, but then her emotions fractured again, and she denied that version of events, admitting she had actually been saved in another way. Her gaze turned cold as she looked at Wen Wang, calling him her dear younger brother, and stating the debt was not yet settled. A surge of mental energy erupted from Wen Yao's hand, directly enveloping Wen Wang, sealing off his ability to resist. Before Wen Wang could stabilize after the mental shock, he was crushed by overwhelming pressure. Wen Yao coldly warned him not to resist, saying that even a slight disturbance from the Thunder Demon God could kill him instantly. Wen Yao maintained the suppressing light above Wen Wang's head, her voice icy as she continued to press down. She emphasized that this was Li Lin's mental world, and any resistance would not only cause loss of control, but also directly affect his consciousness. Hidden within her warning was a clear implication. If Wen Wang resisted, Li Lin's brain would be destroyed immediately. Wen Yao curled her lips into a faint smile, her hand slowly twisting as if preparing to crush something invisible. The illusion of memories surged again. Scenes of slaughter and shattered heads replayed before their eyes. Her voice grew colder, comparing all traitors and abandoners to beings that deserved to be erased. Wen Wang listened to the threats without any sign of wavering. Even as his consciousness felt torn apart, he remained calm, smiling faintly, even saying that if they wanted, they could take everything. That reaction made Wen Yao pause. She had not expected such an easy surrender. For a moment, she lost her rhythm, suspicion and irritation rising within her. Wen Wang remained even calmer, as if he had shed all burdens. He sat down and admitted that if this could bring peace to his mother, then he had nothing left to hold on to. Wen Yao immediately reacted harshly, believing he was faking weakness to deceive her. She gritted her teeth, rejecting everything she had just heard, refusing to be shaken. Wen Wang did not argue. He simply asked her to look directly into his memories, as a final confirmation. His consciousness sank, opening all the buried layers of memory. The past unfolded clearly, a child running through ruins, crying for its mother in despair, while the woman before it had already been drained physically and mentally, her breath fading under severe illness. In that memory, the mother kept repeating apologies, her voice broken and exhausted, while the child could only hold her hand, trying to keep the last bit of warmth from fading away. The mother's final words cut like a blade. Survive somehow, and if possible, if Wen Yao is ever found again, make it up to that girl. After speaking, she left the world, leaving the 2 children behind in an unsolved tragedy. Wen Wang broke out of the memory, his entire body collapsing inward. He admitted everything, saying that everything he had was a debt that needed to be repaid, and there was nothing left to fight for. But the accumulated despair had already warped Wen Yao's perception. She could not accept what she had just seen. Only hatred and total denial remained in her mind. She spat out cold, cutting words, insisting Wen Wang was still the same as before, only pretending weakness to escape responsibility, and had no intention of forgiveness. When Li Lin's name was mentioned again as the cause of everything, Wen Wang immediately tried to refute it, but Wen Yao no longer wanted to hear any explanation. She continued controlling the mental light ring, trying to forcibly extract something from Wen Wang's consciousness. But at that moment, Vines inside the mental world suddenly erupted, binding him tightly and unintentionally blocking her entire process. Wen Yao froze, realizing the resisting force carried a low-tier superhuman attribute, yet had a strange compatibility with this mental space. At the same time, Wen Wang also felt a faint sense of familiarity rising within his consciousness. She looked around, her expression shifting as she noticed another existence bound within the same space, Li Lin himself. Li Lin was also restrained by vines at this moment. His consciousness had fallen into a paralyzed state, unable to interfere or resist, completely trapped within the mental battlefield. Wen Yao realized the situation was slipping out of control. The vines continued to grow wildly, and Li Lin's mental structure showed signs of collapse. She was forced to adjust her plan, or she would lose the main target in the collapsing consciousness flow. Wen Yao paused briefly, a new suspicion rising in her mind. Something major must have happened outside. The Thunder Demon King, who should have been holding the battlefield, had clearly deviated from the original plan. The monster still roared in place, but it had unknowingly left two figures circling behind it. Zhu Sheng rushed after his younger sister in panic, shouting as he ran, while Xiao Dao had completely lost control, charging toward the hanging captives, with an instinctive hunger in her eyes. Zhu Sheng called out in alarm, realizing his sister's condition had become seriously abnormal and could no longer be considered normal. Xiao Dao snapped back slightly from her hazy state and forcibly restrained her surging instincts. She panted heavily, saying that without her brother's voice, she might have completely lost control. Zhu Sheng tried to stay calm and suggested a temporary plan to secure the hostages, but Xiao Dao nearly broke down, admitting the instincts inside her were becoming too strong to suppress, and she had almost lost herself. Wen Yao broke out of the mental layer and returned to the real battlefield. As she observed the overall situation, her expression turned ice-cold, realizing everything had already exceeded expectations. She stood on the back of the Thunder Demon God, surrounded by dense black aura, her eyes glowing like a predator. From above, the entire battlefield lay within her field of view. Losing patience, Wen Yao ordered the execution. The Thunder Demon God immediately opened its mouth, condensing electric energy into a destructive blast, ready to erase everything below. But at that moment, a figure rushed directly into the attack path, cutting off the erupting energy. Jing Tun appeared, stopping the strike with a domineering attitude, declaring this was his battle, and no one else had the right to decide it. He smiled provocatively, his eyes filled with both curiosity and interest. Compared to the beings he had faced before, this Thunder Demon God was weaker than expected, making him suspect there was another hidden entity behind it. Xing Tun looked straight at Wen Yao without hiding his curiosity. He directly questioned her identity, speculating she might be an undisclosed 5-star superhuman capable of controlling both monsters and humans. On another side, Zhu Yu faced Huoyan Mo Shen alone. She remained vigilant, while the opponent treated her with contempt, seeing her as easy prey already placed before him. Zhu Yu did not respond to the mockery and immediately launched her attack. She stated that the goal of a 5th-tier superhuman was life energy itself, and her lightning would not be so easily erased. Bolts of lightning erupted, wrapping around the target like a sealing net. Ji Yu emphasized that every hit so far had already landed, and all of it was building toward a decisive counterattack. Huoyan Mo Shen laughed wildly, treating all attacks like a joke. He claimed the power was not even a real threat. Meanwhile, Xing Kun stood opposite Wen Yao, eyes showing growing interest in the increasingly complex situation. He gave a slight smile and said the real battle was only just beginning. Outside the villa, students had gathered in huge numbers. They looked at Tianxing like a symbol, cheering non-stop and worshipping him as the center of attention. Tianxing kept a calm face and tried to send the crowd away, but his body was heavily injured, with blood soaking through the bandages. He hid it well, making the crowd even more excited. He stepped back to the balcony, breathing heavily. He admitted the crowd was under an illusion and hard to control. From afar, Tutu reminded him of the real situation. Underground monsters, the appearance of Wo Yan and Lei Dian Mo Shen, and a higher-level supernatural force controlling everything. After receiving the heavy information, Tianxing felt his mind about to explode. He forced a weak smile. His injuries were not healed, and every breath triggered coughing blood, but he still planned to report everything to his superiors. As he tried to keep his composure, Xing Kun suddenly appeared behind him. He laughed and slapped his back hard, as if helping him circulate energy. It only made things worse, and Tianxing coughed blood again, while Xing Kun stayed completely calm. Before he could react, Xing Kun released a tiny black snake that shot straight into Tianxing's neck. A clean bite made his heartbeat surge, and his whole body entered an unstable accelerated state. His consciousness shifted strangely. Everything looked soft and overly pleasant, like a pink filter had covered his vision. Even Tutu suddenly looked unusually attractive. Panicked and confused, he stammered and left to rest, face burning red. Under the silent starry sky, Jing-kun voice echoed, pulling everyone back into the tense reality. He analyzed the situation. The enemy would not miss the chance, while the evolution plan was nearing completion, especially the attempt to reach 5-star supernatural level. The longer it dragged on, the worse it became for humanity. He continued the strategy analysis. The upcoming tournament would gather all top supernatural geniuses of Huaxia. If the enemy struck there, it would be like a prepared banquet. He thought of Huo Yan Mo Shen and the hidden forces behind the darkness. Their intentions were unclear. Worse, something important had already been stolen, making the situation even more unpredictable. Tian Xing, still recovering, suddenly stood up. He asked sharply if those monsters were still hiding strength or preparing something even worse. Xing-kun did not hesitate and confirmed his suspicion. The real danger was far beyond what they had seen. If the sealed underground forces fully awakened, he said nothing more, only made a gesture like an exploding force. Everyone instantly understood the worst possibility. The world could enter an apocalypse era. Hearing this, Tian Xing stood up immediately. He questioned everything he had heard, demanding the source of information, Xing-kun's hidden power, and what he was truly hiding. The core question was finally spoken out loud. Who exactly is Xing-kun? Facing the tense gaze, Xing-kun only smiled lightly. He remained calm and said he was just an ordinary supernatural freshman. Tian Xing sneered internally, completely unconvinced. Too many things had happened for him to accept that explanation. If everything was true, humanity had almost no chance left. Xing-kun stayed calm with folded arms, as if everything was under control. His teammates remained silent but visibly shaken. He simply said he still had an unseen card, and there was no need to panic. Tian Xing narrowed his eyes and continued pressing him, trying to uncover what else he was hiding behind that calm expression. The others also turned their attention to Xing-kun. The atmosphere shifted into a tense waiting state. Even Tian Xing realized that they themselves did not know what hidden trump card he was talking about. Before anyone could get an answer, all eyes were drawn to a corner as Wen Wang slightly moved. He had awakened, instantly shifting the focus of the entire situation. Xing-kun suddenly added a new theory, suggesting Wen Wang might hold clues about a supernatural being from 5 years in the future. Before the group could process it, the tied-up boy slowly opened his eyes and scanned the crowd. Unlike a normal frightened reaction, Wen Wang stayed unusually calm. He looked around as if he had found something worth relying on in this chaos. Xiao Dao, standing nearby, suddenly felt her face stiffen. A strange thought flashed in her mind. Why was this kid staring at her like that? Wen Wang ignored the fact that he was tied up and struggled to sit up. He shook his head excitedly and mumbled nonsense like, "Mom, why is it so bright here?" Xiao Dao froze and subconsciously repeated the word mom. Before she could process it, Xiao Dao panicked and blurted out, "What do you mean, Mom?" Zhu Sheng beside her frowned deeply, thinking the kid clearly had mental issues. The whole group froze completely. Before anyone could react, Wen Wang stood up and started calling everyone aunt and uncle randomly. Tian Xing and Tutu were addressed directly, and both stiffened, while Zhu Sheng felt his mind collapsing from the chaotic titles. Wen Wang continued his childish logic, assigning family roles to everyone he met and bowing politely. Zhu Sheng even instinctively responded, while Xiao Dao wanted to scream. As the situation spiraled further out of control, Tian Xing observed carefully and guessed Wen Wang's mind might have been affected by the supernatural being from 5 years later, causing distorted memory and perception. At that moment, the boy said something even more confusing. Wen Wang kept rambling. Tian Xing tried to maintain his cold image in front of Tutu, but things kept escalating. The boy even mentioned strange thoughts about Tutu and little rabbits, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. Tian Xing was about to intervene when Tutu quickly stopped him. Wen Wang kept speaking nonsense and even called Tutu with strange titles. She immediately lost patience and kicked him hard. Wen Wang was kicked flying and rolled near Xiao Dao, crying like a child. He said shocking things while also unintentionally revealing Tutu's private thoughts about Xing-kun, making her want to silence him immediately. Tutu could not hold back anymore and rushed in again, coldly telling him to shut up. The pressure in the air became so heavy that everyone felt suffocated. Wen Wang was sent flying again, landing near Xiao Dao and crying that he was being bullied because of jealousy. Xiao Dao froze completely, unable to respond. But like a child, he quickly forgot the pain and stood up again with a grin. He kept observing everyone and talking nonsense. A girl with twin braids nearby fell into extreme confusion after being dragged into the chaos. No one could stop him anymore. Wen Wang acted like a leaking valve, exposing everyone's thoughts and throwing the group into mental chaos. Each person reacted differently, while Tianxing just wanted to end the situation immediately. Finally, Wen Wang turned to Xiao Dao with a blank expression and asked a question that froze everyone. "Mom, why do you think I am not your child?" Wen Wang lowered his head and apologized in a soft, tearful voice. He said he did not mean to read people's thoughts. He just could not control his ability. He begged his mom not to abandon him and promised to behave. Xing Kun quickly adjusted the situation, realizing this could be a breakthrough. He suggested Xiao Tao approach the boy, use the mother misunderstanding to guide him, and extract information about Yao Yao. Before he finished speaking, Wen Wang immediately reacted to the keyword. Hearing the name Yao Yao, Wen Wang panicked and rushed toward Xiao Dao in tears. He begged in fear, asking if his father would take Yao Yao away again, his voice full of desperation and confusion. He kept crying while holding on to his last hope, desperately begging his mom to go save Yao Yao with him, as if it was the only thing he had left to rely on. Elsewhere, Huo Yan stood with arms crossed, staring at Wen Yao, who was under control. He coldly questioned why the plan to devour her brother had not been completed. Wen Yao calmly replied that she had already obtained the opponent's mystic eye. Wen Yao's eyes flashed with calculation. She believed that combining both mystic eyes would form an unbreakable mystic fusion state, enough to control the entire situation. Huo Yan suddenly grabbed Wen Yao by the neck, his voice filled with warning, as he directly questioned the feasibility of her plan. His grip tightened further. Killing intent began to leak out, and the surrounding air turned suffocating and tense. Wen Yao did not back down. She looked at Huo Yan with calculating eyes, and coldly suggested that if he devoured her as well, then released Lei Dian Mo Shen and controlled other entities, the situation would become even more advantageous. She also emphasized that she did not belong to any royal faction, so being eliminated meant nothing to her. Under overwhelming killing pressure, Wen Yao still held her ground, meeting Huo Yan's gaze without a trace of fear. She issued a cold challenge, saying they could test who would die first, whether she would be suppressed or he would be crushed by her ability in an instant. Huo Yan finally calmed down, releasing his grip and laughing coldly. He said she could not control 3 major forces at once. Before leaving, he gave a final warning. He stressed that if the plan failed tomorrow, they would be completely torn apart by the monster factions, with no path to survival. Deep in the dark forest, branches shook in the wind as if something was hiding in the shadows. A message echoed. The demon god had prepared the feast. Fan Shizai bowed politely, like hosting a banquet, and respectfully invited the guest to begin the prepared dinner. Huo Yan looked satisfied, his eyes filled with hunger. He saw this as compensation for the failure of his previous hunt, preparing to devour and restore his power. In front of him was a true feast made of supernatural students. Some young faces were excited, completely unaware they were the targets. A few even dreamed of leveling up through this event, not realizing the danger closing in. In another part of the forest, a group gathered and discussed excitedly, waiting for a major opportunity. They believed choosing the current faction was the right decision and that luck was on their side. Another group was also negotiating in the forest, forming alliances. Both sides believed that attaching themselves to the strongest power would let them rise to the top during this upheaval. Behind a mysterious figure, tentacles released a chilling aura that pressed down on everyone, like a heavy weight on their spine. Space suddenly tore apart with a surprise attack. Fresh blood splashed everywhere, marking the beginning of a true hunting feast. Blood droplets scattered across the scenes, staining the faces of the blue-clothed group. They reacted in panic and disgust as chaos erupted in a life-or-death moment. A sharp scream echoed through the chaos, signaling that their formation had already begun to collapse. In the sky, Huo Yan Mo Shen floated with tentacles wrapping around him, his eyes filled with predatory desire. Below him, Fan Shizai looked satisfied, as if everything was going according to plan. But at that moment, things began to spiral out of control. Tentacles dropped like death scythes, targeting the panicked prey. Screams of pain erupted as the massacre officially began. Before anyone could react, multiple tentacles opened like living black holes, sweeping through the crowd and devouring them instantly. Screams were swallowed by the night forest, leaving only cold chaos behind. One survivor broke into a cold sweat, filled with regret. He muttered that they had chosen the wrong path from the beginning, wishing he had followed Tianxing or Xing Kun instead. Huo Yan did not allow him to finish. He coldly struck and eliminated him on the spot. The remaining survivor could only watch helplessly as despair consumed everything. After finishing the cleanup, Huo Yan licked his lips in satisfaction, as if enjoying a perfect meal. His energy also began to recover further. the monstrous shadow behind him let out a chilling laugh, as if eagerly waiting for the next course to arrive. In the starry sky, a cold thought echoed, signaling that this world would eventually fall into the hands of Huo Yan. The chaos on the other side was interrupted by a meeting between Tianjing and He Lai. He Lai panicked when she saw Tianjing heavily injured, while Tianjing urged her to arrive on time and take him away from the scene. Without wasting time, he demanded, He Lai extract him at maximum speed, as the information he had just obtained was too critical to delay reporting. The two immediately shot into the sky, exchanging brief words while moving, the atmosphere tense and urgent. While flying over the city, Tianxing continued analyzing the situation. The underground monsters were far more dangerous than expected, and the entire truth seemed hidden from the surface world. Suddenly, a strange blue light appeared and enveloped them both, putting them on high alert. Tianxing realized something was monitoring or interfering with their movement. From above, they saw a central building of Xin City, a key landmark of the entire region. But soon after, the entire structure began to distort unnaturally, as if an invisible force was bending and controlling it. Tianxing immediately warned that their flight path had been disrupted and sensed an extreme danger approaching. On top of the structure appeared a figure alongside a massive creature, creating an overwhelming presence that reminded Tianxing of hidden demon-level entities. He quickly deduced that other forces might be controlling Sin City, possibly even within major facilities they had previously inspected. Tianxing's eyes locked onto a familiar silhouette, and he immediately questioned whether this person was the one controlling everything. In response, the figure only gave a faint smile, calm yet full of hidden intent, as if everything was already within their calculations. He Lai began revealing the truth. She had no special background and had survived purely through struggle, climbing step by securing resources and power in a world filled with monsters. Her voice carried the coldness of harsh reality. In her eyes, there was no hesitation left, only raw survival instinct and acceptance of the path she had chosen. She openly admitted that humanity's current world had almost no hope left, and she was simply choosing the side that ensured survival, no matter how cruel it was. Her eyes gradually lit up, as if preparing for a decisive turning point. Held in midair, Tianxing could only listen, as she declared that tomorrow Sin City would become the starting point of the first strike, marking the beginning of a major upheaval. With no other choice, he could only lower his head and accept the current situation. In her inner thoughts, He Lai seemed to still hide a deeper purpose, even mentioning joining her father to destroy this corrupt world. 2 days later, at the training grounds, supernatural teams gathered in full force, preparing for the second round of the Supernova tournament. Amid this scene, an ice cream suddenly fell to the ground, triggering a small incident between Wen Wang and Xiao Dao. The ice cream hit the ground and was completely ruined, beyond saving. The adults reacted chaotically. Some were angry, some were alarmed, and the atmosphere around Xiao Wang became increasingly strange, as if the child always brought trouble wherever he went. Jing Kun turned to Xiao Dao and lightly teased that she now looked exactly like a real mother in this situation. The group left, leaving the two standing, confused in place. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment before softly calling her mom again out of instinct. The two continued speaking in a tense exchange, trying to extract more information from Wen Wang. Xing Kun sighed heavily, noting that Xiao Tao's temporary role as a mother was exhausting and chaotic. The child barely understood anything beyond the name Wen Yao and a vague sense of location, while tournament conditions showed no clear abnormalities. Xing Kun quickly shifted strategy, lowering his gaze as he proposed a new plan. He suggested Xiao Dao temporarily take over command of the unconscious Xu Shi team and bring Wen Wang into the next match as part of a monitoring strategy. Xiao Dao froze upon hearing the order, while Wen Wang somehow appeared behind them unnoticed. The atmosphere grew tense, as everyone realized the plan depended entirely on reacting to an unknown enemy. In a pool area, a figure slowly sank beneath the water, creating a chilling atmosphere. From there, the next plan was discussed. If things went wrong, Xiao Dao would use her ability to push everyone into the water for escape, where backup support was already waiting. At the same time, they were warned not to act alone. They had to stay alive until Huo Yan Mo Shen's flame power weakened, which would be the true moment for a counterattack. One person still did not fully understand, while another confirmed this was the key signal for the coming turning point of the war. In the planned scenario, Xiao Tao would lead Wen Wang to Wen Yao and break the illusion state she created. Everything was arranged with backup support, so no one would face it alone. After that, another mission was assigned to Zhao Cheng: replace the team in the Nanyue match and fight alone. Zhao Cheng felt frustrated at having to carry the entire team alone, but he had no choice but to accept. He told himself he still had to complete the mission. The opponent was revealed as Team Rose, a group directly linked to Huo Yan Mo Shen and Fan Shizai. The atmosphere immediately turned extremely tense. Fan Shizai acted arrogant, mocking them, and saying he would crush the opponent, especially after recognizing Zhao Cheng and his connection to Xing Cun. Zhao Cheng's aura suddenly exploded. Fan Shizai was forced to step back. The crowd and referees were shocked as he was originally considered far weaker. The referee was stunned to realize Zhao Cheng's strength far exceeded expectations, enough to push back a Rose team member instantly. Many began to suspect that sending only one fighter was a calculated decision. Zhao Cheng did not hesitate and immediately closed in with extreme speed, catching Fan Shizai off guard. The opponent quickly stabilized and released a blazing red energy to counterattack, trying to regain advantage. But in raw speed and strength, humans still had limits, making the battle extremely brutal. Even in close combat, Zhao Cheng displayed abnormal reflexes, preventing the opponent from suppressing him easily. Fan Shizai reassessed him, realizing he was far from an ordinary opponent. The referee kept watching closely, sensing the situation was beyond expectations. He wondered if Zhao Cheng's speed was still within human limits, as everything happening exceeded his experience. Zhao Cheng moved like lightning, constantly slipping behind his opponent to counterattack, shocking the entire audience. The referee grew increasingly tense, realizing the match could spiral out of control and required close monitoring to prevent serious casualties. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng continued pressing forward, determined to protect his team's honor and those behind him. A collision between the two forces created a massive shockwave across the arena. The ground began to crack under the pressure of continuous supernatural clashes. The referee was stunned, admitting the power had already exceeded the limits of a normal match. When the two attacks collided, he panicked completely, realizing this was no longer a level he was trained to handle. In panic, the referee immediately called for backup, reporting that the match had exceeded safety limits and reinforcements were needed. At that moment, another surge of energy appeared near the battlefield, worsening the situation and forcing another urgent distress call. Duan Shizai narrowed his eyes at the opponent in front of him. Behind that person, flaming arms burned wildly. He coldly asked if they really intended to kill him. The burning hands did not hesitate and shot forward like crushing force. Zhao Sheng sneered and dodged instantly. The heat was terrifying, clearly beyond normal temperature, a signature technique of the Fan family. The flaming arms kept pursuing him like vines. One touch meant defeat. It was a highly troublesome transformation technique of Fan Shizai. The number of flame arms kept increasing, sealing the entire space. The opponent had clearly reached heightier supernatural level, and each arm seemed to have its own will. He stood in the sea of fire, with confidence, like a divine being controlling countless flaming limbs, each strike carrying enough heat to burn everything. The blaze turned the arena into a furnace. This was the Fan family's secret technique, amplified by Fan Shizai's superior level. The gap was overwhelming, making it nearly impossible for Zhao Sheng to turn the fight. A spectator rushed in panic. As expected, Zhao Sheng was trapped in the sea of fire, unable to break free due to weaker power. But Fan Shizai showed no sign of stopping, leaving everyone unsure whether the opponent was still alive. At the peak of tension, a figure suddenly pierced through the sea of fire and appeared. Space seemed to freeze for a moment as shocked cries erupted everywhere. Did he actually escape? Blood. A massive amount of blood burst out as Zhao Sheng charged forward at abnormal speed. As a water-type supernatural, he was forcibly using his own blood to boost his combat power. Blood continued to spray from Zhao Sheng's body. Some shouted that he was basically committing suicide, as the surrounding flames would quickly burn away his life force. The referee immediately demanded the match be stopped. Even so, the blood kept pouring out. Strangely, it was being suppressed by the flames, yet not completely destroyed, making the situation extremely confusing. The referee froze at the scene. The power of both sides had far exceeded expectations, reaching an unbelievable level. He grew anxious, as other referees still had not arrived. Zhao Sheng's blood and Fan Shizai's flames began to collide, spreading and gradually merging within the chaotic space. The referee completely lost composure. This level of power felt unreal, as if it was not ordinary blood at all, but something diamond-tier in nature. Fan Shizai began to show signs of weakening. He was using his own blood energy to bridge the gap in power, forcibly amplifying himself. His blood dragon technique was powerful, but double-edged, trading life for strength. In contrast, Zhao Sheng's eyes remained completely unchanged, cold as ice. He pushed his power even further, summoning a blood dragon to bind his opponent. It was a reckless fighting style with no regard for consequences, yet in this moment he achieved something unimaginable against a noble genius. Zhao Sheng raised his head and called out his technique, Blood Blade. Steel. Their gazes collided directly, killing intent exploding like fire meeting oil. Zhao Sheng roared in fury, his aura crushing straight toward his opponent. A tearing sound echoed clearly, but Fan Shi's lips curled into a mocking smile. He coldly asked if the other really thought he had won. The surrounding ground had already been crushed into a distorted ruin, under the impact of their power. The referee stood frozen, unable to believe the level of destruction unfolding before his eyes. He immediately reported the situation, his voice tense. Everything was beyond control, but all communication devices suddenly lost signal. After a moment of panic, he was forced to make a decision. The match had to continue under the current situation. The atmosphere suddenly sank, becoming heavy and suffocating across the entire area. The referee looked up at a distant building, his expression confused, as if he had lost all sense of direction. As he tried to orient himself, a black hand suddenly reached toward Zhao Sheng. A voice echoed, signaling that the illusion domain had been activated and the feast had begun. From inside Fan Shi's body, a strange black arm emerged. His eyes turned completely cold. In the eyes of that entity, Zhao Sheng was nothing more than a small prey. He let out a twisted smile and continued pressing Zhao Sheng into the ground without hesitation. Half of Zhao Sheng's body was pinned into the earth, only his head exposed. The entity coldly declared it would clear the prey in the name of Huo Yan Mo Shen. Suddenly, he paused. He could not crush him? No, this one had escaped the illusion. A blinding burst of light erupted from the suppressed position, forcing the entity to retreat. Zhao Sheng slowly stood up, his eyes burning with killing intent. He floated in mid-air, his voice icy as he said there was no difference between both sides. A deep red energy spread around Zhao Sheng. He stared at his opponent and said everything was serving the same master, just different pawns given temporary power. He clenched his fist, gaze unwavering, ready for the next clash. The second round officially began. The scene suddenly shifted to an area near a nuclear power plant. Behind it were two massive cooling towers surrounded by forest under a dark sky. A strange feeling arose as he wondered why he was here. Memories returned, revealing he had already been controlled by a supernatural being. Wen Yao was using mental manipulation to force Tianxing to obey her orders. Commands echoed in his mind. Destroy the nuclear power plant and stop the rise of the lightning-type wielder. His consciousness fell into chaos under the pressure. Even as his mind was invaded, Tianxing struggled to resist. The nuclear plant was the lifeline of Sin City. Destroying it would be unimaginable. But the moment he tried to resist, another wave of mental pressure pressed down, and that cold voice questioned his defiance. Tianxing veins bulge as his body trembles violently, still forcing himself to hold on to the last shred of control and refusing to submit. His consciousness starts fading, vision swallowed by darkness as an alarm echoes in his mind that he is losing control completely. Outside, chaos erupts as Shin City cleanup forces gather, while Tianxing questions his position and the still unresolved nuclear plant mission. A blonde girl stands among the crowd and reports confidently that the nuclear power plant has been temporarily secured. Xing and Tianxing forces exchange information in disorder, with cleanup and defense units gathered and awaiting orders, while Tianxing senses something is wrong as details about the monster remain hidden. His jaw tightens in rage as he finally realizes the identity of the one manipulating him, Wen Yao. The crowd continues praising his earlier actions, but Tianxing sees through the truth and understands Wen Yao is using everyone as pawns, trying to question his true goal. His mind is torn apart as Wen Yao appears in his thoughts, admitting he is using Tianxing as a weapon to destroy Sin City defenses, and Tianxing fights back, refusing control. The blonde girl notices his abnormal state and asks worriedly, but Tianxing urges everyone to retreat before they get dragged into the coming battle. He struggles to resist the mental invasion, maintaining control of his body while confirming the nuclear plant has been saved. Tianxing screams in pain as lightning erupts around him, forcing out the invading consciousness and ordering it to leave his mind. A blinding bolt of lightning tears through space, but the voice only laughs coldly, treating his resistance as meaningless. A strange blue light engulfs the area, as the voice explains that resistance only amplifies his power, which is being used to strengthen control and wipe out all targets. The blonde girl senses something is wrong with Tianxing and urgently asks what is happening. His vision fades as reality distorts, while Wen Yao coldly confirms everything is unfolding according to plan. Tianxing drops to his knees, nearly fully overtaken, while Wen Yao evaluates the situation as successful in eliminating most of the defense forces. A grotesque creature with sharp claws and glowing blue eyes approaches him like prey, filling the air with deathly pressure. Tian Xing's pupils shrink as he whispers in despair that he has become a sinner. A massive force slams down, causing the ground to explode in an instant. Back in the earlier battle, Pan Shi Jie is blasted back by a counterattack and is forced to gather Blood Dragon power into a single point. He cannot believe what just happened, stunned that someone broke through his proud monster defense. Zhao Sheng drives a punch into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that forces his opponent several steps back while he maintains pressure. Staying low, he anchors himself and channels all force into a single explosive stance. Without hesitation, he charges straight at the enemy at extreme speed. His eyes burn with pure killing intent, emotions pushed to the edge. Every strike carries condensed rage, forming heavy hammer-like attacks. A rising uppercut smashes into the opponent and sends him flying backward before he can react. Zhao Sheng continues attacking without pause, switching angles and keeping the opponent completely on the defensive. His eyes are now filled with pure determination, leaving no room for hesitation. As the rhythm shifts, the opponent counters with overwhelming speed, forcing Zhao Sheng back while mocking the power borrowed from his brother's blood. His laughter distorts as he continues mocking, claiming this power is nothing more than child's play. While retreating in combat, he keeps mocking Zhao Sheng, saying even his brother only gave him a weak fragment of power, nothing close to real strength. One of his arms mutates, turning into writhing black tentacles, like living creatures preparing to unleash their true form. The tentacles wrap around Zhao Sheng and begin draining his blood as fuel. He laughs like a madman while watching his prey being restrained, the tentacles shifting into a strange blue color as he claims he only needs to evaporate that blood to finish the fight. His eyes light up as if he has found a rare trophy, boasting about the blue flame granted by the demon god Flame. The blue flame erupts violently and quickly engulfs the entire battlefield. Zhao Sheng is trapped inside the sea of blue fire, struggling to break free as the heat keeps crushing him down. His clothes are almost completely burned away, yet he grits his teeth and keeps searching for an escape route. After breaking part of the suppression, his energy is heavily drained, and even the slightest contact causes more blood to evaporate. He sneers coldly, treating Zhao Sheng's weakening state as inevitable, and even deliberately pushing him to flee. Under the pressure of the blue flames, Zhao Sheng looks like a cornered prey with no escape left. More blue tentacles rise from the ground, sealing off every direction as he claims the gap between them is absolute, like heaven and earth. His smiles is filled with contempt, treating Zhao Sheng like nothing more than an insect under his feet. He keeps mocking him, calling him a low-level superhuman with insignificant genes who will never reach real power. Zhao Sheng hears everything, and his rage continues to surge uncontrollably. His arm mutates into a monstrous mouth, gathering a deadly blue light as he continues insulting Zhao Sheng as a worthless creature meant to be erased. He declares he will completely wipe out all blood in Zhao Sheng's body, with no chance of survival. The entire space is swallowed by a raging sea of blue flames, the heat warping reality itself. Zhao Sheng hesitates for a moment, after realizing the entire area has been sealed with no escape route. But he quickly discards hesitation, focusing all willpower into a final life or death gamble. He strikes his own chest, igniting his fighting spirit like a blazing youth flame, refusing to step back even in death. His heart pounds violently as if it is about to explode, and his body begins undergoing abnormal changes. Zhao Sheng's eyes turn crimson red, his battle aura surging like he is entering an awakened state. He takes a deep breath, sensing something strangely appealing, his expression turning excited and unstable. That sensation is not aimed at Pan Shi Jie, but shifts elsewhere, as if a strange scent is spreading from another location mixed with corruption. His gaze shifts downward toward the observers, and the source of that feeling is the referee's position. A massive explosion shakes the battlefield as Pan Shi Jie laughs arrogantly, mocking Zhao Sheng for burning his own blood just to survive a few more seconds, calling the effort meaningless and labeling the attempt to protect a referee as foolish behavior of weak insects. While holding the referee's body, Zhao Sheng is suddenly overwhelmed by a strange blood scent coming from him, triggering an uncontrollable instinctive hunger. In a moment of instability, Zhao Sheng extracts a portion of the referee's blood as repayment for saving him, turning the act into something cold and distorted. Above, Pan Shi Jie continues laughing, saying the referee is worthless whether controlled or not, mocking Zhao Sheng's actions as self-destructive stupidity. His eyes turn even more vicious as he declares that Zhao Sheng's blood will soon be completely burned away, leaving nothing but ashes. But before he finishes speaking, Zhao Sheng appears instantly behind him, speaking coldly and emphasizing the difference between them in this battle. Pan Shijie freezes in shock, unable to understand how Zhao Sheng still has enough blood energy to move at such speed, beginning to doubt his own condition. Zhao Sheng steps closer and states sharply that the demon god flame he trusts has never truly valued him, words piercing directly into Pan Shijie's pride. He continues advancing step by step, pressure intensifying with every movement, while the strange scent on Pan Shijie's body becomes even clearer as they close in. Behind him, sharp claws begin forming as the air fills with killing intent. At the same time, Pan Shijie's blood loss becomes more obvious, and he realizes something is being drained from his body. Panic sets in as he notices his blood leaking continuously. He immediately suspects Zhao Sheng's previous attack implanted some kind of corrosive ability inside him. The blood drain accelerates, throwing Pan Shijie into real confusion. He cannot understand how the opponent's power is now affecting him in reverse. The referee slowly regains consciousness amid the chaos, realizing the situation is shifting. He understands Zhao Sheng survived the flames by using his blood to neutralize the enemy's power in a reckless countermeasure. Pan Shijie continues his contemptuous tone, attacking Zhao Sheng's origin and treating him as someone unworthy of being on the same board. He keeps denying all of Zhao Sheng's potential, claiming he never understands the bigger picture or the future he is aiming for. More tentacles extend from his body, shooting toward Zhao Sheng to crush everything in front of him, as he claims only he can control the true future. Zhao Sheng responds calmly and coldly, realizing that the more the opponent mutates, the more unstable and rigid his body becomes, creating exploitable openings. Those words send Pan Shijie into rage, his pride shattered as he loses control, and his anger erupts violently. Combined with the blue flames, the tentacles surge forward, tearing through space to crush Zhao Sheng, but he stands firm without wavering. During the fight, Zhao Sheng realizes the truth. The more Pan Shijie turns into a monster, the more he is assimilated by his superhuman power, making his bossy slower and easier to read, becoming a fatal weakness. A heavy hammer-like punch slams into Pan Shijie's face, distorting it as his head is knocked violently to one side. In that moment of pain, fragmented memories surge in his mind, pulling him back into his past. He recalls a harsh childhood under extreme pressure, trained relentlessly by his clan to become the symbol of the Pan family, raised under absolute control and command. Pan Shijie tries to affirm his choice, his body swallowed by darkness as he mutates into a twisted form, growling that merging with the monster is his own decision. His fanaticism pushes him beyond control, yet also fuels extreme confidence as he charges forward, shouting that he will prove himself right and dominate everything. In Zhao Sheng's eyes, only cold contempt remains as he states that even his opponent's body no longer belongs to him. A terrifying pressure suddenly crashes down, injuring Pan Shijie before he can react and cutting off his words. He falls into confusion, unable to understand why all his calculations have collapsed, as everything his clan taught him becomes useless before reality. Even in defeat, he stubbornly blames others, convincing himself his family failed to support him fully. Blood spills from his mouth, but his denial of reality does not weaken. He sinks into despair mixed with obsession, completely unable to accept defeat. His body gradually returns to normal before collapsing against a wall in helpless exhaustion. Zhao Sheng looks down and confirms he can no longer move. Zhao Sheng's expression softens slightly, but remains cold as he states the opponent's superhuman genes have been corrupted by monsterization, and as a former classmate, he will end it quickly. At that moment, another disturbance draws his attention. Outside, the crowd begins moving aimlessly, which confuses Zhao Sheng as they all seem to be leaving without control. Students and referees alike wear blank expressions, walking as if they are being manipulated. Zhao Sheng senses something is wrong, recognizing it as large-scale mental control. He moves closer to observe the drifting crowd more carefully. In the distance, a creature with 4 massive arms stands in the center, releasing wide-area psychic control. Zhao Sheng immediately identifies it as the demon flame god. He hides in a shadowed corner to observe the full situation, feeling like he is witnessing a real apocalypse, with only the order to wait for the right moment in his mind. Zhao Sheng looks toward the entity, still unable to find a way to counter that strange flame, repeatedly questioning how it could possibly be extinguished. The giant creature stands among skyscrapers, like the absolute ruler of the entire region. Then suddenly, rain begins to fall from the sky, droplets landing on Zhao Sheng and making him briefly freeze. He feels something strange, because the demon flame god's fire should have burned away all moisture, and this rain opens up a new possibility. In the heavy rain, the weakened Pan Shi Jie wonders if this is Shangguan Hui's scheme, his consciousness fading as his strength is completely drained. He lets out a dry laugh, treating all resistance as pointless and ridiculous. He believes the entire area is inside a high-level illusion domain of a 5-star superhuman, something never recorded in history and impossible to break through. He assumes the nuclear power plant has been neutralized, cutting off any chance of drawing geothermal energy to break through, locking the situation completely. At that moment, countless lightning bolts strike down into the battlefield, tearing through space itself. Pan Shi Jie looks up in shock, unable to understand how heavenly lightning can penetrate the illusion domain. Leaning against a wall in confusion, he analyzes everything, realizing weather predictions should not be wrong. Yet, this phenomenon is beyond nature. Suspecting external interference while still doubting it can change the outcome. He continues reasoning that everything is controlled by a higher entity, leaving humans with almost no chance to resist. From behind, the demon flame god appears with 4 massive arms, radiating overwhelming pressure beyond normal combat limits. Its 4 arms move in unison, stirring the sky and space, filling the area with terrifying energy pressure. The entity declares this space belongs only to its flame, consuming all other elements, and turning it into an absolute domain. Zhao Sheng looks up and feels all surrounding energy being burned and suppressed, realizing everyone's survival depends on a single thought of the demon flame god. Zhao Sheng stays hidden at the side, watching the entire situation unfold while remembering the order to wait, but his life force is fading, and death feels inevitable within minutes. The demon flame god announces it has already detected the hidden presence, deliberately provoking him to force him out into the open. Silence responds to the provocation, and when no reaction comes, it escalates its temptation technique, trying to drag the prey out of hiding. It swings its hand, unleashing pressure to pull Tin Tun out of concealment, claiming his unique blood scent cannot be hidden and will eventually be exposed. Being called out directly, Tin Tun frowns slightly, his gaze turning cold, yet he still does not act, as if restraining something within. It immediately closes in, declaring in an authoritarian tone that it will reclaim royal authority and treat his blood and flesh as due tribute. Seeing Tin Tun being suppressed, Zhao Sheng loses control and rushes forward, shouting for his elder brother. The demon flame god glances at him and smirks with contempt, as if looking at a self-destructive insect. It casually stops Zhao Sheng, gripping him like a small prey, mocking him as dessert to be dealt with after the main course, while Zhao Sheng struggles helplessly. Ignoring him, it turns back to Tin Tun and declares it is time to end everything and begin the main feast. Tin Tun thinks to himself that the girl is too impatient, despite having clearly been told to wait for the right moment. The demon flame god senses something is wrong, realizing the devouring process should have required far more effort. Yet Tin Tun shows almost no resistance, and even previously blocked hellfire with strength. Looking closer, it notices he is not truly inactive, but rather forcing himself to endure something internal. Still, it quickly dismisses the doubt, confident that no matter what he is preparing, it cannot surpass its power and is not worth concern. It steps closer, reaching toward Tin Tun with the intent to devour him and consume his unique blood and flesh. At that exact moment, Tin Tun lifts his head, his gaze showing he has been waiting for this timing all along, and the earlier silence was just preparation. He suddenly grabs the demon flame god's neck. It freezes for a split second, unable to understand how the prey has switched roles so quickly. She asks if he still dares to devour her. Tin Tun answers with a single word, yes, and activates a hidden technique on her body. She laughs it off, treating it as weak resistance and mocking the idea of competing in absorption speed, remaining completely unguarded. In that opening, Tin Tun instantly closes in and bites into her neck with decisive force. Below, a watcher named Shi Ti bursts into manic laughter, convinced everything is progressing toward total destruction and that all will eventually be consumed. His thoughts become extreme as he clenches his fist, believing only sacrifice can lead to survival. He watches the battle above and becomes even more convinced that only those willing to pay any price can survive. At that moment, space trembles as surrounding fire energy is pulled backward and the demon flame god's flames begin flowing into Tin Tun. Shi Ti is shocked, realizing the anomaly. Tin Tun is not just resisting, but actively devouring the flames, far beyond expectations. He recalls explanations about the Omega star chart, a perfect form of superhuman genes derived from high-level experimental theory. According to legend, once such complete genes are fully activated, they form an elemental vortex, and this is exactly the result someone has been pursuing for a long time. Shiti observes and compares the demon flame god's state to a previous scene of violent energy absorption, feeling like witnessing extreme evolution again. He watches Tin Tun restructuring the star chart while even using monster genes to push it toward Omega level, unable to believe what he is seeing. The demon flame god finally realizes why it could not sense fire energy on Tin Tun earlier, as it had all been absorbed and suppressed until now. She roars in fury, insisting it is impossible for anyone to devour her flame. She swings a killing strike behind Tin Tun, aiming to cut off all escape routes. But the more she fights, the more her instincts warn her that the situation is slipping beyond control. She still believes every move is predictable, and that even the slightest contact is enough to crush him. Xiao Ni counters, saying contact is not always suppression, and sometimes it triggers stronger reactions, and that Tin Tun's influence is deeper than expected. The demon flame god only responds with confusion, unable to understand her words. The contrast between her massive body and Xiao Ni's small figure makes the atmosphere even more oppressive. Xiao Ni reveals that needles left by Tin Tun still remain inside those devoured at the academy, not fully erased. The demon flame god dismisses it as insignificant interference, not worth concern. At that moment, Tin Tun coldly speaks, saying it is enough. He explains that even a single crack is enough to collapse an entire dam, leaving no way back. Shi Ti panics as he sees all the demon flame god's fire being drained from the space. He wonders if this is truly Omega evolution, since theoretically Tin Tun should not be able to sustain this state. Despite his doubts, the reality does not change. The flames continue to be devoured without stopping. The demon flame god still remains confident, believing Tin Tun's monster genes only make him a more interesting meal that cannot escape being consumed. She unleashes a powerful attack, injuring Tin Tun and spilling his blood while shouting at him to try resisting her. But Tin Tun quickly stabilizes and even shows a faint smile as if unaffected. He immediately shifts into the offensive, grabbing her head and dragging the fight into pure close combat. The demon flame god is forced into a defensive position, her aura erupting in furious instability. Tin Tun presses her head down and coldly declares he will devour her right here and now. She laughs arrogantly, without retreating, launching another hidden surge of power for a direct counterattack. One of her concealed arms locks onto Tin Tun's arm, creating a deadlock between both sides. At that moment, Xiao Ni suddenly awakens and shouts for Tin Tun to seize the opportunity, briefly startling him with her abrupt command. The demon flame god immediately intervenes, trying to regain control of the battlefield and break the rhythm of the attack. She reacts decisively, tearing off part of her own rear arm to escape the restraint. Her rage fully erupts as she dives back into combat at an even higher intensity, abandoning all restraint. In contrast, Tin Tun maintains clear dominance, suppressing her while calmly mocking that humans are the true masters of turning the tide. A heavy strike lands and sends the demon flame god crashing straight into the ground. He continues absorbing her flames while holding her down, declaring that everything will become reality rather than illusion. Forced into a disadvantage, the demon flame god begins realizing she underestimated humanity from the start. During the clash, Tin Tun keeps draining her flames, making her reassess how dangerous the fusion of human technology and monster genes truly is. Sensing collapse, she orders all monsters below to launch a full assault, even at the cost of mass sacrifice. She commands the gate to open and release all remaining creatures into the battlefield. Subordinates obey and shout encouragement, but she coldly shuts them down, calling it noise. Everyone below is instantly immobilized, frozen like statues, unable to speak or move. Zhao Sheng takes the chance to break free and stands in front of Tin Tun, shouting that anyone who wants to pass must step over his dead body. Despite his brave words, his body begins trembling as a real monster approaches, and his earlier courage collapses instantly. At the critical moment, a pink lightning bolt strikes down from the sky toward the charging creature. Ji Yu appears above, coldly telling Zhao Sheng to fall back while she handles the rest. Zhao Sheng rushes forward and calls out to her. The controlled crowd continues advancing, repeating a single phrase like programming, "Eat me." One person retains consciousness and rushes to ask Xiao Wang for help. Xiao Wang panics, saying there are too many targets, while Xiao Dao urges him to try. Xiao Wang asks if Mother truly trusts him, while Xiao Yun jokes awkwardly, making the atmosphere tense and confusing. Xiao Yun turns red with embarrassment and shouts for him to stop teasing. Xiao Wang calms down, becomes serious, and casts a wide area technique over the battlefield. A command is issued, and all controlled individuals fall into deep sleep, collapsing without resistance. Xiao Yun expresses satisfaction as her body begins glowing, preparing for the next stage of action. She releases hundreds of energy threads, binding all targets and ordering them thrown into the sea to fully seal the area. A distant observer coldly declares that no one is allowed to leave this zone. A group watches silently as people are thrown into the sea, confirming that only high-level heavenly lightning can enter this place. Wen Yao orders Ha Lai to break the rain barrier. Ha Lai immediately accepts the order and moves out. Quan Hui stands by the water, sensing changes in the barrier and concluding that the rain seal has been pierced, meaning Tin Tun may have succeeded and it is time to enter. Before leaving, she orders Tutu to continue sustaining the wind to strengthen the storm outside, then moves out quickly. But just as she advances, she senses something is wrong. She turns back, confused that the entrance should be ahead, yet it strangely appears behind her. She rushes forward to verify, but the distorted space makes everything feel incorrect. Looking down, she senses an invisible wall blocking her path. The more she moves, the more she falls into a loop, as if trapped inside an inescapable maze. She finally stops and identifies it as a high-level illusion, similar to a ghost wall created by a 5-star superhuman. Refusing to be trapped, she erupts with power, stirring the entire river and declaring no illusion can stop her advance. Water pressure condenses into a massive water lotus dragon, its jade-green eyes glowing with overwhelming authority. She charges forward, determined to break the barrier and refusing to be pushed out of the battlefield. Wen Yao immediately detects a high-level intruder, with aura already reaching 5-star threshold, and becomes highly alert. She quickly concludes that if this outsider disrupts the battlefield outside, the situation will spiral completely out of control. Wen Yao reevaluates instantly and decides to introduce another destabilizing variable into the battlefield. On Tin Tan's side, he suddenly pauses, sensing a familiar rising aura, and muttering that he has locked onto the Earth Dragon trace. Immediately after, a massive creature crashes toward him, shaking space violently and forcing him to dodge at the last second. He curses briefly, both shocked and tense, realizing the enemy has too many strategic pieces in play. The demon flame god sneers, believing more prey only makes her feast richer and will not change the outcome. However, she soon notices something unusual, interfering with the situation, and looks aside in annoyance at repeated disruptions. Ju Yu stands calmly on the battlefield, telling Tin Tun to continue absorbing the flames while she handles everything else, then shifts into lightning release mode. The demon flame god narrows her eyes, suspecting this may be an attempt to destroy the energy core, though unsure if it can truly halt the evolution process. Ji Yu's gaze turns as sharp as lightning, her internal energy fluctuating violently as her control level spikes near the limit. A massive purple energy sphere erupts from her body and launches forward as a lightning attack, shocking everyone with its overwhelming power. The energy expands into a lightning flame pillar that tears through space, shaking the ground as if reality itself is being crushed. In the center of the storm, Ji Yu clenches her fist, forcing herself forward despite her body nearing overload. She screams and stands within the chaotic lightning field, enduring extreme energy backlash without retreating. Despite the pain, she continues forcibly absorbing lightning, her injuries worsening while her eyes remain unwavering. Tin Tun frowns beneath the storm, seriously telling her to stop because he can handle it alone, without risking her life. Ji Yu reacts fiercely, shouting that she cannot watch him carry everything alone, since they have always stood together since childhood. Lightning explodes into a massive purple vortex, swallowing the entire battlefield and dragging both of them into chaotic energy. Within the collapsing memories, the space twists into a familiar childhood scene filled with warm fragments of the past that feel both peaceful and painful. In a dark and silent space, a young version of Ju Yu curls up by the door crying, when a voice suddenly asks why she is still crying so late at night. She jerks in fear, eyes wide and breath chaotic, unable to form words as panic takes over. After trembling, she presses her ear to the door. The voice claims to be a new neighbor, saying the power is out and he just came for a walk, apologizing for startling her. The voice continues, shifting between teasing and gentle tones, suggesting she open the door with a flashlight, but she refuses, remembering her parents warned her not to trust strangers. The voice adds that he will return to the hallway because it is too cold, leaving her even more confused and uncertain about what to do. She hesitates and turns back, unsure how to react, fear still pressing heavily on her mind. Suddenly, the voice outside the door changes, mixing teasing tones with something unsettling, making her even more uneasy. As she leans closer to look through the crack, a strange light spills in, while the voice keeps talking, sometimes asking questions and sometimes deliberately confusing her emotions. She lowers her gaze to the door gap, where a faint yellow light seeps through, torn between curiosity and fear. As the light becomes clearer, she widens her eyes in surprise, while the person outside laughs lightly, as if something amusing has just happened. Her fear gradually fades as she realizes the figure outside is just a smiling boy, and the flashlight becomes a small bridge between them. He introduces himself as Tin Tun and invites her to talk. The scene shifts to reality, where every power outage, Tin Tun would appear at her door, becoming the first person to pull her out of the darkness. Back on the battlefield, Ji Yu stands firm against the monsters, with determination, while Tin Tun supports her, forming a coordinated offense of lightning and raw power. Ji Yu unleashes a massive lightning strike from her hand, blasting one monster back and cracking the ground, while another charges straight toward Tin Tun, throwing the battlefield into chaos. One monster begins to weaken, but still tries to regenerate, clearly frustrated as it realizes the situation is no longer in its favor. Ji Yu, breathing heavily, notices that the monsters are recovering too quickly, turning the fight into a prolonged battle. She grits her teeth, focusing all her strength and preparing a finishing strike. Lightning erupts, gathering around her into a violent blue-purple energy stream, pushing her power to the limit as monsters continue to close in. A purple energy domain forms around her, blocking incoming attacks, but rapidly draining her stamina due to its incomplete state. She explodes with force, knocking the monsters back, while shouting as if protecting something behind her, even as they keep surging forward. One monster is fully suppressed, screaming in paralysis under the lightning power. The remaining one rushes in for a kill, claws raised with lethal intent. At that moment, a hand suddenly appears, grabbing the demon flame god by the neck and stopping everything mid-motion. While Ji Yu maintains her combat domain to hold back the endless monsters outside, the situation becomes increasingly unstable as enemy numbers continue to grow. The giant monster roars, attempting to swallow the entire area and crush the city in waves of destruction, shaking the ground in total chaos. The demon flame god sneers and tries to strike back at Tin Tun, but the blue hand still holds her firmly. Meanwhile, Ji Yu stands nearby, her body already cracking under the strain, injuries spreading across her shoulders and torso from forcibly amplifying her power. She knows the cost of this strength, but still wonders how long she can endure, while thinking Tin Tun is still not strong enough to finish everything. Ji Yu closes her eyes and grits her teeth, forcing herself to absorb even more lightning, as if pain only hardens her resolve further. She opens her eyes again, filled with fury, directly absorbing all incoming lightning into her body, determined to use it for a single decisive strike. Tin Tun is stunned and shouts for her to stop, saying she has already exceeded her limit. But Ji Yu reacts the opposite way, her cold gaze freezing even Tin Tun in place, as if her stare alone can lock down the entire atmosphere. After that pressure, she points at Tin Tun and orders him to focus on absorbing energy instead of hesitating, while he stares blankly at the massive energy monster above. On the demon flame god's side, she struggles but cannot break free, while Ji Yu coldly warns her that another word will result in instant annihilation. Ji Yu's lightning energy reaches its absolute limit as she continues forcing absorption despite the pain, while Tin Tun also approaches 99% absorption progress. The restraining force tightens further, distorting space itself, while the demon flame god senses a foreign power invading her body, sending her into panic. Tin Tun suddenly changes expression, shifting from anger to shock as he recognizes a familiar energy signature disappearing or being completely transformed within Ji Yu. He realizes the lightning gene sequences are being reconstructed under an unknown force, making it impossible for him to clearly define her evolution anymore. Ji Yu completely transforms. Her injuries remain, but her aura skyrockets, reaching a stable new power state with no trace of the previous beast gene. Her recovery speed shocks Jing Kun, who suspects she possesses a mightier divine lightning super gene beyond normal limits. Ji Yu's gaze turns ice cold as all lightning converges in her fist, preparing to end the entire battlefield in one burst. The compressed energy around her forms terrifying pressure, with spiraling lightning waiting for the moment to explode. The moment it erupts, Countless monsters are blasted away. Some disintegrate instantly in the electric storm, leaving only roars echoing through chaos. From the rain curtain, two mysterious figures observe from afar and confirm Juyu has reached 5th tier superhuman level, breaking their original plan. The fire demon god shows a twisted smile, eyes full of killing intent, shifting to an even more brutal plan to devour everything. Black smoke suddenly erupts from Xiao Ni's body, knocking her unconscious for a moment. Xing Kun catches her, while an evil voice declares this vessel is no longer needed. The true form of the fire demon god appears with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, its violent aura exploding as it vows to consume all who discovered its secret. In the chaos, a warning comes from Wen Yao's faction, stating the situation is spiraling out of control and must be handled immediately. Quan Kui controls a water vortex like a dragon rushing toward Wen Yao, unleashing massive water element power in a violent collision of superhuman forces. Wen Yao stands still and smiles mockingly, as if the entire situation is already under her control. Her eyes flash as she prepares to activate a new large-scale suppression ability. In an instant, Quan Kui is crushed by an invisible force, the ground cracking, while Wen Yao calmly states that all other elemental systems are inferior to psychic power. Wen Yao walks forward calmly, declaring that in the elemental world, psychic power stands above everything. She places her hand on Quan Kui's head, eyes filled with killing intent, saying that even without full control, erasing him is enough. Wen Yao's eyes flash again as her psychic aura begins to surge, activating another layer of suppression. Quan Kui suddenly counterattacks, forming a water shield vortex that blasts Wen Yao back, protecting his mind from psychic intrusion. The battlefield collapses into a deep crater, residuals energy still trembling, while Wen Yao coldly says that breaking senses is enough to turn someone into an empty shell to be eroded. Wen Yao suddenly changes expression, sensing another shift. A lightning superhuman has evolved further, while the fire demon god is acting too aggressively. Quan Kui collapses suddenly, blood spilling as if crushed by an invisible force, while the fire demon god wildly absorbs battlefield energy, making the situation even more unstable. In the darkness, a sinister will realizes too many variables exist, and another evolution could collapse the entire plan. The fire demon god reveals a ferocious grin, toxic smoke spreading, viewing this as only the opening of a genius hunt, though disruptions are starting to irritate it. Wen Yao raises both hands as psychic energy coils, quickly deducing that the fire demon god may be escaping Wang's control, which would have catastrophic consequences. She grits her teeth, eyes burning with anger, deciding she must stabilize the situation, even if everything must be hidden. Xiao Dao is restrained by tentacles, but still anxiously looks at Xiao Wang beside her, who is clutching his head in pain. Xiao Wang screams as his head feels like it is being torn apart, as if something is devouring his consciousness. Xiao Dao tries to calm him down, repeatedly urging him to hold on. Suddenly, her expression changes sharply as a dangerous premonition hits. The restrained people all lose control, repeatedly chanting, "Eat me," as their consciousness becomes completely distorted. The fire demon god shows a twisted pleasure, treating the battlefield like a feast, while Xing Kun and Ji Yu remain inside a purple barrier as it announces the beginning of the meal. Tentacles continue extending from its body, reaching toward all life forms, declaring everything is food with no exceptions. The captured crowd screams in chaos as blood splatters everywhere in sheer desperation. More victims chant in unison under control, completely losing their consciousness. Wave after wave of people are dragged away as the eerie "Eat me" chant loops like a nightmare. Fire demon god sneers and walks toward the purple barrier, declaring no one can escape this fate. Xing Kun and Ji Yu, inside the shield, feel the pressure rising, suspecting the defensive field is partially breaking. Ji Yu clenches her fist, realizing even at 5th tier superhuman level, she still cannot fully resist this pressure. She decides to gamble everything, converting most lightning energy into a life-form state to trigger a new transformation. Energy erupts violently as she charges straight at the monster, ready for a decisive strike. Fire demon god is hit but still grins twistedly, showing no serious damage. Zhu Yu is also blasted back by the recoil, realizing the backlash of forcibly evolving lightning into life energy. Fire demon god raises a black flame hand, reaching for both of them and coldly declaring nothing can extinguish its flame. Li Tianping screams in despair, eyes burning with rage and worry as he calls out for his big brother. Xiao Tao panics helplessly, staring ahead, while Yuan Wang writhes in pain, repeating cries as his mind feels torn apart. Quan Kui continues defending in a weakened state, blood flowing endlessly down his face as injuries worsen. Xiao Ni is still being eroded by Fire Demon God, while Xing Kun and Ji Yu prepare. Xing Kun orders continued absorption, confirming 50 stability, but noting Xiao Ni is still essential. Xing Kun remains resolute, determined to end the battle and planning to pull Xiao Ni out of the danger zone. A blue flame erupts from his arm, spreading like it wants to devour the sky, signaling the star formation has reached a new state. Part of Xing Kun's body begins mutating as killing intent spreads, forcing nearby monsters to hesitate under his pressure. His cold gaze sharpens as blue energy explodes, forcibly turning remaining monsters into part of the star formation structure. Energy converges into a strange blue sword, carrying destruction as if forged from the battlefield itself. In the rainstorm, Tutu and Helai clash mid-air. Tutu stays alert while Helai demands she choose a side or be eliminated. Helai continues persuading her to stop resisting and cooperate to end the lightning storm, covering the entire area. Tutu is shocked by the proposal, immediately rejects it, and warns him not to betray their path. She unleashes green energy to form a barrier, and calls him a fool without hesitation. A mysterious voice warns her that resisting the current force is pointless and urges surrender. She responds with a contemptuous glare, completely unmoved. An invisible pressure crushes her body, tearing her clothes, as the voice coldly declares death is the only option. Helai watches coldly, waiting for her collapse. Tutu struggles desperately, but injuries and pressure push her into a losing position as she barely holds on. Suddenly, a burst of blue energy pierces the battlefield, forcing Helai to pause as he senses a new variable in his domain. Helai moves in to investigate but hesitates, sensing danger and suspecting the illusion structure has been broken. Wen Yao senses a massive fluctuation from afar, growing alert and questioning what star formation Xing Kun is truly wielding. In the rain, Xing Kun appears with a blue flame sword and charges Fire Demon God, shaking the entire space. He assesses that although still at monster 5th tier, the sword boosts his power beyond 6th tier level. Xing Kun recalls his encounter with the Monster King, remembering how insignificant he once was before that primordial power. Under the heavy rain, he vows to grow in silence, and now is the moment to prove everything he has accumulated. Blue light covers Xing Kun's face, giving him a cold, confident aura, as if he has risen from the weak into someone capable of facing a giant. The monster roars violently and charges with overwhelming killing intent, aiming to crush Xing Kun instantly. Xing Kun turns in shock, briefly panicking as the incoming speed exceeds all expectations. In the next moment, black tentacles wrap around him and lift him up. The Fire Demon God suppresses him directly, yet his body strangely does not dissolve like the others. Dancy, eyes glowing red, lets out a furious roar and sweeps her tentacles forward, blasting the girl away with brutal force. The scene looks like scattered debris being thrown aside. The small girl only manages a panicked scream. Ah! The monster opens its blood-red eyes, bares its sharp fangs, and unleashes the technique Inferno Prison Guardian. Inside the Fire Demon God's body, another consciousness reacts in shock. As the surrounding space is engulfed by blue energy, it realizes the opponent has activated a massive domain capable of erasing the illusion domain, and orders the battle to be finished quickly. Immediately after, a new ultimate technique unfolds. Blue flames light up the sky as a giant hand rises to suppress the target. A streak of blue light suddenly pierces through, blasting straight through the palm and spraying blood everywhere. The Fire Demon God's tentacles are also sliced open by the blue energy, deep wounds gushing blood across the battlefield. Xing Kun seizes the moment, closes in instantly, and swings his energy blade, unleashing a devastating slash across the monster's body. Xiao Tao hugs Wen Wang tightly as both crouch in fear, shocked and trembling as they admit Xing Kun is far too powerful. At the peak of momentum, his weapon blazes with blue light. Energy surges as he coldly shouts, "Slash!" A downward strike tears through space itself. The monster is caught completely off guard and takes a fatal hit. Despite the heavy injury, the monster still smirks arrogantly, claiming it hasn't even needed to use its horns in a long time, and Xing Kun is overestimating himself. Xing Kun responds with a cold, mocking smile, silently daring it to show what it has left. After inspecting the wound on the horn, he calmly realizes only about 1/3 has been destroyed, meaning the monster is still not defeated. The horn is now heavily damaged and distorted from repeated attacks, while Xing Kun continues to press forward with confidence. He leaps into the air, blue sword light flaring, and brings down a strike that splits the monster's body apart, blood spraying everywhere. Yet the opponent only laughs calmly, claiming beings at its level are not so easily killed. It immediately regenerates and commands its monster horde to swarm in, ordering them to surround and tear Xing Kun apart. Facing the scene, Xing Kun smirks and taunts. Is that all? He calmly says he is not alone, as many allies are still fighting beside him. At that moment, Juyu raises her hands and condenses a massive magic sphere, saying briefly, "Leave it to you." The magic sphere crashes into the monster horde and detonates, wiping out everything in its path. In the middle of the intense battle, Xing Kun suddenly asks Juyu a question that leaves her speechless, but she quickly brushes it off and tells him to focus on the fight. Xing Kun's sword erupts with radiant light as he leaps again and delivers another descending slash. His expression remains full of confidence as he brings the blade down decisively. On the other side, Tutu seems to still be protecting something, but witnessing the situation, he is disappointed as the monster faction's plan collapses. Wen Yao widens her eyes in shock and pain as she realizes the sword slash not only pierced the fire demon god, but also tore through her domain. Tutu is still stunned when Wen Wang coldly mocks that even the domain was cut through, questioning if they chose the wrong side. Tutu is blasted away, while Wen Wang focuses only on survival, thinking he has no reason to die with the monsters. Wen Yao clutches her injured body, struggling to hold on, but can no longer maintain control as her domain collapses completely. As Wen Yao can no longer hide her identity, the monsters immediately seize the chance, deciding that since the secret is exposed, everyone will learn the truth. Just as the situation turns critical, hordes of monsters rush in, while Fire Demon God's voice echoes everywhere, mocking that absorbing a bit of his leftover power gives them no right to be arrogant. Xing Kun narrows his eyes, scanning the surroundings as he realizes the sound is coming from all directions. Fire Demon God sneers, baring sharp teeth amid a sea of blue-purple energy, relentlessly ridiculing Jiyu and Xing Kun, claiming true power is beyond their reach. Xing Kun also realizes this is only a clone of Fire Demon God. Even while surrounded by countless monsters, each holding black energy spheres ready to detonate, Xing Kun and Jiyu remain steady and prepared to fight. Jiyu quickly gathers power, ready to unleash a new technique in response. In the blue energy field, black energy spheres rain down non-stop, each wave stronger and faster than the last, as monsters continue firing to drown them out. Suddenly, a surge of blue lightning erupts at the center of the battlefield, causing Fire Demon God and half his body to scream in pain. The clash of powers triggers a massive explosion, space tearing apart under blinding blue-white energy, while Fire Demon God's face twists in agony. Blue and purple energy waves continue expanding like giant lightning arcs, sweeping across the city and shaking everything violently. Wen Yao clenches her eyes shut and grits her teeth, overwhelmed by pain and panic. Xing Kun's mutated arm transforms into a dragon-like form covered in tentacles, pointing at the enemy as he provokes, "Come." Standing in front of Jiyu, Xing Kun's killing intent erupts. Observing closely, he finally identifies the real weakness, the horn. The pain fuels his resolve as Xing Kun glares at the monster and roars that he will shatter all of them this time. After the explosive clashes, the city falls into eerie silence, with only steady rain echoing through the ruins. Quan Kui and Wen Yao stand injured in a corner, stunned to realize the illusion domain has completely collapsed. In the battlefield center, Xing Kun coldly declares to Fire Demon God that he will break its horns first before crushing them. His left arm unleashes mutated creatures that rush forward to tear the enemy apart. Fire Demon God laughs, saying he finally sees Xing Kun's true nature and strength. Those cryptic words leave both Jiyu and Xing Kun momentarily stunned. From above, Xing Kun demands clarification. At that moment, Fire Demon God reveals it has taken over Fan Shi Ti, shocking Wen Yao as she recognizes the demon god's name. Fire Demon God admits Xing Kun is now strong enough to injure a not fully recovered demon god. With further growth and cooperation, challenging a complete demon god is not far away. Fan Shi Ti slowly raises his head and calmly states that at that point they could even challenge the king. Xing Kun and Jiyu exchange glances before looking down at Fan Shi Ti. After a brief silence, Xing Kun rejects the alliance outright, refusing to stand with monsters or eat humans, realizing the enemy only pushed him to reveal his full strength. Fan Shi Ti slowly stands up, his red eyes and arrogant smile returning. He claims their goals are the same and cooperation is inevitable, suggesting they could hunt the king together. At that moment, Fan Shi Ti's last consciousness disappears completely. Taking full control, Fire Demon God pats his chest and declares this body has been perfectly modified to contain his full power. Fan Shi Ti's hair rapidly grows longer, but Fire Demon God dismisses it as insufficient disguise to fool prey. His muscles shrink and his body shifts into a more feminine form as he mutters that further refinement is still needed. Without hesitation, he tears off his pants to complete the transformation process. Witnessing everything from above, Xing Kun and Ji Yu are left speechless, while Xing Kun can only utter this. At that moment, Gong Xiaoni awakens weakly and sees Fan Shi Ti, mistakenly thinking she is hallucinating due to exhaustion and being drained. In reality, Fire Demon God has fully reshaped Fan Shi Ti's body into Xiaoni's appearance, identical in every detail except hair color. Suddenly, she leaps into the air as golden light erupts around her body, charging straight at Xing Kun and Ji Yu, calmly stating she prefers this form the most. Floating mid-air, she declares her new name will be Kung Xing. When Xing Kun questions her, she explains that her first stable vessel was Kung Xiaoni. That body reshaped her thinking, while the beast gene inside Xing Kun inspired her rebirth. Xing Kun's eyes grow even colder. He bluntly says he has no interest in her twisted preferences, and they will forever be enemies, before launching his attack. Fire Demon God chants to neutralize Xing Kun's strike, then calmly claims he could live as a human and even become humanity's savior. Xing Kun immediately responds that no one would believe a monster's words. Hearing that, Fire Demon God only smiles and repeats one word, monster. With a mocking gaze, he asks who among them truly looks more like a monster now. Fire Demon God turns to Wen Yao, deliberately letting Xing Kun hear, mentioning that those previously hypnotized have not fully awakened, and their memories can still be rewritten. He then announces loudly to everyone below, spreading a false memory that Xing Kun is not a superhuman, but a rampaging beast gene carrier who lost control and began devouring people. He continues the fabrication, claiming Xing Kun's allies barely restrained him, and that he was already drenched in blood after slaughtering countless civilians. The observers below panic under the implanted memories, screaming and begging Xing Kun not to eat them. Seeing the effect, Fire Demon God mocks Xing Kun, asking if he enjoys this gift of false memories. Xing Kun frowns and coldly asks if this is a threat. Without hesitation, he counterattacks. Mutated creatures from his left arm rush out and clamp onto the enemy's arms, forcing him toward transformation. Xing Kun calmly states that if the opponent forces him to mutate, the lie will be exposed, but if he does not resist, the gathered power in his arms will be devoured instead. Fire Demon God laughs again, asking if Xing Kun is afraid of being labeled a man-eating monster. In his view, once the crowd accepts false memories, more distortions make no difference. He allows his severed arms to be consumed, smiling as he says, Xing Kun can keep the monster who eats humans label for the supernova exam, while the remaining power is a reward after analyzing Xing Kun's abilities. He then transmits a message to Wen Yao, asking whether Li Tianxing has died, since his survival could still clear Xing Kun's name. Wen Yao replies that if Fire Demon God hadn't accidentally allowed Wen Wang to briefly break the illusion earlier, Li Tianxing would already be dead. He is now leading the remaining survivors in a final counterattack. Fire Demon God is displeased, but says everything is nearing its end, and he will soon clean up the battlefield. He turns to Shangguang Kui and remarks that she was lucky to wake up this time. Even Wen Yao is surprised by Shangguang Kui's recovery speed. She launches illusion layer attacks, but Shangguang Kui blocks them all. Shangguang Kui confidently declares she cannot be controlled, then counters with Water Dragon Chain Slash. Only then does Wen Yao realize she is a 5-star superhuman. Sensing the disadvantage, Wen Yao urgently reports to Fire Demon God that another 5-star has appeared on the enemy side, and they should retreat before things worsen. At that moment, a voice suddenly orders to stop her. Fire Demon God finally halts. His severed arms regenerate instantly. He chuckles, saying Today's feast was not fully satisfying, but still enough. Before leaving, he looks at Xing Kun and Ji Yu, saying he looks forward to the day they cooperate. Xing Kun immediately replies that such a day will never come. Despite the rejection, Fire Demon God ignores it and leaves a reminder not to let other demon gods occupy human bodies for too long in the future. His figure fades away, but his voice lingers, advising that if possession is necessary, choose foolish hosts to reduce complications for both sides. The reign continues, but the battle finally ends. Zhu Yu and Xing Kun sigh in relief, though Fire Demon God's trap has already been set. Even if Xing Kun proves he never ate humans, his beast gene identity may still be exposed. Xing Kun clenches his fist, eyes filled with resolve. He calmly says that even if his secret is exposed, he will accept it, because he is already strong enough to protect himself. Anyone who still causes trouble will be forced into submission. Night falls and the city turns silent. Fire Demon God and Wen Yao ride a monster through the sky, continuing to discuss their plan. Wen Yao states that one final step is still missing, as her father still has a chance to reach 6th tier. Fire Demon God replies that he understands. She fears Wang might eliminate her father, but from what he knows, that outcome is almost unavoidable. He then invites Wen Yao to join his faction to overthrow Wang, claiming his earlier indifference was only a test. Wen Yao asks if she even has a choice and receives a cold answer: cooperate or die. Fire Demon God reminds her that she once manipulated the Thunder Demon God for her father in order to secure a fragment of the king's authority. He then leans close and whispers something into her ear, but the content is not revealed. He says he only needs a bit more time to fully transform his beast flesh state into something similar to Xing Kun's. Once completed, he and Wen Yao's father will jointly devour the Thunder Demon God's power. The remaining king authority will be given entirely to Wen Yao, freeing her from the risk of backlash. Wen Yao agrees. Wen Yao bows respectfully and calls him, "My king, Lord Kung Xing." The scene shifts. Kung Xiaoni appears cheerful, excitedly telling everyone her eyes have fully returned to normal. She is thrilled that she can finally control her body freely without restrictions. While Xiaoni happily moves around, Xing Kun quietly sits beside her. He feels relieved that she no longer suffers sudden mutations. Overjoyed, Xiaoni immediately video calls her grandfather to report that she is safe. The screen shows Shangguan Kui and Jing Ji. Xiaoni asks them to tilt the camera down so she can see clearly. When Jing Ji appears, he is so emotional that tears stream down his face, clearly overjoyed that his granddaughter is safe. Realizing he was caught crying on camera, Jing Ji awkwardly yells at Shangguan Kui to leave. Shangguan Kui just laughs and replies a few words before exiting, complaining about being busy researching 5th-tier superhumans. Xiaoni laughs happily, while Jing Ji finally sighs in relief. He thanks Xing Kun for bringing his granddaughter back safely, while Xiaoni insists she is completely fine. After a few minutes of conversation, Jing Ji looks at Xing Kun seriously and says that, for saving Xiaoni and protecting the world, he has sacrificed too much. Even if the world turns against him after his identity is exposed, he will stand with him. Xing Kun appreciates the promise but says it is not necessary, then asks about the academy students who joined his faction, wondering if they have any side effects. Xiaoni also quickly asks about everyone's condition. Jing Ji slowly explains that one student had a nightmare and mutated into a monster in his sleep. He secretly suppressed the alarm signal so the student never realized it. The next morning, the roommate saw a re-dyed monster in bed and also mutated in fear. However, thanks to Xing Kun's gene, as long as they are not starved, they can still retain their sanity. Hearing this, Xiaoni is both surprised and intrigued. 2 students have already fully transformed into monsters and are being kept in Jing Ji's lab. He is trying to restore them to human form like Xiaoni, and progress is currently positive. Xiaoni breathes a sigh of relief. As long as they still retain humanity, there is still hope of recovery. Jing Ji then changes the topic and asks if Xing Kun intends to let Xiaoni return. He promises to protect her fully, but Xing Kun gently places a hand on Xiaoni's shoulder and refuses, saying she is now part of the team, even joking that they might go hunt Wang's limbs together. Hearing this, Jing Ji immediately becomes angry and visibly displeased. Seeing his strong reaction, Xing Kun laughs and clarifies it was just a joke. He then seriously states that Xiaoni is a critical strategic asset. The team needs her power, and time is running short. Though he misses his granddaughter deeply, Jing Ji still accepts reality. He only reminds both of them to stay careful and protect themselves at all times. Xing Kun recounts the confrontation between Ji Yu and Fire Demon God, telling Jing Ji that Fire Demon God may be planning to betray the Monster King, which could trigger major upheavals. He further describes giant grotesque flowers with jagged, terrifying teeth, warning the Institute head to prepare countermeasures for an apocalypse. If such flowers appear in the city, no one must be allowed near them. The conversation grows heavier. Xing Kun keeps recalling his past life, where the mass appearance of monster flowers marked the beginning of the apocalypse, originally expected 10 months later. Though he tries to reassure himself it may not arrive early, an uneasy feeling persists. Jing Ji also silently remembers the warning. After the call ends, they say their goodbyes. Jing Ji returns to research work, while Xing Kun and Xiaoni continue preparing for further experiments. Xing Kun calls Xiaoni by a familiar nickname. She looks confused, reminding him he is not from the Monster Academy. Xing Kun awkwardly explains they once absorbed each other's power so they are close enough, then suggests she try regenerating beast arms to test Fire Demon God's abilities. Xiaoni gives him a glare, complaining his wording sounds strange, but agrees to attempt the mutation process. She releases her power as red mist envelops her white hair. Xiaoni realizes this time is different, as she no longer needs to suppress emotions, but must actively stimulate them to enter beast form. killing intent surfaces in her eyes as her power surges. She tries to provoke intense emotions to complete the transformation. However, her aura quickly fades. Having grown too accustomed to calmness, she cannot force her emotions to spike. Frustrated, Xiao Ni asks Jing Kun to help provoke her, reminding him she is his subordinate. The request leaves Jing Kun completely stunned. Xiao Ni steps closer, placing her hands on Xing Kun's chest and telling him to make her heart race. Xing Kun hurriedly stops her, mentally overwhelmed by the situation. Xiao Ni remains unfazed, and even tells him that, as the new Monster King, he should not be so timid. As she prepares to continue, she suddenly notices something strange about his reaction. At that moment, the energy sphere she created flies off target toward Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu quickly dodges, narrowly avoiding the attack. Xiao Ni then curiously looks at the newcomer. Seeing Ji Yu, Xing Kun happily introduces her as his childhood friend from the Superhuman Academy, also the first superhuman and a genius girl. He then recalls her nickname and casually calls her Sweet and Sir Carp, teasing that she is jealous. Zhu Yu instantly blushes in anger, shouting back if he really thinks she is jealous of him. She points at Xing Kun and unleashes a tirade, calling him impulsive, unreasonable, lacking discipline, and listing all his flaws, leaving him speechless. Xiao Ni immediately joins in, intrigued by the argument. Ji Yu uses the moment to lecture her about choosing people wisely, while Xiao Ni nods enthusiastically, leaving Xing Kun confused. Unable to take it anymore, Xing Kun interrupts and asks if he really looks that bad in her eyes. Ji Yu calmly says she is only stating facts. They argue again until Xing Kun bluntly calls her a short fish. Hearing that, Zhu Yu freezes and angrily asks who he is calling short. Triggered, she snaps back, recalling she was taller than him in high school, and even mentions a past incident where he wore her uniform pants incorrectly and tore them. She continues poking him repeatedly. Xing Kun refuses to back down, placing his hand on her head and ruffling her hair to provoke her, arguing he is now taller and even accusing her of wearing his pants until they nearly burst, saying she is basically like a boy. Zhu Yu grits her teeth in rage and coldly tells him to remove his hand. Xing Kun ignores her and refuses to let go. Zhu Yu rage flares even stronger, eyes burning with fury. She grits her teeth and declares Xing Kun is definitely finished this time. She snaps and activates her power directly, saying she will teach him a lesson if he keeps that rude attitude. But Xing Kun still holds her head and smiles, teasing that the man eating fish is finally going crazy. Zhu Yu power surges higher, and her eyes shift color as she prepares to strike for real. Only then does Xing Kun panic and let go, quickly telling her to calm down, or Qiu Sheng, Wen Wang, and the injured teacher upstairs will get caught in the chaos. Despite his warning, Ji Yu fires energy beams straight at Xing Kun. He barely dodges while forcing a smile, even thanking her for sparing his life out of consideration for everyone else. Even so, Ji Yu is still furious. She rushes in to crush his mouth, while Xing Kun keeps dodging and teasing her, making the chase even more chaotic. Just as the chaos peaks, Xiao Ni suddenly speaks up, making both of them stop and turn around. Xiao Ni has been watching the whole time, looking entertained. She even urges them to continue, calling the scene too suggestive. Both Xing Kun and Zhu Yu immediately deny it in unison. Zhu Yu turns bright red from embarrassment, looking away and scolding Xiao Ni for having a dirty mind. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Ni laughs even harder, feeling the atmosphere looks like a blooming romance. Suddenly, that intense emotion triggers Xiao Ni ability again. She is shocked to realize her mutated power has returned. But when she looks at her transformed arm, she panics, missing her original fair skin. She forces herself to calm down, enters a sage-like state, and slowly reverts her body back to normal. Xing Kun is shocked by what he sees. He realizes Xiao Ni is not fire type, like he assumed, but a wood attribute monster. Once her body returns to normal, Xiao Ni finally breathes in relief, happy she can transform back again. Meanwhile, Xing Kun falls into deep thought. He senses another path and a new door inside his heart, directly linked to Xiao Ni Monster Core. He already had a fire door before, and now both doors connect to two Wangxia-level beings. Xing Kun imagines himself as the king of monsters, with Xiao Ni becoming a subordinate wielding wood demon god power. This may be the early form of a monster network system. After a while, Xiao Ni tells Ji Yu she is hungry, while Xing Kun keeps thinking about testing the real function of the monster network. Xiao Ni's expression suddenly changes and she rushes to hug Ji Yu, staring at her with hunger and praising her scent. Ji Yu stays calm and warns her coldly that another step will get her electrocuted. Xing Kun explains that monsters have insane regeneration, but are tortured by constant blood hunger. Even those with sanity struggle against instincts. Xiao Ni only wants a taste, while Ji Yu threatens to strike if she is touched. Xing Kun also admits he is no better. He almost drools looking at Ji Yu, saying her scent is too tempting and he barely suppresses his instincts. Hearing this, Ji Yu curses him as a pervert and tells him to shut up and stay away. More importantly, she tells him to handle his own Wang Xia first. Xing Kun immediately uses his ability to restrain Xiao Ni, explaining that a door inside him connects to the core of Wang Xia, allowing him to transmit energy to calm her down. Streams of energy flow into Xiao Ni's body. He says even without physical contact, he can transfer power like wireless connection, just slower than direct touch. Ju Yu hears the word satisfaction and mocks him, saying his mind only thinks about those things. Xing Kun quickly defends himself, saying he is only describing the ability. But Ji Yu soon notices something is wrong and asks what exactly he transmitted to Xiao Ni. Xiao Ni begins slipping back into monster form. Xing Kun explains that her remaining rationality has completely vanished and the mutation process is continuing. While Zhu Yu struggles to hold back the flame demon god, Xing Kun analyzes the situation. He concludes he only transferred energy, and the door can only pass power, meaning the monster bloodthirst cannot be removed this way. He further realizes the transferred power only intensifies the hunger, pushing Xiao Ni into total loss of control. With no other choice, Ji Yu activates Star Toxin Domain to form a defensive barrier. Seeing Xiao Ni go berserk and bite everything in sight, Ji Yu is shocked by her explosive power. She feels like she is fighting a level 4 monster again, just like before. Gradually overwhelmed, Ji Yu urgently asks Xing Kun for help and pushes him to solve Xiao Ni hunger fast. At the critical moment, voices come from outside saying someone will call Xing Kun, and the father does not need to come personally. Ji Yu immediately realizes outsiders are here, and her expression changes. Xiao Ni also detects human scent instantly, her gaze turning even more dangerous. Jian Tian walks in on his own, casually saying it is his house, so there is nothing wrong with entering. Li Ji reminds him this is Li family property, while Ji Yu angrily demands he at least knock first. The flame demon god instantly locks onto the newcomers and rushes in like it has found prey. Tian Xing and Li Ji are shocked by the speed, unable to even register what it is. The monster expands its body and charges like a lightning bolt. Tian Xing is stunned, recalling Xing Kun said the flame demon god already left Xiao Ni's body. So what is this thing now? Sharp spikes shoot out suddenly. Li Ji freezes in fear while Tian Xing feels a familiar crushing pressure, like the same despairing monsters from before. One spike grazes Tian Xing, leaving a bleeding wound. After rapid analysis, Xing Kun finally finds a solution. If hunger cannot be removed, then the only option is to drain all of Xiao Ni's power. The plan works, and Xiao Ni is gradually forced back to normal as her energy is extracted. Xing Kun immediately tells Zhu Yu to catch Xiao Ni as she collapses from exhaustion. Xiao Ni weakly complains that Xing Kun drained all her strength, leaving her both hungry and powerless. She whispers that she is about to lose consciousness. Ji Yu panics and tells Xing Kun that the Dean granddaughter is in danger. Xing Kun calmly says she just needs life origin serum to recover. Drops of strawberry syrup fall onto the floor. Li Ji then comments that even Xing Kun allies seem afraid of him. Tian Xing asks whether Xing Kun is really the one rumored to have devoured many top supernova geniuses of Hua Xia and planned to destroy the exterminators in Xincheng. Li Ji coldly replies that the more he hears, the more believable it sounds. Xing Kun tries to explain, but is interrupted by a shout telling him to shut up. Another person suddenly speaks after noticing something. Li Ji officially introduces himself as the supreme commander of the Xincheng exterminators, here only for one question, whether Xing Kun is human or monster. Xing Kun stares back at Li Ji with calm but extremely sharp eyes, completely unfazed. Outside, crowds shout for Xing Kun to come out, calling him a monster. The pink-haired girl is shocked, while Tian Xing says they are students and other exterminators. Seeing civilians also arriving, everyone is shocked at how fast the news spread, suspecting someone leaked it through phones. The pink-haired girl checks her phone and finds a video of Xing Kun transforming into a monster already online, even exposing their location. Everyone is confused, since all devices should have been destroyed by fire and lightning that day. Tian Xing says He Lai has just started investigating and found some clues linked to Wen Yao. The crowd noise grows louder, and the pink-haired girl wonders who is behind the chaos. Tutu steps out to calm the crowd, asking everyone to wait for the investigation results and promising fairness before dispersing. Before she finishes, she is drowned out by insults. The crowd says a normal Nanyu exterminator has no right to interfere in Xincheng matters, and Li Lin also demands she step aside after seeing the monster transformation himself. Li Lin is both angry and shaken, refusing to accept being told it was an illusion, and insisting on confirming whether Xingqin Kun is truly a monster. He picks up a stone and throws it at Tutu, while others demand she move or they will rush in. Tutu still stands firm, blocking the entrance and refusing to let anyone pass. Seeing Tianxing appear, Tutu immediately calls for help, saying she alone cannot hold back the incoming crowd. Tianxing calmly takes over and steps forward, preparing to explain everything to the crowd. But before he can finish, a stone is thrown and hits his head. The atmosphere instantly turns hostile. Someone angrily yells at Tianxing, saying they once trusted him completely, but he led them into a trap that caused almost all Xinqiang exterminators to die. Those accusations cut straight into Tianxing. The man coldly declares Tianxing is a criminal, and they will never trust him again. Li Lin keeps attacking him verbally, even suspecting he is colluding with monsters like He Lai, who previously disappeared. He questions why Tianxing protected Xing Kun in his own house. The crowd behind him keeps shouting to rush in and confront them. Xing Kun steps out voluntarily, first expressing regret for what Li Lin went through, and telling him not to blame himself. Tianxing quickly stops him, saying the situation is too complex. He suggests Xing Kun should use his superhuman identity to stabilize the crowd before things spiral out of control. The moment Xing Kun appears, the crowd points at him. Many confirm he is the one, and Li Lin grits his teeth, declaring Xing Kun is the monster. Xing Kun calmly steps forward and asks back whether they all want to know if he is human or monster. He raises his hand, activating the energy around him, preparing to reveal the answer. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes, and everyone freezes. Some immediately turn toward the source. A red glow appears on a woman's neck. The crowd panics. Xing Kun instantly realizes she is not a superhuman but a gene carrier of monsters. Her young daughter cries out for her mother beside her. Xing Kun quickly pieces everything together. The leaked video made people aware he can retain consciousness after transforming, something gene carriers desperately want. The sound earlier is a warning signal from a device detecting an imminent mutation. According to regulations, once transformation completes, exterminators must eliminate them. The little girl breaks into tears, repeatedly calling for her mother. The mother trembles and tells her husband to take their daughter away. The girl cries even harder, screaming for her mother in despair. The husband holds the child tightly and tries to calm his wife, telling her to breathe and resist the monster inside her. The girl keeps crying non-stop. Dark energy spreads across the mother's face. In pain, she tells her husband to stay strong and not fall into mutation for their daughter's sake. Even as half her face is overtaken, she forces a smile and tells them not to seek revenge or drown in grief. With her last strength, she leaves a final message: keep living. A dull sound echoes as she loses control and fully transforms into a monster. New freezes in shock, whispering mom in disbelief. The Hat Boy explains that newly mutated monsters cannot be killed just by piercing the head. The brain or heart must be fully destroyed. If transformation completes, they become even harder to deal with. The blue-haired man beside him confirms it. He then declares that anyone carrying monster genes is not allowed to leave, as their mutation could already be triggered. Ice prison magic activates as he repeats the 11th rule of the extermination law. Transparent ice spreads rapidly, freezing the ground. He states all gene carriers within 50 meters must be isolated for 30 minutes observation before being cleared. The ice continues tightening. He maintains a strict stance, saying only after mutation risk is eliminated can anyone leave. According to the captain, the gathering of gene carriers caused Today's tragedy, and they are responsible for the outcome. He vows to eliminate the threat at its source. Just as the blue-haired youth prepares to strike the monster's head, he suddenly stops when New rushes in to shield her mother. The girl cries desperately, spreading her arms to protect her mother and begging them not to hurt her. The blue-haired youth gently tells the girl to step aside, warning that if a monster scratches her, the gene inside her body could awaken and trigger mutation. Midway through, he asks the captain to activate ice prison so the child can be moved out first. The captain immediately refuses. He argues the girl is too emotionally unstable, and although monster genes in children are usually dormant, the risk still exists. He stresses the first rule of extermination is not letting sympathy endanger the team, and the ones responsible are not them. The captain's voice stays ice cold, saying if anyone is to blame, it is the mother's weak will for collapsing before mutation. He then questions whether the girl's father has also turned into a monster. After assessing the situation, he concludes that the number of mutated individuals has already exceeded half, indicating a massive chain mutation event. The blue-haired youth is shocked, since monsters have never interacted with gene carriers before, making mass mutation theoretically impossible. The captain replies the cause is not that simple. He states this is also an opportunity, as the exterminator forces are fully gathered and can wipe out all monsters at once to protect the city. The mother, still barely conscious, weakly calls her daughter's name, Niu Niu. She uses her last strength to push her daughter away, telling her to run because she can no longer hold herself back. A violent roar erupts. The blue-haired youth instantly pins the monster's arm with his weapon and begs the captain to save the girl, insisting the gene has not awakened yet, if she has not been scratched. Midway, he notices a small syringe nearby. Around it are clear traces of monster energy. A golden circular mark appears on the back of Niu Niu neck, spreading dark energy lines. The blue-haired youth concludes this is not a natural mutation, but a deliberately triggered one. He quickly reports that a superhuman is hiding among them, orchestrating the mutation and using the chaos to escape, and must be captured immediately. The captain dismisses the claim, saying hesitation will get the blue-haired youth killed by the very monster he is trying to save. He declares all gene carriers have already mutated, and priority is total extermination. Despite objections, he orders silence and reiterates, the exterminator's mission is to maintain order. The blue-haired youth can only comply. The blue-haired youth answers yes. The captain immediately orders all exterminators to eliminate every monster, and the team responds in unison. Elsewhere, Li Lin steals his resolve, saying mission comes first, and personal matters will be settled later. Once duty is done, he will return to settle the score. Jing Kun calmly speaks up, saying he smells a conspiracy. He believes someone is deliberately spreading fear of monsters, or hiding a larger objective behind it. Jing Kun's eyes turn cold as he smirks, saying anyone daring to play tricks in front of him is underestimating him. Tian Liu warns Xing Kun not to act rashly, as revealing his identity now will cause serious trouble. Xing Kun calmly replies there is no need to worry. He confidently states that with his current strength, no one can stop him anymore. As he finishes speaking, massive energy engulfs his body and flame prison erupts. Seeing this, Li Lin's expression changes drastically. He grits his teeth and confirms his suspicion that Xing Kun is indeed a monster. He immediately shouts for everyone to eliminate him. But suddenly, a sharp pain tightens around his heart. Li Lin is horrified as he realizes this is the pressure of a high-level monster aura, so strong that his body cannot move. Xing Kun alone is suppressing everyone present. He cannot believe it. Such overwhelming pressure is almost unheard of, except for the historic battle 20 years ago, when humanity fought the final war against level 5 monsters, a battle that killed countless exterminators worldwide. At that moment, the captain coldly declares that Tian Liu has betrayed humanity by colluding with monsters. He reminds all exterminators not to be swayed by emotions. Even if family turns into monsters, the mission must be completed. Clenching his fist, the captain decisively orders the extermination to begin. A powerful shout echoes as everyone confirms Tian Liu has sided with monsters. The exterminators unleash their full power, determined to eliminate all threats to the city. Meanwhile, Xing Kun's expression turns terrifyingly cold. He calmly says that, if they cannot even handle such trivial matters, they should stop wasting their energy. The exterminator forces still charge forward in battle. Their battle cries echo everywhere, as memories of fallen comrades burn in their minds. They are determined to repay that blood debt, and give the monsters no chance to survive. Even if it costs their lives, they refuse to retreat. The entire force shouts in unison, exterminate. Xing Kun simply snaps his fingers and says coldly that the game is over. A beam of destructive light instantly shoots toward the exterminator troops. In an instant, everyone is blown away. Li Lin is stunned, realizing that a single snap of Xing Kun's fingers was enough to defeat the entire force. He grits his teeth and tries to move, but his body refuses to obey. At that moment, Li Lin suddenly realizes something. Looking at Xing Kun, he wonders if his true target is the mutated gene carriers. 6 massive tails suddenly emerge behind Xing Kun. Li Lin is shocked, unable to understand this form. He quickly realizes the truth. This is the demon king of monsters. Compared to this existence, the exterminators are nothing but ants, destined to be wiped out. Amid the chaos, 2 superhumans escape into the forest. The scar-faced man laughs, saying the mission was too easy since no exterminators could stop them. However, his partner feels uneasy, worried that gene carriers could mutate at any moment. The scar-faced man begins preaching, as if he represents justice. He says gene carriers are like ticking time bombs. He recalls a shut-in in his apartment building who suddenly turned into a monster one night, killed his parents, then broke through the floor to devour an entire family below. In his view, if morality is ignored, most people would want all gene carriers gone overnight. He claims he is simply acting on the will of the majority. His companion disagrees, saying they are also victims, and no one would choose to carry such a gene. While running, he suddenly crashes into an invisible wall. The scar-faced man becomes irritated at the rebuttal, saying being pitiful does not mean they cannot die. He believes, for the sake of the world, gene carriers should end their own lives. At that moment, the blue-haired man stops and shouts that something is blocking their path, clutching his face in pain as he touches the invisible barrier. Rubbing his bruised nose, the blue-haired man realizes it is a barrier, possibly even a domain. The scar-faced man does not care what it is. Flames erupt in his hands as he charges forward, shouting to destroy it first. Despite hesitation, the blue-haired man joins him. The two superhumans unleash a combined attack, a sea of fire crashing into the barrier. But both are shocked as their flames are completely devoured. The blue-haired man screams in panic, asking if this thing can actually absorb energy. At the same time, blue lights begin surging inside the barrier. Meanwhile, under everyone's gaze, Jing Kun continues to transform. Long tails grow behind him, each splitting open into giant mouths filled with sharp teeth, turning the scene into a living hell. Even as the entire exterminator force is forced to their knees, under the pressure of a level 5 monster, the captain struggles to stand and yells for everyone to rise. He declares they are exterminators and must never bow to monsters. To them, death is better than submission. The captain grits his teeth, eyes burning with rage and resolve, declaring that monsters must be eliminated. At that moment, the blue-haired youth urgently speaks up to stop them. He argues these monsters are different from anything they have faced, as they do not show natural killing instincts but seem suppressed by some unknown force. He also protects Niu Niu, who is still in shock after her parents turned into monsters. He believes the gene carriers came here because they think Xing Kun can control their mutation. Moreover, Xing Kun has not fully become a monster yet. He tries to convince the captain that Xing Kun is not the one controlling the attack, and that he may actually be able to suppress monster genes and save them. But the moment he looked down at Nunu, he froze. The little girl had turned into a monster with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. Even after hearing that, the captain refused to change his mind. He declared that the stronger a monster was, the better it could deceive humans, and urged the blue-haired man to wake up. Even so, the man still held Nunu tightly, unable to let go. The captain warned that showing mercy or hope toward monsters always came with a heavy price. If the blue-haired man stayed stubborn, he would repeat the same mistake. With a cold expression, the captain formed a massive ice blade and declared that monsters were not unbeatable. As long as they refused to surrender to fear, they still had a chance to survive and stop monsters from taking over the world. After lifting everyone's spirits, the captain unleashed his 4-star transcendent ultimate, sky-piercing ice blade. The giant ice weapon shot forward like lightning, carrying freezing power straight toward Xing Kun. The entire purge team charged with renewed determination. Feeling everyone resisting his pressure, Xing Kun looked annoyed. He calmly said they would not stop until they could no longer stand, then reached toward the incoming ice blade. Xing Kun caught the ice blade with his bare hand and slammed it straight into the ground. The impact drove the blade deep underground and shattered the earth in every direction. Someone shouted for everyone to run, and the team quickly fled the danger zone. A nearby team member seized the chance to attack with the rock control skill. Even with one arm in a cast and his head wrapped in bandages, he charged in without hesitation. Seeing the badly injured fighter rush forward, Xing Kun calmly warned that after his next punch, not only both arms but the man's entire body might need to be wrapped in casts. The man paused for a brief moment, confused by what Xing Kun meant. Before he could react, Xing Kun threw a direct punch that left him stunned. The massive rock he had created shattered into countless pieces. The force of the punch created a huge shockwave that blasted him into the air before smashing him through a house. The wall exploded into rubble and dust. After defeating him, Xing Kun looked at the remaining purge team members and calmly asked if they were ready to end up in casts as well. Even so, the captain did not lose his resolve. He urged everyone to attack together, saying Xing Kun was different from the monster they had faced before. From his experience, stronger monsters always had enormous bodies, while Xing Kun was still small enough that victory was possible. His words quickly restored the team's confidence. Hearing that, Xing Kun frowned in annoyance. He coldly replied, "Small, so you are ready then." As soon as he finished speaking, his body changed again. One arm rapidly expanded into a gigantic hand that covered the sky before everyone. The sight of the enormous hand left everyone frozen in shock. They stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even the captain turned pale at its terrifying size. Sweat poured down his face as he realized he had badly underestimated Jing Kun. As the giant hand came crashing down, the captain had only one thought: this is the end. A second later, he was crushed into the ground like an insect. Sometime later, the captain slowly regained consciousness after the devastating blow. He wondered if he had died, but quickly realized he had only been knocked out. His body was exhausted, yet all his limbs were still intact. Pushing himself off the ground, he confirmed that he was still alive. Despite his exhaustion, the captain forced himself to stand. He still carried life essence refined from the life origin fluid. As long as he was not dead, he could keep fighting. When he looked around, he was completely stunned. Besides Jing Kun standing before them, everyone else had only been knocked unconscious. No one had life-threatening injuries or was bleeding. At that moment, he realized Jing Kun's tentacles looked exactly like those of the Earth Dragon from before. As the tentacles bit into each monster, the captain grew worried. Was Jing Kun about to make those carrying monster genes transform even further? But what happened next left him completely speechless. One by one, the tentacles released the monsters as everyone watched in disbelief. Then a miracle happened. The monsters gradually shrank and slowly returned to their human forms. The captain was astonished. Jing Kun really could save people carrying monster genes. Shock and cheers echoed everywhere. No one could believe they had all survived. The captain even began questioning everything he had done. Just then, Jing Kun walked over and calmly asked him to give Li Tianxing more time to find proof that the 5-star transcendent had hypnotized everyone and murdered countless purge members. The captain could only nod with a trembling voice. The other purge members slowly struggled back to their feet despite their injuries. Seeing this, Jing Kun gently told them not to force themselves up, or their bones would suffer even more damage. Suddenly, a young but determined voice called out from the distance. A little girl ran up to Jing Kun and declared that he had saved her mother, her father, and her too. That meant he could never be a bad person. Her mother stepped forward with tears in her eyes. She told the captain they could never understand what Jing Kun had done for them. Ever since they were found to carry monster genes, tracking and alarm devices had been implanted behind their necks, turning them into living time bombs. Their families tried to act normal, but friends and coworkers slowly kept their distance. Neighbors moved away, and those who stayed reinforced their doors with steel because they were afraid. Everyone avoided them, and the most painful part was seeing their young child suffer through it all. As she spoke, the woman fell to her knees. Through tears, she said Jing Kun had given them a new life, but countless others with monster genes were still waiting to be saved. She begged everyone not to harm him. The other rescued civilians also knelt together, pleading for everyone not to take away their only hope. Watching the scene unfold, the captain finally began to waver. A young man quickly stepped in to ease the tension and urged everyone to stand up. Smiling, he said, the captain would surely agree, because beneath his tough exterior, he was someone with a kind heart. The captain lowered his head and laughed helplessly. Looking at the young man, he admitted he was right. This was a good thing, and he had no reason to oppose it. Hearing that, the family of 3 and the rescued civilians embraced one another in joy, because their hope had finally been preserved. The captain then turned to Jing Kun and sincerely admitted that he had held deep prejudice against him from the very beginning. Maybe it was his own nature, or maybe it was because he had been hypnotized. Either way, he wanted to apologize. Jing Kun simply smiled and said there was no need. Seeing the captain reaching for the life essence, Jing Kun asked if he planned to use it for recovery. The captain nodded and explained that even if the battle was over, he still needed it to heal his nearly broken bones. Jing Kun leaned close with a playful grin and teased that while the captain was unconscious, all the life essence inside the life origin fluid container had spilled out. Rather than waste it, he drank everything and transferred its power to the people carrying monster genes. As he spoke, Jing Kun pointed toward the rescued civilians and explained with a smile. He could stop the mutation, but they still needed life origin fluid to suppress their hunger. He considered those resources compensation from the captain on their behalf. Embarrassed, the captain covered his face and admitted they deserved it anyway, praising Jing Kun for doing the right thing. Then Jing Kun suddenly remembered something else. A tentacle immediately dragged over 2 men and bound them tightly. Jing Kun told everyone these were the ones responsible for the mass mutation incident involving people with monster genes. He urged them to interrogate the pair carefully because they might reveal more important clues. Not long afterward, a senior member of the Purge Force stepped forward to apologize to Jing Kun for his earlier attitude. He promised a full investigation after returning, thanked Xing Kun on behalf of Sin City for preventing the mass mutation disaster, and announced that Xing Kun would receive a reward. He also asked everyone to remain there for a few more days because the Supreme Commander would personally come to meet him. Surprise and seriousness were written all over the man's face. Even he had not expected that person to appear in person. Hearing that, Xing Kun could not hide his surprise. He asked if they meant the Supreme Commander of the Huaxia Purge Force, because that was someone with extraordinary authority.